I was lashed to a kayak, bleeding, my girlfriend Wancho systematically torturing me, turning me into her survival rations. Then, darkness, and I woke up in my bed, 7 days before the world ended, with a system that gave me a space backpack. Suddenly, I could make a TV vanish into thin air. Wancho will pay for what she did, and this time, I'll survive the deluge and then I'll build an empire. The sun blazed above the endless ocean. My kayak bobbed on the waves, me and Wancho aboard. I was lashed to the kayak, my body a roadmap of cuts, blood dripping onto the worn wood. Wancho, holding a chipped wooden bowl, steadily poured seawater over me. The salt bit into my wounds, a searing agony. Wancho! Wancho! Let me go, please, let me go! I wailed. Wancho, my girlfriend, or rather, the girl I'd been chasing for ages before the world ended, and she reluctantly agreed to be with me. That day, the deluge began. Everyone dismissed it as a heavy rain. 3 days passed, the rain relentless. 5 days, and 10% of the world's land was gone. Panic erupted, looting, scavenging, a desperate flight for survival. 15 days, 30% submerged. Society crumbled, it was a primal struggle, might made right. A bottle of water cost more than its weight in gold. 30 days, 60% underwater. Despair choked humanity, fewer than 10% remained. Faith became our only solace. 49 days. The entire world was submerged. The storm finally ceased. Wancho and I had survived, clinging to this kayak, a bowl, and a dagger our only possessions. Baby, Wancho said, pouring more seawater, then stroking my face. Do you know why I chose you, over all the other guys chasing me? A chilling thought struck me, my eyes widened. Reserve food. You guessed it, she confirmed, her fingers tracing my chest, the cold strange counterpoint to the agony. You're the biggest, healthiest, and you're still a chick. A cruel smile played on her lips. Pickled you, I'll last 10 more days. The others, their kidneys aren't as big as a chick's. Pointless keeping them. She touched her belly. Right here. See? We'll be together forever. You'll have me completely, and I'll have you completely. Madwoman. You're a madwoman. I roared, my cracked lips trembling. 50 days. Who wouldn't go mad? Baby, scolding me? Isn't this what you wanted? Forever she plunged the dagger into my heart. Her lips pressed against mine, a final, chilling kiss. Be with me. Blood erupted. Darkness stole my sight, my senses fading, pain, vision, smell, then hearing I faintly heard gnawing sounds. Then Wuming Mountain is connected to the mountains outside the mountains, and the moonlight sprinkles on Xiangshui Beach. I gasped, instinctively touching my chest. The wound was gone. My heart beat. This was my bedroom. Reborn? I grabbed my phone, silencing the alarm. Saturday, July 6, 2024, 7 a.m. A movie date with Wancho. I'd planned to shower and get ready. 7 days. July 13, 7 p.m., the first deluge. 180 hours, maybe less, until the end. Unless it was all a dream ding. A box appeared. System activation successful. Host, who you? System level, 1, system function, space backpack. Distance to next upgrade, 01S system? I mentally willed the TV to my backpack. It vanished, then reappeared. It wasn't a dream. The end was coming. Wancho's image filled my mind. Same building, me on the 24th floor, her on the 3rd. I'd taken her in after the initial rain, we'd become lovers. Then she'd become my food. A trap from the start. This time, with this system, I'd change everything. Wancho, I'll make you suffer 100-fold. I showered, then ordered takeout. The physical hunger was absent, but my psychological appetite was insatiable. Burgers, fried chicken, cola, milk tea, a feast for a reborn man. Then, online shopping. 10 boxes of instant noodles, self-heating rice, hot pot, drinks, especially water. 55L jugs. I maxed out every online loan I could find. 500,000 yuan. Enough for a small supermarket, but not enough. What about after the deluge? I needed to prepare for everything. Food, medicine, weapons, entertainment, and people. Reliable people, not like Wancho. A boat would be ideal. I'd seen a luxury cruise ship, tickets ranging from 20 times your body weight in food, to yourself. Top models only. Wancho wouldn't qualify. I, a recent graduate, had little more than my parents' house and 20,000 yuan. A small speedboat maybe, but a yacht was out of the question. Seizing a yacht? My backpack could hold it, but escape would be tricky. 7 days. The only option, money. My spatial ability was my only edge, but banks and jewelry stores were heavily monitored. I wished I'd remembered lottery numbers in my past life. Rob the rich, help the poor. Rob loan companies, help myself. They kept cash. I grabbed my property deed and began a frantic run between banks. Mortgage applications. Each time, I'd leave with the deed. Then, a sharp young man in black, sunglasses perched on his nose. Need some money? Yes. I slipped into character. I'd been honing my acting skills. Brother, I murmured, hiding the deed. Connections? Collateral, we find a way. Coincidence? I presented the deed. Excellent. He turned. Come, I'll help. I was taken to a tea house. The first floor, a normal tea room, the second, a grand wooden table and an elegant middle-aged man. A guest, the old man said slowly. Sit, try this year's new tea. July, and new tea? Trying to pull a fast one, I thought. Smiling, I walked forward, cradling the property deed. What should I call you, boss? Lao Tian, he replied. He gestured. Sit. What brings you here? Boss Tian, I began, sliding the deed across the table. Loan. I hear you facilitate things. Loans, no. But I do sell tea. You're kidding me? I knew what he meant, but I feigned offense, rising to my feet, only to be pushed back down by a burly man. Easy, little brother, the man said. Boss Tian poured tea. Mortgage your house, I lend you money, interest-free. But as a friend you buy some tea. He raised an eyebrow. Understand? Understood. After a moment, I asked, how much tea? How much do you need? 2 million. The house is worth far more. For how long? A month. His face lit up. He produced a box. This year's new tea. 10,000 a box. 40 boxes, you think? 40 boxes. 400,000 in interest. Brutal. Too much, I said, feigning reluctance to avoid suspicion. Boss Tian, less? His smile vanished. See yourself out, he said stiffly. I'll buy it. Cash. His smile returned. Shaoli, the contract. I sipped my tea, watching him disappear into the back room. The loan shark's money, I guessed, was hidden there. He returned with 2 hefty bags, placing them on the table, his hands hovering protectively. Let me ask, what's this money for? I leaned phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme, whispering conspiratorially. Boss Tian, I trust you. Inside information. Monday, the market enough. He shoved the bags forward. No inside information. Good fortune, he added. Thank you, Boss Tian, I said, grabbing the bags. It was 2 in the afternoon when I left. My phone rang. Yiwanshio. The movie. Food was secured. More would have to wait until nightfall. But I answered the phone. Who you, where are you? I didn't see you. Her voice was sharp. Sorry, I said smoothly. A surprise. Be there soon. Humph. Better be good, or I won't forgive you. Don't worry. I hung up, walking into a Van Cleef and Arpels store. A 4-leaf clover necklace, over 20,000 yuan. Worth it. In her last life, she'd wanted this necklace. I hadn't thought then. She'd left after receiving it, claiming a gas leak at her friend's place. Was it true? Probably not. My turn to play now. I reached the cinema at 3, the movie halfway through. Yi Wanqiu was in the lobby, glancing at the elevator. When I appeared, her anger exploded. He's late. Something's wrong. He should be dumped. The gossip buzzed. But I held out the bag. Van Cleef and Arpels. She saw the logo, her anger melting. A surprise. Humph, she said, taking the bag, lips pursed. Don't think this makes up for it. I was looking forward to this movie. Looking forward? Not until you fell asleep last time. She really does have a talent for lying. Open it, I said, forcing a smile. You might like it. She opened the box, the necklace. Joy replaced anger. Saw my post? Humph. Satisfied, she handed me the box. Put it on. I did, fingers tightening on the chain. One good tug, but no. Too easy. The end hadn't arrived yet, this needed to be savored. I fastened it. She turned, touching her collarbone. How is it? Pretty? Beautiful, I murmured. She was stunning, good looks, figure, makeup. But once the world ended, that beauty would be no protection. Without me, she wouldn't have survived a week, let alone the deluge. But who knows what comes next? I shook it off. Movies started. Let's eat. Okay. She took my arm. Where to? Jade Tan, I said casually. The city's finest. For figure prices, easily 5 if we splurged. She'd bragged for days about a meal with some rich guy. Really? Her eyes widened. She didn't question the money. She called the restaurant, ordering. That evening, the waiter greeted us. Miss Yi? Yes. She held her head high. Private room 9 is ready. Yi Wanqiu ordered, I took photos. Wild yellow croaker? 2. 39.80 a caddy. One's 2. 5, the other 3 caddies. She glanced at me, saw I wasn't reacting, and decided. Both. 2. Miss Yi, one's enough for 2. It's fine, she said, continuing her order. My brother couldn't make it, I'll take some back for him. She looked at me. Okay, baby? Baby? My PTSD flared. A brother? She'd never mentioned one. Okay, I said, forcing a smile. That's my favorite. Mooah. Another kissy sound. King crab? 2. 4 bowls of ginseng millet porridge. Roast duck with white truffles, 4 orders. 2 abalones 4. 15 minutes. Finally, Wanqiu finished ordering. I glanced at the menu's prices, 88,800. Including the service charge, exactly 88,800 yuan. She beamed, raising her wineglass. My dear, let's drink. Cheers, I replied, sipping the wine. The food arrived, a parade of top-tier dishes. I didn't touch my chopsticks until, my dear, still playing on your phone? Eat, she said. Okay, I said, secretly activating my phone's recording function. 2 hours later, the feast ended. My plate was clean, hers still had plenty. Pay, she commanded. The waiter arrived with the packed leftovers and the bill. Excuse me, sir, he said, the lady ordered and paid. Why am I getting the bill? He apologized, heading towards Wanqiu. Who you? She yelled, slamming the table. What's this? What? I feigned confusion, aiming my phone at myself. Oh. Thank you for the treat, Miss Yi. I stopped recording, smiling. I filmed the whole meal. You don't want your fans to see this, do you? Her face paled. Her reputation was everything. This video would destroy her. Good. Very good, she snarled. I never said I was paying. At most, we split it. Oh, really? I opened the video, fast-forwarding to the point where she told me to eat. I played it back. You told me to eat, so I did. Her face burned. She hadn't realized I'd been waiting for this moment. Thank you again, Missy, I said, rising. Using my space backpack, I retrieved the necklace, turning to leave. You're very nice. I gave a thumbs up. Then, I closed the door. Bang. Her voice followed me, if you don't want the leftovers, return them. I'll keep the remaining money for my necklace. Wait. Where's my necklace? I smiled. In my past life, she ate and drank, then ate me. This was just interest. Doomsday was coming, I'd settle the score then. It was 9 o'clock. The city glittered with nightlife. No one suspected the apocalypse 166 hours away. Boss Tian should be off work by now. Time for me to work. I found the tea house dark, Boss Tian already gone in his Mercedes. After making sure the coast was clear, I changed clothes using my backpack and slipped inside, restoring the gate. My phone's flashlight led me upstairs. I found Boss Tian's safe. It vanished into my backpack, the contents appearing before me, 4 layers. The bottom cash, maybe 5 million. The second gold bars, hundreds of 500-gram ones. The third contracts. The fourth a gun. A black pistol, with a box of ammo. I took it all: the gun, the gold, the cash, even the useless contracts. I needed the contracts to throw off the scent. I raced home. I hadn't expected Boss Tian to have a gun. Now I had money and weapons. Next, liquidating the gold for supplies. 3 million yuan's worth of gold. Enough for a small yacht. Selling this much locally would alert Boss Tian. I needed to escape. Home, pack my bags, airport. The earliest flight to Macau. 40 million wouldn't raise eyebrows there. I'd find what I needed. I hailed a cab, heading home, anxiety tightening. Even after the apocalypse, this felt thrilling. This money was a crucial first step. Ding, the elevator opened. My door. Men. 10 burly, tattooed men, faces brutal. The leader was baldly Mang, one of Wancho's lickspittles, a known underworld figure. Sent by Wancho, no doubt. Before, I might have been afraid. Now. Fear comes from insufficient firepower. I had a gun. Who you? Li Mang asked. That's me, I replied, approaching the door. He stepped forward, his men behind him. A cruel smile played on his lips. Missy said. I drew my gun, pointing it at Li Mang's head, a kind smile on my face. What did she say? The cold metal, the scent of gunpowder, he knew it was real. His smile faltered. He rubbed his hands, suddenly subservient. Put that away, let's talk. One thing, I said, using the gun to tap his face. Remember this. I struck him twice, hard. Red welts blossomed across his cheek. Whatever she wanted done, do it again. Understand? Understood. He scrambled into the elevator, waving goodbye. Good night, sweet dreams. The elevator doors closed. He covered his face. That crazy woman. She messed with the wrong guy. Boss, was that real? A henchman asked. Of course. Boss Tian has won. I've seen it. You can't fake that gunpowder smell. Makes me furious just thinking about it. He pressed the 3rd floor button. Let's go see that woman. Meanwhile, I packed my essentials. The online order hadn't arrived yet, I'd grab those later. Perfect. Leaving, I saw a police car outside, Li Meng and Wancho talking to the officers. Li Meng's face was scratched. She's something else. I hailed a cab, heading for the airport. Macau. Business jet. 200,000? Money's not as important as time. I confirmed cash payment with the airport. When I arrived, a beautiful stewardess waited, holding a sign, "Welcome Mr. Hu Yu." Looking at her through the car window, I recognized her. Mu Lingxiu. She lived on the 27th floor in my building, one floor below. During the initial deluge, she'd sheltered many residents. At first, things were calm, we shared food, communicated in the building's group chat. But as the rain continued, people's true nature emerged. On day 15, Mu Lingxiu vanished, but the residents she'd helped started posting using their bodies for food. A picture showed her bound. Yi Wanqiu commented a saint turned something else. Mu Lingxiu and I had interacted before the deluge. She distributed hot packs. I opened the car door. "You're the greeter?" I asked her. "Mr. Hu Yu," she said, surprised. 200,000 for a private jet, yet I arrived in a ride share, no bodyguards. Odd. Yes. ID check? No. She smiled. She'd seen my photo. "Sir, this way. You're booked on Gulfstream G880 to Macau, Wanji Airlines private service." I nodded, went to the business lounge, paid the 200,000, and followed her to the jet. 20 minutes later, I was on the sofa, with Mu Lingxiu and another flight attendant. I drank wine and fell asleep. Exhaustion. A day of intense excitement and anxiety, no rest. Ding. Congratulations, host. System upgraded. New function unlocked, panel. Distance to next upgrade, 13 animals? Humans are animals too, right? I glanced at Mu Lingxiu, a panel appeared. Name, Mu Lingxiu. Gender, female. Age, 21. Skills, service, first aid, nursing, basic firefighting, dance. Personality, Madonna, compassionate, flattering. Favorability, 20. Purity, 98. Note, max purity is 100, negative interactions with the opposite sex deduct 1. Excellent. With this panel, I can recruit. I can't survive the deluge alone, even with a ship. I need a crew, a doctor, a chef, bodyguards. Loyalty is key. Favorability above 90 for complete trust. Brothers? In my last life, many brothers betrayed each other. Mu Lingxiu sensed my gaze. "Mr. Hu? You need something?" "Not yet," I said, looking out the window. "Time to landing?" "Half an hour. The Macau airport has arranged VIP services." "Where next?" "We can arrange transport." "Itinerary?" I'd been so focused on the flight, I forgot a hotel. "Time's short, I need a boat." "I want a large yacht." "Can you find a seller?" "Please wait." She went to the cockpit, returning with a tablet. "Mr. Hu, we've contacted a wealthy Hong Kong man selling a yacht. Here's the information. The yacht, 155 meters long, 19.2 meters beam, 5,517 tons displacement, 19 knots top speed. Landing craft, 2 helipads, 2 motorboats, a lifeboat. Capacity for over 50 crew, 30 suites. A small yacht would cost 40 million, this hundreds of millions. I scanned the pictures, seeing the price, 1 billion. Installments available, 50% down payment. "Where's the yacht?" "In Macau." She said, "We can contact the owner for a viewing." "Contact them." I set the tablet down, closing my eyes. I could seize it, but it's over 100 meters long, I couldn't move it secretly. Buying it is best. 1.05 billion down payment. I only have 40 million. I need nearly 30 times that much. Chen Daozi won 37 million with 20 yuan. I have a system. Getting 1 billion from 40 million shouldn't be a problem, right? 1 a.m., the casino. I exchanged a gold bar for 300,000 in chips and went to the dice table. The simplest game. I looked at the dice cup, information appeared, name, dice cup, dice 3, 2, 2. I sat, placing all my chips on under. 5 a.m. I left the casino, a promissory note for 1 billion in my backpack. I kept playing until I had 3 billion, transferring 900 million for supplies. The casino manager approached. Mr. Hu, our casino invites you to stay in our hotel's presidential suite, complimentary. No thanks. I needed to find security. 3 billion is a target. If you need anything security, accommodation, transport, come to us. We'll help. Surveillance? I narrowed my eyes. Of course not. He hastened to explain. Your safety is our business. He was right. They'd gain much more by keeping me happy than by trying to cheat me. I needed security. The viewing was at 1 p.m., I had time. Do you know a reliable security company? Yes. 7 a.m. 156 hours until the deluge. I was at the security company. They protected all of Macau's casinos. Each guard was highly trained, some veterans. I said, I want the best, immediately. They immediately began assembling a team. Within half an hour, 12 men stood before me over 6 feet tall, muscular, diverse. I scanned them, their panels appeared. 0 favorability. Skills, firearms, combat, first aid. But one stood out. Name, Shinshan. Gender, male. Age, 29. Skills, perfect survival, perfect combat, perfect assassination, proficient in driving, firearms, first aid, swimming, off-roading, cooking. Personality, daughter obsessed, loyal, heroic, devoted. Favorability, 0, 3 perfect skills, 6 proficiencies except for off-roading, useless, he's practically born for the apocalypse. Especially his personality. Loyal, heroic, devoted, perfect bodyguard material. The daughter-obsessed part, maybe I should bring my daughter along. But he wasn't among the 12 bodyguards, he was sweeping the floor. Not bodyguard material, more like a janitor. I approached Shinshan. He looked up. It's you, he said. Everyone was stunned. Looking for top-tier bodyguards, and I pick him? A black bodyguard scoffed. An insult. To us. Right. A yellow man chimed in, his accent not Chinese. Grandstanding. That's you. Waste of our time. Tanaka. Boss, he, the security company owner, snapped. Don't talk to clients like that. Tanaka glared. I only have a business relationship with you, not you as my boss. This humiliation of my Bushido spirit is unacceptable. I'm terminating our contract. We're not the only security company in Macau. Explain this, or we're done. Boss, he was speechless. I watched, amused, like a spectator. Then Shinshan spoke. You want to hire me? Yes. Long term. I said. Your price, your terms. I have a daughter. I want to be near her. Fine. 3 million annual salary. Fine. A 2-bedroom apartment. Fine. A good off-road vehicle. Fine. I won't do anything beyond bodyguard duties. Fine. No problem. Shinshan's favorability plus 10, now 10 silence. Shinshan's demands shocked everyone, especially Tanaka. He'd underestimated my wealth. 3 million a year, plus perks. Top-tier bodyguard treatment. Why did I choose the janitor? Tanaka's eyes lit up. He ignored Bossy, fawning over me. I'm the perfect bodyguard. I stepped back, looking at Shinshan. He raised a hand to stop Tanaka. "Get out of the way, loser!" Tanaka yelled, attacking. Before I could react, a sickening thwack echoed. Tanaka was down, unconscious. Shin-chan still blocked me. Mastery versus perfection? A huge difference. I decided to test Shin-chan, addressing the remaining 11. I didn't say I'd only hire one. Anyone who gets past him gets the same deal. They attacked instantly. 3 million a year. Enough for a lifetime. But their opponent was Shin-chan. He moved like a phantom, dodging every blow, countering instantly. He avoided vital areas, those blows could have been fatal. Even Boss he was speechless. He hadn't known such a skilled person worked for him. Incredible! Boss he exclaimed, rubbing his hands. Congratulations, boss. Signed the contract now? 3 million annually, plus our commission 4.5 million a year for his protection. Money was no object, but I looked at Shin-chan. Is this contract with you or him? With him, 1 year, Shin-chan said. He gave me a job when I was down and out. Good. I understood. A year's commission meant no further obligation. Loyalty. Boss he also understood. Making money was his priority. Shin-chan's favorability plus 10, now 15,000 for 10 favorability points. Worth it. The contract was signed, it was 9 a.m. Shin-chan changed, following me out. Your next destination, sir? I'm returning to the mainland this afternoon. Macau? This is seaside, a tsunami risk within 3 days. Better to weather the storm at home, among familiar faces. I need to pick up my daughter and take care of things. Fine. I gave him my contact information. Can you be ready by 1 p.m.? Yes, sir. Need money? No, sir. The money's in my account. Good. Boss he and I watched Shin-chan leave. Mr. Hu, let me say something, boss he said, frowning. 3 million an ordinary person would run away with that. Don't use people you doubt, and don't doubt people you use, I replied. Weapons were next. Then, my stomach rumbled. Hungry. I hadn't eaten since morning, except for casino desserts. Time to stock up on food. Get Shin-chan's daughter a little something to boost her favorability. Shin-chan, with perfect assassination skills, can get weapons. Manager Yang, right? I asked. Yes, sir? I heard Macau has great food. Care to show me around? My pleasure. After a simple breakfast, I started shopping with Manager Yang. PS5s, Switch 2s, Xboxes 10 of each. Cameras, headphones, speakers, phones, massage chairs, VR gear. Computers, 5090 GPUs, 15th Gen i9s, top-of-the-line specs. 10 units. Plus games. Crystalline results of human industry. A foundation for a new society, not just for fun. The electronic mall was a one-stop shop. The cashier was stunned when I paid. Manager Yang asked, Mr. Hu, need help with customs? No, I said, gesturing to the truck. Just follow me. Customs? I'll pay tariffs, but I need speed. I'll put the boat and everything into my backpack. By 11, everything was loaded. Manager Yang invited me to Chongtian, their 3-star Michelin restaurant complimentary, of course. I accepted. As I got into the Lincoln, Shin-chan called. Boss, I'm done. Meet you where? Shin-chan asked. Chongtian restaurant? You know it? Yes, sir. Be there in half an hour. Good. I hung up, turning to Manager Yang. Table for 3, please. Certainly, sir. He offered me champagne. As you wish. I sipped it. The chill was pleasant. If only this rain would never come. This kind of life, every day, but I stared at the champagne. The end? Even if it's seconds before the world ends, this is my standard of living. How much is this champagne? 10,080 a bottle, sir. We can send you a case to sample. One case, plus more. How much? I gestured at the truck. That much. He stared. A truckload? A small one? Is there a problem? No, sir. His smile returned. We'll take care of it this afternoon. Another truck of red wine, whiskey, and liquor. Top shelf. Price isn't an issue. And those same cars. His smile vanished. Certainly, sir. Noon. We pulled up outside the casino. Before I got out, I saw Shinshan and a little girl waiting. She was adorable, sunshine catching her face like a doll. But she was in a wheelchair. Manager Yang opened my door. Boss, Shinshan said, instructing the girl. Bubu, say hello. Hello, uncle. Bubu said, curious. Are you my dad's new boss? Yes, I said, squatting. Bubu? How old are you? 7. Where's my brother? How old is he? 24. Call me uncle. No, she exclaimed. Dad said to call guys without beards brother. You're good looking, no beard. Call you brother? I chuckled. Who do you call uncle then? She pointed at Manager Yang. He has wrinkles. Manager Yang smiled, unfazed. A child's charm is undeniable. I ruffled her hair. Your daughter's lovely. Thank you, sir, Shinshan said, looking at Bubu with tenderness. Let's eat, I said to Bubu. What do you like? Uncle treats. Her eyes lit up. Egg tarts, pineapple buns, pork buns, ice cream, and chocolate. You can have it all. Before I could reply, Shinshan said, no, she had chocolate today. It'll hurt her teeth. Bubu's head drooped. I'll have the same from now on, I said to Manager Yang. A truckload of those things. You know the quality. He was shocked. Mr. Hu, egg tarts don't keep. A truckload? I said. I'll arrange it immediately. Shinshan's mouth twitched. Sir, you don't need to spend this much. She can't eat that much. He must have thought truckload meant a shopping cart. You'll understand later, I said. He'll learn eventually. High favorability unlocks more information. Not now. I smiled at Bubu. Lunch, Bubu? Okay. Shinshan's favorability increased. Shinshan's favorability plus 9, now 29. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to 30. Each 10-point increase feels like a threshold. Bubu's panel appeared. Name, Shin Bubu. Gender, female. Age, 7, skills, proficient in cuteness, basic singing, basic playing. Personality, well-behaved, obedient, sensible, eager to learn. Favorability, 19. We entered the private room, Shinshan's work began. He checked every dish. He was going to take Bubu out, but I cut him off, feeding her steak. Brother, I can do it myself, Bubu said seriously. Bubu's strong. You're the best, I said, putting down my cutlery. Brother Shin, please join us. You have things to do later. He sat, eating with Bubu. Shinshan's favorability plus 10, now 30. Shin Bubu's favorability plus 11, now 30. Manager Yang stayed out, busy. Noon. My phone buzzed Mu Lingxiu. Mr. Hu, the owner is ready. Any changes to your schedule? If not, we'll pick you up for the yacht viewing. No changes. I wiped my mouth. We're coming. We were in the Lincoln again, with Shinshan and Bubu. Behind our truck were 9 more. 5 truckloads of her favorite things. Bubu was speechless. Shinshan too. Rich people really buy things by the truckload. Byubu's favorability shot up to over 40. Shinshan's dropped back to 29. Too much. It made him question my motives. Byubu excitedly ate an egg tart. I wished I'd gotten another truck. She's adorable. That cuteness skill perfected, it'd be lethal. Mr. Hu, we've arrived at the port, Manager Yang said. The port has rules. Trucks aren't allowed unless loading goods. Leave them outside, I said, getting out. I reached for Byubu. Byubu, let uncle carry you. She looked at Shinshan. Low favorability, I guess. Shinshan scooped her up. Sir, I've got her. He wouldn't let me touch her after knowing her for a day. Okay, I said. Plenty of time. Byubu's adorable, she'll be my goddaughter and daughter-in-law. I turned to Manager Yang. No need for you to come. After the viewing, we'll go to the airport. Total for the trucks and goods? 4 trucks of wine, 500 bottles each 26. 88 million. The desserts are on me, sir. I paid. I ignored the trucks and went inside the port. Mulingxiu rushed out, a middle-aged man with her. Shinshan moved to shield Byubu and me. It's an acquaintance, I said, waving to Mulingxiu. Hello, Mr. Hu, the middle-aged man said, extending his hand. Li Wei, Wanji Airlines. Pleased to meet you. Managerly, I replied, shaking his hand. Is the seller here? Yes, sir. He gestured toward the pier. This way. The yacht was long. Way longer than I expected from the pictures and specs. 155 meters long, 19. 2 meters high doesn't sound huge. But that's like a 50-story building tall, 6 stories wide. How did it look so small in the photos? Did the photographer work for the Ministry of Misinformation? I checked the yacht's panel. Name, San Pius. Category, large yacht. Overall rating, A+. Equipped facilities, 1 large audio-visual room, 1 concert hall, 2 bars, 3 restaurants, 2 saunas, 2 heated pools, 2 gyms, 1 helipad, 3 reception rooms, 3 meditation rooms, 2 game rooms, 1 cigar room, 1 wine cellar, 12 luxury suites, 24 guest rooms, 36 standard rooms, 2 motorboats, 3 lifeboats. Active crew, 42. Byubu gasped. Wow! Such a big boat. Her eyes shone, but she restrained herself. Your little sister's right. It's quite large for a yacht, Li Wei said, indicating the gangway. After you, sir. I walked onto the yacht. 2 stewards, as striking as Mulingxiu, stood at attention. Welcome to the San Pius. It's our pleasure to serve you. Their voices were pleasant, their looks stunning. I checked their panels, their purity was in single digits. Beauty has its burdens, it seems. I lost interest, turning to Li Wei. Where's the owner? He looked pained. He's waiting in the deck reception room. He couldn't tell me he'd never heard of me, doubted I could afford it, and only agreed to meet because of our company's boss. I sneered. No point in making a scene. We reached the reception room. A bodyguard, for smartly dressed stewards, no owner. Then, a splash. A shirtless figure emerged from the pool. Shinshan quickly covered Byubu's eyes. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme your eyes, sweetie. Okay, she said, obediently closing them. A large, blond man climbed out, laughing boisterously in broken Chinese. Li. We meet again. He embraced Li Wei, ignoring the water dripping on his expensive suit. Plans tonight? Party? James, forget it. We have business, Li Wei said wearily. Oh, right. This is him? Buying my San Pius? James looked me up and down, disdain clear in his eyes. I cut to the chase. Price. 1 billion. No haggling. I tossed him a promissory note. Here's the money. Get your people off my boat. James? Li Wei. Mu Lingxiu? A real tycoon. 1 billion. Not 21 yuan. I have to think twice before buying a 21 yuan bubble tea. Okay, boss. James, seemingly afraid I'd change my mind, grabbed the note, found a contract, signed it, and handed it to me. Sign here. The money's mine, the boat's yours. I signed. It was that fast, the bodyguards and crew were stunned. Go! 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 James kissed the note, pocketing it. Casino! Casino! A gambler! I should have met him at the tables. I rolled my eyes, focusing on the 4 stewards. They rushed me. I didn't dodge, thinking Shinshan would stop them. He didn't. He shielded Bubu. I hit the deck, their lips descending. I reacted, my shirt and shorts were safe. Brother Shen. Help! He grabbed 2, the others were restrained. I finally caught my breath, collapsing onto the sofa. I summoned the entire crew to the reception room. 42 crew. 12 for the yacht, 30 stewards. Rich people aren't as carefree as we think. I checked their panels, I fired them all, with generous severance. Mu Lingxiu and Li Wei left. 2 p.m. flight, I sent them off, claiming I had more things to deal with. Now, it's just the 3 of us, me, Shinshan, and a curious Bubu. Brother Shen, I said. Yes, boss? I glared. Why didn't you stop them? I assumed you didn't want to resist, he said seriously. Next time anyone rushes me, you stop them. Yes, boss. His favorability was still at 29, not even a third of the way to passing. Let's leave. He followed me to the bow. I knelt before Bubu. Bubu, want to see magic? Yes. She said, I'm smart. I'll catch you. Maybe not, I said, patting the hull. Watch closely 3-2 snap. The sand piece vanished. Even Shinshan was shocked. Ding ding ding. I clapped, pointing to the empty dock. How's that? She clapped. Amazing. How did you do that? A magic trick, I whispered. Don't tell anyone. Okay. She tugged my sleeve. Tell me, brother. No. I smiled. Want to see more magic? Guess how I do this one? I put the 10 trucks into my backpack. Bubu clapped, her eyes sparkling. Shinshan was completely bewildered. He even tried touching one of the trucks, it vanished. He tried asking me what happened, but he stopped himself. I wouldn't explain, let's see how long he holds out. We need to leave Macau. A yacht vanishing, that'll attract attention. We went to the airport, 1:30 p.m. flight to Jinling. I wasn't idle during the drive. My building has 2 elevators, for apartments per floor. I contacted the other 3 28th floor residents through our building chat, arranged a buyout, planning to own the entire top floor when I returned. I was impatient, so I offered 30% above market value. Not a big deal, a few truckloads of wine's worth. The plane landed. Shinshan and I handled the paperwork. I bought him a local property, one for him, one for Bubu. Post-deluge, it'll be worthless, but now it's a multi-million-dollar asset. Bubu's favorability didn't change, but Shinshan's did. Shinshan's favorability +1, now 30. Keeping promises matters. I went to the car dealership. 24 Brabus G800S. Still under Shinshan's name. Enough for a pre-deluge road trip. By 7 p.m., everything was done. 144 hours until the deluge. Shinshan, Bubu, and I had a simple meal at Yuten, clearing out their high-end ingredients. I showed Bubu another magic trick. By 11, we were home. The other 3 top-floor residents were gone. Bubu was asleep. Shinshan quietly followed me to my place. Come in, Brother Shin, I said, sitting at the table, examining the liquor manager Yang had sent. Moutai from 20 years ago, plus vodka. No wonder it was so expensive. I poured myself a glass, then one for Shinshan. I grabbed an egg tart, crispy, sweet, still warm. Ask anything. 3 chances. Shinshan's eyes widened, not at the liquor, but my methods. He drank his liquor in one go. Boss, who are you? A man, I replied, eating another tart. If that's all you've got, you've disappointed me. He frowned. What do you want me to do? Protect me, I said honestly. In return, I'll protect you and Bubu. He knew that wasn't regular protection. One more question. Think carefully. He hesitated. He processed everything, a young man, living here, not outwardly wealthy but spending lavishly. He gambled in Macau, using mysterious methods to choose a bodyguard, and didn't care about sex. What could I want? He took another sip of liquor, then looked at me. What's your purpose? Survival, I said, drinking my liquor. To survive the apocalypse. His eyes widened. July 13th, 7 p.m., I said slowly. A global deluge. 49 days of rain. Jinling will be underwater. Maybe the whole world. I want to survive. Boss, you're drunk. He was a materialist. Maybe, I laughed, producing items from my backpack, red wine, gold, a pistol, egg tarts, these are my apocalypse preparations. I looked at him. And you? If you think I'm crazy, leave. If you stay, I refilled our glasses. Brothers. I'll share my food with you and Bubu. He was silent, looking at his drink, clinking glasses with me but not drinking. I won't drink this now, he said. 5 days until July 13th. I'll do whatever you need. If the deluge comes, we'll drink this then. If not, I'll honor our contract. He frowned, glancing at the door. I'm responsible for Bubu. Good. I clinked glasses, putting them in my backpack. Your word is enough. Shinshan's favorability +9, now 39. I put everything away, keeping only the pistol. Brother Shin, call me Xiao Hu or Xiao Yu. He frowned. That's inappropriate, sir. Whatever. Business first. I slid the pistol across the table. Can you get me more? He examined it, it was real. Depends how many, boss. I mentally calculated, 1 each for me, Bubu, Shinshan, the future captain and medic, plus 4 spares. 7-8 is good. No need to push Shinshan too hard. I showed him 8 fingers. Understood. He started planning. I'll need funds. Funds aren't a problem. Cash or something else? Gold's best, but cash is fine. Easy. I didn't know the exact cost, so I produced all the gold from Boss T on a small mountain of bars. For good measure, I added a bank card. 100 million in there. Use as needed. Money won't matter in a few days. He was ready. Boss, don't worry, I'll get them. 8 truckloads? Easy. I might need you to pick them up at the border. I can't move them alone. No problem. I got up, heading for the bedroom. 8 guns are a lot. Keep this pistol for self-defense. No, you'll need it more, boss. I shrugged, heading to bed. Exhausted. The next day. July 8th, 7 a.m. 132 hours until the end. The alarm woke me. I wanted to go to work, then I remembered. Work? No work today. I silenced the alarm and went back to sleep. A knock. Brother, you awake? Bubu's voice. My grimace turned to a smile. Brother's awake. What is it, Bubu? Brother, help! Bubu can't open the door. I sprang up, dressing quickly. I found her by the bathroom door, little face flushed. She couldn't reach the handle. I unlocked it, then panicked. "Bubu, I'll get an adult." "No need, brother," she said, smoothly maneuvering her wheelchair into the bathroom. "Boo can do it myself." She shut the door. I saw a tube behind her. This kid is too independent. And where's Olshan? I spun around, furious, and saw the pistol on the table, a note beneath it. I picked up the note. "Boss, I'm running an errand. Please watch Bubu for the day. She's very independent. If you need to leave her at home. I'll be back tomorrow morning." That irresponsible old shun. I was about to call him when I heard Bubu leaving the bathroom. Before I could say anything, she apologized. "Brother, sorry. I need help flushing the toilet. I can't reach." "No problem." I went in after her, cleaning up. I could worry about supplies later. I needed to address Bubu's leg, find a cure or a caregiver. Once the deluge hits, her leg will be hopeless. I knelt before her. Before I could speak, she said, "Brother, want breakfast?" "Bubu will make it." "You make breakfast at home?" I asked, concerned. "Yes. Dad's not always home, so Bubu does it," she said proudly. "Bubu's amazing." "You are amazing, Bubu." I praised her. "Bubu, I want to take you to a hospital, maybe we can fix your leg. Will you come with me?" "No need, brother," she shook her head. "Dad took me to many doctors. They said it's hard to fix." "Hard isn't impossible." "Bubu, willing to try again? Maybe there's hope?" "Yeah," she nodded. "Bubu's okay. As long as Dad doesn't cry." "Olshan cries?" I need to record that for later entertainment. I called the Macau Wanji Airlines manager. A private flight to Yujing. I have to fix Bubu's leg before the deluge. Maybe I can build a medical team too. The sun was high above the vast ocean. A kayak was floating on the sea, with a man and a woman on it. The man was tied to the kayak, with countless cuts on his body, and blood dripped onto the kayak. The woman held a worn-out wooden bowl and kept pouring seawater on him. The salt gradually seeped into his body, making him feel a piercing pain. "Wanchio! Wanchio! Please let me go, please let me go." Who you kept wailing? The one called Wanchio was his girlfriend. No, to be precise, this was his girlfriend who he had licked for a long time. After the doomsday came, she reluctantly agreed to be with Huyu. That day, heavy rain swept the world. At that time, everyone thought it was just a simple rain. But 3 days later, the rain did not stop, and drainage systems around the world were all paralyzed. 5 days later, 10% of the world's land was submerged. People began to panic and entered a large-scale riot. Looting, plundering, fleeing. Everyone is running for life. 15 days later, 30% of the world's land was submerged. The social order completely collapsed. People fell into primitive society. Whoever had the bigger fist had the right to speak. The price of a bottle of fresh water was more expensive than the same weight of gold. 30 days later, 60% of the world's land was submerged. Humanity has fallen into despair, and less than 10% of the world's total number of people survived. Faith has become the only power for everyone at this moment. 49 days later. All the land in the world was completely submerged. The rainstorm finally stopped. And Huyu and the others have survived from the first rain to now. But they have nothing left except this kayak, a wooden bowl, and a dagger. "Baby." Yuanchio poured another bowl of seawater on Huyu, leaned down, and stroked his face with her hand. "Do you know why I chose you instead of other licking dogs?" Huyu seemed to think of something and looked at her with wide eyes. "Reserve food." "It seems you guessed it." Yuanchio's fingers gently stroked his chest, and the coldness of her fingertips brought a different kind of stimulation. "You are the heaviest and healthiest among all the people, and you are still a chick. As long as I make you into pickled meat, I can phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme at least 10 more days. As for the others, I'm afraid their kidneys are not as big as those of chicks, so there is no point in staying. Don't worry, I will put your heart closest to my heart at that time. Yu Wancho touched her lower abdomen and said, "It's here, do you see it? Everything will be as you wish, and we will be together forever. You will have me completely, and I will have you completely." Madman. You are a madman. Huyu roared, and his pale and cracked lips kept trembling. 50 days later, everyone's life has changed dramatically. Who can not be crazy? Baby, how can you scold me? Isn't this your wish in your heart? Forever. Yi Wancho said, took out the dagger and stabbed it into Huyu's heart. She pressed against Huyu's face and gave him a last kiss. Be with me. Puff. Huyu spurted out a mouthful of blood. He felt a black screen in front of his eyes, and the pain, vision, and smell began to slowly dissipate, and finally the hearing. He faintly heard the sound of gnawing beside him. The next moment. Woming Mountain is connected to the mountains outside the mountains, and the moonlight sprinkles on Xiangshui Beach. Huyu subconsciously opened his eyes and touched his chest at the first time. The knife wound is gone. The heart is still there. Wait. This is. He opened his eyes and looked around, and found that this was actually his bedroom. I, reborn? Huyu immediately picked up his mobile phone, turned off the alarm clock, and looked at the time on the screen. Saturday, July 6, 2024, 7 a.m. He made an appointment with Yi Wancho to go to the movies together, and planned to get up early in the morning to pack up, take a shower, etc. In just 7 days. On July 13, at 7 p.m., the first rainstorm will fall. At most, there are 180 hours before the end of the world. Of course, the premise is that everything he has experienced before is real, and not a dream. Ding! A crisp sound rang out. A dialog box popped up in front of Huyu. System activation successful. Host, Huyu. System level, 1 system function, space backpack distance to next upgrade, 01. This is a system? Huyu's mind moved, and he tentatively put the TV hanging in front of him into the space backpack. In just a moment, the TV disappeared in front of him, and in another moment, it reappeared. He looked at the prompt box in front of him and confirmed one thing. What he just experienced was not a dream. The end of the world is really coming. The figure of Yi Wancho could not help but appear in Huyu's mind. The two of them lived in the same building. He lived on the 24th floor, and Yi Wancho lived on the 3rd floor. In the last life, after the heavy rain fell, he kindly took Yi Wancho in and the two became lovers. A lot happened during this period. He originally thought that the two of them would support each other along the way, but who knew? After the last bit of food is eaten, you become food. It was a scam from the start. With the system in this life, I must do something. Yi Wancho, I want you to experience an experience that is 100 times more painful than mine. Huyu got up immediately. After a brief wash, the first thing he did was order takeout. After rebirth, the physical hunger did not appear, but the psychological appetite reached its peak. He looked at the burgers, fried chicken, cola, and milk tea in front of him, and he was just showing off. After showing off, he burped with satisfaction. Let's buy some things online first. It's already noon. Huyu planned for a while and bought the things he needed to buy directly online. He bought 10 boxes of instant noodles, self-heating rice, self-heating hot pot, and even various drinks. Especially mineral water. 5L package, directly 100 barrels. As for the payment method anyway, I have checked out all the online loans that Huabe, Haishio, and a certain group can offer. An hour later, he successfully borrowed 500,000 yuan and purchased enough things to open a large supermarket. But even so, it's still not enough. If he ate it alone, it would be enough to keep him nourished through the entire rainstorm period. What about after the heavy rain period? No one knows what will happen after global oceanization, so just in case, you should be more prepared. It's best to prepare everything for this lifetime. In addition to food, there are also medical treatment, weapons, entertainment, and humans. If you just phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme alone, even with cats and dogs for company, you will be very miserable in your later years. Of course, the selection of people must be very reliable. Otherwise, it would be terrible if it was Yi Wancho again. It would be nice to have a boat. On the 20th day of the heavy rain period, he saw with his own eyes a wealthy man driving a luxury cruise ship to the ocean. There are even tickets flowing out. The prices are divided into two types, one is food 20 times the body weight, and the other is oneself. The latter can only be paid by top goddesses with excellent figures and looks. As long as he got on the ship, it would be his personal belongings, and his life and death would be decided by him. At that time, Yi Wancho also wanted to get on the ship. It's a pity that she is not qualified yet. However, Huyu is only a college student who has just graduated 2 years ago. Apart from the house left by his parents, he only has a little over 20,000 yuan in savings. Buying a small speedboat is enough, but a yacht or something is not enough at all. As for taking advantage of others, the space backpack can fit it in, but I'm afraid I won't be able to leave after finishing it. 7 days left. The only option is to try the methods in the criminal code. Make money. Huyu's only advantage now is his spatial ability, but places like banks and gold stores are under surveillance. Even if he can retrieve items from a distance, it may arouse suspicion. I never thought I would be reborn in my last life, otherwise I would have to remember 1 or 2 lottery numbers. There is only one way now. Rob the rich and give to the poor. Rob the loan company's wealth and help my own poverty. Loan companies like those usually keep some cash in a safe. As long as you find this kind of safe, you have room to operate. Huyu took his real estate certificate and started running between major banks with only one purpose: mortgage. But every time it was time to go through the process, he would leave with the real estate certificate instead of going through the process at the bank. Soon, a spirited young man wearing a black shirt and sunglasses came over. "Hey, buddy, need some money?" "Right." Huyu immediately became possessed by the movie king. In the last 2 months, the first thing he learned was to talk to people and to talk to ghosts. His acting skills have already reached the point where he can instantly kill all the traffic niche students. "Brother." He immediately hid the house book under his arm and asked softly, "Do you have any connections?" "As long as you have collateral, we have a way." What a coincidence. Huyu held out the real estate certificate. "Look, isn't this it?" "Okay." The spirited young man responded and immediately turned around. "Come on, brother, I will take you to find a way out." Soon, Huyu was taken to a tea house. The first floor is where tea is normally sold, while the second floor has a huge wooden table with an elegant middle-aged man sitting in front of it. When he saw someone coming, he said slowly, "A guest is here? Sit down quickly, how about you try this year's new tea?" "It's already July, still new tea? Are you trying to trick me into not understanding?" Huyu walked forward with a smile, held the housebook in his arms and asked, "What do you call the boss?" "Just call me Lao Tian." The middle-aged man raised his hand and said, "Come, sit down, what kind of business do you want to do?" "Boss Tian." Huyu sat down and pushed the housebook in front of him. "I want to get a loan." "I heard you have a way here." "As for loans, I don't have any, but I do have some for selling tea." "Huh? Are you just here to make fun of me?" Huyu knew what he meant, but he still snorted softly and was about to stand up, but was pushed down by a strong man behind him. "Hey, little brother, don't worry." Boss Tian served the tea and said in detail, "You mortgage your house with me and I will lend you money without interest, but as a friend, you have to buy some tea from me. So, you understand, right?" "Understood." Huyu pondered for a few breaths, and then asked, "How much tea do you want to buy? How much do you want to borrow?" 2 million, this house is far more than that." "How many days?" "A month." Boss Tian immediately beamed with joy and took out a box of tea from under the table. "This tea is this year's new tea. A box costs 10,000. Brother, I will buy 40 boxes and go back to try it." 40 boxes, which means an interest of 400,000 yuan a month. It's really cruel. Too much. In order not to be suspected, Hu Yu frowned and said, Boss Tian, can you buy less? Boss Tian's expression changed instantly. He raised his hand to drink tea and said, see you off. I'll buy it. But I want cash. Good. Boss Tian forced a smile on his face again and turned to look behind him. Shall we make the contract? Okay, boss. Hu Yu then picked up the teacup, took a sip, and watched Boss Tian get up and walk to the back of the tea room. If I guess correctly, the loan shark money is there. After a while, Boss Tian came over with 2 large handbags, placed them on the table, and held them down with his hands. Brother, let me ask you a question. What are you going to do with this money? Hu Yu had already prepared his words. He quietly leaned into Boss Tian's ear and whispered like a thief, Boss Tian, I'm telling you this because I think you are a righteous person. I have inside information, as soon as the market opens on Monday. Okay. Boss Tian didn't finish listening to the words. He pushed the money forward and held it in his hand. I won't listen to this kind of inside information. Brother, I wish you good fortune. Okay. Hu Yu picked up the handbag, feeling the weight of the sediment inside, turned around and walked out. Thank you, Boss Tian. It was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon when we left the tea house. The cell phone rings suddenly. Hu Yu turned on the screen and saw that the caller ID was Yi Wanqiu. Right. At this time, the movie should start. Food, stored. If you want to store more food, you have to wait until dark, and you can't worry about money. Not as good as. Let's play with her first. As soon as Hu Yu picked up the phone, there was an angry voice on the other end. Hu Yu, where are you? Why didn't I see you? Sorry. Hu Yu smiled and apologized. I just went to prepare a surprise for you. Just wait, I will be here soon. Snort. Yi Wanqiu snorted, that's pretty much it, but if the surprise later is not enough, I won't forgive you. Don't worry. Hu Yu hung up the phone, turned around, walked into the Van Cleef U0026 Arpels counter, and bought a 4-leaf clover necklace worth over 20,000 yuan. I can't bear to let the child catch the wolf. Remembering that in her last life, she promised herself to go out to watch a movie just for this necklace. At that time, he was so hooked that he had no time to think about this. He just swiped his card to pay, thinking about the lingering spring night at night. But this woman was nice. She said that the gas at her best friend's house was not turned off, so she turned around and left while wearing the necklace. Now think about it. Is the gas turned off? I'm afraid I won't have to go to the next show overnight. Now, it's my turn to catch you. Hu Yu carried the necklace and walked slowly to the cinema. It was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and the movie was almost halfway through. Yi Wanqiu just sat in the waiting area, looking at the elevator from time to time. The moment Hu Yu came out, her anger finally found its outlet. The moment Hu Yu saw her, his heart couldn't stop trembling. Fear struck, and the scene from the previous life suddenly appeared in my mind. He suppressed his trembling and stepped out of the elevator. The sound of high heels echoed in the theater foyer, attracting everyone's attention. It's over. This guy is so late, something will definitely happen. Humph. That's right. If you make a girl wait for so long, you should break up with him. The voices of the people eating melons sounded one after another. Everyone is waiting for the big melon to explode later. But Hu Yu just handed the bag forward. When she saw the logo on the bag, her anger dissipated instantly. Van Cleef U0026 Arpels. Guess this guy knows something. Here, a surprise for you. Snort. Yi Wanqiu took the bag smoothly, but still raised her lips. Don't think that buying me a gift can compensate me. I have been looking forward to this movie for a long time. Looking forward to the movie? If you hadn't fallen asleep watching this last time, I would have almost believed it. You really just opened your mouth and came. How about you open it and take a look first? Hu Yu forced a smile, maybe you will like it. Yi Wanqiu did not answer, but took out the necklace box from the bag, opened it and saw that it was the one she had been attracted to for a long time. Joy diluted the anger. "Have you seen my circle of friends?" "Humph, that's pretty much it." Yi Wancho's tone was filled with satisfaction. She handed the box behind her and said in a condescending tone, "Here, put it on for me." "Okay." Huyu picked up the necklace, passed it through her white and slender neck, and held both ends of the necklace tightly with both hands. "With just a little bit of force, this thing can be strangled to death." "Never mind. Not to mention that there is still a society ruled by law. If she were to be killed like this, it would be too easy for her. The end has not come yet, so she must enjoy it slowly." Under the gaze of everyone, Huyu finally put the necklace on her. Yi Wancho turned around, put her slender fingers on her collarbone, and said with a smile on her face, "How is it? Does it look good?" "Nice." Huyu nodded. In terms of appearance, Yi Wancho has good foundation, a good figure, and superb makeup skills, otherwise she would not have become a small internet celebrity with tens of thousands of fans. Of course, if the end comes, these things will only turn into sharp swords stabbing her. If Huyu hadn't sacrificed her life to protect her, she wouldn't have survived even a week, let alone the heavy rain period. But who knows what happens next? Huyu shook his head and shook the picture out of his mind. The movie has started. Let's not wait for the next scene. Let's go eat directly. Okay. Yi Wancho responded happily, even holding Huyu's arm. What should we eat? Jade Tan. Huyu spit out a name casually. Don't you always want to eat at that restaurant? It was the highest standard restaurant in the city. The per capita consumption is around 4 digits, and if we add some top-notch ingredients and drinks, it is likely to reach 5 digits. The last time Yi Wancho went out to eat with a rich man, she showed off in the circle of friends for 3 days. Really? Yi Wancho's eyes lit up. She didn't even wait for Huyu to answer or ask him where he got so much money. She already took out her mobile phone and made a call. I have their contact information. I'll order food. Huyu nodded, feeling that the softness on his arms was a bit piercing. Evening. As soon as the two arrived at the restaurant, the waiter greeted them immediately. Is this Miss Yi? Yes. Yi Wancho replied with her head held high. Hello, Miss Yi. The waiter bowed respectfully. Private room number 9 has been reserved for you. Welcome to come. Well, phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead/phoneme the way. Under the guidance of the waiter, the two came to the private room. Yi Wancho took the menu directly and started ordering. Huyu picked up the phone and started taking pictures. Are there any wild large yellow croakers today? There happen to be 2 today. The price is 3,980 yuan per catty. One is 2 catties and 5 tails, and the other is 3 catties. Yi Wancho glanced at Huyu, who was playing with his mobile phone without any trace, and found that he was not moving, so he immediately made a decision. I want both. 2? The waiter was stunned for a moment. Miss Yi, if 2 people eat, 1 piece is enough. It's fine. Yi Wancho took the menu and continued to scan other dishes. My brother didn't come today, so I packed it for him and took it back. She said and looked at Huyu again. Baby, is it okay? The word baby almost made Huyu shout out his PTSD. Younger brother? In her last life, she had never seen her have a younger brother. He could only force out a smile. It's okay. That's great. I love you the most. Mooah. A coquettish 3-game ending. Yi Wancho continued to order. Where's the king crab? Yes, the price. 2 of them. 4 bowls of millet and ginseng. Roast duck with white truffle, 4 cases. 2 soft boiled abalones, 4. 15 minutes later. Yi Wancho finally finished ordering the dishes. Huyu glanced at the prices printed on the menu. Okay. 88,800, including the 10% service fee, it is exactly 88,800. When Yi Wancho saw such an order, Huyu didn't even move. With little stars twinkling in her eyes, she took the initiative to raise the red wine glass. My dear, come on, let's drink. Here, cheers. Who smiled and took a sip of red wine, waiting for food to be served. One after another top-notch delicacies were served to the table. Who didn't move his chopsticks until. My dear, are you still playing with your phone? Eat? Okay. When Who heard what she said, he immediately showed off. Of course, the phone was always on for recording and kept nearby. After eating for 2 hours, the meal was finally over. All the food in front of Who was completely destroyed, but there was still a lot left in front of Yi Wancho. Pay the bill. Following Yi Wancho's order, the waiter walked in with the packed food and handed the bill to Who. What? Who glanced at the waiter and asked with some confusion, the meal was ordered by that lady, the dishes were ordered by that lady, and she even paid the bill. Why did you give me the bill? Sorry, sir. The waiter immediately apologized, turned around and walked to Yi Wancho. Who you? Yi Wancho immediately slapped the table and stood up. What do you mean? What do you mean? Who pretended to be confused, as if he had suddenly realized something, and pointed the phone camera at himself. Ah. By the way, thank you, Miss Yi, for the treat. After that, he pressed to stop recording and smiled at Yi Wancho. I filmed the entire meal. Miss Yi, you don't want this video to be seen by your fans, right? Yi Wancho values her reputation most. Don't underestimate her as a small internet celebrity. If this video gets out, her career as an internet celebrity will be ruined. Good. Very good. Yi Wancho laughed in anger. I didn't say I would treat you to this meal, did I? We can go AA at most. Hey. Don't. Who opened the video and moved the progress bar to the part where Yi Wancho asked him to eat. The video played. Look, you told me to eat, so I started eating. Yi Wancho's face turned red with anger. No wonder this bastard didn't start eating just now. So he was waiting here. Thank you again, Miss Yi, for treating me to dinner. Who stood up at the right time, used the space backpack to retrieve the necklace on her neck, turned around and went out, and didn't forget to give her a thumbs up. Miss Yi, you are a very nice person. Turning around, closing the door. Bang! Yi Wancho's voice came from the private room. Her tone was still high and mighty. If you don't want the packed things, return them to me. I'll keep the remaining money for my necklace. Tomorrow, wait. Where's my necklace? Who smiled. You bitch ate and drank my food in your last life, and finally ate me. These are just interest. When the doomsday comes, I'll slowly settle the accounts with you. He turned and went out. It's already 9 o'clock in the evening. The lights are on. In the bustling city, countless people have started their nightlife. They don't know, or even imagine, that in the next 7 days, no, to be precise, 166 hours later, the world will be completely different. It's already this time. I think Boss Tion should get off work. Now, it's time for me to go to work. Hui walked all the way to the tea house. When he arrived, he saw the lights in the tea house turned off. After Boss Tion went downstairs, he got in a Mercedes and left. Hui waited for a while, and after confirming that there was no one in the tea house, he changed his clothes from his space backpack and quietly came to the gate. With a thought, the gate disappeared instantly. He walked into the tea house and put the gate back again. Turning on the flashlight on his mobile phone, he went upstairs and soon found the place where Boss Tion put the money. The half-man-high safe was behind the tea house, without any cover. Hui repeated the method just now, put the safe door into the space, and the things stored inside instantly came into view. 4-layer safe. The bottom layer was filled with cash, estimated to be about 5 million. The second layer was full of gold bars, 500 grams each, and there were hundreds of them. The third layer was various contracts. When looking at the fourth layer, Huyu's pupils trembled. That was a gun. Take it away. Take them all away. It was a black pistol, the model was unknown, and there was a box of ammunition next to it. Including the third-level contract, Huyu took away everything at once. The contract is of course useless to him, but it can be used to confuse the public. After handling the scene, Huyu quickly ran towards home. He didn't expect that Boss Tian was so powerful that he could even get a gun. Now that I have money, I also have weapons at my side. Next, it's time to think about how to cash out the gold bars and exchange them for supplies. The current gold price is 600 yuan per gram, and there are exactly 100 500-gram gold bars in the safe, which is 30 million. The money was enough for him to buy a small yacht. If you sell a large amount of gold bars in this city, you will definitely be discovered by Boss Tian. You have to escape first. Now go home, pack your things, and go to the airport. Buy the earliest ticket to fly to Ao Island. 40 million would attract attention to other cities, but to that place, it would only be a drop in the ocean. Fortunately, there should be what you need there. After Huyu ran 2 streets away, he called a car and drove home. He returned to the community all the way and took the elevator, feeling uneasy all the way. Even if he has experienced the apocalypse, he will feel unprecedented excitement when doing this kind of thing. With this money, it is enough to complete his preliminary preparations. Ding, the elevator opens. Huyu walked out of the elevator and subconsciously looked at his door. Just one glance and he was instantly stunned. People. All people. 10 burly men were blocking the door of his house. Each of them had tattoos on their arms, and their faces were full of flesh and blood, and they almost had the word ferocious written on their faces. The leader was a bald man, something Huyu had seen before. Of course, it was the previous life. His name is Li Mang, and he is one of Yi Wanqiu's licking dogs. It is said that he is very powerful in the city's underworld. If I guessed correctly, they must have come here under Yi Wanqiu's instructions. Although she was not present, she could not be separated from it. Are you Huyu? Li Mang confirmed. Well, it's me. Huyu replied calmly and continued to walk towards the door. If it were before, he might still be afraid. But now, all fear comes from insufficient firepower. He has a gun in his hand. It's fine if it's you. Li Mang stepped forward as he spoke, and a group of younger brothers quickly followed behind him. A sinister smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Boy, Missy asked me to tell you. The words are not finished yet. Huyu had already taken out his gun and pointed it at Li Mang's head. A kind smile crept onto her cheeks. What did she ask you to tell me? The cold metal touch was mixed with the smell of gunpowder that penetrated his nose and throat. Li Mang is absolutely sure of one thing. This is a real thing. The smile at the corner of Li Mang's mouth suddenly became honest, and he rubbed his hands with a flattering look on his face. Brother, please put this thing away first. You have something to say. I'll just say one thing. Huyu naturally did not put away the gun, but used the muzzle of the gun to pat Li Mang's face. Remember this. Snap. Bang bang. One time, heavier than the other. Long red marks covered his cheeks. Whatever she asked you to do to me today, you go back to her and do it again. Do you understand? Understood. Completely understood. Li Mang responded respectfully and climbed into the elevator regardless of the marks on his face. When leaving, I didn't forget to say goodbye to Huyu. Brother, please don't send me away. Good night and sweet dreams. The elevator doors are closed. Li Mang immediately covered his face and took a breath. That crazy woman. She kicked the iron plate and didn't even know it. CIAO. Boss, then, is that the real thing? A younger brother asked. Nonsense. Li Mang immediately replied, Boss Tian has an exact gun in his hand. I've seen it before. You can't imitate the gunpowder smell. It makes me angry just to talk about it. Li Mang pressed the button on the 3rd floor. Let's go and talk to that woman, at the same time. Huyu returned to the room and put some daily clothes and everything into the space backpack. Unfortunately, the goods purchased online have not arrived yet, otherwise I would just put them in the space. Perfect. He went out at night, and when the elevator passed by the 3rd floor, he didn't hear any movement. Instead, he saw a police car parked at the door of the unit building after going downstairs. Li Mang and Yi Wanqiu both stood in front of the police. The latter looked uninjured, but Li Mang's face was covered with scratches. This woman is indeed not a fuel-efficient lamp. Under the gaze of the two people, Hu Yu walked over as if he hadn't seen him. Take a taxi outside the community and head towards the airport. He had just contacted the airport and set off immediately, arriving in Macau in 3 hours. What? Flight? What flight do you want? Directly customize business charter flights. Isn't it just 200,000? Money is not as important as time. He confirmed with the airport that the ticket would be paid in cash. When I arrived at the airport, a beautiful stewardess in uniform was already waiting outside. She held a sign in her hand with only 6 words written on it. Welcome, Mr. Hu Yu. Hu Yu glanced through the car window, and his eyes instantly fell on her face. A name came to mind. Mu Lingxiu. She was also a resident of their building. In her previous life, she lived on the 27th floor, 1 floor lower than Hu Yu. When the rainstorm just came, she took in many residents on the lower floors. In the first few days, everyone was still at peace. They even shared food together and actively interacted in the owner group. But as the rainstorm continued to fall, human nature was also gradually extinguished. On the 15th day of the rainstorm, there was no news about Mu Lingxiu, but the residents she took in began to post exchange information in the owner group. Using the right to use a body in exchange for food. The picture is her with her hands and feet bound. In this regard, Yi Wanqiu once commented deeply. The saint, in the end, became a cousin. The two had communicated in their previous lives. At the beginning of the rainstorm, Mu Lingxiu took the initiative to distribute hot packs to every household. Hu Yu and Yi Wanqiu were no exception. He opened the car door and walked to Mu Lingxiu. Are you in charge of reception? Mr. Hu Yu? Mu Lingxiu seemed very surprised. The person who could spend 200,000 yuan to charter a plane to AO Island actually came by online car hailing, and he didn't even bring a bodyguard or assistant with him. It was also strange. It's me. Do you need to check your ID? No. Mu Lingxiu replied with a smile. In fact, she had seen Hu Yu's photo, but she was a little surprised. Sir, please come this way. We have already checked in for you. You will take Gulfstream G880 flight to AO Island. Wanji Airlines is dedicated to serving you. Yes. Hu Yu nodded, came to the business lounge, took out 200,000 yuan from his luggage bag to pay, and followed Mu Lingxiu to board the plane. It took less than 20 minutes for him to sit on the sofa of the business jet. Besides Mu Lingxiu, there was another flight attendant serving beside him. Hu Yu simply drank a glass of red wine and fell asleep. Too tired. After a busy day today, he was phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals or either slash phoneme extremely excited or extremely nervous, and he didn't rest. After a while, a reminder sound woke him up. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully surviving a day, the system has been upgraded. Unlock new function, panel. Distance to the next upgrade, 13 animals? Humans are also considered a kind of animal, right? Hu Yu subconsciously raised his eyes to look at Mu Lingxiu, and a panel suddenly popped up in front of him. Taiwan Novel Network. Name, Mu Lingxiu. Gender, female. Age, 21. Skills, proficient in service, proficient in first aid, proficient in nursing, basic firefighting, proficient in dance. Personality, Madonna, compassionate, flattering. Favorability, 20. Purity, 98. Note, the maximum value of purity is 100, and each negative distance relationship with a member of the opposite sex will be 1. Great! Now that he has a panel, he can recruit talents with confidence. Even if he owns a ship, if he relies on himself alone, he will never survive after the rainstorm. Crew, doctor, chef, and preferably bodyguard. Of course, the premise of all this is loyalty. Only when the favorability reaches above 90 can you completely trust each other. Brothers and sisters? In the last life, many brothers and sisters killed each other. Mr. Hu. Mu Lingxiu sensed Hu Yu's gaze and stepped forward respectfully. What do you need? Not yet. Hu Yu opened his eyes and looked out the dark window. How long will it take to land? In half an hour, we will arrive at Auto Airport. The airport has prepared exclusive services for you. Where is your next trip? We can prepare a car for you. Itinerary? By the way, I was busy booking air tickets and forgot to book a hotel. Time is urgent. Anyway, I have slept for a while, so I will go to get a boat first. I want to buy a large yacht. Hu Yu asked directly, can you find a seller for me? Please wait. Mu Lingxiu walked towards the cockpit. A few minutes later, she came back in high heels with a tablet in her hand. Mr. Hu, we just contacted the company. Our senior management happens to know a wealthy Hong Kong man who is ready to sell a yacht. The information has been sent. Please take a look. Yes. Hu Yu responded and took the tablet. The specific information of the yacht was on it. 155 meters long, 2 meters high beam, 5,517 tons displacement, maximum speed 19 knots. In addition, there are landing craft, 2 helicopter pads, 2 motorboats, and a lifeboat. It can accommodate more than 50 people working on the ship and has 30 suites. If it is just a small yacht, 40 million can be easily done, but a yacht of this level, I'm afraid it will cost hundreds of millions. Hu Yu flipped through the pictures calmly, and saw the price marked on the last picture. 1 billion. Support installment payment, the first payment must be at least 50%. Where is the ship now? It's in Ao Island. Mu Lingxiu responded respectfully, if you need it, we can contact the shipowner and let you see the ship as soon as possible. Contact. Hu Yu put the tablet on the table and closed his eyes. The worst way is to take it away directly. But that thing is more than 100 meters long. Even if you bypass the port supervisors, it is impossible to take it away quietly. The best way is to buy it. 1.05 billion. I only have 40 million, and I still need nearly 30 times. Back then, Chen Daozi could win 37 million with 20 yuan. I have a system. It shouldn't be a problem to win one. 1 billion with 40 million, right? 1 o'clock in the morning, casino. Hu Yu took out a gold bar, simply exchanged it for 300,000 chips, and walked to the gambling table. Betting on dice. The simplest gambling game. According to the points of the 3 dice in the dice cup, bet on size or number. Hu Yu looked at the dice cup tentatively, and a series of information immediately popped up. Name, dice cup, dice 3, 2, that's it. Hu Yu found a seat and sat down, and put all the chips in his hand on small. 5 o'clock in the morning. Hu Yu walked out of the casino. After a night of fighting, there was an unnamed promissory note in his space backpack, and the number on it was exactly 1 billion. Thinking that in order to make it round, Hu Yu kept winning until he won 3 billion before stopping. In addition, he transferred 900 million funds to a bank card to buy supplies. Mr. Hu. The casino manager saw Hu Yu leaving and immediately came up to him. Our casino sincerely invites you to stay in the presidential suite of our affiliated hotel, without any charge. No need. Hu Yu didn't want to rest yet. Now that the money issue is settled and the ship is on the way, the only thing missing is people. At least, find the right security personnel first. With 3 billion on his body, he really feels a sense of crisis. Okay, if you need anything, whether it's security, accommodation, or travel, you can come to me, I will serve you wholeheartedly. What do you mean? Hu Yu narrowed his eyes. Surveillance? Of course not. The casino manager immediately explained, we are thinking about your safety. If something happens to you in Ao Island, our casino business will not be able to do it. No wonder. The attitude of this casino is simply too good. And their purpose is also very simple. In addition to ensuring the face of the casino, they also want Hu Yu to come again next time. After all, of the 3 billion that Hu Yu won, only 100 million belonged to the casino, and the remaining 2 9 billion was won from other high-end customers of the casino. Even when gambling with those high-end customers, the casino took nearly 29 million from the winnings. Customers like this must be maintained well. Gambling will always lose. As long as people keep coming, they will spit out the money with interest sooner or later. That's good. The time to see the ship with the shipowner was 1 p.m., and it was still early. Huyu looked at the casino manager and asked, "Do you know where there is a reliable security company?" "Of course. 7 o'clock in the morning. There are still 156 hours before the rainstorm hits." Huyu came to a security company under the leadership of the casino manager. It is said that they provide security services for all casinos on the entire Australian island, and their professional level is needless to say. Every security guard has received professional training, and there are even retired soldiers who have come down from the battlefield. Huyu only said one sentence when he entered. "I want the best, the sooner the better." After seeing the casino manager following, the security company immediately started to call for people. In less than half an hour, there were 12 strong men standing in front of Huyu, all of whom were over 180 centimeters tall and covered with muscles. There were black, white, and yellow people. Huyu glanced over and the panels of the 12 people appeared in front of him. They had just met, and everyone's favorability was 0. The skills were also similar, nothing more than proficient in firearms, proficient in fighting, proficient in first aid and the like. But there was one person who stood out. Name, Shinshan. Gender, male. Age, 29. Skills, perfect survival, perfect fighting, perfect assassination, proficient in driving, proficient in firearms, proficient in first aid, proficient in swimming, proficient in off-roading, proficient in cooking. Personality, daughter slave, loyalty, heroism, loyalty. Favorability, 0-3. Perfect skills, 6 proficient skills, except for off-roading, which is useless. It can be said that he was born for the end of the world. Especially personality. Loyalty, passion, loyalty. These 3 affixes are perfect choices for bodyguards. As for the daughter slave, wouldn't it be better to bring his daughter on board with him? However, he was not among the 12 people, but was sweeping the floor with a broom at the door. He didn't look like a bodyguard, but more like a cleaner. Huyu stood up and walked in front of Shinshan. The other party seemed to sense something and looked up at him. "It's you." As soon as he finished speaking, not only Shinshan, but everyone present was stunned for a moment. "Isn't this guy looking for a top bodyguard? How did you find Bao Jie?" One of the black bodyguards heard this and cursed directly. "This is an insult. An insult to us. That's right. You actually choose a trash to clean up." A yellow man in the crowd also jeered. His accent did not sound like a Chinese. There is an old saying in your country called grandstanding, and it is talking about people like you. What a waste of our time. Tanaka. Only then did the boss of the security company speak. He frowned and said angrily, "Why are you talking to your customers?" "Boss, he." Tanaka did not restrain himself, but looked at the company boss. "I only have a cooperative relationship with you, you are not my boss. You let such a person humiliate my Bushido spirit, I want to terminate cooperation with you. Aodao, you are not the only security company. If you don't give us a reasonable explanation, we will terminate the cooperative relationship with you." "You." Boss, he was speechless for a while. Huyu looked in front of him with great interest, acting like a crowd eating melons. However, Shinshan next to him took the initiative to speak. "You want to hire me?" "Yes." "Long-term employment." Huyu immediately responded, "The price and conditions are all up to you. I have a daughter, and I want to be in the same city as her." "Good." "An annual salary of 3 million. "Good." "A property that belongs to me doesn't need to be too big, just 2 bedrooms is enough." "Good." "A car should preferably have better off-road performance." "Good." "Except for what a bodyguard should do, I won't do anything else." "Good." "I have no problem." Shinshan's favorability +10, now 10 at this moment. The whole place was silent. The 5 conditions that Shinshan just spat out in his series stunned the 2 people who were at war with each other in front of them. Especially that Tanaka. He had thought about how rich Huyu was, but he didn't expect him to be so rich. Annual salary of 3 million. Not to mention there are many additional conditions. These are considered the top treatments among the top bodyguards. Why did you let a cleaning lady take it away? Boss. Tanaka's eyes lit up. He didn't care to get angry with Boss He, and walked directly to Huyu, wagging his tail like a dog. I am the most suitable bodyguard for you. No. Huyu didn't say anything, just took half a step back and looked at Shinshan. Without him having to say anything, Shinshan had already raised his hand to stop Tanaka, preventing him from moving forward. Get out of the way. You loser. Tanaka cursed and took action immediately. The palm of his hand struck directly at Shinshan's head. The next moment. Before Huyu could react to what had happened, a sound of flesh and bone colliding sounded in his ears. When he came to his senses, Tanaka had fallen to the ground, unconscious. As for Shinshan, he was still blocking Huyu. Is this the difference between mastery and perfection? It's a bit too big. Huyu had the idea of testing Shinshan and looked at the other 11 bodyguards. I didn't say I would only hire one person. If any of you can get past him and come to me, I will give you the same treatment. The 11 bodyguards immediately looked at each other and took action at the same time without any hesitation. They work as bodyguards just for money. An annual salary of 3 million. Even if they only do it for a year, it will be enough for them to spend a long time. It's a pity that their opponent is Shinshan. Under the siege of 11 people, Huyu was finally able to see Shinshan take action. His body full of muscles seems to have no bones. He can always dodge in time when people are attacking him and launch a counterattack at the first time. One punch, one kick. There seems to be no plan for attacking, but he can always knock down the opponent in the first place. He even deliberately avoided some fatal parts. If those fists and kicks landed on their throats, hearts, and brains, there are probably 11 corpses on the ground now. Not only Huyu, but also Boss He was stunned. He never thought that there was such a great person hiding in his company. Very good. Boss He exclaimed and immediately stepped forward to rub his hands. Boss, congratulations on finding your favorite bodyguard. Shall we sign the contract now? With an annual salary of 3 million, including our commission, you only need to pay 4.5 million per year to get his protection. There is plenty of money. But Huyu looked at Shinshan and asked, is this contract signed with you or with him? Sign with him for 1 year. Shinshan said immediately, when I was desperate, he gave me a job. Good. Huyu understood what Shinshan meant. A year's commission means that the 2 of them will have nothing to do with each other from now on. It's really quite loyal. Boss He also realized this meaning. It's just that it's good if he can make money, so he doesn't worry too much. Shinshan's favorability plus 10, now 21. 5 million for 10 points of favorability, it's worth it. The contract was signed, and it was already 9 o'clock in the morning. Boss. Shinshan changed his clothes and followed Huyu out of the security company. Will your next trip be in Ao Island, or? I want to go back to the inland and leave this afternoon. Stay in Ao Island? This place is by the sea, and the tsunami will sweep here within 3 days of the heavy rain. Instead of looking for another place to settle down, it is better to stay in your own nest and get through the heavy rain period first. After all, everyone there is quite familiar to me. Then I need to pick up my daughter and take care of some personal matters. Okay. Huyu gave him his contact information. Can you get it done before 1 p.m.? Sure. Do you need money? No, the money you just transferred to Boss He has been deposited into my account. That's good. Huyu and the casino manager watched Shinshan leave together. Mr. Hu, let me say something. The casino manager frowned slightly. 3 million, for an ordinary person, is enough to make him abandon everything and choose to flee. Don't use a person you doubt, and don't doubt a person you use. Huyu simply replied, and according to the plan, it was time to purchase the next thing. Weapons. As soon as the thought came to his mind, his stomach made a sound. I'm hungry. From the early morning until now, he has not eaten anything except the desserts in the casino. It's just right, buy more things to enrich your food inventory. By the way, buy some small things for Shin-chan's daughter to improve her favorability. As for the weapons, Shin-chan has perfect assassination skills, so he should be able to get these things. After he has dealt with his personal affairs, just give it to him. Huyu looked at the casino manager and asked, Manager Yang, right? Hey, what do you want? I heard that there are many delicious foods in Australia Island, why don't you take me around? Sure. In the morning, after Huyu had a simple breakfast, he took Manager Yang to start shopping. The latest PS5, Switch 2nd generation, Xbox and other electronic entertainment devices were all bought for 10 people. All kinds of photographic equipment, headphones, speakers, mobile phones, massage chairs, and VR equipment are all missing. Especially computers. 5090 graphics card, 15th generation i9, Prodigal Eye's various configurations are fully loaded, there are also 10 units, and it is also full of various standalone games. If nothing else, these are the crystallization of human industrial history. Once the rainstorm ends, everything will be overturned. With these things, it is obvious that a new civilized society can be built faster. Well, it's definitely not for fun. These are all available in one stop at the largest electronics city in Australia. When paying, the waiter was stunned. Manager Yang asked professionally from the side, Mr. Hu, do you want to go through customs formalities for you in advance? No. Huyu glanced at the truck that was loading, just let the truck follow me, customs? He didn't mind paying some tariffs, but he did mind that the road was too slow. Anyway, I have to buy a boat, transport things on the boat, and then put the boat into the space backpack. Everything is okay. By the time everything was loaded into the car, it was already 11 o'clock. Manager Yang very kindly invited Huyu to dine at their 3-star Michelin restaurant, Chongtian Restaurant. Of course, it's also free. Huyu didn't show any politeness phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme, he just wanted to take it all for free. As soon as he got on the extended link into the restaurant, Shin-chan called. Boss, my matter has been taken care of. Where can I find you? You know Chongtian Restaurant, right? I know, I'll be there in half an hour. Good. Huyu responded, hung up the phone, and looked at Manager Yang, preparing a meal for 3, is that okay? Certainly. Manager Yang sat opposite Huyu and respectfully handed him a glass of champagne, as you wish. Huyu took the champagne and took a sip. The cold taste fills the mouth. It would be nice if there wasn't that rain. That money is enough for me to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live slash phoneme like this every day in the future. Pity Huyu looked at the golden liquid in the cup and secretly made up his mind. And? Even if it is the second before the world is destroyed, I will maintain this standard of living. How much does this champagne cost? 10,080 bottles. If you need it, we will send you a box for you to taste. In addition to the box given, I also want to buy some more. How much to buy? Huyu pointed at the truck behind Lincoln, here comes a truck. One car? The kind of small truck at the back? Isn't it okay? Of course not. The smile returned to Manager Yang's face again, we will serve you wholeheartedly and will be ready for you this afternoon. Another cart of red wine, a cart of whiskey, and a cart of liquor. The quality is higher, and the price is not an issue. Also, do you also use that kind of car outfit? The smile on Manager Yang's face has disappeared. Certainly. 12 noon. Lincoln drove outside the casino. Before Huyu got out of the car, he saw Shin-chan holding a little girl by his hand and standing respectfully by the roadside. The little girl looked extremely cute, with the sun shining on her face, she looked like a doll, but she was sitting in a wheelchair. The car was parked aside. Manager Yang immediately got out of the car, opened the door, and got off the car to meet Huyu. Boss. Shin-chan pushed the little girl to greet him, and he did not forget to teach the little girl to call people, Bubu, call me uncle. Hello, brother. Bubu looked at Huyu with curiosity. Are you my father's future boss? Yes. Huyu squatted in front of the wheelchair, with a smile on his face, and smiled at Bubu. Is your name Bubu? How old are you this year? I am 7 years old this year. Where is my brother? How old is he now? I'm already 24, you have to call me uncle. No. Bubu exclaimed, Dad said that when you meet anyone without a beard, you call me brother. Brother, you don't have a beard and you are so good looking. How can you call me uncle? You should call me brother. Huyu couldn't laugh or cry for a moment. Then what kind of person should be called uncle? He. Bubu raised his hand and pointed at Manager Yang. He has wrinkles on his face, so he should be called uncle. Forehead Manager Yang smiled helplessly, but he didn't feel disgusted. Phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals or either slash phoneme. A girl like Bubu, no matter what she says, can never make people feel disgusted. Huyu also rubbed her head, liking it very much. He looked at Chen Shan and smiled, your daughter is so cute. As long as the boss doesn't mind. Chen Shan replied helplessly, looking down at Bubu with eyes full of pity. Let's go and eat first. Huyu looked at Bubu. What does Bubu like to eat? Brother, please eat. Really? Bubu's eyes instantly lit up, and he started counting with his fingers. Bubu likes to eat egg tarts, pineapple buns, pork chop buns, ice cream and chocolate. You can eat all of these. Before Huyu could answer, Shinshan rubbed her head and said, No, you have eaten chocolate today. If you eat chocolate again, your teeth will be damaged. Oh, Bubu lowered his head, like an eggplant beaten by frost. It's okay, I'll eat the same from now on. Huyu looked at Manager Yang and said, We also have a cart of these things. You know the quality. Ah. Manager Yang was stunned for a moment. Mr. Hu, egg tarts are not easy to store. One cart. Huyu didn't say much, just uttered one syllable. I'll arrange for you to buy it right away. Boss, the corner of Shinshan's mouth also twitched. You don't have to spend so much money. How can a child eat so much? Just have one portion. He thought that the so-called car should be a unit of measurement such as a supermarket shopping cart, so he was not too surprised. It's okay, you'll know later. As a bodyguard, Shinshan will know some things sooner or later. As long as the favorability level rises to a certain level, Huyu will naturally tell him something. Of course, not now. Huyu looked at Bubu with a smile on his face. Bubu, let's go have lunch first. Okay. Seeing that Huyu was so kind to Bubu, Shinshan's favorability level also increased again. Shinshan's favorability plus 9, now 29, just a little short of 30. From this point of view, every 10 points of favorability is a threshold. As long as this threshold is exceeded, the attitude will change qualitatively. Huyu also looked at Bubu in the wheelchair, and the panel belonging to her also popped out. Name, Shin Bubu. Gender, female. Age, 7. Skills, proficient in cuteness, elementary singing, and elementary playing. Personality, well-behaved, obedient, sensible, and eager to learn. Favorability, 19. Everyone walked into the private room of the restaurant, and Shinshan's security work began from this moment. He carefully checked every dish that was served before serving it to Huyu's table. According to the rules, he was originally going to take Bubu out to eat. But before he could speak, Huyu had already taken the cut steak and went to feed Bubu. Brother, I will do it myself. Bubu seriously refused. Bubu is very powerful, you can even eat by yourself. Okay, Bubu is the best. Huyu also put down his knife and fork and looked at Shinshan, who was busy next to him. Brother Shin, please sit down and eat quickly. You have something to do later. That's okay. Shinshan also discovered that the meal was for 3. He didn't refuse, sat next to Bubu and started eating. Huyu looked at the panel and felt happy. Shinshan's favorability plus 10, now 30. Shin Bubu's favorability plus 11, now 30. Not only Shinshan's, but also Bubu's. As for Manager Yang, he didn't enter the private room, he was probably busy preparing things. 12 noon. As soon as the time arrived, the phone vibrated. Yu opened the screen and found that the call was from Mu Lingxiu. He picked up the phone and heard her voice immediately on the other end. Mr. Hu, the boat owner has been contacted. Is there any change in your itinerary? If there is no change, we can pick you up and take you to the dock to watch the boat. No. Yu picked up a napkin and wiped his mouth. We'll be right over. It was still the stretched Lincoln, but with Shinshan and Boo Boo on the seats. Behind the small truck that contained electronic equipment, there were 9 new small trucks. When she found out that there were 5 cars filled with her favorite things, she was stunned. Including Shinshan is no exception. Good guy, do rich people buy things by the truck? I thought it was a shopping cart. For this reason, Boo Boo's favorability directly exceeded 40. But Chen Shan's favorability dropped back to 29. Too many. There are just too many. This had to make him wonder if Yu had another purpose. Boo Boo was very excited. After getting Chen Shan's permission, he ate an egg tart. When Yu saw this, he wished he could get another car. I can't help it, this girl is too cute. This is just proficiency in being cute. If you develop this skill to a perfect level, you will be able to charm many people to death. Mr. Hu, the port has arrived. Manager Yang's voice sounded from the side, which made him look away from Boo Boo. Only then did Yu realize that the vehicle had been parked outside the pier. Mr. Hu, this terminal has regulations. Unless there are procedures for loading goods, trucks are not allowed to enter. These goods. Just put it outside. Yu opened the car door and walked out first. He stretched out his hands towards Boo Boo and said, Boo Boo, brother, can I carry you down? Boo Boo didn't speak, but turned to look at Shinshan, asking for his opinion. Maybe it's because the favorability isn't enough. Shinshan did not agree, but got out of the car and hugged Boo Boo into his arms. Boss, I don't need to trouble you anymore. Yu smiled awkwardly and said nothing. He knew what Boo Boo meant to Shinshan, and how could he let him have phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme contact with Boo Boo after only knowing her for a day? It's okay, the days are still long, just take your time. Yu has made up his mind. Boo Boo is so cute, she will not only be her goddaughter, but also her daughter-in-law. He turned to look at Manager Yang, who was about to get off the car. Manager Yang, I don't need you to accompany me for the rest of the way. After seeing the ship, we will board the plane. You calculate the price of the truck and other goods together, and I will pay you a unified price. Mr. Hu, you're welcome. As he spoke, Manager Yang took out the POS machine and handed it to Yu with both hands. For trucks of wine, each with 500 bottles, the total price is 26.88 million, and the remaining desserts and snacks are still within the scope of my authority. Treat it as a gift to you. Nearly 30 million drinks, which is about the same amount. Yu decisively swiped his card. After watching Manager Yang leave, he ignored the 10 trucks outside the pier and walked towards the inside of the pier. Before he had even taken 2 steps, Mu Lingxiu came running quickly with a middle-aged man in a suit and leather shoes. Mr. Hu. Chen Shan subconsciously took a step forward, protecting Yu and Boo Boo behind him. It's an acquaintance, it's okay. Yu replied, raising his hand to say hello to Mu Lingxiu. Hello, Mr. Hu. The middle-aged man stretched out his right hand towards him with a smile on his face. I am the general manager of Wanji Airlines. My name is Li Wei. Please take care of me. Manager Li, Yu stretched out his right hand to shake his hand. Is the seller here? Arrived, already arrived. Li Wei turned sideways and invited everyone to walk into the pier. Please follow me. Under his leadership, Yu quickly saw the ship. Long. Too long. This is Yu's first feeling. I don't have much idea from the pictures and phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data slash phoneme. It's 155 meters long and 19.2 meters high, which doesn't seem big. But if you calculate it, if the ship stood up, it would be as high as a 50-story building, and its width would be as high as a 6-story building. How did such a giant creature look so small in the picture? Could it be that the photographer studied in the War Ignorance Bureau? Huyu was stunned for a moment and looked at the ship's panel. Name, Sanpias category, large yacht overall rating, A+ equipped facilities, 1 large audio-visual room, 1 concert hall, 2 bars, 3 restaurants, 2 saunas, 2 heated swimming pools, 2 gyms, 1 helipad, 3 reception rooms, 3 meditation rooms, 2 chess and card rooms, 1 cigar room, wine there are 1 cellar, 12 luxury suites, 24 guest rooms, 36 standard rooms, 2 motorboats well maintained, and 3 lifeboats well maintained. Active crew, 42. Taking a deep breath, Bubu next to him exclaimed. Wow! What a big boat! Bubu's eyes were bright with stars, and he wanted to go there and play, but he suppressed the desire in his eyes, not wanting to cause trouble to others. My little sister is right. Although this ship is not as huge as a cruise ship, it is still very big among yachts. Li Wei smiled and replied, pointing to the entrance of the electric gangway, Mr. Hu, please. Huyu walked into the entrance with a calm and steady attitude. As soon as they entered the ship, they saw 2 stewards who looked as good as Mu Lingxiu standing on both sides, with their hands on their waists, professional smiles on their lips, and bows. Welcome to the Sanpias, it's a pleasure to serve you. The voice is pleasant to the ear and the appearance is good-looking. Huyu subconsciously glanced at their panels. Okay. The purity is almost falling into single digits. It really fits the old saying, handsome people cough and suffer, beautiful people cough and suffer. He immediately lost interest and turned to look at Li Wei. Where is the ship owner? He is waiting for you in the deck reception room. Li Wei responded helplessly. He couldn't tell Huyu that he had never heard of your name and didn't think you could afford the money. If it weren't for the face of our company's boss, the other party might not even meet you. Ha! Huyu sneered and said nothing. He naturally understood the situation in front of him, but it was meaningless to pick on clothes. Everyone came to the deck reception room. Except for the bodyguard standing next to the sofa and 4 coolly dressed stewards, no one who looked like the shipowner was seen. Until a water spray sounded, a shirtless figure jumped out of the swimming pool on the deck. Shinshan was quick to cover Bubu's eyes. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme your eyes, don't look. Oh. Bubu was obedient and really closed his eyes. A fat blonde man jumped out of the swimming pool, laughing wildly and saying in broken Chinese, ha ha ha, Li. We meet again. He walked all the way to Li Wei, ignoring the water droplets on his body. The other party was wearing a high-end suit and gave him a hug. What are your plans tonight? How about we have a party? James, forget it, don't you have business to discuss? Li Wei smiled bitterly. Oh, that's terrible. James looked at Huyu, looked him up and down, his eyes full of disdain. It's you? Want to buy my St. Pius? Huyu didn't want to waste time, so he spoke directly. Price. 1 billion. No bargaining. Here you go. Huyu threw out a promissory note and handed it to James. Now, take your people and leave my ship. James? Li Wei. Mu Lingxiu? Is this a rich man? 1 billion. Not 21 yuan. He didn't even blink. Unlike me, I have to think twice before buying a cup of milk tea for 21 yuan. Okay, boss. James, as if afraid that Huyu would go back on his word, immediately put away the check, found a contract in the reception room, quickly signed his name on it, and then handed it to Huyu. Boss, sign your name, the money belongs to me, and the boat belongs to you. Huyu also quickly signed his name on the document. The contract was reached. The speed was so fast that the bodyguards and flight attendants next to him didn't come back to their senses. Go go go. James kissed the promissory note, put it inside his suit, and called his bodyguard, let's go. Casino, casino. Well, he turned out to be a gambler. If I had known earlier, I would have made an appointment with him at the gambling table directly, and I wouldn't have had so much trouble. Huyu rolled his eyes helplessly, his eyes fixed on the 4 flight attendants in cool clothes. With just one look, the 4 of them rushed over at the same time. Boss. The 4 cool stewards rushed over together. Huyu was careless and didn't dodge, thinking that since Shinshan was there, he shouldn't let these guys get phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme. But he didn't expect. Shinshan covered Bubu's eyes and didn't move. Huyu was thrown to the ground, and before he could say a word, he was bombarded by the flaming red lips. Fortunately, he reacted in time. He saved his 79 three-piece short-sleeved shirt and shorts with free shipping. Brother Shen. Help! A voice fell. Shinshan immediately took action, holding one in each hand, and took the 4 stewards to the side. Huyu was finally able to catch his breath, and collapsed on the sofa, calming down the jumping little dinosaur. He immediately summoned everyone on the ship in the deck reception room. You don't know until you see it, you will be shocked. There are 42 crew members, except for the 12 who are responsible for driving the yacht, the remaining 30 are all stewards. Sure enough, rich people are not as happy as we imagine. We can't even imagine the happiness of rich people. After checking their panels, Huyu made the same decision for them. Fired. Each of them was given a considerable severance pay and asked to leave the ship. Mu Lingxiu and Li Wei were also asked to leave. The flight was scheduled for 2 p.m. Huyu sent the 2 away on the pretext that there were still some things to deal with. Now, there are only 3 people on the huge ship. Huyu, Shinshan, and Bubu, who was full of curiosity. Brother Shen. Hey, boss. Huyu looked at Shinshan with a face full of resentment. He was checking the remaining hidden dangers of the ship at this moment. Why didn't you stop them just now? I thought you didn't want to resist. Shinshan replied seriously. Next time, no matter who it is, as long as they rush over, they will be blocked back. Okay, boss. Huyu sighed helplessly and looked at Shinshan's panel. Now his favorability towards me is still only 29. Not even 1/3 of the passing line. Unfortunately, it's too late. Let's go, let's get off the boat. Okay, boss. Shinshan replied, and followed Huyu to get off the boat, without asking the reason or the next arrangement. Until he followed Huyu to the bow. Huyu squatted in front of Bubu and rubbed her head. Bubu, do you want to see magic? I want to see. Bubu immediately replied, what magic is my brother going to perform? Bubu is very smart. I will definitely expose you. That's not necessarily true. Huyu patted the hull. Bubu, look carefully. 3, 2. Snap. A snap of fingers fell. The 100-meter giant, the St. Pius, disappeared in the port in an instant. Not only Bubu, but even Shinshan, who had always been calm, couldn't help but tremble. This has exceeded his understanding of the world. Ding ding ding. Huyu clapped his hands and pointed to the empty dock behind him. How is it, brother is awesome. Pa pa pa. Bubu clapped his hands immediately, his eyes full of stars. Brother is awesome. How did you do this? It's a magic trick. Huyu put his finger between his lips. It won't work if you tell it to me. Oops. Bubu took Huyu's sleeve. Brother, just tell Bubu. No. Huyu refused with a smile, and then smiled. If Bubu wants to see it, brother can still perform for you. It depends on whether you can guess it. Okay. Huyu pushed Bubu and walked out of the dock with Shinshan, all the way to the 10 trucks, and put all the cars into the space backpack with the same method. Bubu's hands were almost red from clapping. Although he never figured out what was going on, he just thought it was a magic trick. As for Shinshan, he was completely confused. Once he even touched one of the cars quietly, but the car still disappeared in front of him. Is this really something a human can do? He tried several times to ask Huyu what was going on. But he finally endured it. Seeing that he didn't ask, Huyu didn't intend to explain anything to him. It depends on how long he can endure it. The most important thing now is to leave Ao Island first. A luxury yacht disappeared out of thin air. Even if I, the owner of the ship, didn't bring it up, there would be many people who would pay attention to it. The sooner we leave here, the better. The 3 of them went all the way to the airport and boarded the chartered plane at 1:30 p.m. to embark on the journey back to Jinling. Huyu was not idle during the 2 hours on the road. The community where he lives has 2 elevators and 4 households. He contacted the other 3 residents on the 28th floor in the owner group, discussed the purchase details, and planned to buy the top floor of the building directly when he returned to Jinling. Because he was a little anxious, the price was 30% higher than the market price. The price was not expensive, just the price of a few cars of wine. The plane landed. Huyu took Shinshan to go through the formalities together. According to the agreement, he had to buy a local property for Shinshan, one of which was directly transferred to him, and the other was given to Bubu. Although this thing was just a cloud after the rainstorm, it is now a real property worth tens of millions. This time Bubu's favorability did not change, but Shinshan's increased again. Shinshan's favorability +1, now 30. It seems that fulfilling the promise is quite important. Strike while the iron is hot. Huyu went to the 4S store again. Get all the 24 Brabus G800 models. The name still says Chen Shan. With this car, you can still go out for activities 2 days before the heavy rain comes. By the time I finished all this work, it was already 7 o'clock in the evening. There are still 144 hours until the rainstorm hits. Huyu took the 2 of them to Yuten for a simple meal, cleared out their inventory of high-end ingredients along the way, and performed another little magic trick in front of Bubu. It was already 11 o'clock in the evening when I got home. The other 3 residents on the top floor have all moved out. Bubu was so tired that he lay down on the bed and fell asleep. Chen Shan silently followed Huyu back to his house. Come on, brother Shen. Huyu sat at the dining table, took out the liquor prepared by manager Yang and took a look. Okay. Maozi, he was born in 2004. Fei Tian Mutai 20 years ago. No wonder it's so expensive. It's hard to believe that he was able to get so many. He took out the wine glass and poured himself a glass, then placed another glass on the opposite side to add more wine to Shinshan. Then he took out a box of egg tarts, took out one, and took a bite. The crust was crispy and sweet, and the center of the tart was still steaming. What do you want to ask? I'll give you 3 chances. Shinshan's eyes widened. Not because of the wine, but because of Huyu's methods. He simply sat across from him, drank the wine in one gulp, and then put it down. Boss, who are you? As you can see, a man. Huyu took another bite of the egg tart. If this is the only problem, then you have failed to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme up to my expectations of you. Chen Shan frowned slightly, and then asked, what do you want me to do? Protect my personal safety. Huyu answered honestly, in exchange, I will also protect you and Bubu. Chen Shan knew it. The protection here must not be the protection you understand, but on another level. There is one more question. Think it through before asking. Chen Shan hesitated for a few breaths. All the information about Huyu flashed in his mind. A young man in his early 20s. This is where he lives all year round. He doesn't look like a rich man, but he can spend a lot of money to buy those things. It seems that he got the money after gambling heavily on AO Island. Being able to choose oneself among a group of bodyguards, with such mysterious means, without having to think about it with the lower body. What can such a person ask himself? He thought for a long time, took another sip of wine, and finally looked up at Huyu. What is your purpose? Purpose? Just to survive. Huyu also drank the white wine in the glass, feeling the heat coming from his throat, and uttered a faint sentence. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme well in the coming apocalypse. As soon as he finished speaking, Shinshan's eyes widened. The end of the world? July 13th, 7 p.m. Huyu looked at Shinshan and slowly said, at that time, heavy rain will fall all over the world at the same time. The rain will last for 49 days. After 49 days, the whole of Jinling will turn into an ocean. Maybe not only Jinling, but all the land will sink under the sea. And I just want to survive. Boss, you are drunk. Shinshan is a staunch materialist, and he obviously does not believe this rhetoric. Maybe. Huyu laughed twice, without explaining, just took out one thing after another from the space. Red wine, gold, pistol, egg tarts. These, and these. These are all my preparations for the coming of the end of the world. Of course. Huyu raised his head and looked at Shinshan in front of him. You, too. If you think I'm crazy, or don't want to continue to protect me, you can leave now. If you are willing to stay. Huyu filled the glass with white wine, raised the glass and leaned forward. From now on, we are brothers. As long as I have a bite of food to eat, I will never miss a bite of meat for you and Bubu. Shinshan fell silent. He looked at the glass in front of him, raised it and clinked it with Huyu, but did not drink it, but looked at Huyu seriously. I won't drink this glass of wine for now. July 13th, there are still 5 days left. In these 5 days, no matter what you want me to do, I will help you. After 5 days, if the rainstorm falls, we will drink this glass of wine again. If it doesn't fall, I will protect you for a year according to the contract. Don't blame me. Shinshan frowned slightly, his eyes fell on the door. I have to be responsible for Bubu. Okay. Huyu clinked glasses with him and put both glasses of wine into the space backpack. Your words are enough. We will drink this glass of wine in 5 days. Favorability from Shinshan +9, now 39. Increased favorability by 9 points. Although it is still not high, it is at least an improvement. Huyu sat back in his seat and put everything into the space, leaving only a pistol. Brother Shin, don't call me boss anymore. Just call me Xiao Hu or Xiao Yu. This is not good. Shinshan frowned and refused. There should still be some rules. Whatever you want, let's talk business first. Huyu said as he pushed the pistol on the table forward. Can you get this thing? Shinshan only took a look and was sure that it was a real thing. If the end of the world really comes, these things really need to be prepared in advance. Okay, it depends on how many you want, boss. How many? Huyu silently calculated in his mind. 1 for himself, 1 for Bubu, 1 for Shinshan, and 1 for self-defense for the future captain and medical team, and 4 extra for backup. 7 guns are enough. Now that we have 1, 8 will be enough. After all, it's not easy to get this thing, so don't make it too difficult for Shinshan. Huyu immediately raised his hand and made an 8 gesture. I understand. Shinshan nodded, and seemed to have begun to think about the way. The things are fine, but some funds are needed. Funds are trivial. Do you want cash or something? Gold is the best, but cash is not bad. That's easy. Huyu didn't know the specific value of the guns and the intermediate procedures, so he took out all the gold bars he got from Boss Tian. 100 gold bars immediately piled up into a small mountain. To ensure that everything was foolproof, he also slapped a bank card on the gold pile. There is still 100 million in the card, you can spend it as you like. Anyway, money won't be called money in a few days. Fortunately, Shinshan was mentally prepared and immediately replied, Boss, don't worry, I guarantee to complete the task. According to the boss's habit of buying things, isn't it just 8 trucks of guns? It's done. But boss, there are a lot of things. You may need to pick me up at the border when the time comes. I can't move it back alone. No problem. Huyu didn't doubt it, got up and walked towards the bedroom. 8 guns are indeed a lot. By the way, take the gun on the table for self-defense, don't get hurt. No, the boss may need it more. Huyu shrugged, but didn't deny it. He walked into the bedroom, threw himself on the bed, and fell asleep with his head on the pillow. I was so tired. The next day. Monday, July 8th, 7 a.m. There are still 132 hours before the end of the world. Huyu was awakened by the set alarm. He subconsciously turned over and got up, intending to go to work, but subconsciously came back to his senses. Go to work? I'm not going to work today, it's so cool, it's so cool. Blacklist all people and groups related to work. Turn off the alarm and continue to sleep. At the same time, there was a knock on the door outside. Brother, are you awake? This soft voice is definitely Bubu. Huyu's face full of resentment turned into an anti-smile, and she immediately got up and dressed. Hey, brother is awake, is there anything wrong with Bubu? Brother, can you come out for a moment? Bubu. Bubu can't open the door. Door? Huyu was stunned, and immediately changed his clothes and went out. As soon as he went out, he saw Bubu sitting in a wheelchair at the door of the toilet, his cute little face flushed. The door handle of the toilet was right in front, but Bubu couldn't stand up straight, and his arm was not long enough to open the door. Huyu didn't have time to think about it, and immediately went forward to help Bubu open the door, and then he became flustered again. Bubu, I'll find an ant to help you right away. No need, brother. Bubu skillfully controlled the wheelchair to enter the toilet, turned around and gave Huyu a smile. Bubu can do it himself. She closed the door as she said that. Huyu noticed that she pulled out a tube from behind. This girl, she is a little too sensible. And damn, where is Old Shin? Huyu was so angry that he turned around and found that the pistol was still on the table, with a note underneath. He went forward to put away the pistol, picked up the note underneath and took a look. Boss, I'm going to get something first. I'll ask you to take care of Bubu for a day. She's very sensible. If you have to go out for something urgent, you can leave her alone at home and wait for my news tomorrow morning. Damn! This Old Shin is so irresponsible. Huyu was about to call this guy when he heard Bubu coming out of the toilet. Before he could speak, Bubu apologized first. Brother, I'm sorry. I may have to trouble you to flush the toilet. I can't reach it. It's okay. Huyu immediately stepped forward, took Bubu out of the toilet, and went in to clean up. There's no rush to stock up other things now. We have to find a way to cure Bubu's leg, or find someone to take care of her. Once the rainstorm comes, her leg will really be hopeless. Huyu squatted down, and before he could speak, Bubu spoke first. Brother, do you want to have breakfast? Bubu will help you make it. Do you make your own breakfast at home? Huyu asked with concern. Yes. Dad is not at home sometimes, Bubu does it all by himself. Bubu said proudly, Bubu is amazing. Yeah. Bubu is awesome. Huyu praised him and then asked, Bubu, brother wants to take you to the hospital to see your leg, maybe we can find a way to cure you, are you willing to go with me? No need, brother. Bubu shook his head, Dad took me to see many doctors, and they all said that Bubu's leg is difficult to recover. Difficult does not mean impossible. Bubu, are you willing to try again? Huyu immediately asked, maybe there is hope? Yeah. Bubu nodded, Bubu is fine, as long as he doesn't let Dad cry again. Oh, that rough guy Lao Shin can cry again. Next time, find a chance to record him, which can also be regarded as a pastime in the end times. Huyu took out his mobile phone and called the manager of the local Wanji Airlines. Charter a plane to Yujing. No matter how much money we have to cure Bubu's leg before the end of the world. Maybe we can also build a medical team. 9 o'clock in the morning. Yujing Sheha Hospital. With the money, and the promise of donating a new inpatient building to Sheha, all the orthopedic, neurological, and TCM chief physicians in Yujing gathered together for a seminar. After a detailed examination, the doctors came to a conclusion. It can be cured. After getting these two words, Huyu had no other questions and directly used his money to pave the way. The experts are abroad? Charter a plane. Please come back. The equipment is out of town? Charter a plane and transport it now. However, at the seminar, there was also a person who put forward a different idea. I object. It was a female doctor. To be precise, it was a very young female TCM doctor. Among a group of gray-haired doctors, she looked particularly dazzling. This was not only because of her age, but also because of her appearance. Even the black-framed glasses as thick as a little finger could not suppress her peerless beauty. The patient is still too young. If this treatment is used, there is a high probability that she will die. Even if it is successful, she will have many hidden dangers as her body grows. But this is the fastest way. The director of orthopedics, who led the use of Western medicine, frowned and said, of course we want to wait until she is 18 years old. This is the request of the patient's family. The sooner the better. The operation must be completed within 5 days so that the little girl can stand up. Upon hearing this, the female doctor immediately turned her head and looked at Huyu. Why? Why else? Gyubu can wait until she is 18 years old, but you can't. That operation requires the collective cooperation of an entire medical team and dozens of professionals. Even if they were all brought on board and there was no reduction in personnel during the apocalypse, they would not be able to hold a scalpel after 11 years. If they were to bring new doctors up for training, there would not be enough teaching environment in practical cases, and he would not dare to let them operate on Bubu. Huyu didn't know how to explain, so he could only say helplessly, "This is my request. If this method doesn't work, think of another plan." The dean was speechless for a moment, so he had to look at the female Chinese medicine doctor. "Xiao Xiao, do you have any ideas?" "There is an ancient prescription that you can try." The female Chinese medicine doctor looked at Huyu and said lightly, "The girl's condition is that the bullet hit her spine, causing nerve damage in the lower body, half of her body paralyzed, and both legs were hit by bullets. Fortunately, she was treated in time and is still in a state of growth. If you can use Chinese medicine and acupuncture to slowly stimulate nerve repair for a long time, and then use plasters to cooperate, maybe she can slowly stand up." "For a long time?" Huyu caught the key words, "How long?" "I don't know about this. It depends on the individual's physique. At least 3 to 5 years, and at most." "I don't know." Huyu didn't speak, but looked at the female Chinese medicine doctor. The other party's panel immediately appeared in front of him. Name: Xiao Zhisu. Gender: female. Age: 22. Skills: perfect consultation, perfect massage, perfect pharmacology, perfect acupuncture, perfect bone setting, perfect medicinal diet, proficient in medicine, proficient in psychology, proficient in ancient Chinese, proficient in gathering, proficient in geography, proficient in cooking. Personality: compassion, kindness, black-bellied, petty, curious, gossipy, middle school purity, 100 favorability, 0. Huyu was stunned when he saw it. 6 perfections, 6 proficiency. Even more terrifying than Xin Shan's skill tree. This is simply the perfect hexagonal nanny. No wonder she can sit in this seminar at this age. If she is on the ship, it is equivalent to having an extra medical team. But what's her personality like? Can kindness and black-bellied appear in the same personality? Mr. Hu. Xiao Zhisu felt Huyu's gaze and frowned slightly. "As a Chinese doctor, I know you don't want to believe it." "I believe it." Huyu interrupted the spell directly. "I'll choose your plan. Please help me, Dr. Xiao." Xiao Zhisu's favorability +5, now 5. "In that case, let Xiao Xiao take care of the rest." The dean immediately decided, "You all hurry up and don't delay things." The other doctors left the table one after another, and the dean also left the consultation room after a simple farewell. Now there are only Huyu and Xiao Zhisu in the consultation room. "Dr. Xiao, may I ask how this treatment plan is specifically arranged? I have also seen the little girl's condition just now." After a brief moment of daze, Xiao Zhisu also returned to work. "In the early stage, you have to do physical therapy every day, including acupuncture, massage, and normal internal and external application." "Do you have to do this physical therapy?" "Well, it's best for me to do it. If I learn the technique, other people can do it." "Then you should do it. What time is convenient for Dr. Xiao every day?" "It's all right. If time permits, it's best to do it early in the morning every day. Massage once in the morning and evening is best." Huyu's eyes lit up, and he asked, "Then I have a small suggestion. I wonder if Dr. Xiao can agree." Xiao Zhisu raised his eyes to look at Huyu and asked directly, "You want me to go to your house to help the little girl with her illness, right?" "Sure enough, how could someone who can become a hexagonal nanny be stupid? If Dr. Xiao agrees, any conditions are not a problem." "I heard that you donated a building to Sheha?" Xiao Zhisu began to write. "Right. I want to add the word TCM in front of this building." "No problem." "Then I have no problem." Huyu was stunned for a moment. "No other requirements? What are you doing standing still?" Xiao Zhisu had already started to pack her things. "Are you leaving?" You have no other requests? We'll talk more about it later. I'll pack up and go to your house to have a look. My home is in Jinling. Xiao Zissa sniffed. I smell the smell on the plane. Is there any problem? Why don't you take care of your patients here? There are no patients. Xiao Zissu's tone dropped for a while and she walked towards the door. At my age, many people are not willing to believe me. For those who are willing to believe me, as long as they take the medicine on time, they will be almost fine. I have one wish right now, to restore the glory of traditional Chinese medicine, starting from building a traditional Chinese medicine building. Yes, she is really a middle school girl. Okay. Who you asked smoothly, where are the medicinal materials? How to prepare them? The medicinal materials used in the ancient prescriptions are not available outside, but I have a medicinal material warehouse at home, and I will just charge you the cost price. Xiao Zissa said, crossing Huyu and running out. I'll go clean up first. You guys wait for me downstairs. I'll drive you there together. Huyu looked at Xiao Zissa's leaving figure and didn't know what to say for a moment. He took Bubu from the nurse and walked all the way to the garage outside the hospital. Soon they saw a pink Cayenne emerge from the garage and park in front of them. The car window was down. I saw a young lady wearing a JK uniform sitting in the driver's seat, opening the trunk, tilting her head, and glanced at the back seat. Let's go, get in the car. Xiao. Dr. Xiao? Huyu paused for a moment, but didn't dare to recognize him. Well, Xiao Zissu, you actually have two faces. Just call me Zissu outside, that's what my friends all call me. Xiao Zissu replied casually, looked at Bubu in the wheelchair, and greeted her. Bubu, we meet again, I will be your doctor from now on. Bubu nodded obediently. I'll thank Sister Zissu for taking care of me from now on. Little things. Huyu carried Bubu into the back seat of the car and put the wheelchair into the trunk. He then sat next to Bubu and asked Xiao Zissu, Xiao Zissu, where are your glasses? Fake, in order to better gain the trust of patients and their families. Xiao Zissu replied while driving, just like those uncles' Mediterranean hairstyles, they are just used to increase buff equipment. But that hairstyle is for permanent wear, and yours is really just a piece of equipment, so the gap is too big. Say it first. Xiao Zissa said while driving, outside of treatment time, my time is at my own disposal. No problem. Family members and patients must fully cooperate with my treatment. I am not your house doctor. I am just staying at your house temporarily so that I can treat the little girl. Therefore, if there are other patients in your house, it is not within the scope of my obligations. You are free to choose, and so am I. Choose. Certainly. Then I have no other questions. By the way, you'd better find a full-time nanny for the little girl, because her body may undergo some changes after starting treatment. Okay, I'll look for him immediately when we get back to Jinling. Xiao Zissu nodded and said no more. She drove all the way to the suburbs of Yujing, where there was a small warehouse. Open the door, and there are all kinds of Chinese medicinal materials inside. There are dozens of wooden cabinets dedicated to storing traditional Chinese medicine. Judging from the wood, they are all hundreds of years old. In addition, there are dozens of medicinal wines, and dozens of jars are piled in the warehouse. It seems that she comes from a family of traditional Chinese medicine. Xiao Zissu immediately rushed in and started grabbing the medicine with ease. Seeing this, Huyu couldn't help but ask, Zissu, if I buy all the medicine in your warehouse, how much will it cost? It won't be sold for any amount of money. Xiao Zissu's voice sounded from deep in the warehouse. These are treasures passed down from my family. Some things can no longer be bought and sold. They are good for medicinal purposes. Can't buy or sell? That would be difficult. Huyu then probed, what if we move to Jinling? In addition to building a traditional Chinese medicine building in Qianhe, Jinling can also promote traditional Chinese medicine. Xiao Zissu's favorability +5, now 10. It depends on my dad's opinion. Xiao Zissa came out holding large bags of medicinal materials. That means he is currently communicating on the island. Otherwise, he would probably jump up when he heard your words. Japanese island exchange? Huyu immediately suggested, When will the old man come back? It's early, probably in a week. Xiao Zissou blinked. How about you talk to him in detail at that time? Boss who? A week? Washima has long been submerged by the tsunami. Can you come back early? I'm afraid it won't work. There is an ancient recipe that was robbed from us. My dad said that we must take advantage of this exchange to see more. My mom also went with us. She won't be able to come back for 10 days and a half. Difficult. But it's okay, just take the herbs away first, and then find a way to bring Zhao's father and mother back. Xiao Zissou is already a perfect hexagonal nanny. God knows what level Zhao's father and mother must be. Such talents must be brought on board. While Xiao Zissou was moving the herbs to the car, who you volunteered to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme the warehouse door for her. He ran around the warehouse as fast as he could. When he went out to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme the door, there were only a few spider webs left in the warehouse. In the car. Huyu contacted a charter flight back to Jiling. It was not known whether it was deliberately arranged by the airline or coincidence that Mu Lingxiu was among the flight attendants on these charter flights. She always took care of Bubu on the plane. Didn't Xiao Zissou want to find a nurse? It just so happened that Mu Lingxiu also had proficiency in nursing skills, otherwise. Huyu sat on the sofa and looked at Mu Lingxiu, who was teasing Bubu with a small toy. Ms. Mu. Mr. Hu. Mu Lingxiu immediately stood up, with a smile on her face, and responded respectfully, "Excuse me, what do you need? I wonder if you would consider changing jobs." Huyu extended an olive branch to her, and another flight attendant next to her immediately showed an envious look. Working for a young rich man of this level, if you seize the opportunity, you may become a phoenix. If it were her, she would be happy to be a cleaner. Mu Lingxiu did not agree directly, but asked, "What do you plan to hire me for?" "Take care of Bubu." Huyu did not hide it. "You also saw that Bubu needs a personal nanny. If you agree, you can set the conditions as you like." This sentence again. Xiao Zissou, who was lying on another sofa, glanced at Huyu. "This guy, is he not a nouveau riche? Nanny." Mu Lingxiu hesitated. Putting aside the salary, if it is just a nanny, it is difficult for her to give up the position of flight attendant. "You can think about it and give me an answer before tonight." "Okay, thank you Mr. Hu for your appreciation." Huyu does not necessarily have to choose her, but just for the sake of the warm baby, give her a chance to choose. Virgin? This personality trait is not good, but there is no better way to take care of Bubu. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the plane landed. Huyu took the airport car directly back to the gate of the community. Because it was an old community, Xiao Zissou just took a look and his expression was dull on the spot. He lives in this place? Those who take the plane are all chartered people. Not to mention single-family villas, at least they have to have a large flat, right? This community is too old, isn't it? Could it be that this nouveau riche hasn't had time to buy a property yet? Xiao Zissou's mind was full of curiosity about Huyu, and she helped him take Bubu down from the car, and the two walked all the way to the community. As soon as the three of them entered the community, a discussion came from a distance. I saw 3 ants sitting in the community pavilion, eating melon seeds and chatting. Hey, have you heard? The guy on the 28th floor seems to have made a fortune, and bought all 28 floors in one go. What do you mean by made a fortune? Didn't I hear that he is being kept by someone? And it's a man who keeps him. That's right, you say there are so many things to do at such a young age? Why does he have to do this? Shoo! Stop talking, people are coming. The voices of these 3 aunties are quite loud. Huyu heard everything that was just said. But he ignored it. Xiao Zissou's eyes lit up next to him. There are melons. Her gossip soul was burning, and she wanted to join this group of aunties with melon seeds in her hands right now. Just as she was about to come forward, Huyu turned his head and looked at her. Dr. Xiao, can Bubu's medicine be ready tonight? Yes. There is still medicine to be boiled, and the gossip will be talked about next time. Xiao Zissou turned around and followed. No problem, you can trust me to do the job. That's good. Hu Yu replied and continued to move forward. In the last life, this group of ants had made a lot of trouble. They all had a naughty child at home, and when they got together, they were a group of devils. When the rainstorm just fell, they were just making trouble at home. But as the supplies were consumed, the ants formed a group and morally kidnapped the people in the whole building, wanting them to provide nutritious food for their children. They said, they are still children. Only a few people paid attention to them. It was about the 20th day, when they made trouble again, no one had food to give them. The crying of the children, mixed with hunger, swept through their brains, and they finally made the same decision. Eating their children. Hu Yu recalled the scene at the time and immediately shook his head, focusing his attention on other places, and didn't even look at the group of ants. He pushed Bubu and walked straight to the unit door. Just as he was about to push the door, a gorgeously dressed figure also walked out from inside. Hu Yu. Yi Wanqiu. It really fits the saying, enemies always meet. Miss Yi. Hu Yu stepped forward, protected Bubu behind him, looked her up and down, and saw another identical necklace on her neck. In addition, there were some bruises under her sunglasses. It was probably Li Mang who did it. He thought and couldn't help laughing. I haven't seen you for a few days, how come you have become a panda? You. Yi Wanqiu was instantly enraged, raised her hand and pointed at Hu Yu, and her eyes fell on Xiao Zissou behind him. At a glance, she could tell that the clothes Xiao Zissou was wearing were all famous brands. Although they were all old models, they were still expensive. Oh, this is the rich woman you found, right? No wonder she can buy the whole floor. Sister, don't blame me for not reminding you. This guy is just a scumbag who is pretending to be rich. If you are with him, be careful not to be deceived by him. Another melon. Xiao Zissou immediately stepped forward and took Hu Yu's arm. Really? Tell me in detail. Yi Wanqiu didn't say anything, but looked at Hu Yu, threatening him with her eyes. As if to say, if you don't give in, I will expose your affairs now. Hu Yu rolled his eyes. Are you going out or not? If she hadn't occupied the aisle, Bubu's wheelchair couldn't get in, he would have entered the elevator long ago, so why would he need to stand here and waste time with her? Humph. Yi Wanqiu snorted coldly, as if she had something to do, and without too much entanglement, she walked out of the unit door sideways. Just passing by Xiao Zissou, he said earnestly, Sister, be careful. The most terrifying thing is not the specific case, but the unknown. If Xiao Zissou really has something to do with Hu Yu, then this sentence is enough to surpass thousands of words. Xiao Zissou's curiosity is even stronger. Hu Yu did not mean to answer, and took Xiao Zissou and Bubu into the unit door and went upstairs to go home. As for Yi Wanqiu, she looked at the backs of the three people, took out her phone and dialed, Hello? Brother Tian? It's me, Wanqiu. The person you are looking for is back, yes, at his house, and he shouldn't go out for a short time. Then my account. Okay. Thank you, Brother Tian. At 7 o'clock in the evening, there were still 120 hours before the heavy rain fell. Hu Yu arranged Xiao Zissou to stay in 2801, and ordered a takeaway from Yutan to be delivered to the house. After the three of them had a simple dinner, they watched Xiao Zissou give Bubu a set of acupuncture therapy. Just as she was massaging, the phone rang. Hu Yu turned on the screen and took a look. Shen Shan. Did you get it so quickly? He picked up the phone, and Shen Shan's voice came from the other end, Boss, the things are done. I'll wait for you at Wanan Mountain in Jinzhou. Okay. Hu Yu replied, and the other party hung up immediately. It seems that the situation is very urgent. Jinzhou is a country in the south of China. It borders China, but it has been in a stage of warlord melee for many years. It is very chaotic. It turns out that he went there to find a gun. He immediately contacted Wanji Airlines, and then looked at Xiao Zissou. Zissou, please look after Bubu tonight. Tomorrow. I will definitely find a personal nanny for her tomorrow. Of course, I can, but... Xiao Zissou flatly refused, but her hands never stopped, You promised me that I can do whatever I want except for the treatment time. Unless you can satisfy my curiosity. What do you mean? It's very simple. Xiao Zisu's eyes seemed to smile, and she looked up at Huyu. Just answer 3 questions for me. Huyu was helpless. What do you want to ask? No hurry. Xiao Zisu lowered her head and continued to massage Boo Boo. Don't you have something to do? Let's talk about it when you come back. Okay. Huyu replied, and immediately went downstairs. He got a taxi just after arriving at the downstairs of the community. But just as he was driving to the airport, a Mercedes-Benz also stopped outside the community. A middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses got out of the car, followed by a bald man. The two of them looked at one of the buildings at the same time. The top floor of that building was lit at the moment. Airport. Huyu looked at Mu Lingxiu, who was receiving him in front of him, and felt helpless. So, you don't get off work? Search TWKAN on Google. There's nothing we can do. Mu Lingxiu smiled helplessly. You are a big customer, and wage earners like us can only do what you do. Okay, don't be poor and help me go through the formalities. With the previous experiences, Huyu can be considered familiar with the road. It takes about 3 hours from Jinling to Jinjia. Huyu was not idle during this period. He called Manager Yang of the casino. The purpose is of course not to set up a gambling bureau, but to find someone. Hello? Manager Yang? I'm Huyu. Mr. Hu. Manager Yang was very surprised. Are you planning to make a gambling appointment? I will arrange it for you right now. When will you arrive at Ao Island? I will pick you up. Don't be in a hurry when it comes to gambling. Huyu sighed. I have been feeling poorly recently. Do you know any reliable Chinese doctors? Chinese medicine? Yes, I heard from my friend that there is a Mr. Xiao who has extremely high skills in Chinese medicine. It's a pity that he is in Japan now. If you can let him come to Jinling to treat me, I think I will come back soon. Come to Ao Island. A Chinese medicine doctor named Xiao? When Manager Yang heard this, he immediately caught the keywords. Mr. Hu, don't worry, I will contact my colleagues in Wadao for you. If you need it, we can now find professional doctors to Jinling to treat you. No, I just want to find this Dr. Xiao. Huyu decisively refused. Money is not an issue. Okay, I'll let you know as soon as I have any news. Waiting for your news. Huyu hung up the phone and looked at the plane that was about to take off. He felt panicked for some reason and subconsciously wanted to call Bubu. Mr. Hu. At this moment, Mu Lingxiu stepped forward and gently reminded, please turn off your mobile phone. If necessary, we will provide you with a satellite phone after the plane takes off. No. Huyu turned on the airplane mode of his phone and put it aside. How do you think about my proposal this afternoon? Well, Mu Lingxiu was speechless for a while, and finally rolled her eyes and whispered, Mr. Hu, you should be back later, right? Well, what's wrong? I will ask for leave later. If you still see me on the plane, I will follow you after the plane lands. If not, I can only apologize. Good. Huyu replied helplessly. Thank you for your understanding. Mu Lingxiu's favorability +10, now 30. Huyu said no more. He felt the turbulence of the plane and gradually closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, the plane had landed at the airport. Mr. Hu, are you awake? Mu Lingxiu stepped forward and asked, handing over a hot towel at the right time. Huyu knitted a towel and wiped his face. What time is it? It's 11 o'clock in the evening. 10 minutes have passed since we landed at Golden Horn Airport. Mu Lingxiu responded with a smile. We saw that you were too tired, so we didn't wake you up. Wouldn't it delay your business? Fine. It's only 10 minutes, so the delay won't make any difference. Huyu handed the towel back, stood up and picked up his phone. Can your car deliver it here? Yes. Mu Lingxiu immediately responded. Where are you going? Wanan Mountain. Huyu said and walked out of the plane, turning off the flight mode. Before he stepped onto the bridge, a text message popped up. The sender is unknown, and there is a picture in the text message. With just one glance, Hu stopped immediately. In the dim space, two women were tied to two chairs, one large and one small. Although their eyes were covered by black cloth, Hu could still recognize them at a glance. Xiao Zisu, Bubu. Buzz the bell rings. Hu immediately picked up the phone. Hello? Who are you? Tisk tsk, did you finally answer the phone? A voice that was obviously processed by a voice changer sounded. Mr. Hu, you are really hard to find. Hu didn't answer, but was thinking. The other party kidnapped Zisu and Bubu and called them frantically, so their target must not be them, but him. Who did you offend in Jinling? Li Mang? He was afraid that he would not dare. Then there is only one person. Boss Tian. He might have discovered something. Boss Tian, the repayment date hasn't come yet, right? Mr. Hu is very smart and should know that I am not doing it for the 2 million, but for other things. Boss Tian did not deny his identity, but went straight to the point. Listen to my brother, some of my things are in your hands, brother? Li Mang? Hu only thought of this possibility. Even with all his calculations, Li Mang and Boss Tian didn't know each other. There are tens of millions of people in Jinling. What a coincidence. I can return the things to you, but I'm out of town now and need time to come back. Good. Boss Tian immediately replied, you disappeared for 3 hours, I will give you 3 hours. Not enough. Hu immediately turned around and looked at Mu Lingxiu behind him. There are no flights back to Jinling now. The earliest flight back to Jinling is 2 hours later. Mu Lingxiu immediately replied in a low voice. 2 hours later. I need 7 hours. Within 7 hours, I will bring you everything you want. Hu knew that he was no match for Boss Tian. Even if you want to go back, you have to take Shinshan back with you, otherwise you can only deliver food. 6 hours. Boss Tian's voice sounded, this is my bottom line. If you don't come, I can't guarantee what will happen to them. Zhenghe Manufacturing Factory, I'm waiting for you. Good. Hu hung up the phone and ran directly outside the covered bridge. Quick. Arrange a car for me. Okay. Mu Lingxiu didn't know what happened to Hu, but she hurriedly contacted the shuttle bus as soon as possible. Hu immediately called Shinshan. Hey, boss. It's me. Hu said hurriedly, I need your specific location now, and has something happened to Bubu? What happened to Bubu? Shinshan's voice was obviously anxious. Hu immediately told Boss Tian's deal and how he took away Boss Tian's wealth and life. Of course, because they were still on the shuttle bus and Mu Lingxiu was still on the side, Hu didn't say the specific method. Favorability from Chunshan 20, now 19. It's all my fault. I didn't expect that guy surnamed Tian to react so quickly and leave Bubu in Oris Hill like this. Now is not the time to talk about that. Shinshan did not express his attitude towards Hu, but said quickly, how long until you arrive? Let me take a look. Hu looked at the address and imported it into the navigation system. A phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals route slash phoneme appeared and the estimated time appeared. The fastest is 1.5 hours, and the round trip will take 3 hours. Too late. It's too late. Before Shinshan could speak, a crazy idea came into Hu's mind. Parking. Hu said to Shinshan, I'll find a way to come over. You wait for me where you are. He hung up the phone and looked at Mu Lingxiu, who was also on the shuttle bus. Is there a helicopter rental at this airport? I asked you if you had any. Yes. Yes. Mu Lingxiu nodded one after another. I rented it. Hu took advantage of the situation and sent the location on his mobile phone to Mu Lingxiu's mobile phone. No matter how much it costs, send me to this location now. Good. Mu Lingxiu responded, then helplessly replied, but even if I send you to this position, you can't get down. Who says there's nothing we can do? 10 minutes later. The sound of the helicopter echoed in Shinshan's ears. He looked up at the sky and saw a helicopter flying slowly towards him. It hovered not far ahead before long, and then its height continued to decrease. Finally, it lowered to a height of only 20 meters above the ground, hovered in the air, and dropped a series of rope ladders. Etc. Could it be? I saw a figure coming to the side of the cabin and climbing down the rope ladder. It's really him. The anger in Shinshan's heart was diluted a lot. He knew in his heart that this incident was too coincidental. Although it was related to Huyu, it was not his intention. No wonder, it's not his fault. And for him, a rich man, to dare to take such a risk and come here is already showing the utmost sincerity. Favorability from Chunshan plus 10, now 29 5 minutes later. Huyu finally climbed down from the rope ladder and immediately called Shinshan. Hey, brother Shin, I've arrived at Wanan Mountain. Where are you? I see you. Brother Shin's tone became much calmer. Go east and you'll see me soon. Good. Huyu didn't say much and immediately ran to the east. Soon I saw Shinshan. He stood in front of a bush, wearing camouflage and using a flashlight to guide Huyu. His expression was very serious and indifferent, and his eyes seemed to be able to kill people. Huyu didn't hesitate and ran all the way to Shinshan. Brother Shin, I'm sorry for you. Now is not the time to talk about that. Shinshan's tone was still indifferent. He raised his hand and landed on Huyu's shoulder. Go and collect the goods first. It's too late for us to rush back now. Good. Hearing what Shinshan said, Huyu breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at Shinshan up and down for a while, but couldn't see where the gun was. Brother Shin, where is the stuff you mentioned? Later. As Shinshan spoke, he swept the flashlight back. Under the bushes, 8 trucks were lined up in a row. Huyu. 8 loads of munitions. Didn't I just want 8 guns? What are you doing standing still? Shinshan urged anxiously, hurry up and receive the goods. Ouch. Huyu replied, but still couldn't help but be curious, and stepped forward to open the container of a truck. A bunch of AKs were lined up in the carriage, and boxes after boxes of bullets were piled in the center of the carriage. It was visually estimated that there were at least hundreds of AKs and thousands of boxes of bullets. The pungent smell of gunpowder swept over him, making Huyu tremble with fear. This car is a rifle. Shinshan stepped forward and explained, the other vehicles are pistols, sniper rifles, RPGs, and various tactical grenades. I have very few pistols and RPGs, only one vehicle, and the others are all vehicles. Is this enough? Enough? I really have had enough. These 8 trucks of munitions are enough to arm 8 companies. Huyu swallowed his saliva, not daring to leave these things outside, and immediately put them into the space backpack, and made an 8 gesture to him again. Brother Shin, didn't I say to get 8 guns? Ah? Shinshan was stunned, and also made an 8 gesture. 8? I thought you bought things by truck. This 8 doesn't mean 8 trucks? Who is a good person to get 8 trucks of munitions? Huyu complained helplessly, but since it was done, the focus now is not on the munitions, but on Bubu and Shiso. He shook his head and immediately ran out of the bushes. Forget it, let's go back first. These things are enough to save Bubu. No. Not enough. Shinshan said and ran, and when he passed by Huyu, he directly picked him up by the waist, carried him on his back, and rushed to the helicopter at a faster speed. Boss, I remember you don't mind hiring more bodyguards, right? Let me confirm first, your so-called sum, isn't it calculated by car? On the plane back to Jinling. It was already 11:30 in the evening. There are still 5.5 hours left before the time agreed with Boss Tian. Once on the plane, Huyu saw Mu Lingxiu again. But now he was in no mood to discuss the personal nanny with her. He just watched Shinshan holding the satellite phone and calling people one after another. The method is also very concise, with only 3 sentences per phone call. The first 4 phone calls were all. It's me. Something happened to Bubu. Jinling, meet at the airport within 5 hours. After speaking, the other party will immediately hang up the phone. As for the 5th call, Shinshan thought for a long time before dialing it. The first 2 sentences are the same, only the 3rd sentence is different. Jinling, Jianghe Manufacturing Factory. Everyone on the other end of the phone seemed to know Bubu, who you sat across from him and watched, and until the last call was hung up, he did not ask Shinshan what he meant. All right. Shinshan put down the phone and looked at Huyu. Before he could speak, he took the initiative to explain, actually, Bubu is not my biological daughter. Huyu was stunned. Is it so exciting from the beginning? To be precise, she is the child of my comrade in arms. Shinshan's eyes scanned the table, seeming to be looking for something. Huyu immediately understood. Here comes a bottle of wine, is there any white one? Yes, Mr. Hu. Mu Lingxiu responded respectfully and immediately brought a bottle of Maotai to the table. The quality of this bottle of Maotai is naturally not as good as the one prepared by Manager Yang, but it is still okay to drink casually. She poured the two of them a drink and walked towards the cab in a sensible manner, not intending to listen to the gossip. Shinshan picked up the wineglass and drank it down, then continued, there are 7 people in our team. During an overseas mission, the captain died trying to protect us. Bubu is his only relative. I can't go into details about the specific mission. In short, after that mission, other members of our team were also punished and everyone was expelled from the military. In order to cause some unnecessary trouble, I took Bubu and hid on Ao Island. I thought that with my own skills, I could make money to help her get back on her feet. I didn't expect. Shinshan drank another glass of wine. Huyu also knew what happened next. Shinshan was not well liked in the bodyguard company. Perhaps he offended some senior management, which caused him to keep doing cleaning work. And because he had to maintain Bubu's daily expenses, he had no way to resign and had no choice but to bite the bullet and continue working. As for the so-called unnecessary trouble, Huyu still remembered the diagnosis Xiao Zisa gave Bubu at that time. The bullet hit the spine and left and right leg bones. It was quite a troublesome thing. It was probably related to the overseas mission, boss. Shinshan's eyes were red. He picked up the wineglass and looked at Huyu. I haven't finished speaking, but you should be able to understand what I mean. If you think we, father and daughter, are too troublesome, you can still regret it now. I will find a way to repay you the money and favors. Trouble? What kind of trouble can there be when the apocalypse comes? Brother Shen. Huyu picked up the wineglass and touched it with Shinshan. I call you Brother Shen. Bubu is my niece. It's a family matter. It's no trouble to talk about it. Come on, drink. Good. Favorability from Shinshan is plus 20, now 49. The two clinked glasses and drank the last glass. I have business to do later, so I shouldn't drink too much. By the way, Brother Shin, there is something I have to say first. Huyu put down his wineglass and looked at Shinshan seriously. You say. Your comrades may be good soldiers, but that doesn't mean they can be good bodyguards. Whether they stay or not is a mutual choice between the two of us. So, you understand, right? Certainly. Shinshan nodded. Boss, it's great that you can give them this opportunity. That's good. After saying that, Huyu closed his eyes and rested his mind, waiting for the arrival of 12 o'clock. Tomorrow is the 3rd day. The system will be upgraded again. I don't know if there will be any surprises. Half an hour passed quickly, and a clear and timely sound sounded. Bite. Congratulations to the host for successfully surviving for 3 days in system upgrade. Unlock new features, survival blind box distance to next upgrade, 310 survival blind box. Huyu's eyes suddenly lit up, and he felt that there was an extra black egg in the space backpack. Just crack the egg open to get random items. It's a pity that I'm still on the plane, so I can't use my spatial abilities at will, so I can only watch it after I get off the plane. 3 hours later. The plane landed at Jinling Airport. Huyu asked Mu Lingxiu to go home and wait for news. He still had business to do and would come to her in the morning to discuss the specific work content and salary. When he and Shinshan came out of the airport, they saw 2 muscular men far apart, standing on both sides of the airport gate. At this point, there are no flights landing except for their charter flights. I think these 2 should be Brother Shen's comrades in arms.
Two panels popped up in front of you almost at the same time.
Name, Li Ji. Gender, male. Age, 28. Skills, perfect driving, perfect cooking, proficient in survival, proficient in first aid, proficient in fighting, proficient in firearms, proficient in off-road, proficient in assassination, proficient in swimming.
Personality, loyal, kind, stubborn, and protective.
Favorability, 0. Name, Su Zilong. Gender, male. Age, 27. Skills, epic firearms, perfect fighting, perfect assassination, proficient in survival, proficient in off-road, proficient in driving, proficient in first aid, proficient in electronics, and proficient in swimming.
Personality, loyal, impulsive, decisive, protective, and arrogant. Favorability, 0.
Huyu rubbed his eyes and looked at Su Zilong's skill column again.
Epic skills. Above perfection, there are levels. In other words, this person's firearms level is one level higher than Shinshan. No matter what, this person must be accepted. Personality. It doesn't matter.
As long as he is loyal and listens to orders, impulsiveness is nothing.
Brother Shan.
Li Ji saw Shinshan and immediately came up to him, complaining, "Why did you bring this guy here?
If I don't come, will you save Bubu?"
Su Zilong also came forward at the same time. His tone was extremely cold.
Obviously, there was a conflict between the two. This conflict should not include Shinshan.
Okay, now is not the time to quarrel, let's talk about business first. Shinshan stepped back and introduced Huyu, who stood up. "This is my boss, I am his bodyguard now, and the people who were kidnapped this time, in addition to Bubu, there is also a female friend of his."
Favorability from Su Zilong 10, now 10. Oh. Su Zilong snorted, looking at Huyu with dissatisfaction. "So, Bubu's kidnapping this time is related to you?"
A chill suddenly hit. Under the scorching heat, Huyu shuddered.
Zilong.
Shinshan frowned and stood in front of Huyu. "Some things, we'll talk about it later, let's go save Bubu first."
Su Zilong snorted coldly and said directly, "The address, I'll go. Since you want to be a bodyguard, it's better to let me take care of Bubu." "You?"
Another voice came from the gate outside the airport.
A pair of twin brothers walked slowly, and the leader sneered, "Aren't you afraid that Bubu will become autistic?" "Autism?"
"Brother, if you let him raise him, it's not certain whether Bubu can phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme to adulthood." Huyu looked at the two people at the door, and two more panels popped up. Name, Zhao Zhong. Gender, male. Age, 28. Skills, perfect first aid, perfect survival, proficient in off-road, proficient in fighting, proficient in cooking, proficient in firearms, proficient in assassination, proficient in swimming, proficient in survival. Personality, loyal, heroic, protective, and chattering.
Favorability, 0. Name, Zhao Yi. Gender, male. Age, 28. Skills, perfect firearms, perfect fighting, proficient in assassination, proficient in driving, proficient in cooking, proficient in first aid, proficient in off-roading, proficient in swimming, proficient in survival.
Personality, loyalty, heroism, protectiveness, superstition.
Favorability, 0. Also 9 skills.
These four people have the same 9 skills as Shinshan, the only difference is the perfect skills they master. Li Ji is mainly responsible for driving and cooking.
Zhao Zhong is mainly responsible for first aid and survival.
Zhao Yi is mainly responsible for firearms and fighting.
As for Su Zilong,
not to mention the epic firearms skills, fighting and assassination are also perfect.
This is definitely a killer. Huyu immediately thought of recruiting people.
If these 4 people can be recruited, and with the 8 carts of arms, they can walk sideways.
Everyone is here. Shinshan glanced at the 4 people and immediately ordered, "Execute the task first, then talk about other things." Yes.
Even if the 4 people were not in agreement, they all responded in unison at this moment, and lined up in a row at the first time, waiting for Shinshan's next instructions.
"Li Ji, Zhao Zhong, Zhao Yi, follow me in the car. Zilong, you drive behind me." "Yes." "Let's go." Shinshan immediately ran to the parking lot. Others can keep up, but Huyu? He is just a hard-working worker.
Not to mention how long he hasn't exercised. Even if his body is at its peak, it is impossible to keep up with their pace.
Li Ji, help! Yes. Li Ji replied, and immediately ran back, put Hu Yu on his back, and followed again. Sorry for the trouble. Hu Yu blushed and thanked. Li Ji replied without any emotion, it's okay. No. This physical fitness must be put on the agenda. If I have to rely on these good brothers to carry me when I run away in the future, it will be embarrassing. Everyone got in the car. Li Ji threw Hu Yu to the co-pilot and sat in the driver's seat. Hu Yu immediately replied, Jianghe Manufacturing Plant. Sit tight. After Li Ji said that, he stepped on the accelerator. A sense of pushing back came, and the G-Class rushed directly to the suburbs. The speed exceeded 1300 km/h. The off-road vehicle driven by Su Zilong behind him kept biting behind, as if it was racing. Hey, that's not right. Didn't Brother Shin make 5 calls? Why are there only 4 people? Hu Yu turned his head to look at Shinshan in the back seat and asked, Brother Shin, isn't there another person? Has he gone? What? A cry of surprise came from the car. Zhao Zhong and Zhao Yi spoke at the same time, and even Li Ji, who was driving, was no exception. Brother Shan, you found that person? Zhao Zhong asked with a trembling voice. What else can we do? Shinshan shook his head helplessly, he is in Jinling, and only he can rush there in the first time. Then are we still going? Li Ji asked in confusion. Zhao Zhong and Zhao Yi also looked at Shinshan at the same time. Let's go. We haven't been together for a long time. It's a good time to get together. For a while, the other 3 stopped talking. Even Li Ji's car speed slowed down a lot and returned to normal driving speed, as if he was deliberately avoiding something. That 5th person. Who is he? Outside the Jianghe Manufacturing Plant. When everyone arrived, it was already 3:30 in the morning. There was still an hour and a half before the time agreed with Boss Tian. At this moment, the Jianghe Manufacturing Plant was brightly lit. After Li Ji parked the car, Su Zilong drove in directly without waiting for everyone to get out. When he was about to approach the gate, a Piaoi stopped at the door. Dust and smoke rolled up. Su Zilong jumped out of the car and walked into the factory with a Tang horizontal sword in his hand. Reckless man. Li Ji gritted his teeth and cursed. That's it. Zhao Zhong also echoed on the side, if Bubu is still held hostage, he will rush in like this, hee. Continue. Shinshan frowned and said, wait until you see him later, do you dare to curse? As he said that, he opened the car door and walked into the factory at the same time. Li Ji and others looked at each other, and dared not refute, so they could only follow Shinshan inside. Hu Yu was now more and more curious about the last person. As he walked through the dust and into the factory, the scene in front of him made him stunned. Su Zilong knelt. Su Zilong, who had perfect fighting and assassination skills, half knelt on the ground, with a woman in a red vest behind him. She had a high ponytail and a very slender figure. She looked about 1.7 meters tall, but her weight might not even be 100 kilograms. Her thigh was not as thick as Hu Yu's arm. But such a woman was enough to press Su Zilong to the ground, and he couldn't even stand up. And behind them, a group of people led by Boss Tian were tied up and thrown together, and everyone's eyes, mouths, and ears were tightly stuffed. But Xiao Zissou and Bubu were among them. They were not rescued, but they were out of danger. The panel popped up instantly. Name, ancienner gender, female age, 25 skills, epic fighting, epic assassination, epic firearms, epic off-road, epic camouflage personality, loyal, cute, heroic, protective, taciturn, shy. Purity, 105 skills. 5 epics. If it is put in the card drawing game, Shinshan and Su Zilong are SRs, then Lingxian is definitely an SSR. This woman. Could she be the last person in Shinshan's team? Xianer. Shinshan stepped forward and said, let Zilong go first. Oh. And Xianer immediately let go and took a step back. On Xianer. Su Zilong stood up helplessly, rubbing the shoulder that had just been pressed. You did it on purpose, didn't you? You still attacked me when you knew it was me? I forget it, I'm too lazy to bother with you. Su Zilong didn't dare to lose his temper with her, and walked straight to Bubu. I'll take Bubu away now, you can do whatever you want. Wait. As soon as Shinshan finished speaking, Ancienner flashed and blocked Su Zilong.
It seemed that as long as he opened his mouth to say shoot to death, Ancienner would attack without hesitation. Zilong, calm down first.
I'm very calm now.
Su Zilong turned to look at Shinshan. If you can't protect Bubu, let me do it, I will never let her suffer this kind of grievance. Shinshan was speechless for a while. He had no choice but to turn to Huyu. Boss, please take care of Bubu first.
I want to talk to them first.
Okay. After that, Shinshan turned and walked out of the warehouse. The others followed him.
Huyu quickly walked to Bubu and took off her earplugs.
This action made her body tremble, but she didn't make any sound or movement. He continued to take off the cotton stuffed in Bubu's mouth and the blindfold on her head.
Bubu, it's me.
Bubu felt relieved instantly, tears welling up in the corners of her eyes. Brother Huyu.
Hurry. Sister Zisu was kidnapped with me. Be good, it's okay.
Huyu rubbed her head. Don't be afraid, Bubu, you and Sister Zisu are safe.
Yeah.
Bubu responded, with a face full of determination. Brother, I'm fine, you go save Sister Zisu first.
Okay, Bubu is the best.
Huyu praised, untied the rope on Bubu, and then came to the side to take off Xiao Zisu's blindfold. The first time she saw Huyu, she was not timid, not weak, but only asked 2 words.
Where are the people? What people? Huyu squatted down and untied the rope on her. Are you talking about Bubu?
No, I mean those who kidnapped us. Xiao Zisu replied, got up from the chair, and moved her wrists. Her eyes instantly fell on the people who were tied up, and she was obviously shocked. You did all this?
Of course not.
Huyu didn't want to take credit, and raised his hand to point outside the factory. The people who saved you are having a meeting outside.
I will introduce them to you later. Don't worry.
Xiao Zisu looked at Boss Tian in the crowd, flexed her wrist and walked towards him. You dare to kidnap me, you are really tired of living.
Hey, what are you doing?
Huyu hurriedly followed. He was not worried about the safety of Boss Tian. The main reason was that it was not the end of the world yet and it was a society ruled by law. If he did something wrong, it would be difficult to explain to Shinshan and the others. Don't worry, I won't kill him, so as not to dirty my hands. Xiao Zisu pulled out 3 thin golden needles from her hair. But the death penalty can be avoided, but the living crime cannot be escaped.
She stepped forward and quickly inserted the 3 golden needles into 3 acupuncture points on Boss Tian's body. Ah! A shriek sounded.
Shinshan and others outside the factory immediately filed in and saw Xiao Zisu behind Boss Tian.
They didn't know each other before.
The woman named Ancienner had already rushed over.
Sienner, don't.
Ancienner stopped after Shinshan's voice fell. A gust of phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win / phoneme came. Her calf was about to fall on Xiao Zisu's face.
Don't be impulsive.
Huyu immediately stood between the 2 women. We are all family, let's talk it out. Ancienner slowly lowered her legs, but her eyes were still fixed on Xiao Zisu, who took advantage of the situation and pulled out the 3 golden needles from Boss Tian's body.
You saved us just now, right?
Xiao Zisu stepped forward, reinserted the golden needles into her hair, and stretched out her right hand to Ancienner. Hello, my name is Xiao Zisu. Ancienner did not respond, and her eyes fell on Huyu again.
You said, the end of the world is coming?
Huyu looked at Shinshan, who nodded silently. It seems that Brother Shin told them about that. Yes, except for that situation, this group of people can never get together.
The end of the world?
Xiao Zisu also turned to look at Huyu, his eyes full of curiosity. Boss Hu, what is going on? The eyes of the rest of the people were also full of confusion, all waiting for his answer.
Let's go home first.
Huyu looked at Boss Tian and others who were still tied to the ground. How to deal with these people?
Let me do it.
Xiao Zisu immediately volunteered, and said as she was about to pull out a needle from her hair, give me 15 minutes, and make the world green again.
Green? Hu Yu was stunned. Aren't vegetative people green? Good guy, this is the effect of plus belly.
Hu Yu looked at Shinshan and found that everyone, including him, had walked out the door.
Hey, the weather is good today, and you can still see the stars. Yeah, brother Sean, do you think it will be sunny tomorrow? I don't know, Siener, come out and see too.
Oh. As they talked, the group of people all left the factory.
Li Ji even ran back and took Bu Bu out with him.
Xiao Zissou jumped and started to plant trees, while Liu came to Boss Tian and squatted down, took out a bag from the space backpack and put it on his back, and took off his blindfold.
Hello, Boss Tian. Ah. A wail sounded. Boss Tian began to sweat coldly, but he still forced himself to reply, Who? Mr. Hu. Hu Yu looked down at the time. It's about an hour before the time we agreed to meet, you don't mind? No, no. Ah. Another wail. Boss Tian's legs trembled slightly. He didn't understand how he had offended this great god. Mr. Hu, I didn't recognize the great man, and I offended you, please don't blame me. No, don't you want something? I'll find it and give it back to you. Hu Yu opened the bag and started to take things out. Bang! An AK was placed on the ground. Is it this?
Boss Tian was stunned on the spot, without even the chance to shake his head. Hu Yu took out another phoneme alphabet equals IPA pitch equals desert slash phoneme eagle.
Is it this? No. No. Boss Tian's lips trembled slightly. Hu Yu took out another 98K, is that this? No. It can't be this, right?
Hu Yu said, and simply put the rocket launcher on the ground.
Boss Tian, what did you lose? Just tell me. If you don't tell me, how can I know? Right? Mr. Hu. Boss Tian was completely scared.
He didn't know who this person was, and how could he come up with these things?
Those things are my honorary gift to you. Please let me go. Ha! Hu Yu sneered, there is a saying in your loan bank. What is it called? 9 out of 13 return, right? You kidnapped 2 of my people. Now I come to you to collect the debt. Are you going to perfunctorily treat me like this?
Among the contracts he took away, there were also a lot of photos, all of which were women holding IOUs and wearing cool clothes.
There were more than a dozen loan contracts for one person alone.
From 5,000 yuan to 150,000 yuan, it has not been paid back yet. Based on this alone, making him half paralyzed is considered a light punishment, not to mention the kidnapping of Bubu.
Then you say. As long as it is something that I, Tian Laolu, can do, I will definitely do it for you without saying a word. First, Hu Yu asked in a deep voice, how did you know that the things were with me?
He had some inferences in his mind about this matter, but he still had to confirm it.
After all, he did not see Li Mang among these people. When he went there before, he deliberately looked at the tea house. There are no surveillance cameras installed in the entire tea house, so the problem cannot be with the surveillance cameras. It's Li Mang, yes, and Yi Wanqiu. Tian Laolu immediately replied, didn't you scare Li Mang with that thing?
Later Li Mang found me, and I found Yi Wanqiu, and finally I was sure that the thing was on you.
Hu Yu frowned slightly. And what about that woman? What happened today was because Yi Wanqiu called me and told me that you were back. That's why I took action. Okay, second thing.
Hu Yu interrupted Tian Laolu and continued, from today on, you will phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live slash phoneme next to Yi Wanqiu's house. Watch her and don't let her leave this city.
You should be able to do such a small thing, right? Yes. Of course I can. Tian Laolu replied quickly. That's good.
Hu Yu stood up and looked down at Tian Laolu on the ground. You will feel a little uncomfortable afterwards. If you are obedient, after a month, if I am in a good mood, I may help you get back to your original state.
Zissou, let's go. Okay. Xiao Zissou responded and retracted her needle. The two of them walked out of the manufacturing factory, Xiao Zissou's eyes full of curiosity. Yi Wanqiu? Is that the woman we saw yesterday? Hu Yu responded, you don't want to tie her up and make her paralyzed, right? That's what I originally wanted to do. Xiao Zissou looked at Hu Yu, as if he was looking at someone of the same kind, but I don't want to think about it now. How? I believe you must have a better way to diagnose and treat her. I want to see it. 5 o'clock in the morning.
After everyone returned home and coaxed Bu Bu to sleep, they found an empty room for a meeting. Hu Yu simply repeated what he had said to Shinshan, demonstrated the capabilities of the space backpack, and stated his purpose. After that, everyone introduced themselves to each other. After knowing that Xiao Zissou was the doctor Hu Yu had hired at a high price, everyone, including Anciener, had a 10-point increase in their favorability towards him.
Oh my! Xiao Zissou exclaimed immediately, I should have brought all the herbs with me. Do you believe it? Li Ji asked back, don't you think this is nonsense? What nonsense? Xiao Zissou said back, haven't you seen so many similar articles on Huzhu? Existence is reasonable, and this kind of thing is possible. No, boss Hu, you go home with me tomorrow. No need. Hu Yu helplessly spread his hands and casually put out a Chinese medicine cabinet. When I closed the warehouse for you, I took it away. What a convenient thing. Xiao Zissou helplessly complained, I don't care, you have to pay me for these. Okay. Hu Yu said and took out a pile of gold bars from the space. These are the unused arms purchased by Shinshan. They were previously placed in the truck and were discovered by him after being put into the space backpack. Now there is about half of this pile of gold bars left, which is gold worth 15 million. Everyone. Hu Yu looked at everyone. I, Hu Yu, never force anyone to do anything. We are friends when we meet. Whether you believe me or not, you can divide this pile of gold. I am not trying to bribe you, but I admire you. Brother Shin told me about you, not much, but I understand one thing, we can have the peace and prosperity we have now, which is inseparable from your efforts. If you believe me, use this money to stock up some supplies. If you don't believe me, you can use it to improve your life. Of course, if you can stay, it would be the best. Again, in the end of the world, as long as I, Hu Yu, have a bite to eat, I will never let you starve. This promise may seem tacky, but everyone knows that if the end of the world really comes, this sentence is worth a lot of money. Su Zilong glanced at the gold, said nothing, sneered and left on the spot. He was giving Bu Bu face by being able to sit here and listen to Hu Yu finish. As for the others, I'll join. Xiao Zissou was the first to speak, yawning and walking towards 2801, I'll go catch up on some sleep first. If the end of the world really comes, I still have to stock up tomorrow. Boss Hu, the money will be settled together when we stock up tomorrow. Okay. Hu Yu didn't expect Xiao Zissou to accept it so smoothly. Yes, after all, she is a middle school girl, so her acceptance ability must be strong. As for the others, Li Ji and the brothers Zhao Zhong and Zhao Yi looked at Shinshan. Don't look at me. Shinshan said calmly, Boss Hu and I have an agreement. If it rains heavily at 7 o'clock on July 13th, I will be in the same boat with him. If it doesn't rain heavily, I will continue to protect him for another year. Since Brother Shan said so, I'll be one of them. Li Ji volunteered on the spot, everything will wait until July 13th to see if there will be a heavy rain. The same goes for the two of us. Zhao Zhong and Zhao Yi looked at each other, and Zhao Zhong spoke. He looked at Hu Yu, Boss Hu, right? This is for Bu Bu's sake. If the rainstorm doesn't fall, we two brothers will turn around and leave. Don't blame us for being disloyal. Of course. Hu Yu replied, turning to look at Anciener. Siener, what's your decision? Shinshan asked. Can you eat enough? Absolutely. Hu Yu responded immediately, and took out a large amount of high-end ingredients bought from Yutan and spread them all over the table. But do you still need to cook now? Who will cook? Let's not eat yet. Shinshan slowly stood up, everyone is tired today, why don't we rest first and talk about it tomorrow? By the way, boss, if you have anything else to stock up, let us brothers take care of it. Really? Hu Yu immediately counted them, first of all, food.
We don't know how long the ocean will last, so the more food the better.
The second is medicine. Chinese medicine is far from enough, and we also need some emergency Western medicine. Seeds of vegetables and fruits, these things will become absolutely rare items in the end times.
There are also fuel and fresh water resources.
The more of these too, the better.
Finally, there is power generation equipment, solar energy or diesel.
If there is anything else to add, everyone can speak up.
Everyone looked at each other, heard Hu Yu report these things in a series, and understood how much he had prepared for that day.
Leave the food to me. Shin Shan spoke first.
Li Ji followed closely, then I'll take care of the fuel and fresh water.
Leave the medicine to me. Zhao Zhong said, looking at Zhao Yi, leave the vegetable and fruit seeds to Xiui.
No, you are responsible for other more important things. Shin Shan shook his head, I will take care of the power generation equipment. Xiener, you are responsible for protecting the safety of the boss and Bubu.
Oh. And Xiener responded calmly. Boss.
Shin Shan looked at Hu Yu, how much this time?
Or a car? No.
Hu Yu slapped the bank card on the table, 100 million. Everyone was shocked at first, but before they could speak, Hu Yu's voice continued.
100 million per person.
After arranging the tasks, Hu Yu finally returned to his little bed.
It is now July 9th, 6 o'clock in the morning.
There are still 109 hours before the end of the world. Hu Yu finally had time to take out the black egg he got today, and knocked it open casually, and a blue light suddenly burst out.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill book Mastery of Tasting Food. Good news, it's a skill book.
Bad news. It seems to be useless. It's the end of the world, who has the mood to taste food? Even if you can taste it, what's the use? Could it be that he was broadcasting phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme to the world, letting them watch him eat?
Hu Yu's mouth twitched twice, but he still chose to use it. It's a skill book that he got for free, why not use it for free?
A burst of blue light suddenly hit.
Hu Yu didn't feel any changes, and without thinking too much, he fell asleep directly. I don't know how long it took, and a burst of fragrance came to his nose.
Meaty smell. Herbal fragrance.
There is also an indescribable strange fragrance. This should be a medicinal food stewed with various Chinese medicines such as angelica, codonopsis, and wolfberry using the best pork bone soup. As for the strange fragrance, it seemed to be right in front of him, but he couldn't smell it. Hu Yu got closer and sniffed twice, but still couldn't smell it, so he could only raise his eyes helplessly. Just one glance, and he jumped back in shock. A cold and beautiful face is right in front of you.
Xiener.
Those eyebrows and eyes were as if Lin Daiyu was still alive, and just one look at her made people pity her.
Of course, that's assuming she's never seen her take action. Why are you here? Brother Shan asked me to watch you. But you won't look at it like that. Hu Yu hurriedly covered the quilt. He has a little quirk. No matter how cold the weather is, he always likes to sleep naked, and last night was no exception. No matter how tired I was, I had to hold back my sleepiness and take off my clothes before falling asleep. Oh. Hu Yu, what the hell? Do you think that adding a black filter doesn't count it as pornographic content?
Hu Yu rolled his eyes helplessly and didn't dare to say anything more. You turn around first, and I'll get dressed before we talk.
Good. And Ling Xian turned around.
Hu Yu put on his clothes as quickly as possible and looked at the time.
It was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon.
He put on his slippers and walked outside, and asked Xiener, you won't stay awake all this time and just stay with me, right?
Sleep. That's good.
Hu Yu subconsciously opened the door and found that the door had been locked by himself. He was subconsciously surprised at how Xiener got in.
But thinking about her perfect assassination, just opening an ordinary bedroom wooden door, isn't that simple? He didn't think much and said subconsciously, let's go, let's eat first. The two walked out of the bedroom.
Bubu was the first to react and immediately greeted, Brother Hu Yu, Sister Xiener.
You guys are awake. Hey, are you awake? Xiao Zisa happened to be busy in the kitchen and looked at the two of them curiously. How was your day last night? Did you enjoy it? Don't be mean, the kid is still here.
Hu Yu yawned, walked to the dining table and sat down, and Sienna is here to protect us, don't make fun of others.
I know.
Xiao Zisa said, placing a pot of broth on the table, and there were 4 pairs of bowls and chopsticks on the table. I discovered before that this girl may have a mental impairment, but her muscles and bones are perfect.
She is simply born.
People who practice martial arts.
Aren't you a Chinese medicine practitioner? Hu Yu stood up and fed Boo Boo. Do you still know about martial arts training? The end of traditional Chinese medicine is health preservation, and the end of martial arts training is also health preservation.
Different paths. Phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals lead lead / phoneme to the same goal.
Xiao Zisa also gave Sienna a bowl of rice, but there seems to be no cure for this kind of disease. I only heard some words from my grandfather. Grandfather? Hu Yu's eyes suddenly lit up. Is his old man still alive? Invite him to Jinling for a while. Don't think about it, my grandfather has passed away.
Xiao Zisa said angrily, I heard from my dad today that a boss named Hu asked him to come to Jinling to see a doctor.
He wanted me to go and have a look. Is he talking about you?
Why doesn't it count?
Hu Yu smiled helplessly. Isn't this also for your family reunion? I thank you. Xiao Zisa complained. Then, how do you plan to explain the news of the end of the world to them? Then we can't just leave them alone, right? It's simple.
Xiao Zisa sat down with a smile, added a piece of meat to Boo Boo, and also took a piece to Hu Yu. Boss who has so much money, build a hotel with a higher floor for them, and wait for the end of the world to come and then sail out to pick them up.
Isn't that good? The room here is actually quite empty, otherwise. Dang, a gold needle fell on the table, oops.
Xiao Zisa picked up the golden needle and inserted it back into her hair. I accidentally dropped it.
Boss Hu, please continue, what else do you want? Nothing. Hu Yu withdrew a message.
He didn't know what Xiao Zisu's intention was, but when a person is under the golden needle, he has to bow his head.
We can't let Sienna take action, right?
That's good.
Xiao Zisa smiled like a flower. Let's eat, and then go out with me to stock up on some things.
Good. Hu Yu looked at Sienna, who stood behind her without moving. She waited until Hu Yu made eye contact with her before she took the initiative to speak.
Can we eat now? Eat.
Oh.
Sienna sat in her seat and began to feast. After meal,
Hu Yu called Mu Lingxiu, confirmed the nanny matter, and asked her to come directly to him upstairs.
Mu Lingxiu was stunned at first.
After going upstairs and seeing Sienna and Xiao Zisu, she suddenly accepted this setting for some reason.
It's just that look in the title, it always makes people feel a little strange.
No matter what Hu Yu said, she decided not to call Hu Yu boss, but master.
Bubu is also called Mississippi. Only the names given to Xiao Zisu and Sienna are slightly normal.
One is called Dr. Xiao and the other is Missin. That tone is just like the old lady in the article about a domineering president. Hu Yu really didn't have time to find a second reliable nanny, so he had to let her go. He also did not tell her about the imminent arrival of the end of the world, lest the Holy Mother would spread the word and cause unnecessary trouble. After signing the employment contract, Hu Yu hired Mu Lingxiu with a monthly salary of 180,000 yuan to take care of Bubu 24 hours a day starting today. Give her a year's salary first and let her buy more things for the family. In the afternoon, he took 3 beauties, one big and one small, to the streets. Driving the Brabus G800 I bought, I drove all the way towards the Old Street intersection. When he arrived at Kid Plaza at the intersection of Jinling Old Street, Hu Yu realized what Xiao Zisu planned to hoard.
I walked around from afternoon until the sun went down.
Xiao Zisu seemed to be here to purchase goods. She only said a few words when she walked into a counter.
All inclusive. Send it here.
Sometimes, before the shopping guide can react, she hands over a card and says the third sentence. Swipe your card. It didn't take long for her bank card to be maxed out. Fortunately, Hu Yu still had another card on her. It was a black card he applied for when he left the casino, which is commonly known as the Centurion Black Gold Card.
The credit card limit is 1 billion. 7 p.m. There are still 96 hours until the end of the world.
Everyone was sitting in the hot pot restaurant.
Xiao Zisi took out a small notebook and crossed out the last line on the purchase list.
The down jacket and quilt are also done.
Xiao Zisi looked at Hu Yu and patted him on the shoulder with satisfaction.
Thank you for your hard work today, Boss Hu.
Ha! You're still alive, everything is fine. Hu Yu was almost exhausted and in a daze.
The whole person was slumped on the table, and he didn't even want to raise his head.
If he wasn't afraid of embarrassment, he might have let an Xianer carry him around.
Oh, I'm prepared for this.
Xiao Zisi smiled with satisfaction.
The cosmetics, clothes, and bags she stocked up today will most likely be enough for the next 800 lifetimes.
Don't say that the end of the world doesn't need to be mentioned.
Under certain conditions, any woman hopes to be the most beautiful every day.
It's okay.
Since I promised you, then treat me as a gentleman who will sacrifice my life to accompany you.
Hu Yu didn't say anything, waved his hand and started to show off the hot pot. By the way, have Uncle and Aunt's schedules been decided?
It's been decided.
We'll arrive early on the 13th. Do you need me to get a chartered flight over?
Don't bother. Xiao Zisi picked up a piece of meatball and threw it into her mouth, lest they think I'm hooked on some rich man.
You don't have to pick them up when they arrive. When that day comes, it will be easier for you to go over and explain.
Okay, this leaky little cotton padded jacket shouldn't have been picked up by them, right?
Do you treat your parents like this?
Hu Yu was speechless for a while. Okay, I'll listen to you. Mu Lingxiu hugged Bubu and listened with confusion on her face.
What day? Meet the parents? Or are these two planning to get married? What you are waiting for is probably the physical examination report. Then should I be called Dr. Xiao or Madam from now on? That night at 9 o'clock.
After everyone finished eating hot pot and went home, they had not received any news from Shinshan and others. Come to think of it, it is not so easy to get these materials worth 100 million.
But all the things Xiao Zisi purchased today have arrived.
One after another, small trucks responsible for transporting valuable goods stopped at the gate of the community, and in front of each truck, there was an extremely professional shopping guide standing. The charming figure formed a sharp contrast with the huge truck. Many people in the community gathered together to watch the excitement and guess what goods were in the truck. Because it was in the mainland, Hu Yu did not make it too public, but asked them to move the goods upstairs one by one and store them in the empty room of 2804. When the empty room was full, he put them all into the space backpack and asked another brand to continue moving the goods. But no matter how low-key he was, he still attracted many people to watch in the underground parking lot.
Have you heard?
Someone in our neighborhood won a big prize. Several truckloads of luxury goods were shipped.
Hey! I know, isn't it the guy on the 28th floor?
I heard that he was kept by a rough guy.
What do you mean kept? It's obvious that he's keeping someone else. 3 people who look like female stars, I saw them all.
Yes, they're here, isn't that it? Hu Yu happened to take Xiao Zisi and Xianer downstairs, while Mu Lingxiu stayed upstairs to take care of Bubu.
There were only 4 boxes left. Unlike other goods, these last 4 boxes contained various utensils and jewelry purchased from the jade shop.
The utensils were what Hu Yu wanted to buy, and the jewelry was purchased incidentally. He had always liked jade and other things before, but unfortunately he didn't have the money, so at most he would buy a smaller piece of Hatian jade to wear. Now that he has the money, he saw it while shopping, so he simply cleared out the inventory of more than a dozen nearby stores.
Of course, he didn't want all the garbage.
Only fine products can catch his eye, and the unit price is above 6 figures.
He also bought a lot of jewelry.
There are women on the ship, and they look good in them, which is also a feast for his eyes.
More than half of the 1 billion spent today was spent on this.
Other goods were fine, and they were directly transported back by small trucks and moved upstairs. But there are a few things that the jade shop dare not give away, so they are directly given to Hu Yu to carry with him.
A set of imperial green jewelry, including a tripod crown, necklace, earrings, pendants, and bracelets.
A set of coxcomb red jade, also made into a 5-piece set. There is also a set of mutton fat white jade and a set of top-grade Hutton jasper. In addition to the same 5-piece set, the 2 sets of jade also include bracelets and jade pendants, a total of 7 sets. Each of these sets costs 8 figures. Among them, the bracelets and jade pendants made of mutton fat white jade have been worn by Huyu. It is said that jade nourishes people. Since we want to have children, we must also nourish our health. Huyu ignored the discussion of the crowd and took Xiao Zissou to the underground parking lot. Come on, I said this car is theirs. Brabus G800, G Ultimate Edition. This thing is not cheap. What do you think is specially installed on this car? Seeing that everyone was discussing the car, a little boy rushed out of the crowd, pointed at the Brabus logo, and shouted to the crowd. Grandma, I want this car. Buy it for me. Buy it for me. My dear grandson. Hey. Xiaohu, what car do you have? I want to buy one too. Where did you buy it? Huyu turned his head and glanced at the man, his eyes full of disgust. Auntie Wang. One of the 3 aunties who gossiped last time. Relying on her son working in a big company with an annual salary of nearly 1 million, she always feels superior to others. In addition, she also works in the so-called neighborhood committee, so she has to get involved in everything. To put it nicely, it is called warm-heartedness. To put it bluntly, it is the Pacific Police. In the previous life, she was also the one who took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme and organizing everyone to give priority to the elderly and children. Including Huyu. No one expected that the rainstorm would last so long, so they distributed some of the food. But unexpectedly, the elderly in the building did not get a grain of rice, and all the food was given to the 3 families. Not to mention eating, some people even saw them throwing away a lot of leftovers. In this life, Huyu will not let her succeed. Mercedes-Benz 4S store, you go ask them. Huyu replied calmly, holding the box and going upstairs. Even if you want to settle the account, it is not now. Mercedes-Benz? Aunt Wang was stunned, looking left and right, and she couldn't see how this car looked like a Mercedes-Benz. The car logo is different. Huyu didn't plan to explain too much. Just as he was about to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme the trunk, the child jumped up and rolled in the trunk. I don't care. This is my car. Grandma. The little devil looked at Aunt Wang. I want this car. I want it now. The harsh voice echoed in his ears. Okay, Grandma will buy it for you. Aunt Wang looked at Huyu. Xiaohu, don't lie to me, a B logo means it's a Mercedes-Benz? My grandson likes your miscellaneous car, give me a price. Is 200,000 enough? The extra amount will be your lost wages. Give me the car keys first. I'll come to you tomorrow to transfer ownership and give you the money then. A generic car? 200,000? It's not even enough to pay the tax on this car. Huyu didn't answer, but Xiao Zissou next to him came over holding one of the boxes. Auntie, you'd better take your grandson out of the car quickly. 200,000 is not enough to buy a wheel for this car. What nonsense! Auntie Wang rolled her eyes at the two of them. Even if you want to blackmail me, you can't do it like this. Huyu rolled her eyes and didn't bother to explain. Xiener, take the person out of the car. Hey, let me do it. Xiao Zissou was afraid that Xiener would hurt the child, so she took the initiative to step forward and planned to carry the little devil down. Just as she put the box in the trunk, the little devil immediately began to struggle. I don't want it. I don't want it. With one kick, she kicked the box out of the trunk. Fortunately, Xiener was quick-witted. She hooked the box with her instep at the first time, so no serious consequences were caused. Hey! Xiao Zissou was instantly angry. You little brat, come down quickly, don't force me to use force. Maybe it was because of the Dr. Buff, she just got angry, and the little devil burst into tears instantly. Woo woo woo! Grandma, they hit me. Ouch! Aunt Wang immediately shouted, come and see. Someone is bullying us grandparents. Relying on their youth to do whatever they want.
It's too much.
For a while, more and more people gathered here. Fortunately, someone watched from beginning to end and explained a few words. Everyone didn't intend to step forward to help the evil, but just watched the show from the side.
Ha, Hu Yu yawned.
After walking around all day, he was really a little sleepy. Sienner, throw him down.
I'm really not in the mood to fight with them.
Oh. And Sienna responded, picked up the little devil's neck skin and threw him to the ground. Of course, the force was controlled very delicately, and the guy was not injured. But as soon as his butt touched the ground, he immediately cried and howled, as if a piece of meat was cut off. Seeing this, Aunt Wang also immediately stepped forward to respond, and a grandparents and grandchildren duet. The art form of this grandparents and grandchildren was too advanced, and he really didn't want to pay attention. Just closed the car door, carried the box into the apartment building, and Sienner and Xiao Zissa followed closely. Perhaps seeing that the real owner had left, the Wang family grandparents and grandchildren stopped crying and howling, but stood there cursing. The little brat didn't know where to find a stone, and started painting on the car body directly. Some people watched nearby, but didn't remind him. After all, this little devil has been dominating for a long time, just in time to deal with them. A sharp voice sounded in my ears. Hu Yu, who had just walked into the elevator, simply put down the box. You two go up first, I'll go take care of it. Seeing Hu Yu walk out of the elevator, Aunt Wang not only did not hide, but even stood in front of the car with her arms folded, and took the initiative to speak. What? Have you thought it through? Let me tell you, the paint of your car will be ruined if it is scratched. You don't care about money at a glance. I will give you a maximum of 150,000 for this car. You can sell it or not. TSK, you really wipe your ass with gauze, showing me your skills. Hu Yu laughed and shook his head, too lazy to explain to her, and directly called someone. Professional matters must be left to professionals to solve. Less than 3 minutes. Tian Laolu went downstairs in a wheelchair, followed by 2 younger brothers. Looks very obedient. He moved in next to Yi Wanqiu. Hey, boss Hu, what do you want? Simple. Hu Yu took out the payment receipt for the car and pointed to Aunt Wang and her grandson behind him. These 2 people scratched my car, you take care of it. Okay. Tian Laolu responded immediately, looking at the grandson of the Wang family with eyes like a wolf seeing its prey. Do you think it's a civil or a martial one? I'll have an idea in my mind. Hu Yu didn't answer, patted Tian Laolu on the shoulder, turned around and walked into the elevator. Written? Martial? Is this important? All he wants is for these 2 guys to get to know each other so that they can open the microphone when dog bites dog in the future. Listening to the roar coming from behind, Hu Yu smiled with satisfaction. Go upstairs and sleep. After returning to the room, Hu Yu immediately arranged a room for Sienner. I thought I couldn't let her stare at me anymore. But this woman refused to sleep. She went wherever Hu Yu went. Even if she went to the toilet, she had to wait at the door. Hu Yu thought about calling Lao Shun and asking him to help persuade him. But once the call is made, the user you dialed is not in the service area. God knows where he went to get supplies. Hu Yu had no choice but to admit it. After completing physical therapy with Bubu, he fell asleep under Sienner's gaze. Maybe it was because he was too tired, but even though he was a little unaccustomed to it, he fell asleep quickly and fell asleep not long after his head hit the pillow. July 10th, 7 o'clock in the morning. There are still 84 hours until the end of the world. The alarm clock rings. Hu Yu opened his eyes and found Sienner still standing beside him. He had no choice but to get into the toilet and take out the second black egg that was refreshed. Raise your hand and knock, and the white light will light up. Bite. Congratulations to the host for getting ordinary fairy beans 1. Name, fairy beans. Common category, food. Effect, after taking it, it can produce a feeling of satiety and continuously replenish various energy needs within a month. Can you still open this thing? Hu Yu had no intention of trying, so he stuffed the fairy beans into his backpack, washed briefly and walked out of the toilet. He called Shinshan again, and this time, someone answered.
Hello? Hey, Brother Shin, how's your progress going? It went very well.
We should be able to arrive in Jinling tonight.
I see you called me last night. Is there anything that happened? It's Siener's business.
Huyu briefly explained the confusion caused by Siener.
There's nothing I can do about it.
Shinshan smiled helplessly. Siener only listens to the orders of 1.5 people.
I can only count half of them.
I asked her to protect you and Dubu's safety, but there is no way to interfere with her specific actions.
Who is the other person? Huyu asked curiously.
Dubu's father. Shinshan's tone suddenly became heavy. It's a pity that he has already died.
Feel sorry. There's nothing to be sorry for.
I'll drive first. I'll tell you about Brotherin when I have time.
Good. As soon as Huyu hung up the phone, there was a knock on the door. Who's knocking on the door so early?
Xiao Zissou and Mu Lingxiu have keys and can come in directly.
Tian Laolu cannot rush upstairs. Could it be that the Wang family came to apologize?
Huyu walked to the door, looked outside the door, phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to the cat's eyes, and was suddenly startled.
It's him! Su Zilong. What is he here for? Siener. Come and protect me.
Huyu doesn't care about so much, it's more important to save his life first. And Siener's body flashed and she was already behind Huyu. Then he opened the door with confidence. Su Zilong raised his head and did not look at Huyu at first glance, but first looked at Siener behind him.
With just one glance, Siener was ready to take action. Etc. Su Zilong immediately took a step back. I'm not here to fight. Bang!
Before he finished speaking, Su Zilong was thrown over his shoulder by Siener, fell to the ground, and punched him in the eye socket.
Siener's whole set of movements was smooth.
After the fight, Siener took a step back and stood behind Huyu, before Su Zilong slowly uttered the next 2 words.
Set up. Then what are you doing here? Huyu asked immediately. Let me ask you a few questions.
Su Zilong stood up like a carp, as if he was used to being greeted like this.
He looked at Huyu. How did you win so much money? Are you investigating me?
Huyu lowered his eyes slightly. He could tell the secret of the space backpack, but the secret of the system, that was his trump card. No matter it was Shinshan, Bubu, or anyone else, he would never reveal any information.
That's right. Su Zilong did not deny it. Boss Hu, your identity is too mysterious. Before July 6th, you were just like an ordinary social animal.
Besides working, my only hobby is dog licking.
Hey! Let's talk about it without any personal attacks. Huyu was furious on the spot.
If he hadn't been able to control Siener, he would have chosen to convince others with reason.
The truth of physics.
But right after July 6th, you acted like a different person, which makes it difficult not to suspect something. Su Zilong ignored Huyu's protest and continued, I need an explanation now.
Explain shit.
Huyu Xiao looked at Su Zilong. He knew that after investigation, this guy believed his previous doomsday remarks and wanted to join them. But with his arrogant temperament, it is definitely impossible to join directly, so he needs a step up.
Now, he waited for Huyu to pass the steps. But how can stairs be so easy to build? Sorry, I can't explain a little bit.
Huyu looked at Su Zilong with a smile. You and I are not related, so why should I explain to you?
Siener, see you off. Etc. When Su Zilong saw Siener coming forward again, he immediately shouted, if the end of the world is really coming, you are not safe here.
Hearing this, Huyu suddenly became interested.
He stopped Siener, who was about to step forward. What do you mean? Monitoring and protection.
Su Zilong said calmly, the most difficult thing in the apocalypse is the human heart. If you buy a ship but choose to return to Jinling, it means that you will phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live slash phoneme here before the apocalypse, or even in the early stages of the apocalypse.
In this kind of environment, it's easy to hide from open guns and hard to prevent hidden attacks.
If you want to ensure your own safety, you need to install surveillance cameras in the entire building or even the entire community. Only when you know yourself and your enemy can you be prepared for any danger. And your room is too shabby. If a heavy rain really comes, the temperature will inevitably drop sharply. At that time, air conditioning alone will not be enough. I will be responsible for installing a 5-constant system for the entire floor, which includes constant temperature, constant humidity, constant oxygen, constant cleanliness, and constant cleanliness. This sentence really speaks to Huyu's heart. Can you do it? 3 days. Su Zilong raised 3 fingers. Before the 13th, I will install the surveillance of the entire building and the Wuheng system on this floor for you as a prerequisite for our cooperation. Cooperation? Huyu asked doubtfully. You're right. Su Zilong nodded. You and I are not in an employment relationship, but a cooperative relationship. The specific conditions will be discussed at 7 o'clock in the evening on the 13th. Good. Huyu smiled and said nothing more. Just do as you say. Make a deal. By the way, let me remind you that 7 days after the heavy rain falls, the whole world will be disconnected, and monitoring may not be useful by then. It's just disconnection, I can handle it. Su Zilong said and turned around and left. For the next whole day, Huyu stayed at home and played various online games to pass the time. This is the last hooray. By the 7th day of heavy rain, the global network will be completely paralyzed. By then there will be no online games, no short videos, no TV movies, no online novels. Everything related to the internet will disappear. Even if you store some resources in advance, it won't be enough. Well, Huyu sighed and suddenly thought of something. Nowadays, everything on the internet, including but not limited to games, short videos, novels, etc., is stored in the databases of major companies. If I could get their hands on their database, I would be able to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme all the short videos and novels I have accumulated in a lifetime. But the problem is money. This thing can be said to be the lifeblood of every internet company. Unless the entire company is acquired, it will never be possible. Even if Huyu could win tens of billions in gambling and had enough funds, there would not be enough time left to go through the process. Forget it, these things can only be submerged in the sea at 7 o'clock that night. There are still 72 hours until the rainstorm hits. Shen Shan's call arrived. They all delivered the goods to the suburbs of Jinling and waited for Huyu to receive the goods. Huyu then left the computer and took Ensiener to the underground parking lot. Seeing the brand new babos, he secretly praised Tian Lulio's speed in doing things. However, he also knows that it is a disaster for people like this to stay around. When the end of the world comes, he will be liquidated sooner or later. Come to the suburbs. Huyu just glanced at it, and his whole body was stunned for an instant. Densely packed large trucks filled the entire wasteland. A rough estimate is that there are at least 1,000 large trucks. Huyu's heart trembled. So much. If I collect them all myself, I'm afraid it will cause unnecessary trouble. Shinshan happened to come over and seemed to know what Huyu was worried about, so he explained, "Don't worry, boss, these goods are all scattered, and we are the only people who know about it, so it took so much time. The driver is also trustworthy. Just collect the goods and leave the car here." That's good. Huyu breathed a sigh of relief, stepped forward and began to put those things into his space backpack, while Shinshan's report came to his ears. In terms of food, in order to ensure the diversity of food, in addition to seafood, I bought some of each. As long as it is an edible ingredient on Blue Star, I bought a cart of each. Meat, eggs, and milk are more. Everyday meat, eggs, and milk are all grown in about 5 carts. The various reserves combined are enough to feed 20 people for 50 years. I also bought a cart of various vegetables, fruit seeds, and common special medicines. Xiaozhong also obtained some common medical equipment. Western medicine methods can also be used normally on the ship. The power generation equipment is also the most advanced, with a truckload of fuel and photovoltaic equipment. As for fuel and fresh water. Shinshan's voice paused, and Huyu also stopped and turned to look behind him. There won't be any problems with these two, right? Fresh water resources aside, fuel is a standard strategic material.
When buying in bulk, problems can easily arise. A little bit, but not much.
Shinshan smiled bitterly and replied, there are a total of 2,000 tons of fresh water resources, all of which are packed in water tankers.
If you save some, it will be enough.
More fuel oil, about 3,000 tons.
Huyu frowned slightly, not enough, neither water nor oil. He checked online. According to the calculation that each person drinks 1.5 L of water per day and consumes 2 tons of water per month, an adult needs to consume 25 tons of water per year. 2,000 tons is only enough for 8 people to phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals live/phoneme for 10 years. And the ship needs at least 30 tons of fuel oil for 1 day of sailing, and 3,000 tons is only enough for 100 days of sailing. I know.
Shinshan frowned and said, for water, Xiaozhong and Xiaoyi have contacted the mineral water factory. Their inventory output is about 20,000 tons, and they are already contacting for transportation.
As for oil,
Li Ji went to northern Russia, which can provide about 100,000 tons, 8,000 per ton, and cash settlement is required.
Good guy, that's 800 million.
Now Huyu only has about 500 million left, which is only enough to buy 40,000 tons.
If he drives sparingly, it should be enough, right?
Order 40,000 tons of goods, and I'll go over there when the time comes.
Okay.
Shinshan called Li Ji and told him about the situation here.
Huyu was also busy receiving the goods. He received all the way to the last car, and suddenly heard some movement inside. Huyu turned his head and looked at Shinshan. What's going on?
Shinshan said as he stepped forward and opened the car door, oh, some small things I bought.
Just a glance, Huyu's eyes suddenly went dark. What the hell is called a small thing? Pigs, cows, sheep, chickens, ducks. The small truck was filled with poultry and livestock other than fish. There are 8 heads of each type. Moreover, they are all alive. Brother, what are you doing with these things?
Huyu was speechless for a while and tried to collect it into the space backpack.
Pity.
The space backpack only collects the truck, and all the little things in the truck escape.
Huyu immediately put the car out again. Of course it's breeding. Fortunately, Shinshan has quick eyes and quick hands.
He replied casually, while busy loading those guys back into the car, I've seen it, there are still a lot of free spaces on the ship, which can be used to breed these. If we find land, we don't have to worry about sitting on nothing. I have to say that Shinshan is quite forward-looking.
No matter how much stuff you hoard, it's just a ration.
If these things can be well cultivated at sea, there is no need to worry about the future.
You win.
Huyu gave a thumbs up helplessly, but before the end of the world comes, how do we deal with these things?
It's simple.
Shinshan seemed to have been prepared. Miss Xiao lives in 2801, euphoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme in 2802, and Bubu and iphoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme in 2803.
Isn't there still an empty room? It will take a few days to recover, and it will be fine.
Good guys, where do Li Ji and the others phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme? Shinshan seemed to think of something and rolled his eyes.
These things have to be fed by someone, right boss? You are still ruthless. Just average.
Taking advantage of the darkness, Shinshan drove back to the community and drove all the pigs, cows, sheep, chickens and ducks into the room. Fortunately, the things he bought were all small, not too big, and could barely fit into a room. 10 p.m., Shinshan tried several times, but still couldn't take Sienna away from Huyu.
He didn't know what was going on with Sienna, but he seemed to recognize Huyu and kept following him.
Since no one could understand her brain circuit, she had to let her do it. This time, Huyu had to count tens of thousands of sheep before he managed to fall asleep.
July 11th, early morning. Huyu got up early and had a simple breakfast with everyone.
He was just about to fly to northern Russia with Shinshan to solve the fuel problem. Bubu suddenly asked out of curiosity, Dad, when will Bubuxi go to school, go to school? As soon as the 2 words came out, everyone except Mu Lingxiu and Sienna looked at each other.
How could I forget this? Shall I get the teaching materials? Xiao Zissou asked tentatively. Need not. Yu took out his phone and called manager Yang of the casino. He would soon receive a call from the manager of Jinling Huaxin bookstore. Purchase. Get a copy of all books, regardless of category or nationality. As the saying goes, books are the ladder of human progress. There is such a big space, and the ladder has to be moved in. If you encounter any technical difficulties at that time, you might as well just phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme the book, right? When the bookstore manager heard this, he was a big customer. The price is 80 million, and it will be delivered to your door tomorrow. After finalizing the delivery location, Yu and Shinshan got on the plane together, and Encinar also followed. When we arrived in northern Russia, we paid with one hand and delivered the goods with the other hand. Yushan took 40,000 tons of fuel and ran away in a hurry. He was afraid that people from northern Russia would discover some clues and be caught growing potatoes in Siberia. When he came back, Zhao Zhong and Zhaoi also came back with 20,000 tons of mineral water. What is the concept of 20,000 tons? A bottle of normal mineral water is 0.5 L, 1 ton is 2,000 bottles, and 20,000 tons is 40 million bottles of mineral water. Nearly 700 semi-trailers were parked outside Jinling City. Looking at it, it was much more shocking than the truck convoy yesterday. It wasn't until 7 o'clock in the evening that Yu loaded these goods into the space backpack. There are still 48 hours until the end of the world. Fuel, fresh water, everything is taken care of. Once I buy the books tomorrow, there will be almost all the things I need to stock up on. Yu collapsed on the bed, completely relaxed, and gradually got used to the feeling of Encinar watching from the side. Just when he was about to chat with Duke Zhou, there was a sudden noise downstairs. It's shameful to disturb the people. Oppose the urban pig pen. Get out of the community. It's shameful to disturb the people. Oppose the urban pigsty. One noise after another rang out. Yu frowned and moved to the windowsill to look down. I saw a group of old men and women gathered together, holding red banners. They stopped dancing in the square and kept shouting downstairs with a big loudspeaker. If it was really shameful to disturb people, these guys would probably have a mouthful of dentures. Bang bang, there was a knock on the door, and Shinshan's voice sounded outside. Boss, it's me. Please come in. Shinshan pushed the door open and obviously heard the noise below. Boss, do you need to deal with it below? Need not. Yu conveniently closed the window, turned on the air conditioner, and enjoyed the cold phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme of 23 degrees Celsius. On this hot day, it's okay for the adults to move around more. By the way, didn't you make some ham? Well, there are about 1,000 in total. What's wrong? Pick out 50. Yu glanced at the crowd making trouble below. Go down and tell them that at this time tomorrow, everyone can receive half of the ham, which will be regarded as our hush money. By the way, give the leader a break and tell them we will move out in a few days. Hush money? This is ham. This is not the kind of ham sold in supermarkets. Not only does it contain sufficient salt, but it is also meat that can be stored for a long time. Once the end of the world comes, the price of 1 gram of ham can even be higher than 10 grams of gold. The boss is really kind-hearted. Favorability from Chunshan +1, now 50. Okay boss, you are quite a nice person. Shinshan responded, turned around and started to go. Yu tilted his head and failed to understand. Good guy? Can this word be similar to my own? Yes, the various values of ham are indeed very high. But the premise is that they can use it. If the ham is given privately, it will indeed help them survive in the apocalypse, but if everyone gives half of it in a big way. Once the end of the world comes, the first material that everyone thinks of will be ham in the hands of others. As long as you give away the ham, you can achieve the purpose of killing someone with a borrowed knife while distracting others' attention. Cruel? It's quite cruel. But in the end of the world, if you are not cruel to others, you are being cruel to yourself. Yu looked out the window again and vaguely saw a few familiar figures. Even if they were 28 floors away, he could recognize these guys. There are many acquaintances from the previous life here.
The reason why he and Yi Wanqiu were kayaking through the rainstorm was because on the 22nd day of the rainstorm, a group of people jointly occupied the entire 28th floor, including who used the house and all its contents.
Among them is Aunt Wang.
The euphemistic name is, respect the old and love the young. They should be given priority to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme and high floors.
What? Resist?
Who you wanted to resist, but he couldn't resist and someone found a chainsaw from nowhere. That thing, as soon as the sound is heard, the sanity is instantly plus 300%, and all impulses are strangled in the cradle. Fortunately, Yi Wanqiu got a kayak from somewhere and took Huyu out of the 28th floor first. Otherwise, the two of them wouldn't have to connect heart to heart, and they might just become flesh and blood in the pot. At that time, Huyu thought Yi Wanqiu had good intentions and was very touched. Later, he found out that she was using him as a reserve food. Thinking of this, Huyu couldn't help but shudder. Fortunately, you don't have to worry about it this time. Chen Shan was very efficient in his work.
Within 10 minutes, there was no sound from below.
He took the list and went upstairs.
He needed to prepare a total of 40 hams.
In addition to the aunts and uncles in this building, there were also other aunts and uncles in the community. The leader was naturally the trio headed by Aunt Wang. Huyu happily took out the ham and asked Shinshan to deliver it tomorrow, and then fell into a deep sleep.
When he woke up, it was already 10 o'clock the next day.
A person skillfully got into the toilet, shook off an sienner, and took out the black egg that was refreshed from the space backpack.
Just tap it. Bite. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the exquisite Lichuan 1 name, Lichuan Boutique category, food. Effect: some trauma can be cured after taking it. The specific effect depends on the injury and will not conflict with any medicine. What a good thing. Huyu took out Lichuan directly.
It was a bottle of light blue liquid that smelled nothing like mineral water.
He made an excuse and handed Lichuan to Bubu and asked her to drink it as a drink.
After breakfast, Huyu and others first went to the library and put hundreds of thousands of books into space backpacks. After finishing my work, it was already noon. Instead of eating out today, Li Ji used the ingredients in his space backpack to cook himself. I have to say that this perfect cooking is different. The level of cooking with the same ingredients is even better than that of jade sandalwood.
Everyone had a very satisfying meal.
As soon as they put away the dishes, there was a knock on the door. I'll go take a look.
Chen Shan took the initiative to step forward and open the door. Su Zilong was at the door.
Before the two of them could speak, and Xianer ducked to the door like a cat that smelled fishy smell.
Su Zilong's pupils trembled. Wait, I'm here. Bang!
There was another muffled sound, in the same position. Even the posture was exactly the same.
Su Zilong was knocked down instantly, and Xianer punched him in the eye again. Finished, call it a day.
She returned to her seat and drank the soup quietly.
What a crazy woman.
Su Zilong cursed in a low voice and wiped off the dust on his body. I'm here to hand over something. Where is the little boss?
Something? What? Huyu just stuffed an egg tart into his mouth, stood up and walked to the door. Have you installed all the surveillance cameras? Su Zilong nodded. We will start installing the Wuheng system today. Workers will come to the door then.
I need your cooperation and payment, by the way. Also, in order to prevent the network from being disconnected, I brought you something. With this, you can monitor the movements of the entire building even if there is no network.
Oh? Huyu suddenly became interested. What is it? You'll know when you get downstairs.
Huyu followed Su Zilong downstairs. For some reason, and Xianer didn't follow this time, but Shinshan accompanied him. The three of them walked all the way to the outside of the community, and another truck stopped at the door.
I say. Huyu raised his hand and pointed at the truck. The things you want to show me, they won't be in here, right? What else? Su Zilong asked as a matter of course. Don't you like to use this to load goods? Rumors. All rumors. But it's too late to explain now.
Huyu walked to the door of the car, opened it with ease, and was stunned at the first sight.
Servers. Half of the truck was loaded with servers. The other half was full of drones, all kinds of models. Su Zilong took a computer from the car and handed it to Huyu. I will put the other things in their proper places. You take this. Not to mention monitoring a building, even if you want to monitor the entire community, it will be no problem. Good guy. Huyu took the notebook. You and the guy who took a pack of instant noodles and could open up the entire community are from the same school. I don't know what you are talking about. Su Zilong turned around and walked towards the community. Take the things first. I will install the last batch of surveillance cameras tomorrow and we can use them directly. But he had only taken 2 steps when a figure suddenly appeared. Back throw, punch. All in one go. After Sienna finished beating, she slowly walked to Huyu's side, as if nothing had happened. Su Zilong stood up and gave her a vicious look, but said nothing and continued to work. So, what's going on between the two of them? Huyu couldn't help but ask Shinshan, who was standing beside him. A historical problem. Shinshan replied helplessly, Do you remember the captain I told you about? Yeah, what's wrong? In fact, in a sense, the captain's death has something to do with Zilong, and Sienna is the captain's adopted daughter, so after his death, Sienna made a vow. As long as I see Zilong once, I will beat him once. Shinshan smiled bitterly. Fortunately, the captain said before that we are all relatives and cannot kill each other, otherwise Zilong would have gone down to see the captain long ago. So that's it. Huyu finally understood. No wonder Sienna refused to follow just now. It turned out that she wanted to beat Su Zilong one more time. Put away the server and drone. Everyone went upstairs, and the construction team had already arrived. 20 construction teams, 5 people in each team, each responsible for 5 square meters, directly started to renovate the entire floor. It's 9 o'clock in the evening. There are still 22 hours before the end of the world. The Wuheng system was completed, and the servers responsible for monitoring the entire building were also built. Including the Wuheng system, the total cost was 1.2 million. Huyu confirmed the itinerary of Zhao's father and mother with Wanji Airlines and confirmed that they could arrive in Jiling tonight. That night, he did not sleep all night and sat there all night under Sienna's gaze. If the rainstorm comes as expected tomorrow, then today will be the last Christmas Eve for mankind. 24 hours later, everything in the existing world will be overturned. Morality? Order? All this will make way for survival. There are a total of 12 people on the ship now. According to the existing resources in the space backpack, it is enough for them to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme a life full of materials for at least 70 years. That ship is also enough to support their living space on the ocean. But this is far from enough. The ocean is the ocean after all. No matter how good the ship is, for those who have always lived on land, it is all drifting. What if a piece of land can be stored? It is naturally difficult to store pure soil. There is no point in building tall buildings. But what if it is a mountain? If you accumulate enough mountains and find a suitable location, maybe you can really build a city. But even if the space backpack is not online, there are more or less creatures or humans on the mountain. It is impossible to collect the entire mountain. Unless a heavy rain falls. Most humans will go down the mountain. As for animals, since I can take away the trucks carrying animals, can the mountain be considered a larger truck? An idea suddenly burst out in Huyu's mind. Jiling seems to have many mountains. However, this idea can only be implemented after the heavy rain really falls. July 13th, 7 o'clock in the morning. There are still 12 hours before the end of the world. The alarm clock rang, and Huyu got up on time. He opened the curtains and found that Jiling was covered by thick clouds this morning, and there was no sun at all. In the originally hot July, the temperature dropped instead of rising, only a little over 20 degrees. This is exactly the same as the situation in the previous life. Ha! Huyu exhaled a breath of foul air and turned to open the door.
There was no smell of medicinal food in the room, only the sound of Mu Lingxiu sitting at the dining table, teaching Bubu to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read slash phoneme and recognize characters.
Where is Zi Su?
Master, Dr. Xiao went to pick him up at the airport. Mu Lingxiu replied from the side, breakfast for you and Miss Bubu is ready, I just need to heat it up.
Just heat up Bubu's breakfast.
Hu said and walked towards the door, I still have some things to prepare.
Okay, sir, today's lunch. Leave it to Li Ji.
Yes.
Brother Hu.
Bubu suddenly spoke, and before Hu left, he shouted, the drink you gave me yesterday was delicious, do you have any more?
Not for now.
Facing Bubu, Hu's tone was clamped.
He walked to Bubu and squatted, Bubu, be good, if I find this kind of drink in the future, I will bring it to you again, okay?
Okay.
Thank you, brother Hu.
You're welcome.
Hu rubbed Bubu's head. He didn't go out immediately this time, but turned and walked into the bathroom.
Open the egg first. What treasure will Kong Kong have today?
Hu took out the black egg and raised his hand to knock it.
A misty purple light suddenly lit up, and a square transparent solid appeared in his hand. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a perfect waterproof coating. One name, waterproof coating perfect type, equipment effect, after use, it can be attached to any device, providing perfect waterproof performance, cannot be removed, and cannot be reset. Remarks, please use it on the correct item, do not try to replace a rubber product.
Perfect grade. This is the first time that Hu has opened a perfect grade item. That's the remark. It's too redundant. It's a pity that Lichuan was not opened.
Hu put away the waterproof coating and prepared to use it on Babos later. He walked out of the bathroom, said hello to Bubu and Mu Lingxiu, and pushed the door out. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Shinshan and Su Zilong standing at the elevator entrance. A gust of phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine slash phoneme came from behind. Hu didn't have time to react, and Su Zilong was pushed down again. This time he didn't even resist.
Zilong is here to hand in a task.
Shinshan smiled bitterly and did not stop him, he has already installed the surveillance, and the computer can be connected to the server to watch it.
Yeah.
Hu looked at Su Zilong with a little pity, I'm going out for a while, Zilong, do you want to come with me?
Okay.
Although he was very reluctant, in order to avoid being beaten again, Su Zilong nodded on the spot. The four of them came to the underground parking lot.
Shinshan sat in the driver's seat, boss, where are we going?
Zijing Mountain.
Shinshan started the car and asked in confusion, what else can be stored there?
You'll know when you get there. Hu did not explain too much, but took out his mobile phone to check the latest news. There is no news of rainfall worldwide.
10 o'clock in the morning. There are still 9 hours before the end of the world.
The four of them came to the foot of Zijing Mountain. Because it was Saturday, there were many citizens who came to play around Zijing Mountain, most of them with children or pets.
Too many people.
Even if it rains heavily, there are many places to hide on the mountain, and they may not go down the mountain immediately.
But there is a way.
Brother Shin, go buy umbrellas, the more the better, the bigger the better.
Umbrella? Shinshan was stunned, or buy it according to the old rules? Well, one truck is enough. Hu responded. According to this flow of people, a truck of umbrellas can only be considered as barely enough. 1 o'clock in the afternoon.
Shinshan drove the truck back and bought parasols.
Just right.
Although the weather is not sunny, there is no sign of rain.
If it is a normal umbrella, it will be bad.
Hu immediately hired 30 college students passing by.
500 yuan each, and there is only one job content selling umbrellas.
No need to scan any QR code, only $1 can buy an umbrella. The premise is to pick up a water bottle or a can on the road as a symbol of environmental protection.
Each person is limited to one.
Just as these 30 college students were scattered in Zijing Mountain, another 170 college students came later. These were all classmates of the group of college students just now.
A high salary of 500 yuan was obviously a rare job for them. Hu Yu gave the same order.
200 college students, each carrying 100 umbrellas, went up the mountain. Hu Yu and his team were not idle. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme, busy distributing umbrellas at the foot of the mountain.
4 o'clock in the afternoon.
College students came down the mountain one after another, and more than 30,000 umbrellas were distributed, including those distributed at the foot of the mountain. This was only half of the truck. There was still half a truck. Brother Shin, you go to Qixia Mountain and distribute umbrellas in this way, the sooner the better.
Okay. Shen Shan responded and drove to Qixia Mountain immediately.
There were still 3 hours before the end of the world. Hu Yu looked up at the sky, which was gradually gloomy at this time.
Almost instantly, that poem popped up in his mind. Black clouds pressed down on the city, and the city was about to be destroyed.
But this time, it's not just the city that is destroyed, but also the entire human race. Due to the weather, more and more people choose to go down the mountain. Hu Yu was not idle. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme, and by the way, he swept away all the duck blood vermicelli soup, steamed dumplings, pan-fried dumplings, salted duck, and so on within a radius of 2 kilometers. Although Shinshan collected a truckload of snacks from all over the country, Hu Yu still felt that it was not enough. If you can stock up more, anyway, there is no harm.
6 o'clock in the afternoon. There is still an hour before the end of the world. The umbrellas on Qixia Mountain have also been distributed. Hu Yu finally had some free time, standing on land, enjoying the feeling of being down to earth for the last time. The phone rang. He looked down and saw that it was Xianer calling. Hello? Hello, you're not at home? Isn't it going to rain soon? What are you doing outside?
I still have some things to stock up.
Hu Yu explained helplessly. How are your parents?
They are all settled, and they have enough food and drink for half a month.
By the way, I also gave them guns. This was arranged by Hu Yu.
Last night he specially found 2 pistols and asked Xiao Zisa to find time to give them to Zhao's father and mother.
He didn't want the 2 elders to be killed by human nature before he could pick them up. They didn't ask anything? What could they ask?
Xiao Zisa chuckled. I stuffed the gun into the innermost part of the suitcase, and the instructions and explanations are also inside. Only when the end of the world comes and they finish eating the things in the suitcase will they find it.
6.
Hu Yu replied helplessly, have you ever thought that if the 2 elders are robbed, will the gun fall into someone else's hands?
Yeah. That's right.
Xiao Zisa suddenly realized, let's not talk about it for now.
I'll call them as soon as the rain falls.
Okay. Hu Yu hung up the phone and continued to look up at the sky.
And, 50 minutes.
The streets were full of people.
Taiwan Novel Network.
On the mountain, there is laughter and laughter. Hu Yu stood quietly at the foot of the mountain, watching all this for the last time. 50 minutes is very long enough to hold a class, but also very short, so short that Hu Yu doesn't even notice, and the time has flown by.
6:30. Chen Shan rushed back.
He did not disturb Hu Yu, but stood aside silently, looking towards the sky from time to time. The alarm sounded at 6:59. Hu Yu didn't hesitate, closed the umbrella and got into the car. Let's go, get in the car.
Chen Shan and Xianer followed closely behind. Only Su Zilong didn't get on the bus.
He raised his head, as if waiting for the next proof.
30 seconds. Chen Shan sat in the driver's seat and dialed Bubu's phone number.
Hey, Bubu, are you taking the medicine immediately?
Yes, when will Dad come back? It's time for dinner. Right now, Dad and brother Hu Yu have things to do, so they will be back soon. 10 seconds.
Hu Yu sat in the car, rolled down the window, and looked out the window.
Dark clouds gradually gathered.
There were bursts of thunder, and the dull sound was like the wrath of a god, exploding in the air.
5 seconds. It's thundering. It's going to rain. Go home and collect your clothes quickly.
Go, go, go. Fortunately, someone handed out an umbrella, otherwise I would have been a drowned rat today. 3, 2, 1.
Boom! The downpour suddenly fell.
Thumb-sized raindrops formed a curtain of water in the air and fell to the ground without warning, causing splashes everywhere.
The rain still fell. Huyu sighed and looked at Su Zilong outside the car.
The two looked at each other.
Su Zilong didn't hesitate and immediately got into the passenger seat. Boss who ah.
Just after he spat out 3 words, Enciener came forward and punched him. I didn't get on the bus just now, but now I'm on the bus, it's one side again.
I'm really.
Su Zilong uttered 3 words and felt his teeth itching looking at Enciener, but he was still helpless. He looked at Huyu and said again, Boss Hu, we will have a pleasant cooperation in the future.
Huyu made a nasal sound. He's not in the mood for relationships right now. This was supposed to come, but it came.
Under the heavy rain, people ran away from the mountains with umbrellas. He sat in the car and used the waterproof coating he had just obtained on the car. He took out his cell phone and started a group chat. 7 people, Qinshan, Xiaozisu, Li Ji, Zhao Zhong, Zhaoyi, Su Zilong, and Enciener, were all included in the group chat.
He thought about it and finally pulled Mu Lingxiu in. A small group of 9 people.
Huyu sent a message inside, phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme the doors and windows, turn on the Wuheng system, and connect it directly to the generator.
We will be back in 3 hours at most.
There is no need to wait for us to eat. Several people headed by Qinshan immediately replied received in the group.
Xiao Zisu asked in the group, aren't you ready to come back?
The water will flood your car in 3 hours.
It's okay, it can't be flooded. Huyu replied and didn't look at the phone again. Half an hour later. Rainwater has destroyed the entire city's drainage system, and water has begun to accumulate on the surface. Global news is reporting on this strange rain. But so far, no one has discovered or announced this terrible fact. It's raining all over the world. Almost everyone thought that the rain might stop soon. At the same time, it also includes people on the mountain. Most people have gone down the mountain.
Only a handful of people huddled on the mountain, holding umbrellas in their hands, and refused to go down. They believe the heavy rain will stop soon.
Huyu also knew it, so he didn't move. Another half hour passed.
Not only did the heavy rain not stop, but it got worse and worse, even forming rain and fog. The visibility at this time was less than 1 meter. The original water was almost 10 centimeters deep.
Su Zilong couldn't wait any longer. He looked at Huyu, Boss Hu, what are you waiting for? Why don't you go back quickly? Almost. Huyu replied.
There have been no cars coming down the mountain for half an hour. An hour has passed by now, and those who haven't come down yet can no longer do so. Heavy rain can cause cable cars to malfunction and cause soft soil, reducing visibility to less than 1 meter. If you go down the mountain now, it will be like a blind man trying to get down from the mountain without any help.
This is simply impossible. There is only one fate they face. Starve.
Huyu pushed open the door and got out of the car. The heavy rain and strong phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind whine slash phoneme made him somewhat unsteady and he could only half lean on the car.
Boss. Qinshan didn't know what he wanted to do, so he could only shout, what do you want to do? Get in the car. Huyu didn't answer, just squatted down. Hands, put on the ground.
Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme your eyes and think.
Huyu stood up.
There was still a hazy mist in front of his eyes, but he could clearly feel that there was nothing in front of him.
Bohemia Mountain was put into his bag.
Just as he was about to get in the car, there was suddenly a lot of noise in front of him.
What's going on? Aren't we hiding from the rain? What about the pavilion? Hey! Don't squeeze. Mom, these sounds are people who are still on the mountain.
It seems that after collecting the mountain, the creatures on the mountain will appear in front of you. The noise grew louder and louder. Huyu ignored it and got on the bus as soon as possible. Without wiping the rain off his body, he looked at Shinshan. Let's go to Chisha Mountain.
Good.
Shinshan seemed to have thought of something and immediately replied. Drive and follow the navigation phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals route/phoneme all the way towards Chisha Mountain. Fortunately, current navigation can prompt traffic lights and can use onboard radar to detect whether there is a car ahead. Even with this visibility, Chen Shan was confident that he would not crash.
Etc. Su Zilong vaguely guessed it, and he turned to look at Huyu. You took over the Bohemia Mountain, right? Could those voices just come from those people? Aha! Huyu replied. The whole mountain is gone? Su Zilong's expression was extremely shocked. How much can you pack in? Can even Blue Star be packed in?
I don't know. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals either/phoneme. Huyu shook his head and looked tentatively out of the car window. If I weren't afraid that everyone on Blue Star would die in the vacuum, I would want to try it. As soon as these words came out, Chen Shan and Su Zilong couldn't help but shudder.
This ability is too outrageous. An hour later.
Chisha Mountain has arrived. Since this is a paid scenic spot, many people received a notice from the scenic spot and went down the mountain directly after the heavy rain fell. The staff at the scenic spot are also off work.
Huyu didn't hesitate and got out of the car. The water level has now risen to 30 centimeters.
He put his hand out of the rain and took away the entire Chisha Mountain according to the process just now.
Get back in the car.
Before Huyu could speak, Shinshan frowned and said, Boss, the car may not be able to drive back. We still have 2 hours to go back, but in 1 hour at most, the water level will reach 60 centimeters, and the car will not be able to drive.
It can be opened.
Huyu completely believed in the system. Just drive it, and nothing will happen.
Good. Shinshan replied and started the vehicle.
As the rain got heavier, more and more cars started to stop working.
9 p.m.
The water level reaches 60 centimeters.
What is this concept? It is equivalent to the height of 2 mineral water bottles stacked up. Even if you are
1.8 meters tall, the rain can still reach your thighs. There are no pedestrians on the road, and only a few vehicles are driving slowly at the risk of being scrapped.
There is only one outlier.
This car seemed to ignore the stagnant water. Its speed did not slow down at all, and it even continued to speed through the stagnant water.
At 9:30 p.m., we arrived at the underground garage.
At this time, the water in the underground garage is almost 80 centimeters. Not to mention the chassis, the tires on this car are still dry. No one had time to be shocked and hurriedly got into the stairs and started climbing.
Elevator? That thing is definitely useless. Isn't it the 28th floor? Climb.
Shinshan didn't wait for Huyu to speak, and directly carried him behind him and started climbing with heavy weight.
In less than 6 minutes, we arrived at the 28th floor.
Huyu opened the door and saw everyone gathered together. The moment I saw him coming in, a warm breeze hit me.
Except for Boo Boo, everyone stood up and paid attention. They know.
If it weren't for Huyu, they would have been caught off guard by this rain.
Survive, it is possible to survive. But life. Naturally, it won't be the same as before. What are you doing? Sit down, sit down.
Huyu walked into the room, and it could be seen that everyone had not eaten yet. I'm going to take a shower. Brotherly, help me prepare some food, and we'll have a good meal later.
Good.
Huyu got into the bathroom and took a hot bath. For up to 3 days, once the water plant shuts down and wastewater flows back into the water plant, water will become a scarce resource. If I want to take a shower in the future, I'm afraid I'll have to use a wiper, or I'll have to modify the water heater.
Cleaning is complete. Huyu came out of the toilet and happened to hear the sound on the TV.
It is reported that widespread rainfall has begun across the world, and rainfall in many places has broken world records. People are advised not to worry too much. Some experts say that this rainfall is the result of meteorological weapon research. The heavy rain will stop in 3 days at most. No country has recognized this yet. Please stay home for the time being and do not go out unless necessary.
3 days? 3 days later will be 3 days, 3 days, 3 days, and 3 days. Even now, some people still believe this. No one spoke. Just watching Huyu walk out and all the way to the dining table. Instead of sitting down, he took out the white wine that night, poured a glass for everyone except Bubu, and placed it in front of them with his own hands. Everyone. Huyu raised his own glass of wine. From today on, we will be a family. I won't say much else, just one sentence. Drink this glass of wine and let's survive together. Everyone raised their glasses together. Stay alive. After 3 rounds of wine, the 5 flavors of food are gone. Huyu is not idle. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either / phoneme. He first asked Su Zilong to contact the operations of several major internet companies and propose prices. Prepare to use 20 boxes of instant noodles to acquire their database. Of course, at this point, they will just think that the person who posted this news is a crazy person. Wait another half month. They know the weight of the price. By the time we finished dinner, it was already 11 o'clock in the evening. The water level has risen to 1 meter. At this time, most people have gone to bed, ready to wake up tomorrow to enjoy a rare vacation. Except the people on the ground floor. At this time, there was already a quarrel among the surveillance and resident groups. Building 3, 103, is there any kind person who can take care of me? My house is almost completely flooded. Building 3, 104, my home is the same. There are 2 elderly people at home. We are willing to pay 1,000 yuan a day for a room, and we ask for your help. In the surveillance. In the corridor from the first floor to the second floor. 6 people from 2 families stood together, all wearing short sleeves. Their bags were stuffed with gold and silver, but nothing else. In July, even if there is heavy rain, the temperature is above 20 degrees, so there is no need for warm clothes. If I remember correctly, there were only 2 households on this floor. Among them, 103 is occupied by 2 brothers and sisters who came to the city to work from other places. The younger sister is lame and the older brother usually works on the construction site. 104 lives in a family of 4, a couple and the husband's parents. That 104 was too troublesome and no one took him in. The family lived in the stairwell. In the end, only 1 man survived. As for the 2 brothers and sisters of 103, Huyu turned to look at Mu Lingxiu, who was also sitting at the table. In her last life, she was the one who took in 2 brothers and sisters, and the end couldn't be too tragic. Master, what are you looking at me for? Mu Lingxiu asked with a wink. Fine. Huyu asked curiously, those 2 brothers and sisters look so pitiful. Do you think we can save them? Everything depends on the master. If the master agrees, they can be placed in my room. Huyu was surprised. It seems that Mu Lingxiu's Mary syndrome can be cured. Then forget it. Huyu shook his head and tentatively took out the ice cream from the space. Just as he was about to put it in his mouth, he was noticed by Xiao Zissou on the side. Stop. As soon as she finished speaking, she appeared next to Huyu and snatched the ice cream from his hand. What are you going to do, Dashikan? You just got caught in the rain and now you want to eat ice? No. After saying that, she put the ice cream away, sat next to Huyu and started licking it, seemingly without any sense of disobedience. Huyu's mouth twitched. Before he could recover, Mu Lingxiu added with an auntie smile on her face, Miss, I really feel sorry for you. A chill came over me. Huyu trembled, looked at Mu Lingxiu and said earnestly, Tu syndrome is also a disease, don't give up treatment. As soon as he finished speaking, there was movement in the group. Since Mu Lingxiu didn't show any kindness this time, Aunt Wang immediately spoke. Building 3, 2602, I remember, didn't Xiaowu on the 28th floor buy a lot of houses? Let him come out in one room and let the neighbors take refuge first. Building 3, 103, is it really possible? Mr. Hu, don't worry, our brothers and sisters will definitely not cause you any trouble. Building 3, 104, are there more rooms? We only need 2 rooms, please Mr. Hu. In an instant, All the pressure was on Huyu. He didn't speak, but the group had already started at him. Huyu shook his head with a smile and replied in the group. 2802, Building 3, oops, the space in my house is limited. I remember and Wang, there are only 2 people in your house, right? How about you take in 103 siblings and I take care of 104's neighbors? Building 32602, how can that be done? I don't like other people coming to my house. Wouldn't it be nice if you took them in together and lived in the living room? Building 32802, what should I do with the little pets I have at home? How about sending it to your house? Building 32602, what time has it been? I still care about your little pet. Do you have any sympathy? Building 32802, no. Huyu simply replied, looking at Aunt Wan's itchy expression on the surveillance camera, and it was funny. Moral kidnapping? Sorry, as long as I have no morals, you can't kidnap me. Building 32602, Xiaowu, you forced me. I am now requisitioning your house in the name of the neighborhood committee, 103, 104, you listen to me, you go upstairs, I don't believe this guy dares not to open the door for you. There was no reply from 103 and 104. At this time, they still felt a little embarrassed. Recruitment? How funny. Since you like recruiting so much, then use your room. Huyu turned to look at Su Zilong and gave him a look. The other party understood immediately, and soon a message popped up from the owner group. 2602, Building 3, if it doesn't work, just come to my house and I'll open the door for you. Building 3103, really? Very good. Thank you, Aunt Wang. Building 3104, Sister Wang, I won't say much, thank you. Building 3, Room 2802, oh, Aunt Wang is awesome. As expected of the neighborhood committee. At the same time, Aunt Wang's house. She looked at her phone and found it hard to believe that this was a message she had sent. She kept pressing the message box with her thick fingers, trying to withdraw it. But she could only receive a prompt. Network error, please reset. No matter how she sent a message, she could only see a small circle that kept spinning. Forget it. I don't want to bother with them. Aunt Wang simply threw away her phone. Anyway, I used the best electronic anti-theft lock. As long as I don't open the door, they can't get in. And that guy surnamed who was simply hateful. Less than 10 minutes later, there was a knock at the door. Aunt Wang didn't want to pay attention, but the little devil who had just fallen asleep was awakened, and an impatient voice sounded from the room. Grandma, what's that sound? It's okay, my dear grandson, continue to sleep, Grandma is here. Oh, Aunt Wang got up and walked to the door, just about to speak to persuade everyone to leave. In the next moment, click, the door opened. The so-called electronic anti-theft lock had long been conquered by Su Zilong. As long as he wanted, he could open all the electronic door locks in the entire building at any time. Oh, Aunt Wang. The male owner of 104 immediately stepped forward and shook Aunt Wang's hand. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for helping us. He took out his mobile phone and prepared to scan the code. Aunt Wang, I will pay you 3 days' rent first, 6,000 yuan. No matter when the rain stops, this money is yours. 6,000 yuan. Aunt Wang's eyes turned green, and she simply stepped back, put away the annoyed expression on her face, and took out her mobile phone. We are all neighbors, what money is not money, come, just scan this. Okay. The male owner scanned 6,000 yuan and was welcomed into the house by Aunt Wang with a smile. We still have one room left in our house, and we may need you two to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme in the living room. Aunt Wang said immediately after receiving the money. 6,000 yuan and phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme in the living room. The hostess of that house was about to speak when she was stopped by the male owner. Okay, we have no problem. That. The brother and sister immediately stepped forward. Can we phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme in the living room too? You guys? Auntie Wang looked them up and down. Do you have money? Yes. Without waiting for the two siblings to reply,
a voice sounded from behind them. A figure walked out of the stairwell. Shinshan walked towards the crowd with a stack of cash, a total of 20,000 yuan. He handed the money to the two siblings and said with a smile, "Mr. Hu on the 28th floor knows that Ms. Wang is kind and is willing to take you in. He specially sent the rent.
You should give it to Ms. Wang."
This.
How can I be so embarrassed?
The brother looked embarrassed, but still walked to Auntie Wang. "Auntie Wang, you see. Even if you have money, you can only phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme in the living room."
Auntie Wang took away 20,000 yuan and turned and walked into the room.
"Hey! How can 4 people phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme in this living room?" The hostess of that house immediately said, "Our 6,000 yuan is for 2 rooms.
Then I don't care."
Auntie Wang had already received the money and walked towards her own empty room. "Don't make noise.
If you disturb my grandson's sleep, I will kick you out."
The two families looked at each other and stopped talking. People have to bow their heads under the eaves, and this sentence is vividly expressed. They just wanted to find Shinshan and ask Mr. Hu if he could provide a room, but found that Shinshan had left.
No matter what, as long as they can take shelter temporarily, it will be fine.
The heavy rain continued to fall.
By 7 o'clock on July 14th, the water level had risen to 2.7 meters.
This precipitation speed can be said to be extremely terrifying. But for some people, as long as the water has not flooded their feet, it is not a big deal.
Of course, Tian Laolu, who lives next door to Yuanqiu, is an exception.
Huyu's alarm clock just rang, and a private chat message popped up.
"Room 303, Building 3, Boss Hu, I want to join you. Tian Laolu."
This guy can make a name for himself in Jinling circles, so he must be a smart person. Huyu frowned slightly as he phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red/phoneme the information.
He probably guessed something.
Thinking about what he had done some time ago, I'm afraid I couldn't hide it from him. He would definitely not want someone like this who had no bottom line in doing things.
But it's not impossible to have fun. Building 32802, why do you think so? Building 303, money? Woman? Just ask and I can get it for you. Building 32802, don't I have these? Building 303, what do you need? Building 32802, simple, don't you like to take cool photos? Take a selfie and post it to the owner group. You are not allowed to withdraw it. Remember to hold your ID card.
The other party fell into silence. Huyu got up slowly and looked at Xianer calmly. He put on his autumn clothes, went into the bathroom to wash up briefly, and took out the black eggs that had been refreshed in the early morning.
Knock it open with a toothbrush. A burst of dazzling golden light exploded instantly. Ding, golden legend.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining Legend Heart of the Ocean 1 name. Heart of the Ocean Legend type, equipment effect. After use, it can be attached to any ship, making it a system product, which can be improved with the improvement of the system level, and obtain the characteristics of never being damaged and zero consumption. The Heart of the Ocean is non-detachable and non-replaceable, please choose and use it with caution. Huyu was stunned for a moment, and a palm-sized blue diamond appeared in his hand.
Legend. I never thought I could smoke something like this.
Huyu did not hesitate and immediately attached the Heart of the Ocean to the St. Pius.
Bite.
The Heart of the Ocean is merging, 6 days, 23 hours and 59 minutes remain. Call now, you don't have to worry about the ship's navigation. Huyu walked out of the bathroom with a happy face, and his phone vibrated.
Building 303, Boss Hu, as you wish. Building 303, pictures hey.
Huyu just glanced at it and immediately clicked delete. This kind of thing is too disgusting.
Building 32802, Boss Tian, you are more disgusting than I thought. Huyu blocked Tian Lalio's account and put it on the blacklist.
As he stepped out, he saw a group of people sitting around the table, looking at the computers in front of them. The screen was still the same. Yesterday, Su Zilong connected all the computers to the local network and was able to check the surveillance of the entire building at the same time. Each floor has different people responsible for monitoring abnormalities in shifts. It is a bit strange for everyone to watch the same picture like now. Huyu stepped forward and came behind Xiao Zissou. What are you looking at? Here you come? Just in time to watch a show. Xiao Zissou pointed to the computer screen. I saw the surveillance screen of 2602 right on the screen. It hasn't even been a day yet, but the little devil can no longer stand having outsiders living in his home. I don't care, no outsiders are allowed in my home. The little devil made a loud noise, and the car toy he was holding flew out and hit the old lady 104 directly. Bang! Ouch! The old lady covered her head and exclaimed, "You kid!" The old man raised his finger and pointed at the little devil. You have no education at all. Haven't you learned to respect the elderly and love the young? Who hasn't learned it? Aunt Wang protected her grandson and rolled her eyes at the two elders. How old are you? You only know the first two words, right? You don't mention love for children at all. Aunt Wang. The male owner of 104 frowned and said, Anyway, your grandson can't hit anyone, right? What do you mean by beating someone? This is just an accident. Aunt Wang scratched her head and said, He's just a child. As soon as these words came out, everyone was speechless on the spot. After all, he is still living under someone else's roof. Now that the first floor has been completely flooded, they don't even have a place to stay, so they can only grit their teeth and accept it. The male owner of 104 frowned inside. He couldn't say anything, so he could only turn his head to look at his mother's injuries. Fortunately, it was just a bruise and no wounds. Slightly. The little devil made a face in front of everyone. He put his hands on his hips and declared arrogantly, It's not impossible for you to want a phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals live/phoneme here. As long as you become my slave, it's not impossible for me to reluctantly agree. Everyone ignored it. The same goes for the two brothers and sisters of 103. They just sat at the dining table and watched all this silently. Last night, one of them slept on the table and the other used chairs to make ends meet. What? Sofa? This position naturally belongs to the couple from 104. Where can they get their turn? Faced with everyone's silence, Aunt Wang was very unhappy. Hey, didn't you hear? My grandson has spoken. Is he deaf? My sweet grandson wants you to play house with him, so hurry up. Aunt Wang put her hands on her hips and glared, Do you still want a phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals live/phoneme here? Aunt Wang. The man at 104 frowned and stood up. We didn't give you less money. You don't have to do this, right? I don't care. Auntie Wang sat on the sofa with her legs raised up. If you agree, you can continue to phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals live/phoneme here. If you don't agree, I will just return the money to you. Oh, by the way, there are still you two. Auntie Wang turned her head and looked at the brother and sister in 103. The money will not be returned to you. It was given to me by Xiao Hu. You can stay here or not. The two siblings looked at each other. The sister shook her head slowly, and it seemed that she didn't want a phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals live/phoneme here, but the brother could only force a smile and squatted down to the little devil. Little friend, brother will play with you, okay? Pa! A crisp sound rang out. The little devil slapped his brother in the face and put his hands on his waist. You should call me your majesty. Do you understand? The child's strength was not strong, but the red fingerprints were left on the man's face. He covered his face and shouted two words. Your Majesty. That's right. Auntie Wang smiled like an auntie and looked at the others. Look, it's just playing house with a child, how difficult can it be? You can be a dog if you want, I won't serve you anymore. The woman in 104 shouted and pulled her man to leave. Li Chang, let's go. Li Chang was unmoved. He still had a smile on his face and looked at Auntie Wang like a servile person. Auntie Wang, you see, it's okay for us to play house with your grandson, but today's food.
This is easy.
Auntie Wang raised her head. Meat and vegetables are all in the refrigerator.
Whoever can cook can go and cook. You won't be treated badly. Hey, thank you, Auntie Wang. Li Chang smiled and walked to the little devil. Your Majesty, what do you want to eat today?
Pork ribs.
I want to eat.
No, I want to eat pork ribs.
The little devil laughed, as if he hadn't had so much fun in a long time.
He pointed at Li Chang's wife. You, come and be my horse.
I want to ride a horse.
Ride your mother.
Li Chang's wife yelled. Li Chang, are you going to leave or not? If you don't leave, I will leave. But Li Chang ignored his wife and knelt on the ground. Your Majesty, what's so good about riding that woman? We men want to ride men. Come on, get on my back. Li Chang, you are really crazy.
Li Chang didn't say anything, but carried the little devil on his back, kneeling on the ground and crawling.
Bang!
Xiao Zissou raised her hand and slapped the table, looking at Huyu. These grandparents are too much.
Do you really think you are the emperor?
Don't worry, don't worry. Huyu narrowed his eyes and smiled at this scene. Evil people will be punished by evil people, just wait and see. The whole building has 28 floors, excluding the 2 families who have been asked to leave. There are a total of 72 families.
Among them, there are very few saints like Mu Siyue.
When the social order still existed, they all wore their own masks, using order to cover up the tyranny in their skin. Once the order collapsed, the tyranny that had been suppressed for decades would suddenly erupt.
Aunt Wang?
She could only be regarded as a lackey in this group of people. Even the man who kidnapped Mu Siyue in exchange for food in the previous life was just forced by life. There is also a real pervert here. Huyu stared at the man in the family of 4 on the screen.
Li Chang.
A very ordinary name, he has a very ordinary appearance, a very ordinary family background, but such a person sat in the position of the owner of the building. The resources of the entire building are under his control. Even when Huyu and Yi Wanqiu fled, they had already started to build a ship. The materials, of course, are human skin and human bones that are readily available. Such a man can no longer be described as terrifying.
Ha!
Huyu snorted lightly and suddenly noticed another picture. 3rd floor. A middle-aged man in a wheelchair came to the corridor. He wore a mask and sunglasses, and under Yi Wanqiu's encouragement, he began to knock on doors door to door. Every time he knocked on a door, he would hand a note to the other party, and then wait quietly at the door. Huyu came to the screen and enlarged the surveillance view, so that he could see the words on the note clearly.
There were only 8 words on it. If you want to survive, follow me. This Tian Laolu still has some brains.
Huyu took out a cup of watermelon smoothie from his backpack, biting the straw, enjoying the refreshing and cold feeling in his mouth.
He looked at everyone. What are you drinking?
I'll find it for you.
Strawberry smoothie.
Dubu was the first to raise his hand.
You can't drink ice.
Xiao Zissou hurriedly stopped. Dubu, you have to stop eating now.
After your leg heals, can we drink slowly?
All right. Bubu immediately stopped and pouted his little mouth, which was so cute.
Be good, Bubu.
Huyu casually handed a cup of warm strawberry milkshake to Bubu. Drink this first.
Thank you, brother Huyu. It's okay.
Huyu rubbed her head and gave everyone a cup of milk tea.
Continue to look at the picture on the surveillance camera.
Only 15 minutes have passed.
Tian Laolu had already gathered all the residents on the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th floors.
Counting him and Yi Wanqiu, there were 8 households in total, not counting the elderly and children, 10 boys and 6 girls.
Everyone.
Tian Laolu is sitting in a wheelchair, but his temperament is still upright. I don't need to explain the situation outside, I believe everyone knows it. The rain is getting heavier and heavier. The water level is now rising by 20 centimeters every hour, and it is phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme to 5 meters a day. Even according to the official statement, the rain will stop in 2 days, and all our residents below the 4th floor will be displaced. It doesn't matter where we phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme. We are young and can still fight on the stairs.
But what about food and drink? What about our parents and children? We can hold on, but what about them? We can't let children and old people go hungry with us, right? Cannot.
A bald man raised his hands in the crowd and shouted. Everyone hesitated for a moment and immediately responded in unison. Who you took a closer look?
Okay, isn't that Li Meng? Why is this guy here? Wait, couldn't he be with Yi Wanqiu? Now it's fun.
Under Li Meng's instigation, everyone quickly united and prepared to listen to Tian Lalio's orders.
Brother Tian.
Li Meng stood in front of the crowd and asked Tian Laolu, just tell me, how can we not be hungry?
It's very simple.
Tian Laolu said, turning on the flashlight of his mobile phone and shining it behind him. There were several pieces of frozen meat, some vegetables, 2 bags of rice and a bucket of peanut oil piled there.
This is all the food in our family. I will take it out now and share it with everyone.
I also hope that you will also take out the food at home and give priority to our elders and children, so that we can tide over this difficulty together.
That's right.
A voice came from the crowd, but the meat and vegetables we have stored together are not enough to eat. Yes, and the place where we phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals live/phoneme is about to be flooded on the 2nd floor.
What will we do then? Yes, Brother Tian, what should we do? It's simple. Tian Laolu raised his hand and pointed upstairs. Don't they have food? Isn't the accommodation just above our heads?
We knock on doors and use money to buy the food we need.
If they are willing to sell it, then everyone will be fine.
If they don't sell it, then it's reasonable for us to phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals live/phoneme in their house temporarily. Even if the heavy rain stops in 2 days, we can make sense.
Of course, it would be even better if they would join us.
We share food, we phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals live/phoneme together.
Isn't this great?
Everyone looked at each other in confusion. Some people already understood what Tian Laolu meant, but they had no intention of talking to him.
Under order, they still have basic conscience.
This.
Brother Tian, isn't it good? We are all neighbors. What's bad? Li Meng immediately retorted, Brother Tian, this is called courtesy before fighting. Are you just willing to watch your old people and children starve? Done. A young man said angrily, Brother Tian, I'll do it with you.
As long as my parents have a place to phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals live/phoneme and something to eat.
Good. Tian Laolu responded, then let's gather the food from our respective homes together first. If anyone doesn't want to join, they can withdraw now. I won't force it.
A middle-aged man wearing black-rimmed glasses flinched, Brother Tian, we phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals live/phoneme on the 4th floor, so we're not in a hurry.
Look. It's okay, I understand. Tian Laolu maneuvered the wheelchair forward and took out his mobile phone from his pocket. Here, scan the code. Ah. Scan the code. Tian Laolu said with a smile, I will give you the money, and you will bring out the food from home. Didn't we just agree? Is 10,000 enough? 20,000?
Why don't you just sell the house to me, and I'll pay 3 million.
If you don't join, then you are my target. Money for you, food for me. The middle-aged man trembled and smiled quickly. Brother Tian, I join. Join. That's good. Tian Laolu patted the middle-aged man on the shoulder and looked at everyone again. I have plenty of money.
As long as you help me get through this, I will give you a red envelope that will satisfy you.
Good. Brother Tian, tell me, where is our first target? Why don't you go to the 28th floor? Isn't it true that the people there are stupid and rich?
They also raise so many pigs. We have to go to the 28th floor sooner or later.
Tian Laolu gritted his teeth and spat out a sentence. If it wasn't for that guy, why would he come out wearing sunglasses and a mask? But not now. You all know about conquering cities and territories, right? He raised his hand and pointed to the stairs leading to the 5th floor. From low to high, let's take it slowly. 12 o'clock noon. The entire 5th floor was occupied by Tian Laolu and his men. The method was extremely simple and crude. Knock on the door. You open it and start talking about business. There are two choices, selling supplies or sharing supplies. Most people will choose the latter. At worst, share your house. If you don't open it, it's even simpler. Pick the lock. Anti-theft door locks are more difficult to open, especially when they are locked. But Tian Laolu is a professional. A piece of wire and a hard card, the door opened in less than 10 seconds. Even who you didn't expect that Laolu actually had this skill. 12 o'clock noon. When the people on the 28th floor started to have lunch, Tian Laolu and others had already come to the 7th floor, gathering more than 40 people. They gathered in a clean water room on the 7th floor and held a grand celebration banquet. There were also a few troublemakers tied up next to them. These were the residents who refused to cooperate and resisted. Now they could only squat in the corner and watch those people eat their own food. Brother Tian. Li Meng came to Tian Laolu. This is such a big noise, is it really okay after the rain stops? Not only him, but everyone had this doubt in their hearts. As soon as the question came out, the scene was silent instantly. Don't worry. Tian Laolu raised his glass. All actions are the responsibility of Tian Laolu. As long as everyone can eat enough and have a place to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme, I don't care if I am disabled. Brother Tian is righteous. Brother Tian is righteous. Come, let's toast Brother Tian. When they toasted, Yu and others also sat at the dining table, eating hot pot, watching this scene through the surveillance. Boss, is it really okay to just let them do this? Shin Shan asked. They are about to take over the mountain. If they don't knock them down, not only will the other people on the floor suffer, but they may also become targets. It's okay. Yu simply replied and picked up a beef ball from the pot. This is nothing, it will only get more chaotic later, and getting involved now will only cause trouble. He glanced at the time. 12:05. If I remember correctly, the time is almost up. Boom. Yu just put the beef ball in his mouth, and the light around him suddenly dimmed. The power was cut off. July 14th, 12:06, noon. The water level reached 3.7 meters. More than 90% of the world's power systems were shut down. This included Jinling. All nuclear reactors that could be shut down were shut down, and as for those that could not be shut down, no one could deal with them now. The rain continued to fall in the dimness. Screams and fear filled the entire community. The next second. Ding! The power supply equipment that Yu had stockpiled began to operate. The power was restored, the server was reset, and 10 seconds later, the monitoring screen reappeared on the screen. Most residents opened the curtains to let the weak light outside into the room, but they couldn't even see the food in the pot. The sun had long been covered by dark clouds. Brother Shin, turn on the light. Okay, boss. Shin Shan replied and turned on the main light. The fierce light pierced the darkness and instantly attracted the attention of the entire community. That was the light. Wasn't there a power outage? Why could he still turn on the light? Everyone in the community took out their phones and wanted to ask questions in the owner group. Their fingers kept tapping on the screen, but before the message was sent out, they discovered something. The network is gone. This message can't be sent out. The people in other buildings were speechless and could only start looking for lighting equipment at home. The people in Building 3 were an exception. They were in the same building and couldn't see the light above their heads at all. 10 minutes later. The roar of helicopters and the sound of broadcasts sounded above everyone's heads. Due to heavy rain overnight, Jinling's power system, water supply system, gas system, and communication system have all stopped. Relevant departments are fighting the disaster and repairing. Please don't panic. The broadcast kept echoing in the sky. Almost everyone knew what happened. Electricity, water supply, gas, communications, all gone. When people phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme normally, they don't think these things are important. Once they all stop,
People in the steel forest will be no different from returning to primitive society. No, there is still a difference. People in primitive society have always lived in primitiveness and have never seen light, so they can endure darkness.
But the human beings nowadays are different.
They have enjoyed too much, and compared with the primitive society, it is not an exaggeration to say that they are living in paradise. Now falling from heaven to hell will always create some demons. Food, fresh water, power. These will become the original sin of their fall.
7th floor. Tian Lao Lu is maintaining order.
After the power outage, everyone's rationality has begun to collapse, and coupled with the announcement that just sounded, the line representing order in everyone's mind has begun to tremble.
Now I can't listen to a cripple's words at all. Until. Bang! A gunshot exploded.
The firelight awakened their rationality and returned to silence.
Tian Laolu turned on the flashlight on his mobile phone, attracting everyone's attention. I still like you to keep quiet all the time.
He spoke calmly, holding the flashlight in one hand and the gun in the other. Now, I will issue the first order.
It is an order, not an opinion. Move the supplies.
Li Mang, take 10 people and move all the available supplies downstairs upstairs, and the rest of you follow me.
Yes. Li Mang responded, and then asked, Brother Tian, where are we moving to?
Move it upstairs, the higher the better.
The power went out. Tian Laolu also knew that the rain might not stop.
Even if it could stop, it would never stop in 2 days. What he has to do now is to seize the time. Seize the time before everyone reacts, gain an absolute advantage first, and then slowly settle accounts with Hu Yu. That kid, I don't know how he knew about the rainstorm in advance, and I don't know how much supplies he has hoarded. As long as he can be robbed, it is estimated that he can survive this rainstorm. At the same time, someone else also realized this.
Yi Wanqiu.
She left the crowd in the dark and started running all the way to the 28th floor.
1 o'clock in the afternoon. Yi Wanqiu ignored the movement downstairs and finally came to the 28th floor.
She raised the flashlight and was stunned on the spot.
Alloy door.
She had only seen this door in a bank vault. Not to mention prying it open, even using C4 to blow it up might not work.
How many things did this guy prepare?
Hu Yu? Yi Wanqiu rushed over and started knocking on the door. It's me.
Open the door.
The voice echoed in the stairwell, but there was no response.
Hu Yu? I know you can hear it.
Yi Wanqiu kept shouting, you even installed this kind of door. I don't believe you didn't install surveillance.
I just want to talk to you, can't I even do this?
Chat? The voice came from the door.
A screen lit up.
Hu Yu had a half cup of watermelon smoothie next to him, and he was curled up on the sofa, playing Happy Candy Crush on a tablet.
He didn't even lift his eyelids. Do you want to talk about water margin or romance of the Three Kingdoms?
We are having afternoon tea, so you start and I will talk about 50 cents.
Light?
Yi Wanqiu exclaimed, how do you have electricity?
That's a good question.
If you have studied junior high school physics, you should know that there is something called generator.
Very good.
Yi Wanqiu's face was filled with joy. Hurry up and let me in.
What's the reason?
Hu Yu reached out and picked up an egg tart from the table and brought it to his mouth. There was a sizzling sound as teeth cut through the pastry. Yi Wanqiu swallowed. From the time the heavy rain fell until now, she has only eaten 1 bowl of instant noodles.
This is the reward you get after serving Tian Laolu. This guy actually had afternoon tea at home.
Good. Yi Wanqiu swallowed. I'm telling you, Tian Laolu wants to deal with you, and he has already brought people to fight. I'm here to inform you, he knows how to pick locks, and he has a gun in his hand. Let me in quickly, I have a way to help you stop them.
Oh, I see. Just, you know?
Yi Wanqiu was stunned. She didn't expect Hu Yu's attitude at all.
Yeah, I should thank you for coming to give me the news.
Hu Yu got up from the sofa, took the camera from someone unknown, pointed it at the coffee table, and started picking. Egg tarts, scones, macarons, tiramisu, even pan-fried buns and shrimp dumplings are on the table. This afternoon tea is also a combination of Chinese and Western styles. What should I give you as reward? Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme way. Anything is fine. Yu Wanqiu had no idea of going in, she just wanted to stuff everything on the table into her mouth. Never mind. The camera turned. When you face the camera again, with your level, you will definitely disdain our afternoon tea, so I'd better give you a blessing. Bubu, come and sing a song for your sister, just 365 blessings. Okay brother, Bubu replied, cleared his throat and started singing on the spot. There are 365 sunrises in a year, and I send you 365 blessings. Childish singing echoed in the stairwell. Yu Wanqiu's smile suddenly froze. Who? You. What did you call me for? The camera turned. Hu Yu's face appeared again on the video. Don't you like it, Miss Yi? Then there's no problem if I sing one for you myself. No, no need. Yu Wanqiu still wanted to struggle. Hu Yu, can you let me in? I know there are many empty rooms in your house, I just need a place to stay. That Tian Laolu, he is a complete pervert. Help me. Help me, no matter what, I can do it. Oh? Hu Yu asked in a provocative tone, can you do anything? Yes. Anything is fine. Yu Wanqiu lowered her head and pretended to be shy. Don't worry, I will definitely take good care of you. Then let's jump frog. Frog leapfrog? Yu Wanqiu was stunned. Yes. Hu Yu pointed behind her. From here, jump all the way to the second floor, and then jump back from the second floor. As long as you can do it, I will let you in. Okay. Wait for me. Yu Wanqiu immediately squatted down, put her hands behind her back, and began to leap towards the 27th floor. She looked quite honest. But in the surveillance video, she had just jumped to the 27th floor when she stood up straight and spit at the 28th floor with disdain. Ha! Hu Yu sneered. He knew that this woman would not be so stupid. The weak gesture just now was just her disguise. If she was really let in, there would be only one outcome. This snake would find the best time to bite him. Zilong. Hu Yu looked at Su Zilong. This guy was working out not far away, and seemed to be working hard to defeat Insiener. I remember you installed screens on every floor, right? Yeah. Su Zilong replied, why, you want to negotiate with them? Negotiation? It's too early. Hu Yu stepped forward and handed him his mobile phone with a smile. Passed the picture just now. I think Tian Laolu found out that someone is missing and should be anxious. I thought you really wanted to let someone in. Su Zilong took the phone and started to operate it. Don't say she didn't leap at all. Even if she really leaped up, I would only let her jump again. You are really a devil. Thank you for the compliment. In this period, angels will go to heaven soon. 1 minute later. The surveillance footage outside the 28th floor was played in a loop on all floors of the 3 buildings. Especially the first scene. They can pick the lock and have a gun. All residents above the 7th floor began to be alert. The cat's eye, seal it. Block the keyhole with a key and lock it twice. Finally, use the refrigerator, sofa, and TV to hold the door firmly. Triple insurance. Let alone sneaking in and picking the lock. Even if you use an electric saw, it will take a long time to saw. Tian Laolu stood in front of the door of 801, his teeth were almost broken, and he couldn't think of any other way to open the door. Resentment surging in his chest. Who? You. This guy, damn it. That is to say, he is now hiding in that turtle shell and there is no way to find him otherwise. Humph. But it doesn't matter. Tian Laolu took a step back, pushed the glasses on his nose, and his mind gradually calmed down. He asked around. There are a total of 10 people in Hu Yu's family now. Not only have they hoarded a lot of resources, but they have even bought a boat. There are so many resources that it is impossible to store them all on the 28th floor. It is estimated that most of them were placed in the cabin. Now we just need to wait. When they finish eating the food hoarded on the 28th floor, or even earlier, they should go find a boat. Therefore, as long as they can occupy the floor closest to the water, they can cut off their way out. Now the resources of the 6 floors combined are enough for 20 people to eat for 10 days. Even if other people don't open the door anymore, it's enough. Now the key to the problem is, if the number of people is reduced. It's actually very simple to reduce 40 people to 20 people. Afternoon. Under the cover of Limang, Tian Laolu convened 20 people for a small meeting. These 20 people were the most obedient in the crowd. The content of the meeting was very simple. Increase revenue and reduce expenditure. The source cannot be opened now. To ensure the food supply for everyone, the only way is to reduce expenditure. They don't kill people phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme. They just need to tie up the remaining 20 people and let them stay on the 4th floor, where they can't be flooded and starve. Everyone hit it off and started that night. It's just starving for 2 days, it's not a big deal. As for Yi Wanxiu, she knew she couldn't go back, so she had to start from the 27th floor and knock on doors door to door, hoping that someone would take her in. When she knocked all the way to the 24th floor, she didn't expect someone to open the door. A fat otaku with glasses. He was very anxious to welcome Yi Wanxiu in and served her delicious food and drinks. As for what happened that night, Yu was too lazy to see it. After eating and drinking, he fell asleep. Nothing happened on the 3rd day. Everyone was waiting for 7 o'clock in the evening of the 4th day to see if the rain would stop. July 16th, 7 o'clock in the morning. The water level reached 12 meters. The 3rd floor had been completely flooded, and the rain was still pouring towards the 4th floor. The rain, but there was no sign of stagnation. People living on the upper floors were still enjoying a rare holiday, including those living on the 8th floor. In their minds, there were at most 12 hours before the heavy rain stopped completely. There was nothing to panic, anyway, it wouldn't flood them. Tian Laolu was also calm. He knew very well that what he needed now was to conserve his energy, not useless mania. 20 people were scattered by him at all the windows from the 4th to the 7th floors. As long as someone jumped into the water or was about to jump into the water, they would be discovered at the first time. Yu was naturally less anxious. After getting up, he habitually went into the bathroom and raised his hand to knock the egg. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill book Fishing Mastery. Yes, another useless skill book. At least it is useless now. There is a fishing rod. The egg I opened yesterday just happened to open a fine fishing rod. There is no need for bait, unlimited ropes, just throwing the rod, and there is a probability of catching the fish. But the 28th floor is still more than 70 meters away from the water, so you can catch a hammer fish. I'm afraid that before the fish is caught, someone will cut off the beard halfway. But Yu still chose to study. He clearly felt that the strength of his arms and lower limbs had increased a lot, but it was not useless at all. After washing, Yu walked out of the room. At this time, Xiao Zissou was already preparing breakfast. Li Ji was on the side, Mu Lingxiu was teaching Bubu how to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red slash phoneme and write, Su Zilong was still working out, Xinshan was squatting in front of the monitor, Zhao Zhong and Zhao Yi were standing at the window, staring at the rising water level outside the window. Hey! Yu walked to Zhao Zhong and Zhao Yi and looked down from their sight. What are you looking at? Thinking about how to fish. Zhao Zhong smiled and replied, Brother Shan told us that there seems to be no river fish among the things he stocked up. So my brother and I were thinking about catching some fish to give Bubu a balanced nutrition. Zhao Yi agreed from the side. It's a good thing, but it's a pity that there is no fishing rod. Even if there is, you can't catch it. Chen Shan replied from the side, this floor is too high. It will be about the same in a while. It's time to eat. Xiao Zissou conveniently placed the last bowl of medicinal food on the table. Come on Bubu, it's time to eat. Don't worry about the fish, let's eat first. Yu led several people to the dining table. Let's eat something light this morning. In addition to the medicinal diet prepared by Xiao Zissou, who you took out 5 kgs of shrimp dumplings, 5 kgs of chicken feet, 3 kgs of small steamed buns, and even freshly baked fried dough sticks and soy milk from his backpack.
No way.
There are 6 bodyguards at this table, and their food intake can basically be calculated as 2 people.
It won't work if you don't prepare more.
As soon as everyone was about to take their seats, a knock on the door came from the door. The sound didn't come from outside the door, but from the alloy door.
Who is it so early?
Hu took out his cell phone and called up the surveillance camera to take a look.
Only a face full of resentment appeared on the screen. Aunt Wang? That's not right.
If I remember correctly, Aunt Wang will start taking her team tomorrow and start collecting rations from house to house.
Why did this life start today? By the way, it should be the 2 households 103 and 104.
6 more people appeared for no reason. If they wanted to eat enough, the rations would naturally be consumed quickly.
Xiao Hu. I know you are here.
Aunt Wang's voice sounded at the door. Hurry up and hand over the food, I saw it in the video the day before yesterday.
You packed so many people into my house, don't think about it and don't care about anything.
Hurry up, don't make me impatient, hee hee.
Hu sneered.
You are still waiting impatiently, you think you are the second cousin of the Jade Emperor.
He simply turned on the video and pointed the camera at the table.
After the other party saw clearly what was on the table, he pretended to be in the wrong camera and apologized profusely.
Oh, is it Aunt Wang? What do you want from me?
Aunt Wang uttered a word, and without bothering, she put her hands on her hips and repeated her needs.
Hurry up. Take out everything I want. And bring me a portion of those on your table. My grandson wants to eat.
Hey, Aunt Wang, I don't know what you are talking about. Hu took a shrimp dumpling and stuffed it into his mouth. We don't have much to eat.
At most, it's just enough to satisfy our hunger. How can I give it to you again? What's not much? Aunt Wang became anxious on the spot. If you don't eat, will it be over?
They are all young people, and it's not like they are hungry.
My grandson is growing.
I'll just pay you back when the time comes.
Look what you said.
Hu patted his chest, as the saying goes, 23 jumps around, and I am also growing.
You.
I have never seen such a shameless person. Hey, you saw it today. Hu held a small steamed bun in her mouth and blew hot air from her mouth. Aunt Wang, don't be angry. You will have high blood pressure by then, but I will give you some medicine to treat it after that. The video hangs up. While Hu was enjoying his delicious breakfast, Aunt Wang's irritable knocking on the door kept coming to his ears. It's already the 16th, and their food must have been exhausted. Coupled with the video I played the day before yesterday, no matter what floor they are on, they will not open the door rashly. It won't be long before those people living in 2602 will show their fangs.
Noon, 12 o'clock. Riots began on the 26th floor. Get out. Get out of here. You guys only know how to eat but don't know how to find food.
Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either / phoneme bring me food and I'll let you continue to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme there.
Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either / phoneme get out of here now.
Aunt Wang took a kitchen knife and forced the 6 members of 103 and 104 to leave.
Logically speaking, this scene should not appear until another day.
However, because of the appearance of Tian Lao Lu, everyone felt the crisis. Forget about making excuses, even opening the door to a stranger is impossible.
This led to Aunt Wang's emotional breakdown.
Aunt Wang, calm down. Li Chang stood in front of his parents and wife. We can skip one meal.
It'll be okay.
The rain will stop soon.
Don't get excited and put down the knife first.
Brother Zhang Si, please say something.
Yes. No problem.
The man from 103 also said quickly, Aunt Wang, aren't you just worried that there is not enough food to eat? We don't have to eat, as long as you don't kick us out.
Really?
Real. Li Chang and the man from 103 responded at the same time.
Just skip a few meals. As long as the rain stops tomorrow night, everything will be fine.
That's good, Aunt Wang said, but she still didn't put down the knife in her hand. You two, and the old man, you three should leave my house now, and I will let your sister and your family members phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme here. You two go to the stairs and wait until the rain stops. If someone comes upstairs on the way, it won't be too late for me to open the door for you.
This. Li Chang hesitated. No bargaining. Aunt Wang immediately agreed. You three men, if you threaten me, what should I do?
I'm doing this to protect myself.
I can go out.
Li Chang thought for a while and said, but my father is already over 70, and his legs and feet are inconvenient.
Aunt Wang, please let him stay. Son, no need. Father Li shook his head. I'll go out with you.
The three of them left the house immediately without thinking much.
Bang! The gate to 2602 is closed. Aunt Wang began to cook rice and vegetables for herself and her grandson.
I really only cooked food for 2 people, and did not cook anything for the old lady 104 and the lame woman 103.
As for those 3 people, they are now squatting in the corner of the 27th floor. Once they notice any movement, they will knock on the door and get into 2602.
You said. Zhang Si looked at the heavy rain outside the window. If the rain doesn't stop, what should we do?
No.
Father Li frowned and said, as mentioned above, it can be stopped in 3 days, so it will definitely be stopped.
We just need to wait. Dad, you can't say that.
Li Chang frowned and said, we are young people. It's okay to be hungry for 2 meals, but you can't be hungry. If the rain really doesn't stop, we will have no choice but to imitate the so-called boss Tian downstairs. There's no point in learning.
Zhang Si shook his head. No one is opening the door now. If the rain doesn't stop, I'm afraid Aunt Wang won't open the door for us.
The door doesn't just open if she says it can't be opened. A voice sounded in the stairwell. In the darkness, a screen lit up. Li Chang stood up slowly and looked at the screen. Are you
Xiao Hu from the 28th floor? No, Boss Hu? Boss Hu? Zhang Si stood up immediately. Thank you, Boss Hu.
If it weren't for you, my sister and I would be living on the streets.
It's all little things.
Hu held a cup of milk tea and sucked the soft pearls into his mouth. I made a video call to give you a chance to choose.
As long as you nod, I can open the door of 2602 for you. This Zhang Si hesitated. It's not too bad, is it? I said, I'm just providing an opportunity. The choice is in your hands to open or not to open.
If you want to open the door, just knock on the door 3 times.
The video hangs up. You didn't want to waste any time talking to them.
He wouldn't have made the call if it didn't make the building more lively. Li Chang, Zhang Si.
In the last life, these 2 people were colluding with Aunt Wang, creating a nest of snakes and rats.
Not only did they occupy his house, they also tied him up in a dark room like a 2-legged sheep. If it weren't for that person, maybe he would have been stewed by this group of people. Now, he wanted to see what it would be like when they became 2-legged sheep.
In the dark.
Li Chang was silent for a few breaths before speaking.
Brother Zhang Si, do you like watching movies? Hong Kong movies. Hong Kong movie? Which one are you talking about? 8 Immortals Hotel.
You may not be familiar with this name, but you should have heard of another name, Human Meat Bun Shop.
Li Chang looked at the door. To be honest, I actually want to taste what human flesh tastes like.
Father Li was stunned on the spot. Zhang Si was just stunned for a moment, then swallowed. Brother Li, I listen to you.
They haven't eaten anything all day.
Since noon yesterday, Aunt Wang has only cooked 1 pot of white rice for everyone on the excuse that there is not much food.
Let your grandson feast on it. That night, there wasn't even white rice.
So much so that they haven't even had a few sips of water since yesterday.
I'm almost hungry now. Time passed quickly. 7 p.m.
The water level rose to 13 meters. The heavy rain outside the window still continued. The radio did not ring. Everyone looked up at the sky, their hopes gradually dashed. Those suppressed desires began to expand. Li Chang, who was sitting on the stairs on the 26th floor, stood up. He patted his father on the shoulder, stepped towards 2602, and raised his hand to knock on the door.
"Aunt Wang, it doesn't look like the rain is going to stop. Please open the door for us and let us in."
There was no sound from inside the door. After a while, Aunt Wang's voice sounded from inside the door.
"You can come in if you want. You go find food. If you find food, I'll let you in." "Aunt Wang, is it really not possible?"
Li Chang's tone was full of pleading. "Otherwise, you ought to put my dad in, and I will go find food with brother Zhang Si."
"No." Aunt Wang refused quite firmly.
Li Chang could only shake his head, turned to look at Zhang Si, and knocked on the door 3 times.
"Then Aunt Wang, I really just feel sorry." Click, the door lock was opened again. Almost at the same time.
Who was watching the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme broadcast on the 28th floor, immediately took Bubu away and handed her to Mulingshu. "Xiaomu, take Bubu to bed."
"Okay, sir."
Bubu looked puzzled, but still followed Mulingshu back to 2802.
There is no way, the next scene is really not suitable for children. Chen Shan frowned and asked, "Boss, is it really necessary to do this?"
Not only him, but everyone else also cast questioning glances at Hu Yu.
From their point of view, these things can be ignored.
Sooner or later, they will kill each other because they run out of food. Why add fuel to the fire at this time?
I had a dream.
Hu Yu ate Haagen-Dazs, enjoying the cold and lubricating taste. "In the dream, when the apocalypse came, I didn't hoard these things, and I never knew you.
I'm just a homebody living on the 28th floor. In the first 5 days, everyone still has a lot of food at home. With a little planning, we can still get through it."
On the 5th day, the rainwater turned from fresh water into acid rain, and people who had not stored fresh water before began to fall into a water shortage crisis. On the 7th day, after the food was finished, everything below the 10th floor was flooded. Those people had to run to the stairwell to survive.
They stuffed everything they could eat into their stomachs.
Belts, shoe soles, even those rats and cockroaches in the stairwells. On the 10th day, the water level did not continue to rise, but there were more and more people on the stairs. The rats had eaten all the food, and the cockroaches had also become extinct.
Now only people are left to eat.
Some people starved to death, but he saved the rest. On the 18th day, the water level rose again, and there were fewer and fewer people on the stairs. The survivors found a chainsaw from the room and started looking for people door to door from the 17th floor. On the 22nd day, they found the 28th floor and saw it open the door of my house. At that time, I had nothing to eat in my stomach.
I begged them to let me go, but they didn't answer.
They just threw me into a dark room where there were other people besides me. That day, I learned a word: two-legged sheep. The people in it are no longer called people, but phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme is sheep. I heard from the sheep there that almost every 2 days, a sheep is taken out, and our remaining sheep will also be given a little broth. On the 24th day, a yacht passed by. Another sheep and I jumped into the water at night and were rescued by people on the yacht.
Maybe. I have been stewed.
After Hu Yu finished speaking, he took another bite of ice cream.
This is the result of his careful consideration.
After so many days of getting along, everyone's favorable impression of him has increased to over 30.
Especially Chen Shan, Bubu, and Xiao Zissou.
Xiao Zissou and Xin Shan's favorability level has reached 60, while Bubu's is 70. Even the lowest Su Zilong has reached 30.
In this case, it's time to tell them something else.
Rebirth is so absurd that it can best be described as a dream.
Everyone fell into silence.
Only Xiao Zissou came over with shining eyes.
"So, you are reborn, right?"
"Yes,
it's you as expected. You're a girl with middle school syndrome. You guessed it right away, right?
Rebirth is just a dream." Hu Yu immediately changed the topic and looked at Xin Shan. "So, I will answer you now.
It's necessary. It's necessary.
Even if it's just a dream, I will never let go of those who treat me like a sheep." I want a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme, but at the same time I will never let them phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme well.
Everyone stopped talking. Feel the same?
Not really. But if you think about it from their perspective, if they had suffered the same situation and had another chance, they would probably do something even more extreme. After all, what they lack most is power. When Huyu saw that everyone stopped talking, he knew that his goal had been achieved. He lowered his head and looked at the surveillance screen again. After just one glance, the corners of his mouth raised slightly. After Li Chang opened the door, he subdued Aunt Wang and the little devil while Huyu was talking. Amidst the roars of the grandfather and grandson, the two did not directly use the knife, but tied them up and threw them into the room, and began to rearrange the food in the room. Soon, they discovered the ham that Aunt Wang had hidden in the room. Thanks to this ham, the grandfather and grandson temporarily escaped the fate of being cooked. Everyone cooked a pot of rice with rainwater and had a simple dinner. Human flesh? Emergency food like this, which is easy to store and does not spoil easily, should naturally be saved for last. The first priority now is to find enough food. If I remember correctly, in addition to Aunt Wang's family receiving ham, other families also received ham. Li Chang looked at the window as if he had made a decision. Brother Zhang Si, do you want a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme?
Brother Chang.
Zhang Si swallowed a mouthful of broth. You say it, I will listen to you.
Good. Li Chang walked to the room and pulled off the sheets and quilt covering the little devil. Can you do ropes? Brother Chang, do you want to go downstairs through the window?
Li Chang's eyes were full of madness, and he had already begun to tear the fabric and make ropes. It's raining heavily now. It's almost impossible to climb up from downstairs, but it's much easier to climb down.
Tie a rope and go in through the window. Even if you fall, you won't fall to death because of the depth of water below. Only in this way can we store enough food. But Zhang Si hesitated. Brother Chang, I'm afraid of heights.
For you. Li Chang handed one end of the sheet to Zhang Si. I'll get down, and you will be my stake on top.
Good. At the same time.
5th floor.
I believe you all have seen it. Tian Laolu stood above the crowd, overlooking the 20 people in front of him. The rain hasn't stopped.
We still don't know the reason for this, but one thing must be admitted. We have to be prepared for a long war. There are more than 20 people downstairs.
They want to eat, and we also want to eat.
Only by getting more food can we phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme better. The door lock can't be opened, but we can still find other things. As Tian Laolu said this, he took out a mouse from his pocket. Rats in the south are usually about the size of a palm and covered with black hair. They squeak as soon as they are picked up.
Among the crowd, some people looked embarrassed, and some even went straight into the crowd.
In their view, this kind of thing is not only not considered food, but can even be called a monster.
Tian. Brother Tian, do we really want to eat this kind of thing? No need now. Tian Laolu replied, but we need to catch them.
Not only that, but there are bodies on the water.
Most of the animals that are drowned in the water will float to the surface.
The brothers who are responsible for guarding the windows have to work harder.
When you see them, use this thing to fish them out. As he spoke, Tian Laolu took out another drain net made of many pots and spoons.
Remember, the more we catch, the later we will have to eat this food, and we may not have to eat it. In order not to eat mice, everyone immediately cheered up. 20 people, occupying 10 windows, changing shifts every 12 hours, began to stare at the water surface to catch food.
2 days passed in the blink of an eye. July 18th, 10 o'clock in the morning.
On the 5th day of heavy rain, the water level reached 22 meters.
The floors below the 7th floor were flooded by rainwater, and even the 7th floor was mostly flooded. Tian Laolu and others have completely lost their place. But their process of catching mice went quite smoothly.
Those mice seemed to be very hungry, and they would be fooled if they saw food. 2 days. They caught more than 20 mice, and every one of them was so fat. But the fishing work was not very smooth.
Except for 3 dead fish weighing 2 pounds, they didn't catch anything. Now the water level has exceeded the 7th floor. The door can't be pried open. There is not much food left for them.
On the other hand, Li Chang.
His luck is good.
Although only 2 households, 2502 and 2402, were looted, half a ham and 2 unopened bags of rice were harvested, enough for 6 people to last 3 more days. It was at this time that Li Chang went out carrying the half ham.
He went all the way to the 28th floor and knocked on the alloy door.
Bang bang, Hu Yu is sitting at the dining table eating breakfast. Today's breakfast is a steak sandwich with eggs Benedict and soy milk, made by Li Ji. Hearing the knock on the door, Hu Yu opened the surveillance screen and saw Li Chang standing at the door carrying a ham.
Hey, you're a rare visitor.
Hu Yu connected the video and smiled at Li Chang opposite. Brother Chang, it's morning.
Have you had breakfast? Good morning, Boss Hu.
Li Chang forced out a smile, not daring to let his eyes stay on the sandwich. I came here specifically to thank you. If it weren't for your help, my father and I would probably have died of hunger outside.
This ham is a gift to you. If possible, I would like to ask you to give us some fresh water.
Huh, gift?
To put it bluntly, it is an exchange.
Today is the 5th day of heavy rain. Rainwater has transformed from fresh water into corrosive acid rain. For those who had no fresh water before, not only did they not have enough to eat, they even had trouble drinking water.
Ham?
You can eat it, but after eating it will speed up the consumption of water in the body, and the more you eat, the thirstier you will be. This is also the reason why Hu Yu chose to give this as a gift to Aunt Wang and others.
From a rational analysis, ham will definitely be stored as their final food. But as long as it is stored on the 5th day, the ham will be completely useless. Don't eat, you're hungry. Eat, you are thirsty.
Even if they stuffed the ham into their mouths, they would probably have no saliva to help them chew it, and they would eventually choke to death.
Tai Shui, right?
I do still have some leftover at home, but ham. Hu Yu turned the screen of his phone and pointed it at the window. There was a row of hams drying there, at least dozens of them. Li Ji was slicing it there, preparing to serve it with fresh cantaloupe for today's afternoon tea.
What do you need?
Li Chang's tone was very calm. As long as I have it, I can exchange it for you.
Including your life? Li Chang fell into silence.
The reason why he works so hard is just to survive. How could he dedicate his life to it?
Just kidding. Hu Yu knew he would not agree. It's up to you to keep things or not.
I won't give you fresh water. After saying that, he stood up and stretched himself.
Without avoiding Li Chang, he directly asked Shinshan, "Old Shin, are you ready to take a shower?"
I'm still waiting to take a shower today.
Immediately.
I'll make sure it's done tonight.
Ding, the screen went dark.
In the darkness, Li Chang was the only one standing in the stairwell carrying the ham. He held the ham tightly, thought for a long time, and finally went all the way downstairs.
27th floor, 26th floor. All the way to the 7th floor. Tian Laolu and others heard the sound of footsteps and immediately got ready to take action.
When they saw Li Chang carrying ham downstairs alone, everyone's eyes turned green.
Who is Boss Tian?
Li Chang stood on the stairs with a smile on his face. A wheelchair was pushed out of the crowd.
I am. Are you looking for me? I'm here to give you a gift.
Li Chang offered the ham with both hands. In the dim space, the sound of saliva and swallowing kept ringing.
Tian Laolu thought for a moment and finally hugged ham in his arms.
What do you call this, brother?
Li Chang, Boss Tian, just call me Shaoli brotherly. Boss Tian narrowed his eyes slightly. You are not just here to give gifts, are you? Boss Tian is smart, I'm here to cooperate with you.
Oh?
What kind of cooperation method?
Food, fresh water. Li Chang got straight to the point. Boss Hu from the 28th floor once sent hams to people in our community, most of which came from our building. There are at least 20 hams like this in our building. Now that there is no fresh water, ham has become their food reserve. We get 50-50 of the ham they snatched.
That's true, but brotherly, this door, we can't open it. Door, I have a way. I want a quarter of fresh water and ham. Tian Laolu frowned. How do you know I have fresh water?
First of all, none of your lips are chapped, and if there was no fresh water, would you have smashed this ham in my face, really? Tian Laolu didn't know how long the rain would last, so just in case, he collected enough fresh water.
Ha ha ha. I like to work with smart people. Tian Laolu immediately stretched out his right hand. Deal. July 18, 12, noon.
The water level is phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to 23 meters, and the 8th floor is already half submerged.
Before Tian Laolu's people could saw the door, the people on the 8th floor had already ran out. Can't bear it. I can't bear it at all. Seeing the new partners joining, Tian Laolu decisively confiscated their food.
Those who are obedient stay in the team, those who are disobedient.
Tie them up and put them at the back of the line. Brother Tian.
Li Mang frowned, looked at the rising water level, and tentatively said, "Where do we have to rush to get there?"
It's better, just go to the 28th floor. Can't go. Before Tian Laolu could speak, Li Chang replied, there is an alloy door on the 28th floor, but it cannot be cut with a saw. My suggestion is to go to the 27th floor.
Just listen to Brother Li. Tian Laolu immediately made the decision, go to the 27th floor.
2 o'clock in the afternoon. Everyone successfully occupied the 27th floor. There are 3 households on the 27th floor.
In addition to Mu Lingxiu, who originally lived here, there were 2 other families who were tied up and thrown to the end of the line. After occupying the base area, Tian Laolu held a brief meeting in 2702. He had just called Li Mang and Li Chang together, before the formal meeting began, when he heard rumblings coming from upstairs.
That seems to be the sound of mahjong.
They were struggling on the edge of life and death downstairs, but the guys upstairs actually had the leisure and elegance to play mahjong.
Brother Aqiang. Tian Laolu pointed upstairs. What do you think of them? There are a lot of supplies, but it's not easy to get them. Is that possible? Li Chang nodded. Isn't there a rooftop on the 28th floor? Rooftop? You mean, descend from the rooftop? But now it's acid rain. Li Mang frowned and said, who dares to go to the rooftop now?
As long as you wear thick enough clothes, it won't be a problem.
Li Chang stood up immediately. I can go up, but I need 3 more people, 2 to serve as stakes, and 1 to accompany me down.
Okay, I'll be your stake.
Tian Laolu raised his hand and landed on Li Chang's shoulder, then looked at Li Mang. Then I'll come too. At the same time. On the 28th floor.
4 people per table, Hu Yu and others gathered 2 mahjong tables and started this afternoon's entertainment activities.
On the right-hand side, there is a fruit plate. Shizuoka honeydew melon with Iberian ham. On the left-hand side, there are various drinks such as Yamazaki Jurji, Fat House Happy Water, and cheese milk tea.
3 strips.
Win.
Xiao Zissou immediately pushed the mahjong, pulled up her sleeves and stood up, all the same color. Come on, put your head over.
What luck you have.
Hu Yu had no choice but to complain, but he can only put his head forward. I always point the cannon at you, can you still play?
You don't understand the luck of the European emperor.
Xiao Zissou raised her hand and flicked a few times, pushed down the cards and planned to continue, and asked, by the way, the water level has risen to almost the same level, when are we going to leave? Even before leaving, she left enough food and fresh water for her parents to supply for half a month, and even weapons. But as a child, she was still worried about the 2 elders getting into trouble, and thought that the sooner they could be brought back, the better. After all, it was already the 5th day. It was even starting to rain acid in the sky, so it would be best to pick them up earlier.
4 more days.
Will you push the cards into the machine? The acid rain won't last too long, and it will turn into normal rain on the 9th day.
It won't be too late for us to set off then.
By then, the heart of the ocean would have been integrated, so it wouldn't be a problem to pick up Zhao's father and mother, or even sail to the Sea of Stars.
Come on, keep going. I don't believe I can't beat you. July 18th, 7 p.m.
The water level reached 24 meters.
Hu Yu ended the game with a red and swollen head. Sure enough. As long as he didn't cheat, he had no luck at all. It seems that he should participate less in this kind of entertainment in the future. There is no benefit except for wasting his brain. After dinner, everyone started watching the surveillance video that they loved today. Now all the residents below the 9th floor have moved out. Under the coercion and inducement of Tian Laolu, half of the people joined them, and the other half were tied up like dumplings. Among them, Aunt Wang and the little devil were also tied up like dumplings. No matter how noisy these two were, they had not eaten for almost 3 days, and they could not make any waves now. Hu Yu took a look at their warehouse by the way. Well, the mice had been separated into male and female, and they were ready to force them to breed. Fortunately, the cockroaches escaped and have not been included in their diet yet. Just as Hu Yu was about to turn the surveillance to see the pictures on other floors, he caught a detail in an instant. Rope. Li Chang and Li Mang were making a lot of cloth into ropes. It seemed that they wanted to make a safety rope to lower from somewhere. Don't they already have a chainsaw? Do they still need to use this method? What's more, it's still raining acid outside. Where can they take such a big risk? Unless. It seems that there will be fun tonight. 10 o'clock in the evening. As the last headlight went out. In the dim living room, only the flashing red light of the server and the breathing of the crowd could be seen. Half an hour later. 2 black shadows fell from the upstairs and landed precisely in front of the glass window. One of the figures pushed the window directly, but after pushing it twice, he found that he couldn't push it at all. The two looked at each other and took out a hammer from their pockets at the same time. Smash! Bang, bang, bang. Several muffled explosions, but the glass didn't move at all. But in the next moment, ding, the light came on. Under the warm yellow light, a group of people were holding watermelons in their hands, sitting on the sofa with their legs crossed, like audiences waiting for the show to start. On the other hand, the 2 men. Layers of clothes wrapped together made the 2 strong men look like old ladies. The outermost layer of clothes was almost corroded by acid rain. Hu Yu raised his hand to greet the 2 people and took out a cardboard from behind. There were 3 words written on it. Good evening, retreat. Retreat quickly. Li Chang immediately pulled the rope on his body and began to climb up. But Li Mang was obviously not convinced. Why retreat? This is our only chance. Bang! Bang! 1 hammer, 2 hammers. Li Mang was still knocking on the glass frantically. You are really a thief who is not dead. Hu Yu said, and took out a remote control. The 2 people outside the window were stunned at the same time, not knowing what this meant. Li Chang saw that Li Mang did not move, so he had to do it together. But just a few seconds later, a buzzing sound came from behind them. Turning around, I saw a drone hovering about 2 meters behind the 2 people, and a pistol was installed on the controller. Hey, can you hear me? Hu Yu's voice came from the drone. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. There are 2 bullets in the gun. You can choose who to shoot. If you 2 choose the same person, I won't shoot you. If your choices are different, then I'm sorry, the 2 bullets will fall on you separately. After 3 seconds, the choice will begin. 3, 2. Li Chang immediately looked at Li Mang and gave him a look, but the other party was already panicking at this moment. Not to mention the look, even if the fairy sister came down to earth, he might not be able to see it. 1. The 2 raised their hands almost at the same time. Li Mang pointed at Li Chang, and Li Chang also pointed at himself. Passed? The 2 were immediately happy. Hu Yu also showed a smile at the corner of his mouth. Congratulations on passing the test, you don't have to be shot. But the drone slowly took off. It came all the way to the top of the 2 people's heads, and then bang! 1 shot. The bullet hit the cloth rope that Li Mang was leaning on. Ah! The rope broke instantly. Li Mang fell into the water. Li Chang also understood what Hu Yu meant by seeing this. People don't have to be shot, but it doesn't mean that the rope won't be shot. He immediately used both hands and began to climb up. But how could Hu Yu let him succeed? Another shot. Li Chang also fell from the air. Hu Yu controlled the drone to return and clicked on the surveillance equipment pointed outside the building. On the surveillance screen, the two fell into the water, splashing a lot of water, and no figure was seen floating from the water surface. Could they be dead? Xiao Zissou asked on the side. From here to the water surface, there is a drop of nearly 60 meters. If you fall down like this, you will be disabled even if you don't die. Hu Yu replied casually. Just as he was about to move the surveillance screen to see how the two people on the rooftop were doing, Shinshan suddenly spoke. Wait, boss. Look here. Shinshan pointed to the screen. Everyone's eyes gathered at the same time. A dark red appeared on the water surface, and a broken arm floated out of the water. Broken hand? If the posture is not correct when diving at this height, you may be injured or even die, but you will never break your hands or feet. No. There is something under the water. At the same time, Li Chang also floated up. His expression was very terrified, as if he had discovered something, and he kept swimming towards the stairs. The speed was so fast that it only drew a ripple on the water. The next second, the floating arm was pulled down by something again and never floated up again. Li Chang swam into the window of the corridor on the 9th floor at the fastest speed, and he escaped. The surveillance still stayed on the water surface. Except for the arm just now, nothing else floated to the surface. Only a pool of scarlet remained. Everyone looked at Hu Yu, and he didn't know what happened. Is there something else under the water? He hadn't seen it. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme. He stayed upstairs for the first 22 days of the apocalypse, and stayed on a boat for the middle 20 days. He stayed on the kayak for the next 7 days, but they never went into the water, so they didn't know what was under there. Shark? Jiling is still some distance away from the sea surface, and it is impossible for a shark to swim over in such a short time. Even if it is a shark, where is the dorsal fin? There should be a dorsal fin on the water surface, right? Just now, not to mention the dorsal fin, there was not even a ripple on the water. Check. Hu Yu frowned slightly. Li Chang should have seen something just now. Go ask him. I'll go. Shinshan immediately said, I'll go downstairs now and bring him up. No need. Hu Yu turned on the surveillance camera on the 9th floor. I'll do it. On the surveillance camera. Li Chang huddled in a corner of the passage, his eyes fixed on the water, as if he had experienced some great horror. Li Chang, what did you see? Li Chang did not respond, his body trembling constantly. Li Chang! Can you hear me? Monster, monster! Li Chang raised his head and looked at Hu Yu in the video, his eyes gradually turning red. His body suddenly stopped trembling, and then he suddenly pounced up. Ah! The screen was destroyed. Hu Yu frowned as he looked at the picture taken from another angle. Li Chang. No, he should not be Li Chang now. It is now swooping on the screen and biting continuously, as if it wants to take Hu Yu out from the screen. But that's obviously impossible. But even if the screen fragments scratched his mouth and his fingers drew bloody marks on the cement wall, it still had no intention of stopping. Zombies? Xiao Zissou frowned. Have you ever seen such a thing in your dream? Hu Yu shook his head. If he knew there would be zombies, why would he stay in a place like this? Those who flew away directly went to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme on the nearest uninhabited island. You know, the entire population of Jinling exceeds 9 million. Even if half of them starve to death and a zombie crisis breaks out, there will still be more than 4 million zombies. Just 8 trucks of weapons, is that enough? I'm afraid even 8 armies may not be enough. How about I go down and take a look? Shinshan suggested again. Need not. Hu Yu frowned. Currently, this thing should be contagious, and we don't know how it spreads, so it's better to be careful. What now? Li Ji's face was full of worry. We can't just let it stay down there like this, right? If other people are infected, can our alloy door outside prevent it? Snort. Su Zilong snorted coldly, that is a bank standard explosion-proof door. Let alone zombies, even 10 RPG rounds can't destroy it. Hey, what about 100 rounds? Zhao Zhong looked on at the side with a strange look. There are still about 100 people down there. If some kind of monster comes out, can your alloy door be able to guard against it? Okay, let's stop arguing for now and let's see what the situation is. Who you interrupted everyone? The monster found that he couldn't get food out of the wall, so he didn't continue. Instead, he stooped and walked up the stairs. 10th floor. There are 10 people there who are responsible for guarding the people there to prevent them from being suppressed in time after the people on the 9th floor come out. When Li Chang came up the stairs, the flashlight immediately hit its face. Who? The monster didn't answer, but subconsciously raised his arm to cover it. Ah, it's brotherly. The man immediately turned off the flashlight and took the initiative to greet him. How do you come up from downstairs, ah? Before the man could finish his words, Li Chang pounced on him. Take one bite. Blood splattered all over the floor. Eating, cannibalism. When the other 9 people saw this, they didn't dare to delay at all and immediately ran upstairs. Li Monster Chang didn't chase him, he just squatted on the ground and enjoyed the food he had just caught. Case solved. This thing must be a zombie. Xiao Zissou was very excited, without any trace of panic or fear, and her tone was full of curiosity. Boss Hu, do you think you can do me a little favor? Hu, you vaguely guessed something, tell me first. After determining the transmission phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals rut route slash phoneme, I want to catch one to study. You see. Upon hearing this, everyone looked at Xiao Zissou differently. Why, no. Xiao Zissou raised her head and asked, I am contributing to the development of traditional Chinese medicine. This is a brand new topic. Okay, research is possible, but at least not now. Now that there are new friends joining this building, we can't just keep it to ourselves. Huyu controlled the surveillance screen and broadcast the surveillance on Li Chang's floor to other floors. For a moment, the sound of chewing big bones spread throughout the building. People's hearts were instantly panicked. Everyone who had not left the room began to strengthen their protection. Those who had already left the room kept running upstairs. Who cares whether you stick to it or not? There is a man-eating monster down there. Only then did Tian Laolu take Zhang Si down from the rooftop. Originally, he planned to find someone to rescue Li Chang and Li Mang immediately, but when he arrived on the 28th floor, he saw Huyu broadcasting the scene to the people in the building. That thing, is it Li Chang? Didn't you just fall into the water? Why did it become like this? Tian Lalio's eyes were full of disbelief. If 9 people hadn't gone upstairs to report it soon, he might have suspected whether this was a fake picture. Pity. It's all true. He rushed to the 28th floor immediately and knocked on the alloy door for the first time. Boss Hu. Help me. Huyu switched to the video call function of the alloy door, glanced at Tian Laolu who had not had time to change clothes, and laughed directly. There are obvious traces of acid rain corrosion on this guy's body. Obviously, he was also on the rooftop just now. Hey, isn't this Boss Tian? Huyu yawned and pretended to fall asleep. It's so late, what do you want from me? Or are you planning to come and clean the windows of my house? Bang! Tian Laolu fell down from his wheelchair and knelt directly on the ground. Boss Hu, I know I was wrong. I should never have done it. I shouldn't have had such evil intentions. You also saw what happened below. Please help me. No matter what, you don't want such a monster in our building, right? Please help me. Help other innocent people in the building. He is gambling. Bet that Huyu will use him as a spearman, so kill that monster first. After all, no matter what, he would always go downstairs. That ship that cost 1 billion to buy must be used after all. As long as you can bet correctly, at least you can get some assistance. Oh, innocent? Huyu sneered, who is not innocent? You want to steal my things, and now you want me to help you. Am I not innocent? Yes, it's my fault.
Tian Laolu knelt on the ground and began to kowtow. I kowtow to apologize to you, and you can make a clear path.
As long as I, Tian Laolu, can do it, I will do whatever it takes. Simple, don't you have a gun?
Huyu immediately said, go downstairs, shoot at the monster, and empty the bullets.
As long as you can do it, regardless of whether the monster dies or not, I will give you a chance to come in. Really? Tian Laolu raised his head and asked tentatively.
After all, he had been tricked into sending a naked photo, so he had to be careful.
Believe it or not.
Huyu hung up the video and continued to observe Li Monster Chang's movements through the surveillance camera.
This guy seems to be full. After chewing off the unfortunate guy's upper body, he stopped eating.
Instead, he sat next to the unfortunate guy's lower body, hanging his head and swaying.
It seems that he is sleeping? Go to bed after eating? This shouldn't be possessed by pig spirit, right? In any case, this is also an opportunity. It depends on whether Tian Laolu can seize it. Soon. Tian Laolu got back into the wheelchair with Zhang Xi's help.
He asked 4 people to carry him downstairs, all the way to the stairwell on the 11th floor.
Now, he was less than 3 meters away from Li Monster Chang.
As long as he shoots, with his marksmanship, he can definitely hit the opponent.
Of course, the premise is in a bright environment. It's dark now. Tian Laolu could only take out his pistol and use the faint light from the screen in the corridor to aim at the opponent's head. Bang! One shot hit the monster gunpowder, sparkling in the darkness.
Li Monster Chang's body trembled suddenly and he turned his head, as if he had discovered something.
Tian Laolu's hands trembled slightly, but he immediately emptied the magazine without having time to think about it. 3 shots in a row, all hitting the opponent. Ouch! A roar sounded. Li Monster Chang rushed forward. Quick! Take me away! Tian Laolu panicked.
But 3 of them were already rolling and running upstairs, ignoring him at all.
Only Zhang Xi. He gritted his teeth and thought for a moment, then immediately carried Tian Laolu behind him and rushed upstairs. 1 floor, 2 floors.
Everyone climbed 3 floors, but saw from the video that Li Monster Chang was still staying where he was, guarding half of his rations.
What's going on? Could it be that in its rules of action, food is more important than counterattack? That's easy. Even if you can't kill it, as long as you feed it, everyone will not be in danger. Tian Laolu immediately patted Zhang Xi on the shoulder. Brother Zhang, do you dare to go down and help me get the wheelchair? Dare.
Zhang Xi didn't think much and walked directly with him on his back.
Tian Laolu tilted his head. Are you a tiger? I asked you to go down and get it for me. I didn't ask you to go down and get it with me on your back. Hey!
But we were halfway through the journey, and Tian Laolu couldn't talk much, so he had to stay silently on Zhang Xi's back without saying a word.
At the same time. 28th floor.
Huyu frowned and looked at the surveillance camera. Naturally, everyone saw the scene just now.
He looked at the people behind him. What do you think?
There were 4 shots in total, hitting the neck, arm, abdomen, and chest respectively.
Chen Shan frowned and said, although these 4 places are not fatal, they are not still capable of movement.
Xiao Zissou also added, there was blood flowing out of the wound, and the color was dark red. The bullet obviously penetrated the internal organs. Unless the creature does not require energy from its internal system, it will die within half an hour at most. Click caca. While everyone was talking, a crisp sound sounded from the stairwell again.
Li Monster Chang started eating again. Quick, drone. Shine a strong light on it and see what it is doing. Xiao Zissou said hurriedly. Good.
Su Zilong walked to the window, controlled the drone and started to land, all the way to the window of the stairwell on the 9th floor. Strong light illuminates the entire stairwell. I saw Li Monster Chang crazily chewing the food in front of him. Even if it was a bone, he would chew it into pieces and swallow it into his throat.
Look!
Xiao Zixu raised her hand and pointed at the surveillance screen. Bullet holes, the bullet holes on its body are being repaired.
It's really.
Hu Yu frowned slightly. Something like this obviously goes beyond the scope of biology.
I don't know if it was the acid rain or the heavy rains in the previous few days that caused the problem.
In short, there is no way that there is only one monster like this, Li Chang.
Fine.
After Li Monster Chang ate more than half of the corpse, it fell into silence again.
Obviously.
Food is the most important thing in its eyes. They will stay still when they are full.
Okay, let's go and rest first.
Hu Yu stood up and turned off the surveillance. At present, it seems that this kind of thing will not affect us.
If anything happens, we can wait until tomorrow.
But Zhao Gan was about to say something when Zhao Zhong pulled him back. The two looked at each other and said nothing.
At night. Brother, why are you pulling me? Can't you see that boss who has no humanity at all?
Zhao Yi frowned and roared at Zhao Zhong, there's not enough food, so just don't let anyone else go upstairs.
Now that there's a monster down there, doesn't he care?
It's not that I don't care, it's that I can't control it. Zhao Zhong raised his hand and landed on Zhao Yi's shoulder. Brother, if we two brothers can be valued by boss who and phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme carefree in the apocalypse, we should listen to boss who's words. Whatever he asks us to do, just listen carefully and don't think about meddling in other people's business.
Bullshit. It's all bullshit. Zhao Yi raised his hand, there are so many innocent people down there.
I can watch them starve to death because the food is not mine. But I can't see them being killed by monsters, because I obviously have the ability to save them.
Brother, saving one life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. What do you want? Another voice sounded.
The two brothers turned their heads at the same time and looked out the door. I saw Su Zilong leaning against the door, his tone slightly provocative. Get out?
If you want, I can let you go downstairs now.
Okay. Zhao Yi's neck stiffened. You let me go now, I'll go down to save people, and you just stay here and act like cowards.
Zhao Yi. Please calm down for me. Zhao Zhong roared angrily, then looked at Su Zilong. Zilong. Hey. Don't call me so affectionate.
Su Zilong interrupted the other party, stepped aside and said, it's useless to tell me what you want to say. A figure slowly walked out from behind him.
Hu Yu?
He was wearing a nightgown at this time, with Anciener following behind him.
Bang! Before he could speak, Su Zilong received another punch from Anciener. I said.
Hu Yu looked at the two of them, you can leave at any time if you want, I will never stop you. Let go of the desire to help others and respect the fate of others. This is the most useful thing Hu Yu learned in his previous life.
Since you want to meddle in other people's business, then go ahead.
Stop him, it's definitely impossible to stop him.
Okay.
Zhao Yi responded, and immediately clasped his fists towards Hu Yu. Thank you, Boss Hu, for your understanding.
When I come back, I will definitely. What do you mean by come back? Hu Yu asked back, and then seemed to think of a joke. Zhao Yi, don't you think that you can come back after you leave here? If you don't want to come back, then don't come back.
Zhao Yi hesitated for a few breaths, then frowned and said, Boss Hu, see you later.
Boss Hu.
Zhao Zhong still pulled his brother. He knew that once he left Hu Yu, even if his brother could survive, he would never phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme a carefree life like here.
Hunger, illness, human nature. Each one could take his life. Please give me another chance.
One day, give me one day, I promise to persuade him.
Brother. You don't need to persuade me. I will never follow such an inhuman person. If you want to follow me, it's up to you. Humanity? Hu Yu narrowed his eyes and sneered. What did you just say? Humanity? You're talking to me about human nature? Okay.
Then I'll show you what real human nature is.
He took out an AK from the space backpack and took out the bullets in the magazine, leaving only 3.
The gun was thrown into Zhao Yi's arms.
There are 3 bullets in it.
With your marksmanship, you can shoot it in the head with every shot.
If you shoot its head off, not to mention zombies, Godzilla will die. Go down now and save those people. Let's see if you will become their savior or something else. Let's go now. Let's talk about human nature after you recognize what human nature is. Okay. Zhao stood up with the gun.
Zhao Zhong wanted to stop him, but Huyu turned to look at Su Zilong, who immediately understood and stopped him. Obviously, Zhao Zhong was no match for him.
Brother! Don't be confused. Brother!
Zhao came to the door and turned to look at Zhao Zhong. Brother, I have more important things to do.
I will pick you up after I organize the people below. After that, he turned and left.
Huyu opened the alloy door remotely, and after watching him leave, he closed the door again.
Su! Z! Long!
Zhao Zhong roared, and while Su Zilong was retreating, he turned over and pressed him down, punching him in the face.
Hey, you're still excited.
Su Zilong was ready to get serious.
Okay. Huyu frowned and said, took a step back, and hid behind Xianer. Zhao Zhong, if you want to go down too, I can give you a chance now. Zhao Zhong didn't say anything.
He knew in his heart that if he left again, the two brothers would really have no chance to come back. So, he just lowered his head and said nothing.
Okay, let's go to sleep first, and we can talk about it tomorrow. Huyu yawned and turned around, taking Xianer back to 2802. Huyu returned to the room and lay on the bed.
When he turned on the surveillance again, Zhao was still at the door, and in front of him was Tian Laolu who had escaped. Needless to say, this guy must be here to make Huyu fulfill his promise. Seeing this guy knocking on the door continuously, Huyu Gue didn't care and just closed his eyes.
Sleep. Until dawn, the alarm clock rings. July 19th, 7 o'clock in the morning.
The water level reached 26 meters. Huyu picked up the phone and glanced at the surveillance camera.
There was no one in front of the alloy gate. Now everyone is gathered on the 27th floor. Tian Laolu was sitting in front of the crowd and was introducing Zhao.
It looked like they had just come downstairs. Huyu got up, went into the bathroom to wash up, and cracked open today's black egg. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting ordinary fairy beans when it's this thing again. It seems that the last time I drew the heart of the ocean, I ran out of European energy. Today and the previous 2 days, the result in every draw is fairy beans. Now he has 4 fairy beans in his backpack, which is enough for an ordinary person to eat for 4 months. Huyu put it back into his backpack, washed briefly and walked out.
Everyone at the table is having breakfast.
Except for Xiao Zissou, Mu Lingxiu and Su Zilong, who looked normal, the others were a little depressed. Obviously, they already knew about Zhao.
What's wrong? You're listless. Huyu walked to the table and sat down, knowingly asking, did you not sleep well last night? No one spoke. Only Bubu spoke.
She blinked her big eyes and looked at Huyu, brother Huyu, Uncle Zhao.
Uncle Zhao went to fight monsters. Huyu smiled and rubbed Bubu's head. Shall we wait for him to come back? What?
Zhao Zhong suddenly exclaimed.
He looked at Huyu with surprise on his face. Boss Hu, are you serious? Huyu nodded. He knew Zhao Yi's status in other people's hearts.
As the saying goes, the 3 irons in life are, we have carried guns together, been in jail together, and bought seafood together. If he is really left to fend for himself, this team will not last long. This was also the result of his thinking all night. Don't worry, I will give your brother another chance.
Since he wants to do something, let him do it first.
When the matter is finished, as long as he is willing to bow his head and come back, I can accept him again.
I said at the time that we are a family now.
As long as we recognize our mistakes and can correct them, it is not unacceptable.
Very good.
Zhao Zhong immediately stood up and bowed to Huyu. Thank you, boss Hu, bite. The favorability from Zhao Zhong increased by 20 and is now 50. Huyu raised his hand and landed on Zhao Zhong's shoulder, patting it.
Accept? It is indeed acceptable. But the premise is that he didn't make any principled mistakes before bowing his head.
But once you fall into the big dye vat called human nature, no one knows what will happen.
While everyone was having breakfast, Lee Monster Chang was also hungry.
After it finished chewing the last bit of bone residue, it looked up upstairs, raised its head and twitched the tip of its nose, and sniffed twice, as if it was smelling something.
The next moment,
it immediately got up, used all 4 limbs, and climbed upstairs. This scene was not only seen by Huyu and others, but also by Tian Laolu and others downstairs.
Quick! Brother Zhao, the monster is already here.
As I said, I'm not your brother.
Zhao Yi frowned and replied. Obviously, he looked down on Tian Laolu and went downstairs just to practice the justice in his heart. Even if Tian Laolu knelt down and licked him, he would probably kick him away.
Okay.
Tian Laolu seemed to realize this. Anyway, you came downstairs to solve this thing, right? I'll leave it to you. You still need to tell me?
Zhao Yi glanced at him, said nothing, and went downstairs directly carrying a K on his back.
Tian Laolu did not follow behind, but waved to Zhang Si and whispered a few words in his ear.
The other party nodded in understanding and walked towards the crowd.
Hey, Brother Zhao, wait for me. Tian Laolu then called to the other 4 people and followed them with a wheelchair.
Several people walked all the way to the stairwell from the 10th to the 11th floor. At this moment, Lee Monster Chang was lying at the door of the 10th floor, constantly hitting the door with his body.
One time, another time.
The originally intact security door had been completely dented by the impact.
It smelled like food inside. As long as the door is opened, you can have a full meal. Just a little bit, the last bit.
Zhao Yi did not hesitate, immediately raised the AK and aimed it at his head.
Bang! One shot, right in the back of the head. The powerful penetrating power penetrated its head. Something red and white splattered onto the security door. Lee Monster Chang's movement stopped.
It still maintains its previous posture.
Dead? Probably dead. Everyone was talking a lot.
Just when Zhao Yi was about to step forward to check.
Ouch! Lee Monster Chang suddenly turned his head and let out a roar.
Zhao Yi subconsciously raised the muzzle of his gun.
Bang! Another shot hit the head and penetrated the temple. 2 full headshots. Lee Monster Chionsai finally fell. He's probably dead now.
Zhao Yi was also frightened just now. He put away his gun and did not step forward rashly.
Tian Laolu looked at the people behind him, go and check on the 2 of them and collect the bodies.
2 of the bolder ones looked at each other and decided to walk up. After all, the 3 guys who dared to leave Boss Tian and run away yesterday were now tied up and dumped on the 26th floor.
They don't want to be one of them.
The 2 men stepped forward tentatively. After confirming that there was really no movement from the other party, the 2 of them breathed a sigh of relief.
Very good. Tian Laolu smiled excitedly. Brother Zhao, thank you for saving us. In this case, don't rush upstairs first, let us treat you well, and it's not too late to go back. That's fine. Zhao Yi did not refuse. He looked down on Tian Laolu, but he also couldn't stand Huyu. Isn't it the end of the world? Even if the sky collapses at the beginning, he can still phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme everyone to survive. Let's start with this meal.
You guys, move the body upstairs, don't pollute the water source.
Tian Laolu gave instructions before taking Zhao Yi upstairs. Brother Zhao, please. 1 o'clock in the afternoon.
Huyu and others started to have lunch, and Tian Laolu and others also started the celebration banquet. In order to entertain Zhao Yi, Tian Laolu even took out the wine he had collected earlier. 7 days ago, he would not have even looked at this wine with an average price of no more than 200 yuan, but now, this is the best thing. After 3 rounds of drinking. Before Zhao Yi could express his opinion, Tian Laolu patted him directly on the shoulder. Brother, I know you look down on me, and I also look down on myself. In this way, from now on, these people, including me, will be under your control. As long as you can keep us fed, clothed, and alive. No matter what you say, I will listen to you. Really? Zhao Yi raised his eyebrows and asked. Real.
Tian Laolu waved, and Zhang Si immediately led everyone out.
There were more than 60 people in total, now crowded on the 27th floor. Those standing in front of them all had signs of being tied up. They were so hungry now that when they saw there was food on the table, they rushed towards it.
Come on, eat slowly. Tian Laolu didn't stop him, controlled the wheelchair and took a step back, and even took the initiative to deliver food to the other party.
He looked at Zhao Yi with red eyes. Brother Zhao, you have also seen that it is not easy for them and us.
But this food is not enough, what can I do? Fortunately you are here now.
In this way, we will all listen when you speak.
Right.
Zhang Si also shouted in the crowd, you speak, we all listen. Zhao Yi didn't speak, just looked at the wolfing crowd. After counting, he made a decision.
Okay. As long as you obey, I will definitely help you survive. Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi.
Tian Laolu immediately raised his arms and shouted Zhao Yi's name hoarsely.
The crowd also responded.
Zhao Yi looked at the appearance in front of him and suddenly felt light and airy all over. Once upon a time, he was just a member of the squad. After leaving the team, he was just Zhao Zhong's younger brother.
And now, he has his own name. Zhao Yi. In this case, I will definitely help you survive.
Zhao Yi raised his head and looked upstairs.
Show them alive. July 20th.
The 7th day of the rainstorm. The water level reached 31 meters this morning. The 11th floor was more than half submerged. Looking out the window, most of Jinling was submerged underwater, and only residential areas could be seen on the surface of the water, like reefs.
Brother Yi.
Tian Laolu controlled the wheelchair and frowned as he came to Zhao Yi. The food is enough for us to survive for another day at most, you see.
Since yesterday, Tian Laolu took the initiative to hand over the power to Zhao Yi. The food itself is not a big problem. But after yesterday's celebration, after the Tide people were freed, the problem was exposed. Well, I know.
Zhao Yi also knew it in his heart, and raised his hand to one side. There were more than a dozen fishing rods there.
He made them overnight yesterday.
As a person with proficient survival skills, rubbing fishing rods with bare hands is completely a beginner's skill. Find a dozen people, let's go fishing on the 12th floor together, and try to catch one carp each. As the saying goes, phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live phoneme by the mountain, eat by the mountain, phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live phoneme by the water, eat by the water. With such a large area of water, I don't believe there are no fish.
Tian Laolu frowned. This is not what he expected. But it's okay.
As for fishing, just fish first, and then talk about other things when you can't catch anything. Everyone gathered together quickly, hidden at the window of the 12th floor, and started fishing.
This fishing lasted for half a day.
I don't know if it was because the bait was not good or the fish were too full, but 15 people only caught 2 carps in half a day. The total weight was only over 3 pounds.
After dinner. Food is in serious emergency.
Zhao Yi sat on the 27th floor, his brows were almost wrinkled into a dough twist, and his stomach couldn't help but make noises. In order to let others eat more, he has never eaten a full meal since yesterday.
Wait, what is this smell?
Zhao Yi's nose twitched, and he smelled the smell of beef hot pot from the window.
Obviously, dinner time has already started upstairs. Today's dinner should be hot pot. He swallowed his saliva.
If he hadn't gone downstairs, he would have been boiling M7 marbling beef by now.
Brother Yi. Tian Laolu's voice sounded. He slid over alone in a wheelchair. What's the matter? It's still a food problem. Tian Laolu whispered, there are too many people, and now people on the 12th floor have also run out.
The food they brought out is not enough for them to eat.
Or follow my method and tie up some people first? No. Zhao Yi refused immediately.
If it wasn't him who made the decision, he could ignore it, but now it was his turn to make the final decision. How could he continue to tie people up? I'll find a way to solve the food problem, and I must not restrict their freedom.
Hey! Tian Laolu responded, and then moved to the window. This smell, is it hot pot? The food upstairs is really good. Zhao didn't say anything. Although he came down, he knew what to say and what not to say. Brother E, tell me something definite. Tian Laolu turned around and continued, how much food did the person upstairs hoard? It has nothing to do with you. Why not? Tian Laolu slapped the armrest of the wheelchair heavily. They eat and drink delicious food up there all day long, as long as they share a little bit. Even if it's just a little bit, it will be enough for us to hold on for several days. As long as we hold on, the rain will stop one day, right?
The rain will never stop.
As soon as he said it, Zhao realized that he had said the wrong thing. What? Without waiting for Tian Laolu to speak, a group of people rushed in directly from outside. What do you mean the rain won't stop? Brother E, explain it more clearly. Yes, Brother E, what do you know?
The crowd questioned.
Tian Laolu was silent at this moment.
He originally wanted to get the food reserves from Zhao and lure everyone to force Zhao to launch an offensive against the upper level.
But he didn't expect. This guy actually threw a bigger bomb. Quiet. Zhao frowned and stood up. With his height of nearly
1.9 meters, he still had a strong pressure on the crowd.
Since I said I would take you to survive, it doesn't matter whether the rain stops or not. Why should we believe you? A question came from the crowd. Yes.
Why should we trust you?
Now the food is almost gone, can you let us survive? How? Eat ourselves? Hee, do you want to tie us up again?
If you have the ability, then go up to Xiaohu and ask for food.
Auntie Wang jumped up in the crowd and said bluntly, didn't you come down from upstairs?
You know best how many things there are upstairs.
Let alone, bring down those pigs and cows. 1 pig is enough for us to eat for 2 days.
Not to mention that the rain will not stop, at least we won't starve to death in the next few days.
Yes. Don't you have the ability? Go and ask for it.
The noise was endless. Zhao frowned and clenched his fists, thinking for a few breaths, and finally nodded.
Okay. I'll go and ask for it for you. 10 minutes later.
Shinshan stood in front of Hu Yu and reported.
You want pigs, right? Don't give it to me.
Zhao Zhong spoke up immediately and rushed to Hu Yu. Boss Hu, you have helped us a lot.
Those people below are greedy. Even if we give them the pig, how long will it last?
I wish your brother could see it as clearly as you do.
Hu Yu raised his hand and patted Zhao Zhong on the shoulder.
He turned to look at Shinshan. Tell Zhao that this pig was given to him for his brother's sake, and the material support is only for this time. If you come up to ask for something again, don't blame me for being ruthless.
I understand. Shinshan replied and turned to do it. Boss Hu. Zhao Zhong didn't know what to say for a while.
In an instant, the favorability of Shinshan and Zhao Zhong increased again. Shinshan reached 70 and Zhao Zhong reached 60. A pig, in exchange for the favorability of 2 people, increased so much, worth it.
The pig was taken away.
The people downstairs were reveling, shouting Zhao Yi's name continuously.
Smiles climbed onto their cheeks.
Killing pigs, storing meat, storing blood, even pig hairs were stored one by one, ready to be used as fuel.
The entire 27th floor was very lively.
But Zhao Yi knew that this kind of liveliness was only temporary. Once the pork was eaten, they would face new difficulties.
Unless. Zhao Yi looked at the water in front of him, and an idea emerged in his mind. Build a ship. Food in the residential area is always limited.
If there is a ship, the search range can be expanded and more food can be obtained. But on the second day, when Zhao Yi was about to gather everyone to start work, another bad news came.
Fresh water, gone. Why is the fresh water gone? Zhao Yi asked. When I looked at it yesterday, wasn't it enough for 3 days? Yesterday was yesterday.
Tian Lalio's tone was also full of helplessness. You also know that everyone was busy killing pigs yesterday, and a lot of fresh water was used just for killing pigs. After all, there was a smell of pigs on our bodies, and we couldn't sleep well, so we just washed up. Today, I saw that there were less than 30 liters of fresh water left.
30 liters. Only enough for everyone to drink for one day. This is only for drinking. How about? Seeing Zhaoyi not speaking, Tian Laolu asked tentatively, should we ask upstairs for some more? No. Ah.
Zhaoyi was about to refuse when a scream suddenly came from the door.
He and Tian Laolu looked at each other and rushed out immediately.
As soon as they arrived at the door, they saw two monsters lying on the ground, gnawing something frantically. Those two people were the ones who handled Li Chang's body at that time. At the beginning, they all wore gloves and masks before handling the body.
Could it be that the transmission phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals root/phoneme of this virus can bypass gloves and masks? Get out of the way. Stay away.
Zhaoyi shouted and took out the AK again. But before he could shoot, Tian Laolu stopped him.
Wait.
Everyone looked at him with confusion in their eyes.
One bullet can't kill two monsters. Tian Laolu looked at Zhaoyi. Brothery, I only have one question for you now. Do you want to take us alive, or just to prove your usefulness?
Of course I want to take you alive.
Okay.
Tian Laolu raised his hand and pointed forward, then let me deal with these two things.
July 21st, 6:50 in the morning.
The alarm clock didn't ring, but there were noises coming from outside the house.
Huyu yawned and frowned slightly.
It didn't sound like the noise came from the living room, but from farther away.
It should be the alloy door.
He turned on his phone and was stunned.
In the surveillance, there were two monsters like Li Chang hitting the alloy door.
Although it looked unshakable on the surface, every time they hit it, the alloy door would make a sound. There was a note on them with only two words written on it.
Dan Shui. It was really a big deal.
Huyu got up immediately, and even didn't open the black egg for today, and opened the door and walked out of the bedroom. As soon as he opened the door, Shinshan and others were already sitting at the table waiting for him. Yubu was taken to other rooms and was not in 2802.
Boss. Shinshan got up immediately.
The others also stood up, only Xiao Zissou was still sitting. She seemed to be mixing something.
Everyone sit down. Huyu came to the main seat and sat down, looking at Shinshan. What's going on outside? Since 6 o'clock in the morning, these two things have been placed at the door.
They smeared meat on the alloy door to lure them to hit it. At present, there will be no problem with the alloy door, but the force of the impact is increasing.
I can't guarantee the follow-up. Where is Zhaoyi?
Huyu looked at Zhao Zhong.
Not Kim. Zhao Zhong immediately said, it was Tian Laolu.
He decided to put these two monsters at the door.
I'm asking about Zhaoyi?
What did he do?
He didn't agree, nor did he refuse.
Shinshan sighed, his tone a little low.
What is he doing now?
On the 13th floor, fishing. It seems that he is not going to care about the things above.
Just barely pass. Huyu spit out a sentence. He looked at Zhao Zhong and asked, do you remember what I told you? I remember.
That's good.
Huyu looked at everyone and said, let's not talk about Zhaoyi first.
The people downstairs wanted pigs, we gave them to them, and now they want more and are ready to break in.
Break in through the door. What do you think we should do? Fuck him. Xiao Zissou spoke immediately.
She pushed the can in her hand forward. Use a drone to carry this stuff to sprinkle it on where they phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme.
In less than 3 days, they will all die of dehydration.
Huyu was stunned.
He didn't expect Xiao Zissou to react so strongly, and subconsciously asked, what is this?
High-strength laxative. Xiao Zissou raised his head. Now they have no fresh water, no way to replenish water, with this thing, hee.
They want to eat our pigs?
If they eat, they have to poop it out for me.
6.
Huyu gave a thumbs up, and then looked at Shinshan and others.
What do you think? I won't offend others unless they offend me. Su Zilong was the first to speak. Boss Hu, we all support your decision. That's right. Shinshan and others also nodded one after another. When the two monsters were placed in front of the alloy door, the people downstairs were already their enemies.
Okay.
Hu Yu responded, and then asked, then.
Xiao Yi, what do you think?
After this sentence, everyone was speechless.
Xiao Zissou also sat back and stopped talking.
Since no one is talking, let's just ignore it for now. Hu Yu knew.
After all, Zhao Yi is a comrade in arms and brother to them, and he has only been with himself for a few days. It is obviously unrealistic to expect them to express their opinions under such circumstances. Let's deal with the things outside the door first.
I'll go.
Zhao Zhong immediately stood up. Boss, give me a gun, I'll take care of it.
No need.
Hu Yu said calmly. Those two people moved Li Chang's body and turned into this appearance, which means that the thing is contagious.
Our people can't go out. But we can't just let them keep crashing, right?
Xiao Zissou asked back.
Don't we have drones?
Hu Yu raised his mouth slightly. They can use food to lure this thing up, so we can naturally lure them down.
Right. Everyone suddenly realized.
Hu Yu fished a piece of sausage on the drone and went around from the outside of the 28th floor to the outside of the alloy door. The smell of meat instantly attracted the two monsters.
Led by the drone, the two monsters quickly came to a place suitable for them. 27th floor. As for the next scene, Hu Yu didn't watch it.
He turned off the surveillance and just heard a prompt in his ear.
Ding!
The Heart of the Ocean has been integrated, and the ship name will be automatically updated to Heart of the Ocean System Level Detected. 3. The Heart of the Ocean automatically becomes an epic ship. Item: Heart of the Ocean Epic Type, Large Luxury Yacht equipped with Anti-Ship Torpedoes Epic, Anti-Aircraft Missiles Epic, Anti-Ground Ship Guns. Additional abilities: Epic Speed, Epic Displacement, Epic Protection, Epic Water Battle.
Finally it's over.
In the early morning of July 16, the system underwent its third upgrade.
This upgrade provides a breeding system.
Whether it is a living thing or a plant, as long as Hu Yu chooses the place, he can start the breeding mode. But only organisms or plants produced by the system can enter the breeding system.
How to give birth? Only by relying on black eggs.
So far, Hu Yu has not produced a single seed or creature from the black egg.
Etc. Could the fairy beans I got a few days ago be considered seeds? It doesn't matter. After all, the ship is still in the dormant stage, so he can't confine the breeding area to this building, can he? Now that the ship has been upgraded, it depends on when it will be launched. Let's eat first.
Hu Yu looked at everyone, casually took out some Hong Kong-style breakfast, and asked questions about ships.
The water level is almost there. If you want to go into the water, you can do so now.
Xiao Zissou, who was about to reach for the shrimp dumplings, was stunned. She subconsciously wanted to speak, but noticed the looks on the other people's faces, and finally said nothing. If she were to tell her, the sooner she leaves here, the better. She still has to pick up her parents.
But now, Zhao Yi is still downstairs.
It would obviously be unrealistic for Shinshan and others to abandon him and leave like this.
Now that Hu Yu is bringing up the matter of going into the water, it actually means one thing.
Zhao Yi's matter cannot be delayed, it is best to resolve it now.
Tomorrow.
Before Shinshan could speak, Zhao Zhong took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme and said, Bossu, please wait for us until tomorrow.
At 7 o'clock tomorrow morning, if my brother is still stubborn, we will set off immediately.
Good.
Hu Yu immediately agreed.
In fact, he didn't plan to leave at this time. The acid rain will stop tomorrow.
If we set out now, even if the heart of the ocean can withstand the acid rain, the environment will not be easy. It's better to rest more in this room. After breakfast,
everyone still turned on the surveillance.
The 27th floor was a mess.
Two monsters sat in the middle of the room, with 4 corpses piled beside them. One is Aunt Wang, the other is Little Devil, and the other 2 are Li Chang's parents.
Obviously, this is not the result of the monster attack, but the result of people's selection.
Hu Yu searched the surveillance camera and finally found Tian Laolu and the others on the 24th floor.
As for the 26th and 25th floors, A group of people were tied up again.
It is used as a natural wall between them and monsters.
In Tian Lalio's view, this floor was obviously not safe enough, so he moved the base 2 floors down. Then, another familiar face appeared. Yi Wanqiu.
Her face was rosy and she didn't look hungry at all. As for the fat man who opened the door for her earlier, Huyu scanned the crowd several times, but saw no sign of that person. Maybe he was shy, or maybe he already had a heart-to-heart with someone. Now she was standing behind Tian Laolu and was responsible for pushing the wheelchair again. The crowd at this moment is discussing how to deal with current emergencies.
I have a solution.
Yi Wanqiu suddenly spoke.
Everyone's eyes fell on her instantly. Didn't you say that someone from the 28th floor came down?
Since he can come out of the 28th floor, he may know how to enter the 28th floor. Even if he doesn't know, then the 28th floor is willing to give him a pig for his sake, so it is not difficult to destroy those two monsters.
Bar?
This Zhang Si frowned slightly. Missy, you may not know that the person below, we are no match.
You are not, but there is something that is.
Yi Wanqiu raised the corner of her mouth slightly, raised her hand and pointed to her head. They can't open the alloy door, but people can beat it, right?
Everyone's eyes suddenly lit up.
There was a lot of discussion.
That's right. There's only one bullet in Brother Yi's gun. There's no way he can do anything about it.
But isn't it a bit bad to treat your stepbrother like this?
What's wrong?
He's so useless.
You can't say that. Isn't my sworn brother doing it for us?
I think he will understand us.
Yes. Let's go find my sworn brother.
In the crowd, voices of sworn brother came and went. They quickly came to an agreement.
Although the process and methods are somewhat inappropriate. Brother-in-law, you will definitely save us.
People are always smart. Even if they can't defeat the monster, they can still come up with many means and methods to make it do something according to people's ideas. The fishing rods that Zhao made for them came in handy. People fished pieces of meat on fishing rods and led the monster downstairs, and soon reached the 13th floor.
The sound of people's footsteps echoed on the empty stairs.
Zhao, who was holding the fishing rod, frowned. He didn't look back, but he understood what was about to happen.
Come out and speak.
My sworn brother deserves to be my sworn brother.
Tian Lalio's voice echoed in the stairwell.
It seemed a little blurry in the sound of rain. But Zhao could still hear clearly. But there's no need to come out.
There are two things blocking my way, which is a bit inconvenient. What do you want to do?
Zhao held the fishing rod, but his heart was no longer on the float.
It's very simple. Tian Lalio's tone was relaxed, as if he was confident. Aren't you going to save us? Now we are in trouble.
If you can open the door on the 28th floor and let us phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme together, wouldn't you have saved us? I said, I will only save you in my own way, but you don't.
Your way. Before Zhao could finish what he said, Tian Laolu immediately roared, what is your method?
Fishing.
Still fishing. How many people phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme in a building, just a few fishing rods, do you think you can eat enough? According to me, you are sick. You have a serious illness. Tian Laolu knew.
If you tell Zhao properly, there is no way he will agree to open the door. It's only a matter of time before we break up.
Rather than wasting time, why not get straight to the point?
I put my words here.
There are two ways. One way, you take us upstairs together now, even if you don't have a way to open the door, I do. Article 2. Brothery, you don't want to fight with this thing, right? In the rain. Zhao still didn't look back.
He stood in front of the windowsill, shaking his head and smiling bitterly. At this moment, he understood what human nature is. The favor of rice rises, and the hatred of rice rises. These 6 simple words seemed easy to say, but when he truly understood their meaning, he realized how difficult it was.
Boss Hu, you are right. Human nature is called human nature because it is not the same as morality. I was wrong.
Zhaoyi raised his head and looked at the camera on the 13th floor. A smile emerged from the corner of his mouth.
He knew they were watching. Brother Sean, thank you for giving me this opportunity. Li Ji, you kid, if you don't have anything to do, just stand back. Don't let me look down on you. And you, Su Zilong. I don't accept you. No matter what. Boss Hu, thank you. Floor 28, panic. As soon as these words came out, everyone understood what Zhaoyi wanted to do. Zhaoyi.
Hu Yu immediately turned on the microphone. Don't do anything stupid.
What the hell? Zhao Zhong also cursed angrily. What do you want to do? Come back to me. Do you hear me?
Elder brother.
Zhaoyi smiled even more. Follow Boss Hu from now on, and don't be stupid like me.
Brother, I can't take care of you anymore. You have to take good care of yourself when you are alone in the future.
It is best to find me a sister-in-law quickly. I will still be your brother in the next life. Quick! Get downstairs. Hu Yu immediately opened the metal door.
Before he could recover, Zhao Zhong, Chen Shan, Su Zilong, and Li Ji all rushed out. Only Ancienner was still standing beside him.
I'm sorry for you.
On the monitoring screen, Zhaoyi turned around and uttered one last sentence.
Jump into the water. Bang! Water splashes.
The people who had just rushed out of the 28th floor stopped. They stood at the top of the stairs and looked at the surveillance video playing in the corridor. Under the water, a black shadow floated. Younger brother.
Zhao Zhong roared.
Judging from what has happened before, even if he survives entering the water, the things under the water will make Zhaoyi look less like a human and less like a ghost. This is no different from death.
But in the next moment, a human head emerges.
Zhaoyi's expression was full of horror.
He kept swimming towards other buildings.
There seems to be something terrible down there. Hu Yu frowned, and then continued to zoom in on the surveillance screen. The last time it was dark night and heavy rain, it was impossible to see clearly what was going on under the water. Although this time it was also raining heavily, it was still during the day.
That's dark shadow.
No, to be precise, it's a large black shadow. They followed Zhaoyi closely, speeding up and seeming to wrap him up.
School of fish? Or something else? No matter what it is, let's give it a fucking shot first.
Hu Yu immediately rushed to the balcony, took out an RPG from the space, and aimed it at the water behind Zhaoyi.
Boom!
The powerful recoil caused him to fall backwards and almost flip over. Fortunately, Ancienner stood behind him and supported him in time.
The explosion echoed throughout the neighborhood.
A large number of surviving residents looked towards the 28th floor of Building 3. They had already paid attention to this alien, but they didn't expect that they would have such a powerful weapon. As for the others on the 13th floor,
their necks suddenly tightened. The flames on the water surface exploded, shattering the last bit of hope in their hearts. There were even rocket launchers. What the hell are we going to do on the 28th floor? One shot can send everyone to heaven.
The smoke dispersed. The black shadow under the water surface suddenly lost a piece, but no fish corpse floated up.
I don't know what is under there. But there is one thing that can be confirmed. The speed of the black shadow slowed down. Boss!
Shin Shan and others heard the noise and rushed back. Hu Yu immediately took out 5 rocket launchers and gave each of them one.
No need to say more, everyone immediately understood. Continuous explosions sounded. The black shadow under the water finally stopped.
As for Zhaoyi, he has swam to the location of other buildings.
But he doesn't seem to want to stay here.
Perhaps he knew that if he returned to the 28th floor, it would definitely make Zhao Zhong difficult, so he simply swam farther away.
Zhaoyi. Zhao Zhong's voice rang out, come back here. Zhaoyi obviously heard it.
He continued to swim forward and raised his hand to make a gesture to everyone. Goodbye. There was no meaning of no see in the gesture.
Only this gesture.
Knowing that the possibility of seeing each other again was very small, Zhao could only make this gesture.
His figure gradually blurred and finally disappeared from everyone's sight.
And there was no corpse of any creature under the water of Building 3. Maybe it was eaten, or maybe it was the damage caused by RPG, and it didn't hurt the other party at all.
No matter which reason it is, it's not what we need to deal with now.
Who you didn't put away the rocket launcher, and he didn't even phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals clause close slash phoneme the alloy door of Building 28. Zhao doesn't want to die, he should have found something.
There must be something under Building 3. Or. Su Zilong's eyes were full of curiosity. I'll go down and take a look?
Zhao can swim out, I can come up after taking a look, it shouldn't be a problem.
If you want to become like Li Chang. Hu Yu added unhappily.
He could only shrug and stop talking.
Let's not talk about the underwater matter for now.
Hu Yu's eyes fell on the surveillance again. On the screen, the people on the 13th floor seemed to be discussing something.
Let's deal with this group of people first.
If Hu Yu is willing, he can let Shinshan and others hold their guns and shoot down below. Regardless of whether it is a monster or not, as long as it has vital signs, it is impossible to get out alive.
Even to prevent infection, he can let the drone operate. But what's the point?
The real pain is not physical pain, but a little bit of the spirit that is wiped out. Hu Yu had personally experienced such horror when he was imprisoned in a dark room like a two-legged sheep.
Now, of course, we have to let them taste it. Video is on.
From the 27th floor to the 13th floor, all video equipment was turned on, and a picture was played at the same time.
Breakfast. Breakfast on the 28th floor.
Soy milk and fried dough sticks Xiaolong Bao, milk dessert sandwich. A dining table that can accommodate 10 people dining at the same time is filled with a variety of breakfasts.
Hu Yu is sitting in the middle.
He smiled at the camera, took a sip of the milk at hand, and the pure white color remained on his lips.
Everyone couldn't help but swallow their saliva.
Not to mention milk, there was not much fresh water left, only enough for 500 milliliters per person.
Under Tian Lalio's arrangement, even Zhang Si began to circulate water in his body.
It sounds like it's called internal circulation, but it actually means expelling urine, distilling it, and then drinking it. In a few days, even the distillation step will probably be omitted.
I heard that the neighbors really want to come up and see me. That's the good thing about me. Listen to me. Since you want to see it, let you see more of it.
From now on, I will phoneme alphabet equals IPA page equals live live slash phoneme broadcast 3 meals a day, no, 4 meals to be precise, and a midnight snack.
It can be regarded as killing some of your boring time.
No need to thank me. As soon as he said this, everyone downstairs almost had their teeth chewed.
Come on, let's have dinner.
Everyone on the 28th floor began to eat breakfast slowly. The drone uses 3 angles to provide a 360 phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals live live slash phoneme broadcast of the scene.
13th floor. Tian Laolu and others gritted their teeth and watched.
I want to turn off the phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals live live slash phoneme broadcast, but there is no way.
The video equipment is embedded in the wall.
There is no way to cut off the power, no way to break the screen, and even no way to block the sound.
Fine. At least, the fragrance won't drift away, etc. What a smell! Oh, I almost forgot to tell you.
Hu Yu's voice sounded again. Every day during the phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals live live slash phoneme broadcast, I will put the same piece of food in the corridor. First come, first served.
This morning's food is on the 14th floor. Everyone went crazy instantly. Food. Same food. Everyone understands what this means. In an instant, they swarmed towards the 14th floor. As for Tian Laolu,
as a man in a wheelchair, he couldn't defeat those guys.
But there were still 2 people who didn't move. One is Yi Wanxiu and the other is Zhang Si. They stood behind Tian Laolu, not because they didn't want to grab it, but because they couldn't.
If you rush forward now, you will only become cannon fodder.
Brother Tian, what should we do now?
Zhang Si frowned. Wait.
Tianlaolu clenched his fists and looked at Huyu's smiling face in the video. Isn't it just to show off? Let's see how long he can show off. With so much food, I don't believe his inventory won't be empty. That's right. This guy, cough, cough. Yi Wanqiu swallowed subconsciously before spitting out 5 words, almost choking to death. 14th floor. Crowds of people came up. Soon I saw the incubator in the corridor. The box is not big, only 30 centimeters square. But it was steaming hot inside and filled with alluring aroma. That taste is their long-lost delicacy. Everyone rushed forward with red eyes. With fists and knives, he kept greeting the people around him. Until a lucky person walked through the crowd, threw himself in front of the box, lowered his head and looked in front of him, tears flowing out of the corners of his mouth. It was a drawer of hot steamed dumplings, with a bottle of warm milk next to it. Stuff! Without thinking, he stuffed a bun directly into his mouth. Just when he picked up the milk and was about to pour it into his mouth, another person came over. Milk spilled all over the floor. F at #U0026. Didn't think much about it. Faced with this hard-won water resource, everyone almost did not hesitate. They immediately laid down on the ground and started licking it. The crowd coming from outside also arrived. People kicked them one after another, just to kick them away and take a sip of milk. Blood quickly mixed on the ground. 28th floor. For the sake of Bubu's physical and mental health, the surveillance was not broadcast directly, but was only played on the mobile phones of a few other people. Bubu couldn't see. Half an hour later, the last piece of bun skin was taken out of the mouth of a lucky man. Breakfast is over. 3 of the 25 people selected by Tianlaolu died. The 3 of them ate the most. Of the 22 people left, 2 were guarding downstairs and did not participate in the fight. There were still 20 others, and together they could not eat more than a small steamed bun or a mouthful of milk. But they were not discouraged. It's almost noon. There's still a chance. There's still a chance they'll be full. After eating the last piece of fried dough stick, Huyu smiled and said goodbye to everyone, as if he didn't know what happened below, and made an appointment to see them again at noon. The video was closed. Tianlaolu slowly went upstairs. He looked at the mess on the ground, his voice full of anger. Are you full? No one spoke. I ask you, are you full? Tianlaolu's voice was full of anger. He knew that Huyu's move was ruthless, but it was an open conspiracy and could not be defended at all. There are only 2 ways to regain control of the situation. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme, give everyone greater benefits. This is impossible. Resources need to be reasonably allocated. Or, it's ruthless enough. Tianlaolu only has the latter way. He still has a trump card in his hand. Those 2 monsters. Brother Tian, we are really hungry. One of them said, you can't blame us. Yes, Brother Tian, you know how long I haven't eaten. I fished all day yesterday. I can't bear it without eating. Did you eat? Tianlaolu raised his hand and pointed to the corpse on the ground. Those who ate are lying there. Everyone bowed their heads and remained silent. I understand if you want to eat. Next time if there are more resources, give them to me as soon as possible, and I guarantee a fair and reasonable distribution. If not. Tianlaolu turned his head and looked behind him. The 2 monsters are now full, and they have lost their appetite. Now they are like pets, following the meat of the fishing rod and being fished forward. Understand. We all understand. Yes, Brother Tian, don't worry, noon. Wait until noon, we will definitely bring you the food. Everyone patted their chests and promised. But Tianlaolu knew that this was just a promise. Noon. A new round of phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme broadcast begins. Since they wanted to know the airdrop location as soon as possible, everyone didn't dare to miss it. So much so that the residents who were huddled in the building before also looked through the cat's eye.
They kept praying in their hearts that it would be great if the airdrop could be refreshed in front of their door. It wasn't until Yu and others finished lunch that everyone's stomachs were about to rebel. A piece of news was thrown out by Yu. The food was on the 27th floor. To be precise, it was on the legs of a lucky person who was tied up on the 27th floor. A sliced Angus steak fell in front of him, to make it easier for him to eat. The drone also handed him a knife and a pistol full of bullets. There was also a note in the lunchbox. 27th floor. When Tian Laolu and others arrived, dozens of people had already stood up. The crowd blocked the 26th and 27th floors. The sound of the blade cutting the rope continued to ring. Almost every second, one person would join the crowd. There was no hatred in their eyes, only one emotion: hunger. To them, the people in front of them were no longer human. Ah! I don't know who made the first roar. The crowd began to charge. Stop them! Quick! Tian Laolu roared, if we let them rush over, none of us will survive. Fight! Beat them to death. Let them know who is the master of this building. The crowd began to fight each other, until a gunshot exploded. Everyone stopped at the same time. Those who had been tied up began to retreat. I saw a young man walking out of the crowd. There was still black pepper sauce left at the corner of his mouth, and his eyes were fixed on Tian Laolu. Just an hour ago, the two monsters were hungry again. This time, the tribute that Tian Laolu handed over was his mother. Tian Laolu panicked. He felt an obvious killing intent boiling in front of him. Brother, let's talk. Bang! The words were not finished yet. A bullet pierced Tian Laolu's abdomen. Blood soaked the wheelchair. Tian Laolu looked down at the wound and hurriedly covered it with his hands, still trying to save himself. But the young man didn't care about that. Raised his hand, one shot after another. No matter who it was, no matter who it was. As long as you stand opposite him, you will become his target. More than 10 seconds later, the last bullet left the gun chamber. The young man's arms kept shaking, and there was no one standing in front of him. Only Yi's wailing was left. Snap! The gun fell to the ground. The young man's body softened, collapsed on the ground, buried his head in sobs, and roared. Ah! The sound echoed throughout Building 3. Make the silence even quieter. Gulp in the silence, a swallowing sounded. Someone is hungry. No, to be precise, many people are hungry. Coincidentally, there are a lot of food lying in front of me. A middle-aged man picked up the knife beside the young man and walked towards the group of food. An old woman turned around and began to look for pots and pans. Several middle-aged women stepped through the crowd and walked downstairs to find suitable dismemberment tools. More and more people took action spontaneously. They were all hungry. Only the young man was still squatting in the same place, with the steak he had just eaten in his stomach. Wait! He seemed to remember something and immediately stood up to stop everyone's behavior. Everyone turned to look at him, and he took out a note. This is given to me by the 28th floor. Do you want to take a look? Everyone was stunned and gathered together. There were 2 words and a sentence on it. Boat. Ticket? The young man's tone was full of disbelief. With this ticket, you can bring any number of people to join the fleet, enjoy food and accommodation without worries, and cannibals are not allowed. Do you think this will be true? People laughed. No one took it seriously. Don't eat meat? Bullshit. Who can survive if you don't eat meat now? July 21st, 2 p.m. On the 8th day of the apocalypse, the water level reached 37 meters. In the entire 3 buildings, except for the 28th floor, there were only 35 living people left. 20 of them hid in their rooms, and only 15 lived outside the stairs. On the 27th floor, a group of people sat around a big pot. All kinds of curtains, sofas, and chopsticks were thrown into the fire, and the pot was boiling with blood, and pieces of flesh and bones boiled out of the water. Fear? Disgusting?
No. They only have one feeling now: hungry.
However, the remaining humanity did not let them eat raw meat and drink blood, but waited.
Waiting for the meat to be cooked, or waiting for something else. Until a woman stood up.
With her belly bulging, she came to the big pot, scooped a large piece of meat for herself with a spoon, hid aside, and began to eat. Seeing this, the people next to her also began to stand up one by one.
Only one person did not move. The young man. Strictly speaking, these foods are actually his prey.
But now he would rather sit on the ground and watch the people feasting by the big pot from a distance, and he was unwilling to go up.
Maybe he was not hungry enough, or maybe for some other reason. He did not join in. Soon, a large pot of meat was shared by everyone. When the stomach is full, there is time to think.
They gathered together and discussed one thing at the same time.
Food. Food. Or damn food.
People who have been hungry understand the preciousness of food better than those who have not been hungry. Like the pot of meat just now, they can cook it 4 more times.
But this is far from enough.
A word that Tian Laolu said came to their minds.
Open source, save money. If it is difficult to open source, then save money first.
A new small group was formed, with only 5 people, one of whom was the middle-aged man who picked up the knife at that time. He took the knife and swung at the young man first. The reason was simple: he was the only one who didn't sit by the pot. They still had a glimmer of hope in their hearts.
When the rain stopped, they would return to society as human beings.
People like the young man who didn't become a ghost but knew the identity of a ghost obviously couldn't survive.
Then came the elderly, the weak. The screening mechanism was exactly the same as that of Tian Laolu and others. 7 o'clock in the evening. The 27th floor was full again.
10 people were tied up in the stairwell, while the other 5 began to prepare today's dinner.
Until an abrupt voice sounded.
Everyone turned their heads and saw a black shadow reflected in the stairwell.
Everyone's attention was attracted.
A group of figures slowly walked out and looked at the people in front of them.
It was the people on the 28th floor. They came down.
The 5 people immediately stood up, some with chainsaws and some with knives, as if they would pounce on each other and fight in the next second.
Even if there are guns on the other side. Half an hour ago. 28th floor. No one has an appetite today.
Except for Bubu, who ate the medicinal food and a few bites of dessert, no one ate anything. They watched the surveillance from beginning to end. Even Shinshan and others who have been in the battlefield for a long time just felt nauseous.
Even Huyu was the same.
He had seen the same scene on that ship before, and every time he saw it, his stomach would churn uncontrollably. That time, he had only one choice in front of him. A glass of extremely sticky red wine, a piece of meaty venison steak, and a roaring protest from the 5 internal organs.
But this time is different.
He doesn't need to choose anymore, but start to make options. Huyu stood alone in front of the window, watching the heavy rain in front of him, and took out a glass of red wine and shook it in his hands.
At 7 o'clock tomorrow morning, the acid rain will turn into normal fresh water. Although the rainfall will not decrease, navigation will not be a problem.
And the next phoneme alphabet equals IPA/PH equals route/phoneme is almost planned.
Just this afternoon.
A certain audio, a certain information, and a certain hand sent a message through the radio.
They are willing to sell the database.
As for the price, the 3 parties are surprisingly consistent face-to-face negotiation.
3 coordinates were sent. As long as Huyu can come to them, the price of the database can be negotiated. The nearest coordinate is in Pengcheng.
According to Li Ji's calculation, the entire phoneme alphabet equals IPA/PH equals route/phoneme is 635 nautical miles, and the heart of the ocean can reach a maximum speed of 20. If nothing unexpected happens, it will take at least 32 hours of full-speed sailing. On the way, we need to pick up Xiao Zisu's parents. 9 days have passed, and I don't know if the 2 elders are okay.
Bang bang, there was a knock on the door. Who is it? Me. It was Xiao Zisu.
Huyu turned around, walked around and Siener, who was standing not far behind him, and walked forward to open the door. Xiao Zisu's eyes were red, obviously crying. "What are you doing?" Puff! Xiao Zisu suddenly threw herself into Hu Yu's arms. Tears flowed down his shoulders. "I was wrong. I was really wrong. I shouldn't have let them phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live slash phoneme outside alone. Hu Yu." Xiao Zisu raised her head, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Help me, let's set off tonight, okay? I don't dare to let them stay outside. Can we set off earlier?" To be honest, Hu Yu can understand Xiao Zisu. If his parents were still alive and not around at this time, after witnessing the horror of human nature, it would be strange if he didn't worry. But it's still raining outside. What's underwater is still unclear. He originally planned to use a rocket launcher to clear the way early tomorrow morning, and blow it up for 2 hours before sailing. Hu Yu. Xiao Zisu raised her head, her eyebrows drooped slightly, and her eyes were full of desire. "Please. Go wake them up and set off after they are ready." "Great." 7 p.m. Everyone gathered on the 28th floor. Everything that needs to be packed has been packed. However, since the water level is too far away from the 28th floor, if we let the boat down now, no one would dare to jump directly except Shinshan and others. If you want to board the ship, it's best to get to the 14th floor before boarding. So, they have to go downstairs. In fact, Tian Lolio's prediction was correct. If he really followed his plan and strictly guarded the upstairs, it would indeed be difficult for Hu Yu and others to go downstairs now. But now, on the 27th floor, there was only a ragtag group of people left. Even so, preparations still have to be made. After Zhao Zhong and Li Ji broke up, there was Mu Xiyue in the middle, who was responsible for leading the group of little pets, Su Zilong in the front to prevent emergencies, and Xiao Zisu, Bubu, and Hu Yu in the front. Bubu had fallen asleep after acupuncture. In this state, she might not wake up even if there is a thunderstorm outside. At the front are Qin Shan and Ensiener. Everyone carries a gun in case something unexpected happens. When everything was ready, the alloy door slowly opened. Everyone started walking downstairs. There were chopping sounds downstairs and footsteps upstairs. As the sound gets closer, both voices stopped. The moment he saw Hu Yu and others, the young man who was tied to the ground immediately stood up. He stared at Hu Yu, his eyes full of longing. Longing for the chance to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live slash phoneme. "Hey, is the turtle willing to come down?" The middle-aged man at the head was carrying a chainsaw and stared at Hu Yu fiercely. "I thought you still had a lot of food." "What, you finished eating now? Do you know how to go downstairs?" "Don't worry, we will accept you too." If only the middle-aged man looked at Ensiener in front of Hu Yu and Xiao Zisu beside him. These days, they are all holding it back. These two beauties are of standard beauty, the best of the best. "Oh." Hu Yu sneered and stepped aside to make a small gap. "Show off the little pets following you. Pigs, cows, sheep. Just these things are enough for them to eat for a month." "Why?" When one of them saw this, he immediately roared, "You obviously have so much food, why don't you take it out? Why don't you share it with us? We can definitely survive together." "Why?" Hu Yu took a step down. He crossed Qinshan Mountain and came to the front of the team, looking at each other. "Zhaoyi, do you all still remember? He gave up the chance to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live slash phoneme and chose to go downstairs just to save you. And what about you? What did you do?" "Weird, I'll kill it for you, pig, let you eat it. But you are not satisfied and want more." "More? Why?" The middle-aged man holding the knife rushed forward and asked Hu Yu, "Then why do you do so?" "We just want to survive. We are forced to do these things. Why do you blame us? Don't you dare say you wouldn't do the same thing if you were in our situation." "Huh, the same thing?" Hu Yu sneered and turned on the video play button. The screen on the 27th floor lit up, playing the afternoon feast. Every person, every face, and the way they wolfed down the food were clearly recorded in the camera.
Is this what you are talking about? Everyone fell into dead silence.
Some people who were tied to the ground leaned over and vomited when they saw it. Even if the others didn't vomit, their faces were pale at the moment. Everything given by fate has a price that has been secretly marked long ago.
Who you said calmly, I gave you the opportunity, but you didn't cherish it. Some people are confused and have not thought about what opportunities are. But someone thought of it. That note. Fart, return the ticket? If there is a ship below, we won't be able to see it? That's right. Why don't you worry about food and accommodation?
I think you don't want us to eat the meat and plan to eat it yourself.
What nonsense!
I see, they are also hungry and confused.
That is. The crowd was noisy. Huyu doesn't like to talk too much.
He just looked at the crowd and said something.
You can find out if there is a boat or not by following me downstairs.
After that, Huyu walked at the front and started to go downstairs. Everyone looked at each other. To be precise, the 5 people standing looked at each other and nodded at the same time.
Go! Go check it out. Everything has an answer. Me. I'm going too.
The young man on the ground immediately shouted, I am the only one who has not eaten human flesh.
You should take me on board. Still getting on the boat?
I see you are struggling to get on the Kong. The middle-aged man kicked him forward, obviously not taking his words seriously.
Huyu just glanced at him and walked towards the 26th floor without saying a word. This is his plan. Curiosity is also a kind of human nature.
If he wanted to, he could let Shinshan and others fight their way out.
There were only 5 people.
Even without guns, even Li Ji could kill them.
But it's not good to beat and kill too much.
Huyu didn't want to see blood on the way downstairs, not only for Bubu's physical and mental health, but also to prevent certain ways of infection.
There is nothing wrong with being careful.
That's why I designed such a small note.
Regardless of whether they eat human flesh or not, they still want to go downstairs and watch the boats. Everyone went all the way to the 15th floor.
Further down, there are the 2 monsters.
Everyone was hiding around the corner.
Su Zilong immediately controlled the drone and led the 2 monsters upstairs before setting off again.
Oh.
The middle-aged man sneered, and a guess emerged in his mind.
There are probably no bullets in the guns of these people. How can any normal person get so many guns and bullets these days? If they still have bullets in their guns, why bother making it so complicated? Can't they just shoot a few shots at the 2 monsters and they'll be done?
He turned to look at the people behind him and gave him a look. His meaning was clear.
As long as you don't see the ship later, just do it.
The other 4 people also responded with their eyes. Pity if they hadn't been tied up on the 27th floor, they might have been able to see the sound of RPG bombing on the water. Because of this, they did not understand the strength of Huyu and others.
Soon, everyone arrived on the 14th floor, walked through the corridor, and stopped at the window.
In front of him is a wall.
Why don't you leave?
The middle-aged man's questioning voice rang out, and he hooked his hand and took the chainsaw from the man behind him.
He's ready to get started. But what answered him was a loud roar. Boom! The firelight illuminated the entire 14th floor.
The middle-aged man was stunned, and everyone behind him fell into a daze.
What the hell is that? At the same time, the wall on the 14th floor was completely blown open. The water was not far below them. Chen Shan picked up the headlight and illuminated the water. I saw a large black shadow moving quickly underwater.
Those things are indeed still down there. Huyu started to take out the RPG and gave one to each of Su Zilong, Chen Shan, and Ensiener.
I want it too. Xiao Zissa stepped forward and said, Huyu, give me a try too.
You can, but you have to stand firmer.
The recoil of this thing is not small. No.
5 people carried rocket launchers and began to bombard the water indiscriminately. Every explosion sounded like an explosion deep in the heart to the middle-aged man.
Then, what on earth is that? What? You seem shocked. Li Ji stood in front of the 5 people. Didn't you sneer just now? Do you think I don't know what you are thinking?
The middle-aged man said nothing, his face as pale as a piece of paper.
But his hand was still holding the chainsaw tightly.
I heard someone say that a gun is faster from 7 steps away and a sword is faster within 7 steps. Now he is less than 5 steps away from the person in front of him, and he has a chainsaw in his hand.
If he gives it a try, maybe. No matter.
Even if those people really conjured up a ship, they would never let themselves get on the ship instead of just sitting there and waiting to die.
Why not give it a try?
He didn't believe that everyone in this group was as good at fighting as his sworn brother.
Buzz. The sound of a chainsaw sounds.
Li Ji reacted almost instantly, punched him, and snatched the chainsaw away with his backhand.
The buzzing stops. The chainsaw fell on the middle-aged man's neck.
Li Ji's eyes fell on the start button, eager to try it.
Li Ji.
Zhao Zhong's voice sounded.
Li Ji took his eyes away from the button. Don't do anything stupid. Brother Zhong. I know you want to vent your anger for Xiaoyi.
Zhao Zhong raised his hand and landed on Li Ji's shoulder, patting him twice. It's okay.
Li Ji replied, then kicked the middle-aged man in the abdomen.
Kick him to the ground directly, along with several people behind him.
You guys are lucky. Get out of here.
The middle-aged man was lying on the stairs, covering his abdomen and saying nothing. He just continued to listen to the roar that kept ringing in his ears.
Brother Zhang, how about we should go up? One of them frowned.
Shoo.
The middle-aged man hissed softly, you don't really think they can conjure a boat, do you? Brother Zhang, what do you mean? Watch.
The middle-aged man sat up and sat on the stairs. I want to see how they get out of here today.
A boat?
I guess it's just a few inflatable kayaks at most. As long as they dare to get on it, I'm sure it will be punctured by them.
Yes. What kind of boat can I carry with me? The only one is an inflatable boat.
Brother Zhang, you are still smart.
Shoo. Keep your voice down, we'll just watch. 2 minutes later. Most of the dark shadows under the water were gone. They didn't dare to surround the 3 buildings and immediately swam towards other waters. For now, it is considered safe. Almost.
Huyu put away the RPG and walked to the hole on the 14th floor.
Acid rain continues. He raised his hand slightly and took out the heart of the ocean from his backpack. A moment.
100-meter-long giant appeared under 3 buildings. The rain falling on the deck made a clear sound.
There was a lot of movement, but these sounds were still drowned in the sound of rain. Activate the gangway.
With a thought, the ship controlled by the system immediately stretched out the gangway.
Right in the window on the 14th floor.
As long as you take a step forward, you can walk to the gangway, and after walking a few meters, you can reach the interior of the ship.
Get ready to board the ship.
Huyu uttered a sentence and took out the umbrella in the space. In the face of acid rain, ordinary umbrellas naturally cannot last long, but it is quite easy to hold them until everyone gets on the boat.
He opened his umbrella and walked first.
He took 3 steps and then 2, and quickly rushed forward.
Then came Xiao Zissou holding Bubu and Xianer who were sleeping. Chen Shan held the umbrella and did not plan to get on the boat next.
Instead, he looked at the pigs, cows, sheep.
This man can escape the acid rain with an umbrella, but these animals cannot. I'll do it. Su Zilong replied, holding the pig in one hand and an umbrella in the other, and walked over from the gangway.
Fortunately, these pigs, cattle and sheep are not too big, otherwise even Su Zilong would not dare to use this method.
About 10 minutes later.
All the livestock was then transported to the ship. Su Zilong had already taken them to the ship to find a room, while Huyu and others were still waiting at the gangway.
Next came Mu Cua.
She had also learned about her master's magical abilities in the past few days, but she never expected that he could even take out this thing.
That's a yacht. Li Ji. Zhao Zhong. Chen Shan shouted to the back, you can get on the boat. Okay. Li Ji replied.
After thinking about it, he threw away the chainsaw and walked towards the stairs with Zhao Zhong.
Follow up.
The middle-aged man immediately became energetic. He rushed forward, picked up the chainsaw and followed him.
When he rushed to the aisle, Shinshan had already followed Li Ji and Zhao Zhong up the gangway. A huge ship came into view instantly. Kayak? What kind of kayak has a ramp? That is obviously a yacht. Big yacht. Take me one. Take me one.
Before the middle-aged man could recover, someone had already rushed over.
I haven't eaten much meat. Can you please bring me one? Fart. You're the one who eats the most. Take me. I can be a cow and a horse for you. Anything is fine. Unfortunately, the gangway was taken back. They could only lie down at the window and watch the ship go away.
Right. The middle-aged man exclaimed.
Floor 28. Now that they've left, is the 28th floor also empty? Those foods.
Yes. The other people also came to their senses. They immediately rushed towards the 28th floor. But just as they passed the 16th floor, the two monsters smelled the food and immediately pounced on them. The middle-aged man took a chainsaw and swung it wildly, and he actually dismembered the two monsters. The 5 people worked together, stepping on the corpses of the two monsters, and rushed to the 28th floor. But the moment they went upstairs, everyone froze.
The alloy door is gone. There was only one hollowed-out wall. Further inside, there is only empty space. Walls, floors all gone. Only the cement floor and the cement platform above our heads are left.
The phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win wine / phoneme is blowing in. The middle-aged man stood there, his body shaking uncontrollably, and slowly uttered a sentence.
Ghost. There is a ghost. July 21st, 8 o'clock in the evening.
The water level is phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme to 39 meters. A yacht flexibly passes through the building, and the white lights are on, illuminating Jinling at night.
This is the only light they have seen in the past few days.
Countless people leaned on the window and screamed at the top of their voices.
Hey! There are people here. Save me. Please save me. Boat. How can there be a boat here? The voice is very loud.
It even drowns out the sound of rain. But the voice is also very small.
It is so small that the people in the boat can't hear it at all.
After Huyu sets the destination, the heart of the ocean will automatically sail according to the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals route / phoneme and avoid obstacles on the way. The breathing system also begins to cover.
The location is on the deck.
After the coverage is completed, a small greenhouse appears out of thin air, and the livestock are driven in and it's done. In order to celebrate the first day of sailing, and also to better welcome Zhao's father and mother, everyone decided to make a big meal.
The ingredients are put in the kitchen. Li Ji and Shinshan started to get busy. Huyu brought Xiao Zishu and Xianer to the deck. Looking around, the lights of thousands of houses before, now only a few lights flickered in the windows. Voices kept echoing. Can't save them at all.
Even after merging with the heart of the ocean, the whole ship can accommodate hundreds of people, but it is only the number of people in a building.
And in front of them, there are dozens or even hundreds of buildings. How can they save everyone? Especially after experiencing the Zhaoyi incident.
The word helpful seems to have been erased from their dictionary.
Half an hour later. The yacht sailed to the downstairs of Yuten Hotel amid the roars of the crowd. This is the most luxurious hotel in Jinling. The floor height reaches 33 floors.
The Yuten that Huyu and his friends ate before is also a prominent restaurant in this hotel.
When the yacht approached, the whole Yuten began to boil. Especially those people on the 15th and 16th floors.
They were all wearing waiter, waitress, or chef clothes. Some of them on the 16th floor even broke through the window and jumped out, trying to jump directly onto the ship.
Unfortunately,
the ship was not phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme yet.
The man fell directly into the water. He did not float up again. It seems that there is something under the water here. Hu Yu frowned. He did not expect that there were still so many people in the hotel. Which floor did you book for your uncle and aunt? Xiao Zissa's mouth twitched, and she looked up, the top floor. You are really a big filial piety now. Su Zilong. Hu Yu turned to look at the cabin and shouted loudly. Hey, come on. Su Zilong responded and ran out. After experiencing what happened to Zhaoyi, his favorability towards Hu Yu is now second only to Xinshan, Bubu and Zhao Zhong, all of whom have reached 59. Just a little short of reaching 60. Boss Hu, what's going on? I'm studying the ship. Stop studying it now. Come up with me later to pick someone up. Okay. By the way, there is also Zhao Zhong. Hu Yu looked behind him. At this moment, Zhao Zhong was looking at the water through the porthole, not knowing what he was thinking. When he heard Hu Yu calling him, he jumped up immediately. Boss Hu. You guard the ship and don't let anyone else get phoneme alphabet equals IPA page equals clause close slash phoneme except those coming up from the gangway. Okay, I will definitely phoneme alphabet equals IPA page equals live slash phoneme up to my mission. Hu Yu controlled the ship and slowly approached. Soon, the gangway was set up in the corridor on the 14th floor. Before he could even walk up, the crowd started to crowd onto the gangway. It's still raining acid at the moment. That group of people wanted to get on the boat even if they faced the risk of being corroded by acid rain. But Hu Yu is not used to it. Phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals or either slash phoneme. He casually raised a spray gun, raised his hand, and fired a shot into the air. Boom! Everyone was stunned on the spot. After a breath, the crowd immediately retreated. Rush? If they had no hope before, they might still give it a try. But now, hope is right in front of us. How can you rush? Seeing everyone making way, Hu Yu took Xiao Zissu and walked out. In addition to the two of them, Su Zilong and Xianer were also following behind them. Since I didn't know the specific situation in Yuten Hotel, it was safest to bring the two highest force values. The four of them walked all the way to the 14th floor, entered the hotel through the window. Hu Yu glanced at everyone. Although none of them spoke, one emotion could clearly be seen in their eyes: desire. This is the lowest level. If the door of Yuten Hotel was not high enough, the water would have flooded over. But they still stay here. There is probably only one reason: oppression. Oppression from above. In other words, the food in the hotel is quite sufficient, otherwise, they would have been tied upstairs and become two-legged sheep by now. Hu Yu glanced at everyone and said calmly, Do you want a phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals live slash phoneme? Think. The roar immediately echoed throughout the 14th floor. Well, I can give you a chance. Everyone's eyes widened, anticipating his next words. Now, bring all the living people here. Whoever brings the most people will get a ticket. Remember the rules. No harm is allowed, no robbing is allowed. People who come must be willing. Anyone who violates the rules will be disqualified. Do you understand? Boat ticket. That's a boat ticket. For a moment, everyone went crazy. Countless people rushed up the stairs and started looking. Will your method work? Xiao Zissu probably knew Hu Yu's intention, but she was also a little worried. Don't worry, just do it. Hu Yu took out 4 single sofas from his space backpack and sat on one of them. Sit, we'll know later if it's okay. In terms of enjoyment, you will still enjoy it a little bit. Xiao Zissu sank into another sofa and turned around to look behind her. You guys should sit down too. Why are you standing there in a daze? Need not. Neither do I. Su Zilong and Xianer spoke back and forth. Sitting will only affect the speed of their shots. It's not absolutely safe here. Hu Yu shrugged and put away the other 2 sofas without saying anything. Soon, people began to arrive on the 14th floor one after another. Everyone had an almost excited expression on their face. Obviously, they used some tricks. The boat ticket. I didn't say there was only one.
Only when they reach the 14th floor can they get a chance to board the ship, gentlemen. A girl with a pretty face walked up. Her face was haggard, but she could not conceal her exquisite facial features. She lowered her head and whispered softly, "Excuse me, how can I board your ship?" Huyu glanced at the other party and the panel popped up. All other attributes were quite satisfactory, but there was only one, which had the most outrageous numbers he had ever seen. Purity, 1. Good guy, this thing can still hold up. It turned out that 100 people were killed in front of his face, which was disrespectful and disrespectful. Huyu shook his head. Not everyone is here yet. With one word, the woman retreated, but she stood at the front with her head held high, as if she believed that she would be chosen. More and more people. Whether it's a woman or a man. The first thing I did when I arrived on the 14th floor was to rush up and make various promises to Huyu. Some planned to sacrifice their bodies, and some planned to sacrifice their money. Huyu was not interested in any of this. But there was one person who caught his attention. A cook. To be precise, he should be called a pastry chef. Even at this time, she was wearing a neat business suit, and there was not a trace of dirt on her body. Although her face looked bad, her eyes were very determined. She was one of the few people who didn't come up to ask about the boat tickets. That's why Huyu took a look at her panel. Name, Zhang Surui. Gender, female. Age, 23. Skills, perfect Western pastry, perfect baking, perfect bartending, perfect tea art, proficient in Western food, proficient in service, proficient in waiting, proficient in management. Personality, rigorous, cleanliness, meticulous. Favorability, 0. Purity, 100. On the ship, there is a Chinese chef, and Li Ji can barely make some Western food, but no one can make this dessert. That's the name. Zhang Sirui, isn't it the advanced international version of Zhang San? Huyumo remembered the name and continued to sit on the sofa and wait. Half an hour passed. People were still coming down one after another. But there was no trace of Zhao's parents. Xiao Zisu was anxious. She didn't sit down anymore, but looked outside from time to time to see if there were any new people who hadn't come. Another half an hour passed. No new people had come down for 10 minutes. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Huyu, waiting for him to take the next step. But Father Xiao and Mother Xiao still didn't show up. Huyu also frowned. He couldn't help but stand up, looked at everyone and asked, "Are all the people here?" All the people are here. No. The voices of the people were not in unison. Very good, not in sync at all. Huyu stepped forward. I'll ask again, are all the people here? Some people didn't speak. Some people lowered their heads and muttered quietly, but it was unclear what they said. They were all hotel service staff. Louder. No one is here. Zhang Surui spoke in the corner. There is another group of people on the top floor. They took most of the hotel's resources up and blocked the top floor. Now, I guess they don't know anyone is here. Well, the case is solved. It seems that no matter where, after this kind of thing happens, everyone wants to hoard things first and occupy the high ground. I just don't know how Zhao's father and mother are doing very well. Huyu looked at Zhang Sirui and asked knowingly, "What's your name?" Zhang Sirui. Well, do you have a way to get them down? Yes. Zhang Sirui uttered a word, and after a few breaths, he slowly spoke, "But why should I help you?" A chance to get a boat ticket. Huyu gave his own conditions. Even if it is just an opportunity and not a real ticket, it is enough for everyone to fight for it. Good. Zhang Sirui agreed immediately. She raised her hand and pointed to a man with Mediterranean hair in the crowd. He has a communicator on him. Only this one can contact the people upstairs via radio. As soon as these words came out, everyone immediately turned their heads to look at the Mediterranean Sea, their eyes filled with anger. Before Huyu could say anything, a group of people immediately swarmed up and beat him up. It seems that this guy uses this communicator for a lot of things. Zilong. Okay. Su Zilong responded and immediately walked through the crowd. Less than 10 seconds. He tore a hole in the crowd, and he carried the Mediterranean Sea to Huyu. First, sir. The communicator was hidden in the Mediterranean Sea, and he looked at Huyu with longing eyes. I can give you the communicator, but
I want a boat ticket.
oh.
Huyu sneered. Su Zilong raised his hand and struck the opponent on the back of the head.
Mediterranean fainted immediately, and the communicator was easily obtained. Just when the communicator was taken out, Zhang Surui spoke again.
Let me come and make sure that everyone on the top floor can come downstairs. Interesting.
Huyu held the communicator and handed it to Zhang Surui. Congratulations, you are one step closer to your ticket.
Thank you, sir.
Zhang Surui bowed in response, then pressed the communication button and said only one sentence.
The rescuers are here, come downstairs. Just one sentence.
The other end of the communicator was stunned for a moment, and then a response came immediately.
Now.
Wait for us.
If this kind of lie was normal, it would definitely not fool those people on the top floor. But now. The boat is parked under Yutan Tower. There are also bright lights on the boat, so no one is blind. How could they not believe when hope appeared in front of them? 15 minutes passed. A group of people came down from upstairs.
Different from the group of people just now, this group of people can be said to have red faces, and they don't look like they are hungry at all. It seems that there are a lot of supplies stored on the top floor, which makes them full of food. But when they arrived on the 14th floor and saw a group of people crowded here, they understood what was happening.
Got cheated.
But there is indeed a boat outside, but it's just not part of the rescue team.
Who is the owner of the ship? A dull sound penetrated the crowd.
I saw a man wearing a noble suit come out.
His eyes instantly fell on Huyu, and he asked immediately, "Are you the captain of the ship?" Pretending to be guilty.
Huyu's eyes continued to search the crowd. Pity still couldn't see Father Xiao and Mother Xiao.
Something will happen, right?
Huyu and Xiao Zisu looked at each other, and just as they were about to go upstairs in person, the pretender took a step forward, passed through the crowd, and stood at the front.
Friend, is it a bad habit to ignore others? Huyu didn't want to pay attention at first, but in the next second.
This guy took out a pistol from his pocket, and instead of pointing it at Huyu, he kept playing with it in his hand. Or do you plan to talk to this thing first, a gun?
Huyu frowned.
If I phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme it correctly, the model of this gun is exactly the same as the one purchased by Qin Shan. Even the gun fell into someone else's hands.
Old man, could something really happen? Yu Xiao Zisu also recognized it.
Just as she was about to step forward, Huyu immediately caught her.
We are all mortals, so it's hard to say anything when we encounter this thing. So, outwit is the best. Friend, that's my problem. Huyu smiled respectfully and said, "Tell me, how do you want to talk?" I want to get on board. Good. My brother has to come too. No problem. Ha 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 ha.
Brother, you are quite a nice person. The pretender laughed wildly. But after laughing, he did not get on the boat directly, but asked Huyu, "Brother, are you not afraid that I will take your place after getting on the boat?"
You have a gun. Huyu spread his hands and shrugged, "What can I do?" But you need to keep me. Without me, the ship can't sail. Just now.
When he was sitting on the sofa, he felt that the troll was in the way, so he put it away directly.
So when the pretender came out, I didn't think he was any threat. Sensible.
Then I will spare your life.
I'll wait for you on the boat.
The pretender smiled indulgently and walked towards the window with more than 10 people behind him. Let's go.
Su Zilong immediately wanted to take action.
But from the corner of his eye, he saw Huyu shaking his head slightly, signaling him not to act rashly.
And Xiener also saw it.
A few people could only watch the dozen or so people walking past them and stepping onto the gangway. The pretentious man seems to still have concerns. He did not get on the boat first, but let everyone get on first while he stood next to Huyu. His hand was placed on Huyu's shoulder.
Brother, what's your name? From now on, we will be brothers. If you call me brother, I will ensure that you have food and shelter in the future. Who you? Who you? Flirting? Ha ha, your name is so unpleasant.
The pretentious man laughed crazily. The muzzle of the gun was always pointed at Hu Yu. As long as his brothers didn't get on the ship, he would kidnap Hu Yu as soon as possible.
It's a pity. There were two people standing beside him. One is Xianer and the other is Su Zilong.
Just after the last figure walked onto the covered bridge, Hu Yu immediately put away the covered bridge. At this time, the first person had not yet boarded the ship.
After a moment,
the sound of falling water sounded one after another. The pretender was stunned for a moment, and then immediately pointed the gun at Hu Yu, planning to carry out his own backup plan. But just this stunned moment was enough for the situation to change. And Xianer and Su Zilong took action at the same time. One seizes the gun, the other restrains the man. In an instant, the pretender was already lying at Hu Yu's feet. The gun fell into Su Zilong's hand and was handed to Hu Yu. Come and see. Hu Yu handed the gun to Xiao Zissou. Is it this one? It's true. Click. Xiao Zissou immediately loaded the gun and pointed the gun at the back of the pretender's head. Say. What did you do to my parents? Your parents? The pretender was stunned for a moment. Who are your parents? How the hell do I know? Where did you get this gun? Hu Yu then asked. In the hands of a middle-aged couple. The pretender seemed to have thought of something. Let me go. Otherwise, you will never know where they are for the rest of your life. Xiao Zissou was furious and pulled out the needle on the spot. Okay. I'll see if you tell me or not. No need to bother. Hu Yu spoke calmly. He reached out and grabbed the pretender's head, raised his head and looked at the people in front of him. I'm only asking you once, and if you don't tell me, then I'm sorry, I'll let them deal with you. Whoever thinks of a way to get you to talk, I'll give him a boat ticket. Do you want to try it? People with evil thoughts will always think in the most evil direction about possibilities that have not yet happened. Since this guy can occupy the top floor, it means that he phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme uses tricks on the people downstairs. If it fell into Xiao Zissou's hands, the worst case scenario would be to threaten death. But if it falls into the hands of these people, death may only become a luxury wish. I said. The pretender spoke immediately. He spoke immediately. It's upstairs. I locked them in the innermost room on the top floor. When Xiao Zissou heard this, he was about to rush out of the crowd on the spot. Fortunately, Hu Yu reacted in time and caught her immediately. No matter what, they couldn't get out of the 14th floor. Based on his understanding of human nature, once any of them left, the crowd would definitely block them inside. Even if you have a gun, you may not be able to stop them from going crazy. Even if we finally get on board, it will take a lot of effort. Zhang Sirui. Hu Yu looked at the woman, then at the guy who brought the most people down, and you. Boss, my name is Chun Chong. The man immediately bowed and smiled. What are your orders? Now you two have the chance to get the boat tickets. If you go up together and bring me down, your tickets will be cashed. Do you understand what I mean? Clear. Chen Chong responded, ignored Zhang Sirui, and walked directly upstairs. Zhang Sirui also stepped forward to follow him, not in a hurry, but still maintaining his proper demeanor. These two people are undoubtedly the most reliable existences in the crowd. Needless to say, Zhang Sirui was able to exercise strict self-discipline in this environment, keep her clothes neat and tidy, and have enough food, without sacrificing her health. Then her methods are obviously able to convince the public. Don't forget, she came down from upstairs, and she also knew exactly who had the communicator leading to the top floor. She was the one who spoke just now and let everyone upstairs down. To sum up, there is only one possibility. The person in power upstairs is a pretender, so the person in power downstairs is her. And he is not the one in power overtly, but secretly, otherwise the pretender would not be able to believe the rescue, she said. As for Chen Chong, he was able to thrive on the 14th floor and no one dared to take the spot he found, which meant that he was tactful enough. One is smooth and the other is in charge. It is enough for the two of them to go upstairs and find someone.
Really? 15 minutes later.
The two of them came downstairs with their elders. The old couple were in ragged clothes, with sallow complexions and thin muscles.
It was obvious that they had been hungry for several days without knowing it. But they are still full of energy, and they can be seen as extraordinary at a glance. Judging from their appearance, they are at least 70% similar to Xiao Zissou. What a blessing in misfortune! It's good that Father Xiao and Mother Xiao are still alive. Huyu immediately stood up and greeted him. Dad, Mom. Xiao Zissou also exclaimed, "You are okay." That's great. Zissou? Girl.
The two old men were also stunned. They immediately passed through the crowd and the pretenders kneeling on the ground, and came to the crowd. "You girl, why are you here?"
Of course we are here to pick you up. Xiao Zissou pointed to the yacht behind her. Did you see it? The big yacht.
As she said that, she immediately pulled Huyu over. "This is the shipowner, boss Hu. Dad, you should know."
Uncle, Aunt.
Huyu saluted respectfully, said hello, and took a look at the second elders panel.
Really?
As long as they have skills related to traditional Chinese medicine, the two elders are at an epic level. However, Zhao's father focused more on diagnosis, pharmacology and acupuncture, while Zhao's mother focused more on medicinal diet, nourishing conditioning, and massage. It can be said that the two complement each other and are completely the ultimate plus version of Xiao Zissou.
Boss Hu? Father Xiao was stunned for a moment, as if he remembered something. So it was you? You were the one who asked us to come to Jiling? Wait. If you asked us to come to Jiling, could it be Uncle and Aunt?
Huyu didn't want to be exposed too much in front of others. He immediately interrupted Father Zhao's speculation and said with a smile, "You guys get on the boat first.
There is a dinner for you two on the boat. If you want anything, we will talk about it at the dinner."
As he said that, he immediately took out two umbrellas and handed them to the two elders. The two elders looked at each other, and Xiao Zissou's eyes assisted.
They also nodded at the same time and walked towards the gangway from the window first.
Upon seeing this, Zhao Zhong immediately rushed to the deck to respond. The two elders are on board.
The matter is mostly settled. The rest will be easy to solve.
Huyu looked at Zheng Sirui and Chen Xiong, raised his hand and waved, "You guys, come here."
The two immediately stepped forward.
However, Huyu did not let them get on the boat directly, but looked at the others.
There's still room on the ship. Who wants to get on the ship? The crowd was instantly excited. Quiet. Huyu only uttered 2 words.
The boiling moment disappeared instantly, as if it had never appeared.
I won't keep useless people on my ship. Whoever has the ability will stand up. I.
The first woman who had just come to see Huyu stood up and gave him a flirtatious look, making no secret of her intentions.
Huyu didn't even look at her, but looked at Chen Chong. Do you think she is suitable? Chen Chong rolled his eyes.
With his intelligence, he naturally understood that Huyu didn't want the other party to get on the ship, but he had to be the bad guy.
Not suitable.
Then you are not suitable. Phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals either / phoneme. Huyu spat out a sentence and shook his head. Your ticket is gone.
Why? Chen Chong roared, but the result was already determined. Smart?
Smart people are naturally good, but not suitable for getting on the ship. What Huyu needs is an obedient and smart person who can get things done, not a simple smart person. This smoothness may allow him to survive in the end of the world.
But he will never appear on Huyu's ship. Why? I want an answer.
Chen Xiong wanted to pounce on him, but was carried by Su Zilong and thrown into the crowd.
The woman's eyes suddenly lit up.
Just as she was about to step forward, Huyu looked at Zheng Sirui again.
Do you think she is suitable for getting on the ship? Not suitable. Zheng Sirui gave the same answer. But Huyu smiled. Very good. Huyu pointed to the gangway behind him. Let's get on board. Thank you.
Zheng Sirui was stunned for a moment, then took the umbrella from Su Zilong and walked towards the gangway. Every step she took was like walking on thin ice. But in the end, she got on the boat and didn't fall into the water like the group of people just now. Why? Chen Shong roared, everyone's answer is the same, you are treating her differently. I let her get on the boat because she has a bottom line. Hu Yu looked down at Chen Shong and said, as for you, you are too smart, you should try to survive yourself. After that, he held an umbrella and walked towards the gangway with Xiao Zissou. Fuck, how smart! Chen Shong roared, and then shouted, brothers, follow me. Let's grab the boat for him. See if he dares to be arrogant. Bang! A gunshot exploded. Although it didn't hit them, it was enough to help them regain their sanity. If you charge forward, you will die 99% of the time, and there is a 0.1% chance of successfully seizing the ship. If you don't charge forward, you will not die. At least not now. As long as you wait, there is still hope. Everyone stopped, especially Chen Shong. He clenched his fists and stared at Hu Yu's back as he left. The crisis was resolved. Seeing this, Su Zilong turned around and planned to leave. But Xianer took out a pistol and shot Chen Shong in the middle of his eyebrows. Bang! The bullet penetrated his head. Hu Yu and Xiao Zissou turned their heads at the same time, their eyes full of shock. First time. This was the first time Xianer took the initiative to do something other than being ordered. Hu Yu was stunned for a moment. But he soon came to his senses. Although he didn't understand why Xianer shot, he didn't feel sorry for someone who dared to point a gun at him. It was just a surprise. After the surprise, it was time to welcome their dinner. Hu Yu held an umbrella and walked towards the yacht with Xiao Zissou. And this time, no one stopped them. Su Zilong then looked at Xianer, his eyes full of confusion. But he didn't dare to ask the reason. In his impression, including this time, Xianer had only disobeyed orders twice. Last time, she slaughtered the entire terrorist organization. Why? Su Zilong frowned and asked, why did you shoot? Xianer's reaction was very flat. She turned around and walked into the acid rain without any intention of answering. What a crazy woman! Su Zilong cursed angrily, but had to follow and return to the yacht together. On the yacht, the three new members were standing in the living room on the first floor. Outside, it was pouring acid rain, and cries for help were everywhere. Inside, the lights were warm, the aromas were fragrant, and delicious food was right in front of them. The contrast between the two divided the whole world into two places. One was heaven, and the other was hell. And the owner of heaven was walking towards them with an umbrella. Welcome to the heart of the ocean. Hu Yu smiled and looked at everyone, and put away the umbrella casually. My name is Hu Yu, and I am the owner of this ship. You can call me by my name directly. As long as you get on this ship, we are a community of shared destiny. We have only one goal, to survive. To survive in a better attitude. Father and mother Xiao did not react when they saw this. Although the two elders had full skills, they still found it difficult to accept such a sudden event. They were full of questions, but they didn't know who to ask. Instead, it was Zheng Sirui who was standing aside. She started to applaud as soon as Hu Yu finished speaking. The crisp applause rang out. Mu Lingxiu, who had just taken care of Bu, immediately echoed. More and more applause sounded. Hu Yu smiled and nodded, then pointed to the restaurant behind everyone. The dinner is ready, please take your seat first. Let's eat and chat. Everyone took their seats. At the dinner table, Hu Yu introduced everyone to each other, including everyone's name and the matters they were responsible for on the ship. As for other more detailed matters, Hu Yu did not finalize them at the dinner table, but arranged their rooms after everyone had eaten and drunk enough. Everything will be discussed tomorrow morning. That night, Xianer did not follow Hu Yu, but found a room closest to him to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme in. First time. Since the end of the world, this is the first time Hu Yu enjoys sleeping alone. It seems that he sleeps better.
Su Zilong told Shinshan what happened tonight and asked the reason. Shinshan only gave an ambiguous answer.
Perhaps she wanted to nip the threat in the bud.
Su Zilong did not speak after hearing this. July 22, 7 a.m. The 9th day of the apocalypse. The water level reached 43 meters.
Above the entire water surface, only a few buildings can be seen sporadically, and the remaining residential buildings, shopping malls, supermarkets, and even some viaducts are all submerged. Huyu got up early and subconsciously turned his head to look at the side of the boat, looking for Insiener's trace, but he didn't see her. Thinking of what happened last night, he always had a bad premonition in his heart.
Never mind. The first draw on the boat, you have to see if there will be anything good.
For this day, he specially kept the black eggs stored on the 20th and 21st, just to be able to draw 3 times in a row.
Don't ask for anything else, as long as there are some things that can be bred and cultivated. You can't let the breeding system be empty. Pull open the curtains and look out the window. The heart of the ocean is still sailing in the city.
The sunlight was so weak that it could be ignored, and people around could be vaguely seen calling for help. Huyu lined up the 3 black eggs and made a decision secretly. If the goods are shipped today, then another ticket will be issued. Of course, the premise is that I can meet enough excellent talents. If the goods are not shipped, then forget it. Everyone, if you want to get on the ship, please bless me to ship.
Huyu raised his hand and knocked. The first black egg broke and purple light burst out. Ding!
Congratulations to the host for obtaining the perfect fairy bean 1 name, fairy bean perfect type, food, seed. Effect: after taking it, you can feel full and continuously replenish the various energies needed within 3 months, or plant it in the soil to cultivate ordinary, fine, and perfect fairy beans.
It's out.
Huyu's eyes lit up immediately.
Fairy beans that can be used for cultivation.
If this thing is mass-produced, not only the people on a ship, but also the people in a city or a country can have enough food.
Potatoes?
Compared with this thing, it is simply weak. Of course, the premise is that a large enough cultivation base can be found. Huyu carefully put the perfect fairy beans into the space, fearing that they would be crushed.
Ticket +1.
He looked out the window and promised again in his heart.
There is no upper limit for the tickets. If there are more shipments later, as many tickets as the shipments, we will issue as many tickets as the shipments.
Huyu cracked the second black egg with his backhand.
Another burst of purple light exploded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the source of Lichuan 1 name, source of Lichuan perfect type, food, water source.
Effect: after taking it, it can heal some external injuries.
The specific effect depends on the injury.
It will not conflict with any medicine, and it produces 1 L of Lichuan fine product per hour, which can be used for consumption and irrigation.
It's the best.
Although this thing looks like the fairy beans, both are producible items, but the former is large and complete, while the latter is small and fine.
Fairy beans can fill the stomachs of many people.
Although the sweet spring is rare, its advantage is that it can heal injuries.
If you round it up, it is no different from a panacea. Especially for Bubu. This is simply a life-saving thing. 1 more ticket.
Huyu turned his head and looked at the 3rd black egg.
This is the 2nd time it has been shipped in a row.
It doesn't matter whether it can be shipped for the 3rd time.
The black egg broke and a burst of golden light burst out. This color is Legend. Ding! Golden Legend.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining the favor of the sea god 1 name, favor of the sea god legend type, fishing rod effect, ignore terrain, ignore water, ignore fish, no bait is needed, and you will definitely catch the rod after casting. Every time you catch a fish, you can accumulate a little experience and have a certain probability of obtaining a skill book.
The favor of the sea god? So it's a series of things with the prefix of the sea god?
According to Note 1, as long as the experience gained through this fishing rod, not only can the fishing rod itself be upgraded, but also the ship.
The ship level is now epic.
According to the rules, the next upgrade should be when the system is upgraded to level 5, which is 84 days later. With this fishing rod, as long as 84 fish are caught, the upgrade will be completed and the heart of the ocean will be upgraded to Legend. Huyu put the golden fishing rod back into the space, and he was not in a hurry to go fishing now. God knows what is hidden under the water. 100% hooked. What if a monster is caught? Will the safety of the boat still be there? If you want to fish, you have to confirm safety first. Let's go out for breakfast first. Should we eat Western food or Chinese food today? Huyu thought and walked to the door, but before he pushed the door open, a force came from the door. Bang! Shinshan pushed the door open, looking flustered. No, it's bad. Something happened. What happened? Huyu frowned and asked hurriedly. Shinshan is the most stable person, and even he is so panicked. Could it be that Godzilla emerged from under the water? What's going on? Huyu was also a little unsure and asked hurriedly. Yes, you will know when you come out and see it. Search TWKN on Google. As Chen Shan said this, he walked all the way towards the deck, and Huyu hurriedly followed. The two came to the first deck. It was raining heavily at the moment. Although what fell was no longer acid rain, the raindrops still made a thumping sound as they hit the deck. But even so, the shed on one side of the deck was still crowded with people. Except for Bu Bu and Mu Lingxiu, who was responsible for taking care of her, everyone on the ship gathered around the shed. Even including Zhao's father, Zhao's mother, and Zhang Sirui, who had just boarded the ship. Could it be that something happened to those animals? Everyone give in, boss who is here. Chen Shan held an umbrella and led Huyu into the crowd. The crowd immediately moved aside, exposing the greenhouse. Just one glance, and Huyu stayed where he was. Cattle, the same animals. The only difference is the quantity. Giving birth. Except for the 3 pairs of pigs, the other 4 pairs of animals all gave birth to cubs. And every one of them is ripe enough to be slaughtered. Even if it is a coincidence, it is not such a coincidence. Every kind of animal gives birth to cubs? This can no longer be described as outrageous. Huyu immediately checked the panel and discovered the problem. Breeding system. After boarding the ship yesterday, he was busy picking up Zhao's father and Zhao's mother. He didn't check the panel carefully. When he saw it today, he was stunned. All livestock growth efficiency plus 100%, reproductive efficiency plus 100%, mutation rate plus 10%. The growth efficiency of all plants is plus 100%, the survival rate is plus 100%, and the mutation rate is plus 10%. Fear how horrible. The slaughter cycle for a pig is between 8 and 12 months. But according to the current growth efficiency, it only takes 4 to 6 months to be ready for the market. As long as the breeding space is large enough, even if you don't grow fairy beans, you can still feed a city just by eating meat. The growth rate of the breeding system will also increase with the improvement of the system level. Huyu was overjoyed, but he couldn't show his surprise in front of everyone, so he could only cough lightly. Ahem, this is normal, don't be surprised. Let's go back and have breakfast first. You still have to think about the things on the ship. When everyone heard this, they knew that this was not a coincidence, and it was not a bad thing, so they didn't say anything more and immediately returned to the cabin to prepare breakfast. Except Xiao Zissou. Boss Hu, just promise me breakfast time. Xiao Zissou kept pestering Huyu, I will dissect one, even if it is a chicken. Miss, aren't you a Chinese medicine practitioner? Huyu smiled helplessly, why are you doing dissection? It's really unnecessary. I am studying medicine, and I also understand biological knowledge. Xiao Zissou immediately explained, this is a biological miracle. If you let one be dissected, when the rainstorm ends, this is the hope for mankind to continue the fire of civilization, hope? If Xiao Zissou were to do an autopsy, she would definitely conduct comparisons if she couldn't find out the reason. As time goes by, it is only a matter of time before the existence of breeding space is discovered. Not to mention whether there will be land after the rainstorm ends. Even if land reappears, there is no way he can let others know about this breeding space. Once exposed, I don't know how many people will fight for it. For those ambitious people, something that can reduce the growth time of livestock by at least half is tantamount to an artifact. But for Xiao Zissou, whose favorability level was already 50, Huyu was not worried.
So be it. Huyu took out the perfect immortal bean and said, "Put this seed in. When it blooms and bears fruit, I will let you dissect one of the chickens." This is Xiao Zissou took the fairy bean and looked at it carefully. "Bean? I have never seen a bean like this. Are you sure it can take root and sprout?" "Certainly." Huyu immediately spit out 2 words, "You will know after you plant the seeds." "All right." Xiao Zissou nodded in agreement and stretched out a little finger. "Pull the hook." "Okay, hook up." After breakfast, Huyu did not rush to go fishing, but chatted with Zhao's father and Zhao's mother alone for a while. Answered some of the second elder's doubts and gained a good impression by the way. Since they brought their whole family on board, the 2 elders' favorability quickly reached 30. By the way, Huyu also talked about Xian'er's situation. "After letting the 2 elders rest, I will help you out when you have time." Something was obviously wrong with her state yesterday. The second elder looked at him with the same look as he looked at his son-in-law, and he almost took out the red envelope for lip modification. Huyu hurriedly ended the topic and called Zhang Sirui again. Since letting her board the ship yesterday, her favorability has only fluctuated once. Just that time, it only increased by 10 points. After the conversation, Huyu briefly introduced the rules on the ship and arranged for her to prepare breakfast and afternoon tea every day. As for lunch and dinner, she and Li Ji took turns. Just prepare 1 meal per person every day. Zhang Sirui accepted it readily, and as for the rest, that was a no question. The favorability rating remains unchanged. This man is like a wolf that can never be tamed. Huyu did not drive her off the ship, but planned to take another look. After all, the ship was indeed lacking a chef and a steward in charge of the ship. If she could be more focused, it would be a good choice. Shinshan could also serve as a steward, but he was more suitable for managing people, not managing ship chores. The heart of the ocean still needs to expand. Shinshan alone is obviously not enough. By the time the conversation was over, it was almost noon. Just right. After fishing for a while, it was time for lunch. Huyu came to the first deck, pushed open the French window, took out the favor of the sea god, and cast the first rod to the water. The fishing rod entered the water. Before the fish was hooked, Li Ji came over. "Hey, boss Hu, are you fishing?" "Yeah." Huyu nodded. "I remember you wanted to go fishing last time, too. Now is the right time." "Hey, that's the Zhao Zhong brothers." Li Ji folded his hands, picked up a stool and sat down. "I don't like fishing, I just like eating fish." "Okay, I'll catch it and wait for you to cook it for us to eat together." "Okay." Li Ji looked at the water and changed the subject. "But boss Hu, aren't you worried about catching something strange? This water is not like the water before." The fishing line was instantly tightened. Huyu felt a strong pulling force in his hand. There is a fish, hooked. Whether it is a strange thing, you will know when you pull it up. Huyu began to reel in the line. Every time he reeled in, he needed great strength. 1 circle, 2 circles. Very soon, a black shadow appeared above the water. Huyu just took a look and subconsciously wanted to throw the fishing rod into the water. Unlucky. What a bad luck. As soon as the black shadow surfaced, Huyu recognized what it was. A corpse. A human corpse. The fishhook hung right in his mouth. The moment the black shadow emerged from the water, Huyu seemed to hear a reminder ringing in his ears. Congratulations on your achievement, it's true. If other people had seen this, they would have turned their heads by now and wouldn't even want to look at it again. But who is Li Ji? They all came from the battlefield. Instead of being afraid when seeing a dead man talking to him, they actually started to laugh at him. Boss Hu is indeed Boss Hu. Can you catch the legendary dead man's truth? Come on you. Huyu rolled his eyes. Find a way to get him down. I don't want to catch this thing. Simple, just cut the line. Li Ji said as he took out his knife and prepared to cut.
But after cutting it twice, he realized that the fishing line couldn't be cut no matter what.
Boss Who, what kind of thread are you talking about? Can you cut it continuously? It seems to be true. Although the products produced by the system must be high quality, you are not so high quality.
The fishing line keeps cutting, I can't really drop the rod.
Then there's nothing we can do.
Li Ji put away the knife and sighed helplessly. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme you find a way to decouple this thing, or you have no choice but to lose the pole. It is impossible to lose a pole, not in this life.
Oh, right.
According to the fishing rod rules, you don't need bait when fishing.
As long as you throw the rod, something will definitely take the bait.
I didn't say I hung up the bait, so nothing took the bait.
As long as you have enough strength to throw the rod and use this thing as bait to throw back into the water, will the next thing be hooked?
Give it a try.
Huyu glanced at Li Ji and handed him the fishing rod. Here you go.
Shall I drag it?
Boss Who, are you sure you want to catch this thing? It's not about catching it. I mean, you cast the rod again. Just let this thing leave the water and fall down again. Throwing the pole?
Li Ji was puzzled.
Trust me, just do it.
All right. Li Ji held the fishing rod with both hands, lifted it hard, and then threw it out with all his strength, and really put the guy back into the water. Bang! The sound of falling water alerted others in the cabin.
Xiao Zissou was busy formulating Bubu's treatment plan with Zhao's father and Zhao's mother.
Mu Lingxiu and Bubu were waiting aside, including Shinshan. Except for these 6 people, everyone was alarmed. Even Zhang Sirui, who had always been withdrawn, was the same and leaned towards the side. When they came over, Huyu had already taken the fishing rod and waited quietly for the fish to take the bait.
Boss Hu, are you fishing?
Zhao Zhong asked from the side.
Li Ji nodded, smiled, and told what had just happened.
What a dead man! I always thought that this kind of thing only existed in legends, but I didn't expect that I would be lucky enough to meet you today.
Come on you.
Su Zilong replied angrily, in the past, there were only a few dead people.
Now I don't know how many dead people are under the water. In addition, it rains and the water flow is complicated. It is not impossible for this situation to happen. Indeed, but... Zhao Zhong looked at Huyu with a wry smile. Boss Hu, if you don't lift the pole, are you thinking of using that body as bait to continue fishing, right?
What?
Li Ji exclaimed. When he just threw the pole to Huyu, he didn't expect this.
Let's give it a try.
What if we really catch something?
Huyu didn't deny it, but just took a few steps back.
He felt like something was taking the bait.
Buzz.
Really?
In the next moment, the fishing line was drawn out crazily.
Something is on the hook.
Huyu held the pulley, and just when he tried to exert force, his palm was blown away by the pulley.
It's too powerful.
I'll do it. Zhao Zhong subconsciously spoke, and also reached out to hold the pulley, but even he could only fix the pulley and could not retract the line. You know, even if his strength is not comparable to that of Su Zilong, he is still a man who can hit nearly 200 kilograms with a straight punch. Even he could barely stabilize the pulley. It's a big deal, help! Huyu yelled. Without saying anything, he turned sideways and threw the fishing rod to Su Zilong. Su Zilong hurriedly held the fishing rod, and at the same time stretched out his hand to press on Zhao Zhong's hand, and the two of them turned the pulley at the same time. Finally, the pulley began to slowly take up the line. That is to say, this fishing rod is durable, otherwise with the combined strength of these two people, ordinary fishing rods would have fallen apart countless times. I really took the bait. Li Ji was shocked at the side. Boss Hu, you must have caught a shark now, right?
Not like a shark.
Su Zilong held the fishing rod with his legs firmly planted on the ground. It looks like a fucking whale.
Can't 2 people drag it up?
You first.
Zhao Zhong responded from the side.
He took a step forward and leaned against Su Zilong. The two of them exerted their strength at the same time. If you catch this fish, you will probably be able to eat it for 10 days.
I just hope it's not something weird.
Huyu stood aside and sighed. He just wants to fish for fun. It's okay if the dead guy in front of me spoke honestly, but here comes another guy who doesn't know what he is.
If you can't catch it, then it's a waste. 5 minutes passed.
Su Zilong and Zhao Zhong were exhausted. Shin Shan heard the news and rushed over immediately.
He and Li Ji took over and continued to play the fish.
5 minutes later, they changed shifts again.
No!
Shin Shan shook his arms. This fish is too strong. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme. You just give it a shot.
Otherwise, you can't catch it at all. One shot?
Hu Yu's eyes lit up immediately.
Just right.
Try the fish system carried by the heart of the ocean. Hu Yu opened the control panel, and the scene under the water was immediately visible. He originally wanted to see what was on the hook, but the water surface had been completely muddied by that thing, and he couldn't see the specific appearance. He could only see a black shadow swimming about 30 meters from the bow.
That's it.
Fish, aim, fire.
Whoosh! Shin Shan and others' ears immediately stood up.
They had been soldiers and knew what this sound meant, torpedo.
There were torpedoes on this ship. Everyone looked at Hu Yu with curiosity and fear. Bang! Before everyone could be surprised, the torpedo exploded. A black shadow jumped out of the water.
Woo, that was a silver carp. A nearly 3-meter-long silver carp. In the heavy rain, the scales on the fish were crackling. A hole was clearly visible on the side. This should be the damage caused by the torpedo just now. But even so, in just a blink of an eye, the silver carp re-emerged into the water.
Continue to struggle.
Although the strength is not as good as before, it is still full of energy.
This is a discovery that truly transcends the scope of biology. Half an hour later, the giant silver carp was finally pulled onto the deck.
The price was that Shin Shan and Li Ji were exhausted and sat on the deck, gasping for breath. Hu Yu immediately checked the panel of this thing. Name, giant silver carp mutation species, fish description, a mutant creature born after being polluted by rainwater, not contagious.
Mutation. If rainwater can cause fish in the water to mutate, then if humans come into contact with this water source, will the same situation occur? Just like Li Chang's situation.
Hu Yu frowned slightly and stopped Zhao Zhong and Su Zilong, who were about to step forward. Don't go over yet, this thing is not dead yet.
Not dead yet? Su Zilong was stunned for a moment.
The people who were about to go over to watch also stood back in place. Hu Yu took out a pistol and shot the giant silver carp in the eye.
Bang! The gunshot rang out.
The bullet didn't hit the fish's eye, but hit the scales on the fish's body.
A crisp sound. The bullet bounced back. I'll do it. Su Zilong stepped forward and fired again.
This time he successfully hit the fish's eye, and the bullet sank into the fish's brain. The silver carp, which had been motionless, started to flutter again. Fortunately, the size of the heart of the ocean was large enough. No matter how it fluttered, the ship didn't move at all. It wasn't until the lavender blood flowed out that the giant silver carp gradually calmed down. The status on its panel also changed from dying to dead.
Parilla.
Hu Yu looked at Xiao Zissou. Don't you want to dissect it?
How about starting with this thing first?
Don't. Xiao Zissou waved her hands repeatedly. If I get infected, where can you find a kind-hearted Chinese medicine expert like me? Don't worry, this thing is not contagious. As long as you don't eat its meat, there will be no problem. Hu Yu said that he had already walked forward and squatted beside the silver carp, looking at the fish scale he had just hit. There was a layer of white marks on it, which disappeared immediately after he wiped it with his hand.
Good stuff. Shin Shan also came up at this moment. If you use this as a bulletproof vest, I'm afraid that even AK bullets can't penetrate it.
Then help. Hu Yu looked at Su Zilong and Zhao Zhong. Let's lift this thing into the boat and dissect it together to see if there is anything that can be used.
Remember, this meat can't be eaten. It can only be thrown away. Do you understand?
Understood.
Everyone started to get busy. Hu Yu didn't dare to cast the rod again.
If he catches something like this again, he won't have anyone to help him pull the rod.
Wait until the autopsy is over.
Xiao Zissou was the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme surgeon, with Zhao's father and mother assisting. Hu Yu and others were not idle phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme, and stayed outside the medical room to watch. The giant silver carp was disassembled bit by bit, and the scales, fish meat, fish bones, internal organs, were all separated. Until the fish head. As the skull was removed, the fist-sized fish brain was taken out, and there was a light blue bead hidden inside. The panel started. Hu Yu just took a look and was stunned on the spot. Name, mutation crystal excellent type, gemstone, food. Description, after taking or inlaying, the probability of mutation can be increased. Put this thing down. Hu Yu roared immediately. Xiao Zissou, who was holding the mutant crystal with tweezers, was stunned. Before she could react, Hu Yu had already rushed into the medical room and immediately put the mutant crystal into the space. Whether it was mutation or evolution, he didn't want anyone on the ship to try it. No matter who became the next Li Chang, it would be a huge loss for everyone on the ship. Hu Yu immediately looked at the panel of the three people, and only after confirming that they had not mutated did he feel relieved. Fortunately, nothing happened. Go on. The dissection continued. In order to prevent other mutant crystals from appearing, Hu Yu stood there and did not leave. Fortunately. Until the end of the dissection, only that mutant crystal appeared. In addition to the bulletproof fish scales, the fish bones of this giant silver carp are also a treasure. Needless to say, the toughness is comparable to bamboo, and the hardness is comparable to Hatian jade, which is perfect for making weapons. All the fish scales and bones were handed over to Zhao Zhong for him to deal with. After a busy morning, it was time for lunch. After eating a little, they urged Hu Yu to continue fishing. He did not refuse. No matter what the fish he caught looked like, the best thing was to upgrade the heart of the ocean as soon as possible. If the upgrade speed could not keep up with the evolution speed of these fish, a wave would come and everyone would be used as bait for nesting. What's more, the scales of the giant silver carp were only enough to make 2 sets of bulletproof vests. It would be better to catch a few more to be prepared. After all, in this case, they were not the only ones who could get guns. Just as everyone climbed onto the deck and Hu Yu was about to cast his rod, a whistle sounded from a distance. It's a ship. There's a ship coming. Hu Yu immediately took out a telescope and looked ahead. On the channel 5 nautical miles away from here, there was a passenger ship, which was sailing towards the residential area. It is said to be a passenger ship, but in terms of the size of the ship, it is not even 2/3 the size of the heart of the ocean. This should be a short-distance sightseeing cruise ship. When Hu Yu looked at them, they naturally discovered Hu Yu. At the same time, Li Ji, who was in the captain's room and controlled the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals rut/phoneme, also sent a broadcast. Boss Hu, the ship ahead sent a radio to ask about our remaining supplies and wanted to trade some of the goods with fish. Fish? Hu Yu immediately became interested, asked them how many fish they have. The fish nowadays are different from the fish in the past. If the fish of these guys are the same as the mutant silver carp, then the fish scales and fish bones can be used as materials, and exchanging them with some food will only make money and not lose money. Soon, Li Ji gave an answer. 500 kilograms of fish. They want to exchange for 70% of the weight of meat, or 50% of the weight of food. Okay. Hu Yu nodded in agreement. Let them come over, I want to see the fish first, and then decide the specific price. Exchange fish for supplies? This is understandable, but why does this statement sound familiar? He seemed to have heard of it in his previous life. Okay. Li Ji responded, and began to send a radio to the ship, and then responded. The other party asked us to stop the ship first, and they came over. Okay. Hu Yu also put away the fishing rod and looked at Shinshan, hide the things that shouldn't appear. Okay. Shinshan nodded, and naturally understood what he meant. Other things are easy to say, at most put them in the cabin, and if it doesn't work, put them back in the space backpack. There is only one thing that is difficult to deal with. The greenhouse. This thing is built on the deck, and the other party will definitely find it as long as they drive the boat over. The only way is to put a curtain on it first. He and Su Zilong and the other two immediately took action, temporarily dismantling a large amount of umbrella cloth to cover the greenhouse. Soon, the ship sailed towards them. As the other party got closer and closer, the appearance of the people on the ship became clearer and clearer. Huyu took a look and frowned slightly. This ship doesn't look familiar, but the people on this ship look a little familiar.
In the heavy rain,
the ship was getting closer and closer. 100 meters, 80 meters.
It didn't seem to stop and kept coming towards the yacht. This posture didn't seem to mean a deal. Instead, it seemed to want to board the ship. Boss Hu, this situation is not right. Shin Shan frowned slightly and reminded. I know. Huyu frowned, and a hint of hatred appeared in his eyes. He recognized it.
In his previous life, he had seen this group of people on the boat. At that time, he and Yi Wanqiu were rescued by a yacht. By working as waiters on the boat, each person could get a fish to eat every day. But on the 40th day, the yacht encountered a fleet. The other party also used the excuse of exchanging supplies to let them stop the ship and began to approach. When the owner of the boat heard it, he was attracted by the conditions proposed by the other party. The price was that the yacht was seized. Huyu and Yi Wanqiu took advantage of the chaos to put down the kayak and escaped in the heavy rain.
Unexpectedly.
These guys actually started this kind of livelihood now, and they were met by them. Huyu waved his hand, and 5 AKs and 5 RPGs appeared on the deck. Non-combatants evacuate, and the rest of you, take your weapons.
When everyone heard this, except for Shin Shan and his 5 companions, everyone ran into the cabin.
On the deck, there were only 6 people, including Huyu.
Boss, how about you go in too? Shin Shan asked with concern. No need.
Huyu shook his head. If I go in, who will they talk business with?
Shin Shan nodded and stopped talking.
50 meters. The ship's engine finally stopped. Relying on the inertia of the water flow, it began to slowly approach the yacht until it came to a position less than 5 meters outside the heart of the ocean, and cables were thrown from below and hooked on the side of the heart of the ocean.
Ding! Warning! Warning! The ship is under attack. Do you want to activate the protection system? There is also this thing?
Huyu did not choose, but waited and watched first.
He took out a sofa and lay back. Just looking at those cables.
Those people are still useful to him.
What if this protection system is too powerful and they are killed? Wouldn't it be a waste? Get on board.
A heavy voice was mixed in the sound of rain. The cable was instantly straightened.
Obviously something is climbing up.
Click. Huyu's ears sounded crisp at the same time. That was the sound of bullets being loaded, and the muzzle was pointed at those cables.
Less than 10 seconds.
The first figure climbed up. The other party was wearing a raincoat and turned over to climb onto the deck. When he turned his head, he saw 5 black muzzles facing him before he could speak. The corners of his stiff mouth twitched slightly. He immediately knelt on the ground, raised his hands high, and said nothing.
Hey! Xiaolur, how is the situation up there?
The voice that just called get on board sounded again. The person called Xiaolur didn't dare to speak, but just knelt there and smiled foolishly. A few seconds later,
another person also climbed up.
Although the movements were not as smooth as Xiaolur's, they were exactly the same.
Speak back, what's going on up there?
The owner of the voice began to get anxious. But the 2 people on the deck did not speak, just stayed quiet.
Damn! Go up! I want to see what's up there.
Yes!
The voices rang out in unison.
Several more cables were thrown up.
1 minute later,
7 strong men knelt neatly on the deck, letting the heavy rain wash over them.
Are all the people here?
Huyu sat on the sofa, took out a loudspeaker, and asked in front of him, just now, who said he wanted to do business with me. The other 6 knelt back in unison. Only a strong man with a beard was left kneeling in the front.
Me.
The bearded man had no choice but to raise his head and respond, with an awkward smile, "Brother, we are here to talk business. What are you doing?"
Talking business?
Huyu pointed to the rope beside the ship. "Is this how you guys talk business?"
Hey!
Hey, you horsehead! Huyu cursed directly. "Tell the truth. We see that your ship is extremely luxurious, and we want to borrow some supplies from you."
The bearded man immediately replied, "We have no choice.
There are too many people on the ship, and the fish alone are not enough to feed us.
Please have mercy and give us something to eat."
You are really shameless.
Li Shi complained on the side, "Robbery is robbery, and you are still thinking about asking for supplies after being caught? There's nothing wrong with being thick-skinned."
The bearded man raised his head, staring at Huyu with his eyes. "As long as you are willing to give us supplies, we can do anything."
"Anything?"
Huyu raised his eyebrows and asked.
"Anything is fine."
"Okay."
Huyu uttered a word and stood up immediately. "Can you find someone?" "Find someone?"
"Yes."
Huyu responded, "Send 2 people out of the 7 of you, and find 2 people in Jinling City for me. As long as you can do it, I can let you go and give you some supplies as a reward. If you can't find them, sorry, I need to borrow your boat." What is the most precious thing in the end times? Supplies? If it were just one person, then supplies would indeed be the most precious. But for Huyu now, the most precious thing is not supplies, but talent. Food. He has a lot. Even if he can't draw other seeds, planting fairy beans and breeding livestock alone is enough to feed the people of a city. Now there is no need to worry about security. The diet is also diverse enough, not to mention the medical level. The Chinese medicine attribute is full. The only thing missing now is talents in scientific research, construction, education, and breeding. Especially construction and breeding. They can't stay on the boat all the time. When the rainstorm stops, if they are lucky enough to find a place to stay, they will naturally need professionals to build houses. And breeding. Although there are artifacts like greenhouses, there are only benefits and no harm to having one more professional. In the past, there were many such people. Just go to the recruitment website and you will find them all. But in today's era, when communication basically relies on shouting, looking for such a talent is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Especially for such a big target as them. The heart of the ocean has already attracted people's attention before it even approaches those buildings. If it really wants to find someone, it is unknown how much trouble it will cause. Now it's good. There is a pillow when you are sleepy. People who dare to rob are ruthless in their bones. If they go to find someone, it will naturally be twice the result with half the effort. Huyu is not worried that they will run away on a motorboat. Those who can survive until now are not stupid. Whether to starve to death on the water on a motorboat or come back to continue to control their own ship, anyone will choose the latter. Okay. The bearded man agreed immediately. Tell me what kind of people you want to find. We will definitely help you. Construction, breeding. Huyu uttered 2 words. I want people who are familiar with these 2 technologies. Find them for me to interview. As long as they pass, I can give them appropriate quotas to board the ship. This. The bearded man was embarrassed. Boss, it's okay if you want to find specific people, but just give 2 characteristics. I can't shout at the top of my voice. You don't have to shout at the top of your voice. Huyu threw 2 loudspeakers in front of them. Remember, you only have 3 hours. If you don't find them after 3 hours, then I'll just apologize. Okay. The bearded man responded, stood up and picked up the loudspeaker, turned his head and looked at one of them. Xiao Luer, come with me. Li Ji, take them to ride a motorboat. Yes. Li Ji responded, then looked at the 2 of them. Come with me. The bearded men looked at each other, hurriedly followed, and walked into the cabin. When they passed by Huyu, they nodded. As for the other 5 people. After the bearded man left, Huyu looked at Shinshan. Tie them up first, don't let them get wet in the rain. Yes. Shinshan glanced at Zhao Zhong, and the 2 walked to the deck in the rain and started working. Huyu looked at the ship floating next to the yacht, and curiosity surged in his heart. Zilong, accompany me. Ha? Where to? Su Zilong asked in confusion.
Ship. Huyu stood up, put on a raincoat and walked towards the cable. According to the bearded man, there were too many people on the boat, and he had no choice but to resort to this last resort.
He wanted to see how many people there were on the boat. If it was an ordinary place, an Sienna alone would be enough to protect it. Search TWKAN on Google, but this is going to someone else's base camp. It's better to be more vigilant.
Su Zilong took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme and slid along the cable to the ship deck. He raised his gun and scanned briefly. After confirming that there was no danger, he gestured upward.
Huyu then took off and slid down the cable. Next came an Sienna. 3 people boarded the ship. There was not a soul on the deck. There are only some fishing rods and simple fishing nets made. The catch is stored in the fish barrel next to it.
Those fish are small in size, but their numbers are sufficient.
Each bucket of fish weighs at least 10 kilograms. If there were only 7 people on board, that would be enough food.
Bang! There was a muffled sound in the cabin, as if something fell to the ground. The 3 of them turned to look at the cabin at the same time.
Huyu turned around and gave a look, indicating that Su Zilong would take the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme. Su Zilong nodded in understanding and trotted over with a gun. Come to the cabin door. 1 kick. Bang! The cabin door was kicked open.
The phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine slash phoneme and rain poured down. Su Zilong took advantage of the situation and walked into it, pointing his gun forward, but there was no other movement.
After counting the breaths,
he walked out, lowered his gun, and looked helpless.
What's going on? Huyu asked with a frown.
Su Zilong shook his head slightly. Boss Hu, you better come and see for yourself.
Huyu stepped forward quickly.
When he came outside the cabin, his expression was even more exciting than Su Zilong's. Helplessness, speechlessness, and helplessness were written all over his face.
Child. All children.
A group of mostly primary school students were forming a group at the moment, with the older boys guarding the outside, while the younger ones and some girls were surrounded inside.
There are dozens of people. Huyu's claws went numb instantly.
As the saying goes, a half-grown man can defeat me. No wonder Bearded and the others can't even get enough to eat after they catch so many fish.
Boss Hu, what should we do? Su Zilong asked. What the hell? If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have boarded this ship. If you didn't see it, forget it. Now that you see it, you can't just ignore it.
The oldest among these children is not more than 10 years old.
The youngest is only 7 years old. This is the age when I have just entered elementary school.
Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme the door first, don't scare the children.
Good. Su Zilong closed the door smoothly.
But because his movement just now was too big, the door had been kicked down and he could only barely cover it.
Boss Hu, what on earth are we going to do? Don't speak yet. Huyu rolled his eyes.
This guy always has his own ideas and never listens to other people's opinions. Now that I encounter this kind of hot potato, I know how to get rid of the problem. Originally, he wanted to wipe out the people headed by Bearded Beard to prevent future troubles.
But now there are children in the cabin. If they are really wiped out, what will happen to these children? Beheaded too? That is definitely impossible. How about a stay?
City construction also needs fresh blood, otherwise what they build will not be called a city, but a village. But he was also afraid that there was someone like the Demon King inside. It's not uncommon for a mouse poop to ruin a pot of soup. Huyu thought for a few breaths, and suddenly an idea flashed in his mind.
Got it.
Even though I just glanced at them, I could see that the children had lost a lot of weight due to hunger, and their clothes looked extremely loose. He took out a box of egg tarts, opened the door, opened the box, and pushed it inside the door. At this time, the egg tarts were still fresh out of the pan, and the aroma of eggs wafted out, filling the cabin.
Boss Hu, are you too stingy? Su Zilong couldn't help but complain, just one box? It would be nice to give more. You know nothing, just watch quietly. Hu Yu replied angrily. There are only 4 egg tarts in this box. Points, it is definitely not enough points. He just wanted to see what these boys would choose when faced with temptation. If a fight breaks out, he won't take care of these people. If they didn't fight but chose to leave the egg tarts to the weak, then he would keep his promise to Beard and leave some of the supplies to them. As for other things, he won't care about it anymore. But what happened next was beyond his expectation. Through the crack in the door, Hu Yu could clearly see a child walking over. He has an image of this child, the boy who was guarding the front of the crowd just now. He also had a dagger in his hand. I guess he is the leader of this group of children. The child groped his way to the door. He glanced at the egg tart, but did not eat it or take it back. Instead, he asked towards the door, "Where is our captain?" Although the voice is childish, one can hear the tenacity in it. He still has his things to do and won't be back in a short time. Hu Yu replied, "We are his friends, you can trust us." Wrong. The child immediately retorted, "You are the people on that yacht. He didn't come back, but you came down, which proves 1 point, they fell into your hands. The uncle just opened the door with a gun. You originally wanted to kill us, but then you found out that we were children, so you didn't do it. This box of egg tarts is probably what you are using to test us, right?" Hu Yu and Su Zilong looked at each other and saw surprise in each other's eyes. Such a young child. He is not much older than Bubu, but his logic can be so rigorous. Just through these actions, one can actually deduce their intentions. You didn't answer, which means I guessed it right. The child continued, "Now, I am the captain of this ship. If you have any needs, you can negotiate with me directly. No need to test." Good. Hu Yu smiled. He opened the door again and was shocked when the child's panel popped up in front of him. Name, Guanli. Gender, male. Age, 9. Skills, proficient in leadership, proficient in speech, proficient in debate, and basic combat. Personality, careful, suspicious, leadership, benevolence, gratitude, favorability, 20. This man is simply a born leader. 3 masters and 1 basic. They are also skills related to leadership. These skills actually appear in a child? Even his character is extremely remarkable. This is in the last days. If he is really allowed to grow up, there is no doubt that he will be a generational hero. What do you see me doing? Guanli frowned and asked, "You can make any conditions." Hu Yu suddenly became interested. He knelt down and looked at Guanli, "Kid, now it's not about what conditions I have, but what you can give me. You, and the lives of those behind you, are all under my control. As long as I think about it, you will only have one end. Now, let's see what you can give me in exchange for your lives." Boat. Guanli uttered one word and stared into Hu Yu's eyes. "You are only on board because you are interested in this ship. This ship, including all the resources on the ship, is left to you. I only need the 4 lifeboats on the ship." Not enough. There are only so many. Guanli's tone was very strong. "I might as well tell you that there are people from us in the captain's room. As long as the person behind me sounds the alarm, he will control the ship and ram it into your yacht. When the time comes, everything will be dead and the net will be broken, and no one will be able to please. This guy is very ruthless at such a young age. However, he threatened the wrong person. The heart of the ocean has epic level of protection, even torpedoes may not be able to penetrate it, let alone a ship. So phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme. Let me think about it." Hu Yu stood up with a smile. He turned and walked towards the deck. "I lied just now, but your captain is indeed not dead. When he comes back, we will continue this negotiation. Your performance just now earned you that box of egg tarts. It's up to you to decide what to do with it." After that, Hu Yu took Su Zilong back to the yacht. As soon as he returned, he picked up his telescope and observed Guanli's actions. The egg tarts are missing. Under his command, the children have begun to repair the cabin door. He is truly a born leader. Boss Hu. Susie Long stood next to Huyu, leaned against the side of the ship and asked, "Why don't these children stay?" Look again. July 22nd, 6 p.m.
The heavy rain continues. The water level never stops rising. The meeting time set by Huyu for Beard is coming soon. He was not in a hurry, but kept observing the situation on the ship through the telescope.
3 hours.
Those kids did a lot in those 3 hours.
In the first half hour, they repaired the hatch.
Although it was not as tight as before, it could be used to keep out the rain. In the next hour, they moved the fish barrels on the side of the boat in, cooked briefly, and had lunch. There was no crying or complaining during this period. By 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Guanli was already sitting in the cab, staring at the yacht, as if waiting for some news. At the same time, the group of children had already run to the lifeboat. As long as the lifeboat is lowered, they will fall into the water and escape from here as soon as possible.
But they didn't move.
Just like Guanli in the cab, he was waiting for something.
This wait is only an hour.
There was no movement during this period.
It's almost time. Huyu glanced at the time, then turned to look at Li Ji. "Let Zheng Surui start preparing dinner."
"Yes."
"Wait another 10 minutes at most. If Luo Shihu and that little lure want to come back, it's time to come back.
If they don't come back, there's no need to wait any longer."
Buzz, the hum of a motorboat rang out.
Huyu turned the telescope and found 2 motorboats heading here.
There were 2 people on board each motorboat. "It looks like I found someone. I'll pick them up first,"
Li Shi said and walked towards the bottom of the cabin.
Less than 5 minutes.
Li Shi brought 5 people to the deck. Besides Luo Hu and Xiao Luer, there were 2 other people.
A middle-aged man is wearing a suit.
Although he looks greasy with greasy hair and a sallow face, his eyes can tell that he must have been in a high position before.
The other one is an old man.
He wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses and had gray hair, but his temperament was refined. He looked like he was engaged in research. Even when he was standing in front of Huyu, he felt aloof.
It's like the teacher is looking at bad students.
Huyu immediately threw a probing technique at him. He didn't know it by looking at it, but he was shocked when he saw it. Name, Fong Suyuan. Gender, male. Age, 59. Skills, epic biological research, epic bean cultivation, epic animal breeding, chemistry proficiency, cultivation proficiency, model construction proficiency. Personality, loving, sharp-tongued, rigorous, and hands-on.
Favorability, 0. Boss.
This is a real boss. In peaceful times, he would have been at least a researcher, maybe even an academician.
Mr. Fong.
Huyu had just stood up, and before he could greet him, Shen Shan's voice suddenly sounded.
"Ha? Xiao Shun?" Fong Suyuan was stunned and looked at Shen Shan with a confused look.
"Why are you here?
It looks like we are still familiar with each other." "It's easier now. This is a long story."
Shen Shan gave a wry smile and immediately walked to Huyu. "Come, let me introduce you to.
This is Mr. Fong Suyuan, a famous agricultural expert in our country.
I used to be responsible for his security work.
This is Huyu, the owner of the ship and my current boss. Mr. Fong." Huyu took the initiative to say hello. "Hello, nice to meet you."
"Boss?"
Fong Suyuan frowned slightly.
"I heard that you made some mistakes and got fired."
"Is it true?" "That's a long story."
Shen Shan replied helplessly and stood behind Huyu. "You should just talk."
"Mr. Fong, we can talk about these things slowly later."
Huyu stretched out a hand toward him. "I hope you can join us.
No matter what the conditions are, you can ask for them. I will try my best to be satisfied. Old man, I'm all alone. I don't want anything."
Mr. Fong looked Huyu up and down for a while. "I came here just to see who would want to find someone like me in this situation. I didn't expect him to be a young man."
"What? Do you want to open a breeding farm on your yacht? Stop dreaming."
The corners of Huyu's mouth twitched. He only said one thing, but he didn't expect Mr. Fong to spray like a pea shooter. He really deserves to have a poisonous tongue. A venomous tongue is a venomous tongue, this man is a real talent. Boss Hu, Mr. Fong is like this. Chen Shan whispered from the side, don't take it to heart, you must keep him. Don't worry. I have a solution. Hu Yu lowered his head and murmured, then glanced in the direction of the greenhouse, take him there to have a look. No matter where I look, my conclusion is the same. Fang Suyuan raised his head and raised his hand to rest on Shen Shan's shoulder. I didn't say that, Xiaoshen, you are also fooling around. This rain will stop sooner or later. Why are you doing these things? Why don't you just stay in peace? Mr. Fong, you'd better come with me first. Shen Shan said helplessly, leading Fang Suyuan towards the greenhouse. Hu Yu stayed where he was and looked at the other person in front of him. The panel pops up. Name, Li Wantu. Gender, male. Age, 39. Skills, proficient in management, basic drawing, basic construction, and basic carpentry. Personality, arrogant, complacent, and arrogant. Favorability, 0. Boss Hu. Li Wantu took the initiative to speak, but his tone was just like that of Mr. Fong just now, even more arrogant. I heard that you are hiring people here? Hiring people, not garbage. Hu Yu replied casually, not wanting to waste time on such a person. He looked at the bearded man, throw it away wherever you find it, why bring such a rookie here? Hey! The bearded man didn't know what was wrong with this man, but he still lowered his head and responded. Why? Li Wantu refused to listen, you found me here. You have to take responsibility. Why do you want to abandon me after taking a look? Why? Hu Yu sneered, because I am the ship owner. Li Ji, show him away. No need to bother, I can do it. The bearded man smiled and stepped forward, holding Li Wantu back. Brotherly, take us down, I will throw this man back. You are sensible. Li Ji smiled and praised, let's go. You don't have to go. Hu Yu glanced around and looked at Xiao Luer, just let Xiao Luer go, I have other things to find you. Hey! The bearded man responded and kicked Xiao Luer on the butt, hurry up, come back quickly. Okay, boss. Xiao Luer responded and immediately followed Li Ji down the cabin. Before Hu Yu could speak, the bearded man came up to him and asked respectfully, Boss Hu, what do you want? What's the matter with the child in the cabin? Hu Yu asked directly. This. Alas. This is a long story. The bearded man sighed and subconsciously searched his pockets, but nothing came out. Seeing this, Hu Yu casually threw a pack of Hetianxia to him. Thank you, Boss Hu. The bearded man's eyes lit up when he saw this. He took out a lighter from his trouser pocket, lit it and held it in his mouth. This has to start from 9 days ago. In heavy rain. The bearded man leaned on the boat, looking at the ship in front of him, and fell into memories. That Saturday, I accepted a job from a tour group and took the group of boys and girls for a run along the Yangtze River. As long as I returned to Jinling at 8 o'clock in the evening, I could get a considerable amount of boat fare. Unexpectedly, it was only 7 o'clock when it started to rain. An hour later, we still chose to dock, but only a few parents arrived early, and most of the children stayed on the boat. The rain is getting heavier and heavier. The roads were flooded and we had no choice but to leave the children on the boat and prepare to send them away after the rain stopped. But this wait is Jiutian. 9 heavens! The bearded man held a cigarette in his mouth, shook his head and sighed, I'm afraid this rain won't stop. Boss Hu, I am a rough man. When I saw you, I did have bad intentions. I don't ask you for anything else, I just ask you to let those children go. I can do whatever I want. Just let my brothers get off the boat. They can take good care of those children. There are good and evil in people's hearts. There are no pure good people or pure bad people in the true sense. That's what a beard is. If you want to call him bad, he is doing it for that boatload of children. If it were just a few of his brother's rations, fishing would be easy. You want to tell him that he is okay. For the sake of that boatload of children, he would rob other people of their survival resources. It's hard to judge whether he's really good or bad. We'll talk about this later. Hu Yu hesitated for a few seconds before finally making a decision. He looked at the ship,
there are still people waiting for you on the ship.
Go say hello to them first and bring up the child named Guanli. I have something to tell you.
Eh?
The bearded man responded, and without his brothers, he walked to the cable and climbed towards the ship. This does not mean that he has abandoned his brother, but it is telling Huyu that he will not run away and will definitely come back.
Boss Hu, I really don't understand. Su Zilong stood aside and asked, what are your plans? Are you going to keep them here? Or, remember that box of egg tarts? Huyu asked. I bet Guanli gave that beard at least one. What's the point of gambling? Su Zilong was puzzled. If he keeps one, it means that this kid is worth investing in. Then I will give them a sum of supplies so that they can be self-reliant in the end of the world. What if there are two left? Xiao Zisu's voice came from behind.
Huyu told them what happened on the ship in the afternoon.
I want to ask their opinions on how to deal with it. There is only one answer available. It all depends on what he thinks. It's the same as saying it. Why did you come out? Huyu looked at Xiao Zisu behind him. Is Bubu's medicine ready? It's already cooked. Xiao Zisu stood aside. I heard that an old gentleman will be on the boat. I came over to take a look and happened to hear you talking. Tell me, what would you do if there were 2 egg tarts left? Leave 2? Huyu looked at the Titan cable. There are only 4 egg tarts in a box. According to the logic of a normal child, maybe they will be divided equally among everyone. That child is very thoughtful. He might eat some himself first to test whether it is poisonous, and then distribute it. He left one behind to prove his gratitude. It would be a good idea to invest in it. Leaving 2 means that he knows his position very well and can win people's hearts. 2 are not only reserved for the bearded ones, but also for the 7 adults, representing half of the 2 groups. If he is really so sensible, there is no place for him on the ship. A beard poked out from the side of the boat. He held Guanli in his arms, and Guanli held a box in his arms. Egg tart box. A flash of surprise flashed in the eyes of Huyu and others. A guess came to mind. Under what circumstances would Guanli come up with the egg tart box in his arms? Boss Hu. The bearded man came over with Guanli. We are here. Boss Hu. Guanli held the egg tart box and bowed deeply, then presented the box with both hands. I misunderstood you before. I'm sorry, please don't be offended. Huyu took advantage of the situation and opened the box. The 4 egg tarts were arranged neatly and safely. There is no damage other than it being cold. What do you mean? Huyu looked into Guanli's eyes and asked, don't you like the gifts I gave you? Or are you afraid that I will poison you? You wouldn't do that. Guanli's tone was neither humble nor arrogant, and he looked at Huyu. You gave us egg tarts out of mercy and as a gift. We don't eat them because the captain is missing and we can't handle such a precious gift rashly. I am returning it to you now as a thank you. This is the best food we have on board and the best gift I can give. Thanks. Thank you for giving us a chance to survive. Guanli said seriously, and then served the egg tart again. Sleek, so slick. Huyu thought about several possibilities, but he didn't expect that this kid could not eat a bite, and could even control other children not to move. This is really rare. Then I'll accept it. Huyu took the egg tart away and put it aside. He looked at Guanli and asked solemnly, now I give you a chance, you can board this ship and work for me. This ship will be your home in the future, you don't have to worry about food and drink anymore, are you willing? No. Why? Guanli raised his head and stared at Huyu. My coming here will be negligible for your benefits, and my leaving will be a disaster for them. It's hard to imagine. These words would actually come out of the mouth of a 9-year-old child. Huyu raised his hand, fell on his head, and rubbed it gently. If it was Bubu, she would enjoy squinting her eyes. But Guanli didn't move. His eyes continued to stare at Huyu, as if he wanted to imprint him in his mind. His eyes were like a wolf. If such a person is not taken in, then it will be a big trouble in the future. He should know. When he stood in front of Huyu and said those words, there were only 2 possible outcomes for him. One is to stay on the ship, and the other is to leave your life on the ship. But even so, he still chose to refuse. There is only one reason. Force. He wanted to force Huyu to keep more people. They can all stay. Huyu was relieved. First of all, he really loved talents, and secondly, if a city is really built in the future, it really needs new forces. Children are far more loyal than those adults. Really? Guanli exclaimed, including the captain? They can come together. Since he has already accepted dozens of people, he doesn't care about a few more. However, there are still conditions. Huyu looked at the bearded man. First of all, let me make it clear that I will accept you and provide you with food and resources. But the premise is that you can't get on the ship. Except for the group of children, you can only drive the boat as a frigate and follow the yacht. Can you accept it? Accept. Absolutely accept. Bearded man nodded repeatedly. What kind of condition is this? At this time, it would be good enough to keep alive, not to mention that he would provide food and resources, which is a great thing. That's good. Huyu looked at the bearded man. Bring the people up first, and distribute the supplies to you later. Hey! The bearded man responded, and was interrupted by Guanli just as he was about to turn around. I'll go. Guanli took the initiative to say, if Captain Wine goes, he won't be able to bring anyone up. Ha! The bearded man was stunned. What's the situation? Guanli didn't answer, just smiled, and then walked to the side of the ship by himself, climbing towards the cable in the heavy rain. I guess he doesn't believe you. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme. Boss Hu, what do you mean? The bearded man asked, puzzled. Huyu smiled and joked, and handed him the telescope. Look at the cab. The bearded man took a look, but still didn't understand. Aren't they just a few kids? What's wrong? This is Guanli's emergency measure. Huyu smiled as he looked at the thin figure in the rain. If he finds out that you are cooperating with me and are going to use them as bargaining chips or something else, they will start the boat immediately. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme leave here, or crash directly into the yacht, and die together. These kids. The bearded man cursed inwardly, but his expression was full of relief. Tell me. Suddenly, a roar came from the greenhouse. I saw Fong Lao running straight over, and Shin Shan behind him chased him, but he almost didn't catch up. Fong Lao came in front of Huyu, his face full of excitement. Tell me. Where did you find these things? Miracle, it's simply a miracle. Huyu was not surprised by Mr. Fong's excitement. Even Xiao Zissou, an outsider, had an outrageous reaction when he saw these things and wanted to dissect them himself. Not to mention this person. He is an expert in this field, so he naturally knows what those things mean better than Xiao Zissou. Tell me. Fong Suyuan said excitedly, where did you get these things from? Don't worry about it, old man. Huyu smiled and stretched out his right hand. I still have the same condition. As long as you can stay, I will give you the cultivation of these livestock and plants. I will give you absolute freedom to do whatever you want, and I will give you some unexpected surprises every once in a while. The system can produce more than just plants like fairy beans, and it may even extract other animals that can be raised. This is his confidence. Surprise? Fong Suyuan asked in confusion, what surprise? For example, this. Huyu took out an ordinary fairy bean and said, would you like to take a look first, old man Fong? Fong Suyuan took the fairy bean and looked at it carefully in front of him. He looked left and right, and sniffed it twice. Finally, he came to a conclusion. Isn't it just an ordinary bean? Mr. Fong, you can taste it. Huyu said with a smile. Pretending to be mysterious. Mr. Fong whispered 4 words, but still put the fairy bean into his mouth. The fairy bean melted in his mouth. In just a moment, it turned into a warm current that drilled into Mr. Fong's throat and flowed into his abdomen. A feeling of fullness came instantly. Fong Suyuan's eyes suddenly widened. He hadn't eaten for 2 days. The feeling of hunger had already begun to gnaw at his heart and liver, as if he could eat a cow alive. But when this bean entered his stomach, that feeling disappeared in an instant. What on earth is this? Fairy beans. Huyu did not hide it, and said in front of the bearded man, one can meet the consumption of an adult for a month, and it will also provide a proper sense of fullness. What? As soon as the sentence fell, everyone present was stunned. This also includes Shinshan.
Before this, he didn't know the existence of the magic beans.
God knows how many things this boss who has hidden. Are you serious? Fong Suyuan's lips trembled slightly. If this is true, no matter when, this bean is enough to change the world's pattern. Mr. Fong can experience it slowly. Huyu smiled and responded, this is just an inferior product.
The superior product can provide energy for 3 months. It has been used as seeds and planted in the greenhouse.
I agree to join. Fong Siyuan just replied, and then rushed to the greenhouse without looking back.
No, not a greenhouse.
It's a temple.
There, it is a temple belonging to every agricultural student.
Boss Hu. Seeing this, Shinshan didn't chase him, but leaned against Huyu and asked, you didn't fool him, did you? What are you talking about?
Huyu was so angry that he smiled helplessly. Am I the kind of person who fools people?
Shinshan didn't answer, but the answer was self-evident. I don't know who fooled Boss Tian into that state when he was in that building. That. Boss Hu? The bearded man swallowed his saliva. Do you still have beans? We brothers haven't eaten for several days.
Yes, but you can't eat today. Huyu looked at the children who were gradually getting on board. As the saying goes, since you are all here, stay and have dinner before going back.
Just celebrate our cooperation.
He turned around and shouted to the kitchen, Li Ji, go help prepare dinner, prepare more people, let's have a party.
The bearded man's brain was a little out of order. Party? If it's just eating senzu beans, it shouldn't be considered a party, right? Could it be? There is still a lot of food stored on this ship? Half an hour later.
The scene in front of him answered the bearded man's doubts, and at the same time he had another doubt.
Boss Hu, how much stuff is stored?
The evolved heart of the ocean has a cabin length of 140 meters. In addition to the 40-meter bar, kitchen, indoor swimming pool and viewing balcony, there is also a 100-meter living room.
Now it is full of all kinds of food and drinks.
From pan-fried buns to zayakinglang, from cupcakes to macarons, every kind of food is freshly baked.
Even the soup dumplings are still steaming.
These things, even if they were put in 10 days ago, would take a lot of effort to prepare.
But now, it's only half an hour. A party is held like this?
The children filed in and began to madly sweep up the food. They were no exception. They stuffed whatever they saw delicious into their mouths. They were afraid that the illusion in front of them would disappear in the next moment.
There was only one exception. Guan Li.
He held a box of egg tarts in his hand, which was the box that had just gone cold, and stood outside the party watching silently.
He picked up one and ate half of it in one bite.
Huyu found him and waved his hand. The other party ate the other half of the egg tart and walked slowly over.
Captain, do you have something to do with me? Guan Li asked respectfully.
His favorability towards Huyu has risen to 20, and his tone is not as sarcastic as before.
There are so many things, and you only eat this? Eat this first. Guan Li responded calmly, you can't waste it, right? Then do you think they will waste it?
Huyu asked deliberately. The reason why he held such a party was not because there were too many things to eat, but to observe.
Yes, he promised to keep all the children.
But how they will be treated depends on their own performance. This is the first test.
If anyone wastes food, then sorry, they will fail directly. Then they will be thrown on the ship and phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme with the bearded man. No. Guan Li replied confidently, people who have been hungry know the preciousness of food. I want to hear the truth. I have already greeted them before boarding the ship. You are worthy of it.
Huyu replied, and didn't care about it anymore, but started to eat his dinner.
Since Guanli has already said hello, there will be no waste at this party. 10 o'clock in the evening. The party is over.
Shinshan finally persuaded Mr. Fong to go back to his room and prepare for sleep, and study slowly tomorrow. Su Zilong took the 7 bearded men back to the ship and allocated the first batch of supplies to them. They were all fresh ingredients and fresh water, enough for the 7 of them to eat for half a month. Mu Lingxiu was responsible for arranging a room for each child and handed the records sorted out today to Huyu. As Guanli said, each child did not waste anything. There were still 2/3 of the things left at the party, and each of them could be recycled and preserved, just as clean as a locust passing through. Xiao Zisu began to work late into the night to prepare tomorrow's teaching materials. After all, as the only talented student on the ship except Mr. Fong, she had to take on the responsibility of educating so many children. After listening to the report, Huyu yawned and fell asleep.
Early the next morning,
when he walked to the balcony, the Feng Shui treasure place, ready to take over yesterday's good luck and open another good thing. The scene in front of him made him stunned on the spot. There were a lot of ripples on the water surface. That was a person. Someone swam over. In the rainstorm. People on the water are densely packed. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme using swimming rings, wooden boards, or mattresses. After all, anything with buoyancy can be used by them.
One after another they swam towards the yacht.
Through the balcony, Huyu found that many people were already approaching the edge of the yacht or ship, trying to climb up. Fortunately, the surfaces of both ships were smooth enough, and it was impossible for them to do it without tools. But the people coming behind seemed to have anticipated this situation, and various tools appeared in their hands. The heart of the ocean is not afraid of being hit, but the same cannot be said for the ship.
Want bad things?
Huyu frowned and rushed out without giving up. As soon as he opened the door, he happened to meet Xiao Zisu walking over.
You're finally awake.
Xiao Zisu breathed a sigh of relief. If you don't wake up, I will come in and call you, she said, inserting a gold needle into her hair. You can tell with your toes that the way she calls people must be very efficient.
No need.
Huyu twitched the corner of her mouth and noticed the dark circles on her face. Your eyes, did you steal cattle last night?
Where can I steal cattle? In a greenhouse?
Xiao Zisu yawned. That Mr. Fong went to the greenhouse at 3 o'clock.
Anyone who comes near the greenhouse will be watched by him.
Who dares to steal?
Then what are you?
Prepare lessons. Xiao Zisu's tone was full of pride. Let me tell you, I didn't pass the teacher qualification certificate at that time, otherwise I would have become a teacher long ago.
This is an opportunity for me.
I want to repay you twice as much for the rain I was soaked in back then. Just don't torture our future flowers to death. Huyu said and walked towards the cabin, not forgetting to add, oh, except Guanli, torture him to death. As the saying goes, if you can't learn to die, then learn to death. He has such potential.
Okay. The two walked to the cabin talking and laughing.
Chen Shan and others were already waiting there, and Guanli was also standing among them. His figure looked extremely awkward inside.
What's going on now? No one's on board yet.
Chen Shan took the initiative to report. I just investigated the surveillance.
Since 5 o'clock this morning, people have been coming over one after another.
So far, no one has boarded the ship, and there has been no actual damage to the ship.
Were there any negotiations?
No, they don't seem to be a group, but act spontaneously.
Huyu frowned slightly. He could understand them.
At a time like this, a ship with lights on day and night, and a party.
It is a rare life-saving straw for anyone.
Especially since the ship took in so many people yesterday. This is their only chance.
Just swim to the boat and you can take a gamble. I bet the owner of this ship is kind enough to take them in. Pity they bet wrong. Sound the siren as a warning and the boat will sail in 5 minutes. We are not responsible for anything that happens.
Yes, boss. Chen Shan replied, took out the loudspeaker who you left yesterday and walked to the side of the ship. Everyone, pay attention. The boat will depart in 5 minutes, please leave as soon as possible. Otherwise,
You will be responsible for all the consequences.
He said the same thing 3 times in total.
The purpose is to remind them as much as possible. That's weird too.
Huyu took out the toiletries from his pocket, started to brush his teeth, and said vaguely, "Isn't there a strange fish under the water?
How can it make people swim here?"
"There were no fish last night." Zhao Zhong replied from the side, "I tried fishing last night. Not to mention biting the hook, there was no movement even when I made a nest." The same goes for Captain Wang.
Su Zilong echoed, "They cast the fishing net last night, but there was no movement. I also went to see it. No more fish?"
Huyu frowned slightly. This shouldn't be the case. Before he could figure out what was happening, a chorus of roars came from the water.
"Captain! Come out! Captain! Come out!"
It seems that he will not give up until he sees the coffin. Huyu took out a towel and wiped his face briefly, then looked at Li Ji. "Is breakfast ready?"
"Not yet."
Li Ji replied and set off immediately. "I'll go now."
"Remember to be rich."
Huyu instructed, "Get those guys up at 7:30 and start class."
"Okay." Guanli also responded, "I'll wake them up."
"Brother Shin, come with me for a walk." Huyu took out 3 umbrellas and handed one to Shin Shan and Xianer behind him. "Good." The 3 of them walked out of the cabin together. As soon as they arrived at the ship's side, they saw Captain Wang and others holding harpoons and staring at the ship. As long as the other party was willing to get on the ship, they would fight back as soon as possible. When Huyu's eyes fell, Captain Wang smiled awkwardly, quickly put away the harpoon, and bumped Xiao Luer next to him with his elbow.
Xiao Luer immediately understood and ran towards the cab. "The boat will set off in 5 minutes. This is the order given by Huyu.
Now that the yacht is about to start, the ship cannot slow down."
"Captain! Come out!"
The commotion continues. Huyu walked to the side of the ship, looked down at the people below, and took out the loudspeaker.
"I'm out, what are you going to do?"
The chaotic voices were instantly drowned in the sound of rain.
But soon, a uniform voice sounded on the water surface. "Let us get on the boat. Let us get on the boat. It's not impossible to get on the boat."
Huyu glanced down and said calmly, "Who among you knows architecture?
Those who can plan buildings and are proficient in composition, raise your hands."
After a few breaths, more than 70% of the people raised their arms.
"Well, he has poked the nest of the School of Architecture, right?"
There is no need to look at the panel, more than 90% of the people here are lying.
This is human nature.
Huyu took out the AK and fired a shot at the water surface.
The bullet did not hit anyone.
But it was enough to quiet the crowd. I say it again, if you have, raise your hand, if not, put your hand down.
Otherwise, you don't want to be shot in the water, do you?
Sure enough, after a moment, more than 99% of the people put their hands down.
Only 2 people were still holding their hands in the water.
Huyu scanned their panels and they were indeed not lying. However, their skills in construction are only at the level of proficiency, and their personalities are not good. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either / phoneme, so they may become wolves that cannot be tamed.
What a pity.
Huyu shook his head and put away the loudspeaker. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, a crisp sound rang in his ears.
A prompt popped up in front of him. "Warning! Warning! The ship is under attack. Do you want to activate the protection system?"
He leaned against the side of the ship again and used a telescope to look at the location where the sound came from. I saw several people leaning against the ship, holding medium-sized impact drills in their hands, and attacking the deck of the heart of the ocean. They knew that they could not get on the ship with just their mouths, unless they risked their lives. Huyu narrowed his eyes slightly. He gave these people 5 minutes to leave instead of driving the boat directly, just to give them a chance to survive.
But now, taking the opportunity he gave you, you drilled into his ship? You are really capable. If you don't want the face, then you can't blame me.
Huyu hated one kind of person most in his life. Not a ruthless person like Tian Laolu, nor an ignorant fool like An Wang, but a beast who knows his kindness without repaying it. Everyone in the water saw that Huyu was motionless, and then started making a fuss again. Get on board! Get on board! They seemed to be sure that Huyu was afraid. As the saying goes, those who are barefoot are not afraid of those who wear shoes, but what people like them who wear a pair of bright leather shoes are most afraid of is that the leather shoes will rot. As long as they defeat the threat with fish and fish, they will definitely get what they want. Pity. They had the wrong person. Shot? That's too cheap for them. No need to sail the boat. Huyu turned around and walked towards the cabin, all the way towards the place where he fished yesterday. Shinshan was a little puzzled. Boss, just let them get into trouble like this? Don't worry, the ship will be fine. Huyu replied. He could see the panel of the heart of the ocean. After this impact drilling for so long, the durability of the heart of the ocean was still maintained at 100%. That is to say, those guys couldn't see the prompt, otherwise they would have been greeted by a sentence in front of them: the enemy's defense was not penetrated. Don't they like drilling? Huyu took out the fishing rod casually. It depends on how long they can get in. Throw the rod. The fishhook turned into a parabola and fell into the water. There was a burst of ridicule from the water. It is a well-known fact that there are no fish underwater. This guy actually goes fishing? I'm afraid I'm not stupid. Just right. Then teach him another lesson. Upon seeing this, several people immediately swam towards the location where the fishhook was dropped. Don't you like fishing? Then put your pole away. Everyone has fallen into madness. A few people with good water skills dived in first and found the fishing line. Just when they were about to lift it out of the water, something happened. A tug came from the water. There are fish. A fish is hooked. Everyone was shocked, but didn't take it seriously. Until a scream sounded. The man who just held the fishing line has been dragged under the water, and a burst of scarlet gradually spreads. Dead, dead. Run away. We can't go back. Get on the boat. The only way is to get on the boat. What the hell, the boat hasn't been broken yet. What are the people in front doing to eat? The crowd suddenly became panicked. Huyu stuck the fishing rod on the deck. This is what Zhao Zhong made overnight yesterday, a hole specially designed for fishing rods. The hole runs through the entire first deck. As long as you put the fishing rod in, you can borrow strength from the entire yacht. Unless the fishing rod breaks, the deck is lifted, and the fishing line is drained. As long as the fish is hooked, it cannot escape. But these three situations are simply impossible to happen. At least in freshwater basins, no fish can do this. Holy shit! Got hooked? So fast? Zhao Zhong exclaimed, his face full of surprise. For a senior fisherman, this is equivalent to scratching out $1 million jackpot in front of an experienced lottery player who only won 5 yuan at most. Didn't there be no fish yesterday? Who knows? Huyu chuckled, maybe it just swam over. Zhao Zhong said nothing, but looked at Huyu with some suspicion. He doesn't believe this nonsense at all. What does just swim over mean? That thing down there can eat people. If they happen to swim over, the people in the water in front would have been eaten, so why would they be allowed to swim over? There must be something fishy here. But he didn't intend to ask, but stood silently next to Huyu, overlooking the side of the ship. On the water. The crowd was in panic. Those who have just emerged from the water still have a chance, and they can swim back to their previous base. But those phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to yachts and ships don't stand a chance. Dark shadows swam quickly under the water. Every once in a while, someone would be dragged down, turning into a puddle of scarlet-soaked water. If they want to survive, there is only one way. Get aboard. What the hell? Why can't this boat get out of the way? Stop drilling. If you drill through the boat, we will only die. No. Drill. Only by drilling away from this ship can we have a chance to survive. The crowd broke into two opinions. Seeing that the people holding impact drills were still going on, another group of people who did not want to drill the ship went completely crazy. Charge forward. Grab the drill bit. As long as we save the ship, the owner will definitely let us on board. Yes. He has taken in so many children, he must not mind having one more of us. Come on. Roaring, fighting, and wailing sounds suddenly filled the water. Scarlet patches emerged one after another. Huyu was almost done when he saw this, and turned to look at Zhao Zhong. Are you sure you can catch this fish? Try it. Zhao Zhong has long wanted to get started. Now when he heard Huyu speak, he immediately reached for the fishing rod. As soon as I got the fishing rod, I felt a huge pulling force. He had no time to react and was almost dragged into the water. Fortunately, Chen Shan and Enciener were behind and caught him in time. Zhao Zhong took the opportunity to insert the fishing rod into the deck again, and was frightened for a while. I can't handle it. This thing is scarier than the fish yesterday. Then take a walk. Huyu looked at Shinshan. 5 minutes have passed, right? Yes. Notify that ship and get ready to sail. Yes. Shinshan responded, rushed to the deck, and shouted to the front with a loudspeaker, get ready to sail. The ship's whistle sounded. The yacht started first and continued to move towards Pengcheng. As for the crowd, those who were obedient and far away were naturally safe and sound. But those who were phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to the side of the ship were pushed forward by the current the moment the ship started. Those who were good at swimming could still float on the water. Those who were not good at swimming could only be rolled under the boat, and their life or death was unknown. As for the fish, Huyu fixed the roller, and it could only be dragged underwater by the heart of the ocean. It's so early in the morning. It's really annoying. He didn't plan to care about the fish. He stretched his body and lay on the sofa. How long will it take to Pengcheng? About 10 hours. Li Ji replied, if we sail at full speed, we can get there in 8 hours. No, it's only 2 hours. It will be bad if the ship loses track by then. Huyu waved his hand and looked at the water. Today is July 23rd. 10 days have passed since the end of the world. The water level has also reached 50 meters. At this time in the previous life, the water level would stop rising until the 18th day. During this period, everyone was full of hope, looking forward to the water level dropping in the future. But on the 19th day, the water level will rise again. Especially from the 20th day, the water level will usher in an unprecedented surge. The original increase of 20 centimeters per hour will expand to 1 meter, 2 meters per hour, even 5 meters. Until the entire blue planet completely turns blue. So, if he wanted to stockpile talents, he had to do so in the remaining 10 days and collect enough mountains. Otherwise, when the rainstorm stopped, they would have to drift on the sea. Huyu looked out the porthole, but could only see a vast ocean. Mountains? It might be hard to find. 5 hours later. Finally, a mountain came into view. Just as Huyu was about to give the order to approach, his eyes suddenly lit up. That was a catapult. Did I phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read slash phoneme that correctly? Huyu rubbed his eyes and looked at the mountain again. The scene in front of him remained unchanged. A hill about 100 meters above the water. On the top of the mountain, there were actually more than a dozen slings lined up. The smallest one has a swing arm of at least 3 meters and is filled with stones. Which master's handiwork is this? Playing tower defense in the apocalypse? Huyu took out his telescope and looked at the top of the mountain, but he couldn't see a single person. There must be people. They were probably hiding in a cave somewhere because of the heavy rain. This was understandable, but what he didn't understand was, what was this sling used for? It can't be used to attack passing ships like them, right? It's essential to be on guard against others. Although Ocean Heart should be immune to this level of damage, he didn't want everything to be thrown onto the ship. Not to mention the ship is still behind. If the ship is damaged, wouldn't it be a waste of money? Hu Yu immediately ordered to change course and stay away from the hill. After he was sure that the other party would not find out, an idea came to his mind. Anyone who can create this kind of tower defense must be proficient in architecture. Perhaps he can find the person he wants on that mountain. To take a step back, even if that person is no longer there, or is not the teammate you want, you can still put that mountain away. Use it as the foundation for the future. After all, with this kind of rainfall, just 2 mountains are not enough to fill the water area. Brother Shin, Zilong, you two come with me. Hu Yu said and walked towards the lower deck. Someone needs to be left on board. Zhao Zhong is responsible for watching the fish, and Li Ji is responsible for watching the boats. 2 people are enough. Hu Yu left a gun and an RPG for them in Xiao Zisu, which was enough. Taking Qin Shan, Su Zilong and Enciena with him, he didn't have to worry about safety issues. After a simple arrangement, the 4 people divided into 2 groups and rowed 2 motorboats towards the hill. Su Zilong and Hu Yu were in a group, and Chen Shan and Enciena were in a group. As soon as he entered the water, Hu Yu noticed something was wrong. Fish. The fish that had been slipping away for 5 hours was silent. Zhao Zhong also discovered this. He began to gradually reel in the rod, and suddenly the fish was caught out of the water. That seems to be a mutant sturgeon. The body length is nearly 5 meters and the weight is at least 100 kilograms. Like the mutated silver carp last time, its scales and fins have undergone mutations. The specific situation needs to be observed closely to know. This is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that it was always lively and energetic until it entered this water area, and then it became quiet. At first, Hu Yu thought it had lost its strength and planned to stop after a while, but now he saw. Obviously not. There are injuries on its body. There was a bite wound about half a meter long on his abdomen, which was not fatal. But it can prove one thing. There might be something more terrifying under the water. Be careful. Hu Yu warned that he did not intend to give up the plan. It doesn't matter if you miss a mountain, but if you miss a talent. That's the real sadness. No. Shinshan replied, started the motorboat and drove towards the hill. Su Zilong followed closely behind. The sound of motorboats echoed on the water. Giant bubbles surfaced one after another. Speed up. Hu Yu frowned slightly, something is coming. The 2 of them had no time to answer, so they turned off the accelerator at the same time. Puff. A chill came from behind. Something came out of the water. Hu Yu subconsciously turned his head and looked behind him, only to see a black shadow rushing out of the water and heading straight towards them. That's a water snake. A water snake with a width of 2 meters and an unknown length. Water splashed all over everyone. Fear spread in my heart instantly. Has this thing also mutated? Hu Yu came to his senses, immediately took out his RPG, loaded it, and pointed it at the water. As long as it dares to show its head, it is guaranteed to be a cannon. It's a pity. It had no intention of taking the phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals lead / phoneme, but followed closely behind the motorboat, preparing to attack again from underwater. Hu Yu frowned, and he didn't care about the issue of exposure or not, and pulled the trigger. The cannonball entered the water and successfully hit the opponent. With a muffled sound, many bubbles emerged from the water, but no blood spilled. Fortunately, it slowed down. At least the cannonballs work on it. Hu Yu loaded the cannon again and pointed the muzzle at the black shadow. Just when he was about to fire another shot, the other party stopped. It gradually dived into the water and disappeared without a trace. Is this giving up? Or has it evolved to the point where it can clearly recognize danger? No matter what the situation was, Hu Yu didn't dare to overdo it. He still carried the RPG on his shoulders, while Su Zilong and Shinshan were also sailing at full speed. Now he finally knew what the slingshots on the top of the mountain were for. 5 minutes later. Finally we reached the shore. The 4 of them went ashore, and Hu Yu put the motorboat into the space. Looking at the water in front of him, he still felt fear in his heart. Just Su Zilong pointed to the water, am I right?
Probably not, unless we are all hallucinating.
Shinshan was also so frightened that he broke into a cold sweat. That snake must be at least 10 meters tall, right? It seemed to be to answer Shinshan's question.
The dark shadow appeared on the water again.
Instead of approaching the hill, it began to circle around the yacht. Comparing the length of the yacht, it is easy to see that this water snake is 1/6 the length of the entire yacht, which is nearly 20 meters long.
An adult elephant is only 6 or 7 meters long.
The length of this snake is already longer than 3 elephants.
It seems that you are still conservative.
Huyu replied with a wry smile.
What now?
Su Zilong frowned and asked, if that guy stays by the yacht all the time, we won't be able to go back at all.
There's no rush.
Huyu looked above his head. Go up and take a look first. The instinct of animals is to seek advantages and avoid disadvantages. It did not dare to approach this huge mountain, but instead moved towards the yacht, which proved that there was something on this mountain that it was afraid of.
If you guessed it correctly, the slingshot on the mountain was prepared for this giant snake.
Go up the mountain first and take a look, maybe there will be any surprises. Everyone had no other opinions and followed Huyu all the way up the mountain. I wouldn't know if I didn't leave, but I'd be shocked if I leave.
Not only slings, but the whole mountain is also covered with various traps.
If Su Zilong and Shinshan hadn't come from the military, they might not have discovered these traps. Judging from the scale of these traps, it is not impossible that there are at least 100 people on the mountain, or even more. In order for the conversation to go smoothly later, Huyu first put away the firearms in everyone's hands and replaced them all with pistols. Not to mention only having pistols, the skills of these few, even without weapons, are enough to knock over an entire mountain of people. Finally, when they were approaching the top of the mountain, they were spotted by several people in front.
Who?
A scream sounded.
Heads were scurrying about in the jungle.
People holding wooden spears came out one by one, looking at everyone with angry eyes.
Take it easy.
Huyu raised his hands to show that he had no weapons. We have no evil.
Roll.
The words are not finished yet. The opponent directly threw out his spear, trying to force Huyu back.
Get out of here right now. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude.
Huyu frowned slightly.
So irritable?
Since you are not willing to accept peace talks, you have to find another way. Huyu put his hands behind his back and gestured, ready to let Shinshan and others draw their guns.
But the next moment, another voice sounded. Is someone coming?
I saw a figure coming out from behind the crowd.
A young girl came out.
She was wearing a red dress and patent leather shoes. She was not wearing any makeup, but her appearance was amazing enough. Especially her eyes, which were extremely smart, like a little deer in the woods. But she was wearing heavy linen gloves on her hands, as if she had just finished work, which was extremely inconsistent. Before she could speak, the man who had just thrown out the spear frowned and said, Miss Su, we already have enough people.
What do you mean by enough people? Isn't it just about 200 people? 4 more won't be too many.
Miss Su rolled her eyes at the other person unhappily, and walked towards the 4 people. She came to Huyu without any defense and took the initiative to extend her right hand. Hello, my name is Su Linglong, and I am currently the manager here.
How did you get here?
It was the first time that Huyu saw such a familiar person.
Especially in the end times.
A big detection spell was thrown over, and the woman's panel immediately appeared in front of him. Name, Su Linglong. Gender, female. Age, 23. Skills, epic architecture, epic surveying, epic leader, proficient in finance, proficient in cooking, proficient in observation, proficient in traps. Personality, Madonna, mercy, smooth-witted favorability, 10 purity, 100. It seems that she is the one who led the construction of these fortifications.
Unexpectedly. In addition to Mu Lingxiu, he can actually see another person with the personality of Madonna. However, Madonna and Mercy, these two personalities, can actually be matched with smooth-witted? It is a bit strange. We followed the yacht.
Huyu's main point was to speak without hesitation. We have a kayak, and originally wanted to follow the yacht to see if we could get on board, but we didn't expect the other party would not accept us at all. We saw a mountain here, and it seemed that there were traces of people living on the mountain, so we thought of trying our luck here.
He didn't throw out his identity directly.
Based on the other party's personality and situation, she should be the boss of the whole mountain now. If she followed him now, she would probably be self-defeating and be ordered to leave. It's better to hide your identity first and get to know her better.
Then you are really lucky. Su Linglong didn't seem to doubt it.
She introduced with a smile, "If you don't mind, you can join us. I can't guarantee other things, but at least I can guarantee that you won't starve to death.
Of course, the premise is that you can make enough contributions, otherwise there will be no food."
"That's easy."
Huyu immediately responded with a smile, "How to do it specifically? Uncle Lee will introduce this to you."
Su Linglong turned her head and looked at the man who just scolded a few people. "Uncle Lee is responsible for the protection of the territory.
He will arrange work for you later. As long as you work long enough every day, you can get contribution points. Contribution points can be used to exchange for food.
As long as you are not too lazy, you can exchange for enough food for you for a day. Of course, you can also exchange points with the things you carry with you.
We will determine the number of points based on whether they are useful to the organization." Great! She even came up with a currency system. This woman is not simple. "Miss Su," Uncle Lee said and walked out.
His face was full of frost in his 40s. It seemed that he should have been engaged in some kind of physical labor before.
"There are too many people on the mountain. We can't add any more." "The more people, the better?"
Su Linglong asked back, as if there was something else to do. "Okay, the snake just moved again, I'll go up and keep an eye on it." "Uncle Lee, I'll trouble you with these people, Miss Su." Uncle Lee wanted to say something else, but Su Linglong had already turned and left, leaving only him and the group of people behind him who also held wooden spears.
It seems that there is no harmony inside. What? Uncle Lee, right? Huyu took the initiative to speak. "Look, what are we suitable for? Or arrange some work for us?" "Humph." Uncle Lee snorted coldly, turned around and left without saying anything.
A group of people followed him to patrol elsewhere. Only one young man came over.
"Don't mind, Uncle Lee is just like that. Come, I'll take you up the mountain. There's a place on the mountain where tasks are posted. I'll take you there to get the tasks." "Thank you very much." Huyu thanked him and asked, "What's your name, brother?" "Just call me Xiaoyi." Xiaoyi replied and led everyone up the mountain.
As soon as he reached the top of the mountain, Huyu was sure of one thing.
The man called Uncle Lee was right. There are too many people on the mountain. More than 100 people gathered on the top of the mountain.
Although everyone has something to do, most of them are construction work, which can be done quickly or in a timely manner. 5 or 6 strong men gathered together, with wooden hammers at their feet, occasionally knocking and hammering, piecing together wooden boards.
This should be preparing to build a house.
On the mountain, most of the people are men, and there are many situations like this. If you want to feed so many people, or so many people who are just doing nothing, the pressure on this mountain is not small.
The mission room is in front, you go and have a look, there should be people suitable for you.
Xiaoyi pointed to the wooden house not far ahead, and turned and walked down the mountain. "I still have to patrol, so I won't take you with me."
"See you at dinner tonight."
"Okay, thank you."
"You're welcome, we are all family."
He ran down the mountain.
Huyu took a few people to the so-called mission room. There are indeed many tasks in it.
From construction to planting, from patrolling to animal husbandry, it adapts to almost all situations to ensure that people on the mountain have work to do and contributions to make.
But where do they get their food?
It's impossible that Su Linglong also has a system like himself. Huyu was full of doubts, but he still took the task with everyone and started working.
Until noon. Lunchtime, Huyu finally understood where their food came from.
Tree bark, grass roots, and the slightly better ones were mushrooms and fish. The so-called fish were just 5 small fish weighing 1 or 2 kilograms. After being processed, they were thrown into the pot and boiled. Finally, a large pot of fish soup was cooked, and tree bark, grass roots, and mushrooms were thrown into it.
Then everyone shared it equally.
Whether it was Su Linglong or those who had just joined the team, they all received the same amount of food.
Even so, this was the only meal a day.
This was their food for the day.
Hu Yu really couldn't stand it.
After drinking 2 sips, he took a few people to hide quietly aside and cook.
At the very least, eat a few hamburgers to fill your stomach.
But just when everyone hid in the woods and were about to start eating, a voice floated from not far away.
That stupid woman actually recruited people. We don't have enough food, she is really crazy.
Fortunately, Brother Lee had the foresight to see some of the fish, otherwise how would we patrolling people have the strength to protect them?
That's right.
Brother Lee, the fortifications are almost built. When do you think we can confront that woman?
Today.
The voice of Uncle Lee just now sounded.
Doesn't she like to recruit people? Tonight, let her treat us well. Brother Lee is awesome.
The few people looked at each other.
Su Zilong raised his chin and asked Hu Yu whether he should start right away.
If he started now, he would be sure to capture all the opponents alive. Then he would throw them in front of Su Linglong so that she could recognize the faces of these people, and maybe he could take her away.
Hu Yu shook his head.
This is indeed an opportunity, but not the best time. That woman has the same character as Mu Lingxiu, a saint. Throwing these people in front of her now might only result in a sentence of let them go. They already know they are wrong. In order to avoid this embarrassing situation, it is better to wait a little longer.
Wait until they really start, wait until
Su Linglong sees the true face of these people herself. Hu Yu made a gesture, indicating that everyone should leave here first. But just when they turned around, the voice of the group of people came again. By the way, Brother Lee, forget about the others.
Among the new people who came today, there is also a woman. They are talking about Ancienner.
Although her appearance is not stunning, in the eyes of ordinary people, she is already a rare beauty. Especially since she has been following Hu Yu without saying anything, combined with her temperament, she has a feeling of an iceberg beauty.
Give it to you.
Uncle Lee made the decision on the spot. Don't let me down when the time comes. If you want to survive in this doomsday, finding the right team and the right position is the most important thing.
Don't worry, Brother Lee.
Brother Lee, we all listen to you. Several people laughed wildly. After discussing, they walked outside and planned to meet up with others first. Hu Yu and others immediately turned to look at Ancienner, wanting to know her opinion, but they could not see any emotion on her face. She was still silently chewing the hamburger in her hand. It seemed that they were not talking about her just now.
No matter what. Ancienner can be emotionless, but they can't be.
Hu Yu and Shinshan have already regarded Ancienner as their own relatives. Even Su Zilong, who has the worst relationship with her, regards her as a comrade in arms. They must not tolerate such a scum's insult to her.
Su Zilong and Shinshan looked at Hu Yu at the same time, asking for his opinion.
Just don't kill him when the time comes.
Understood.
Simple. The two spoke at the same time, obviously having a thorough plan in mind. Everyone ate a few more bites of other food to replenish their energy and returned to the top of the mountain. At this moment, the sky was getting dark. Except for the patrol team on duty, everyone else returned to the cave to rest.
Under Su Linglong's arrangement, men and women lived in 2 separate caves.
This can also avoid some embarrassing and vicious incidents. But just when she was about to take Ancienner away, she didn't move at all, and just followed Hu Yu silently. Hu Yu had no choice but to explain this. Miss Su, my sister suffers from severe autism. She will only get better if she follows me. You should go back first.
No.
Su Linglong frowned slightly. If it was your own people, it would be fine, but now everyone lives in a cave. If something happens to your sister, you will regret it for the rest of your life. It seems that Miss Su is a saint, and she still understands that human nature is evil. That is to say, he can't just stay with Ancienner, otherwise it's not impossible to let her stay with Su Linglong. On the one hand, it can protect your safety, and on the other hand, it can also brush up the favorability in the first place. This. Hu Yu looked at Xianer tentatively. Xianer, why don't you stay by Miss Su's side tonight? I have brother Shin and Zilong here, no problem. And Xianer didn't answer, but just stood there motionless. Shinshan also stepped forward to persuade, yes, Xianer, I'm here, your brother will be fine. And Xianer still didn't move. It seems that he can only use a trick. Hu Yu came forward and whispered in Xianer's ear, you go now, you can beat Zilong later, and when we gather and set off tomorrow morning, we can beat him again. We can beat him twice more. Okay. Although Su Linglong didn't know what happened, she still achieved her goal and took Xianer to another cave. Beds are tight, so I'll have to let you sleep next to me tonight. And Xianer didn't answer, but just followed silently. When the two walked away, Shinshan couldn't help laughing. Su Zilong's face was full of black lines. Boss, you are selling out your teammates. I can't help it. Hu Yu helplessly spread his hands and patted Su Zilong on the shoulder twice. I'm sorry, Zilong, just hold on. IU0026 hashtag at night. Several men in the cave began to get up. Hu Yu was about to fall asleep when he was woken up by Shinshan beside him. Boss, they're taking action. Hu Yu forced his eyes open and rubbed them. Got it. What's the situation now? About 20 people just went out, should we follow them? Let's go and take a look. Hu Yu replied, took out a bottle of Red Bull from his space backpack, opened the can and took a sip, barely cheering up. Before they walked out of the cave, they saw the fire flickering at the entrance of the cave and people surging. The three of them quickly hid. 53 people in total. Shinshan quickly counted, in addition to the 25 people in the patrol team, they also gathered more than half of the men. No wonder they have the confidence to do such a thing. Hu Yu frowned and replied, 53 people, if it weren't for Su Linglong, more than half of them would have died long ago, and now they are repaying kindness with hatred. You are really capable. Are all the people here? Uncle Li's voice sounded at the front. In order not to alarm the people in the cave and the people resting in the cave opposite, he lowered his voice. Today is our big day. I won't say any more. Everyone will listen to my command later. I guarantee that you will have food to eat and water to drink in the future, and you can also solve your most basic physiological needs. Brotherly is mighty. Brotherly is mighty. Everyone cheered and lowered their voices. But you can still hear the suppressed beast from inside. It seems that this is the method of Uncle Li. To put it nicely, it is called physiological needs. To put it simply, it is actually lust. For these men in their 20s and 30s who have tasted the sweetness of life, in the end times, besides appetite, the most important thing is this. This is also why he can gather so many people. Remember. Uncle Li's words stopped the excitement of the crowd. First, catch the leader first. Catch Su Linglong first and then talk about other things. Brotherly, we understand without you saying it. That's right. Among those women, who has Miss Su run? Good to know. Uncle Li spoke again, come one by one when the time comes, don't ruin things. Understood. Soon, the crowd gathered and walked towards another cave. Hu Yu and others followed silently behind them. The two caves were not far apart, and a few minutes later, the group had already rushed in. Who? What are you doing? Ah! Help! Miss Su! Miss Su, wake up! Inside the cave, the crowd was already in a panic. Hu Yu and others stood outside the cave. Are we going in now? Shinshan asked. No hurry. Hu Yu replied, listening to the noise in the cave getting smaller and smaller. It won't have any effect if we go in now. The weapons in those people's hands are very crude. Sienna is inside, nothing will happen. Yeah. Shinshan replied, and said nothing more. A few minutes later. There was no movement in the cave. It seemed that everyone was under control. Hu Yu and others looked at each other and walked into the cave. When they reached the entrance of the cave, they saw that the more than 50 men completely surrounded the women. Under the firelight, everyone covered their mouths and looked in the same direction. Not far from the entrance of the cave, a group of people led by Uncle Lee were holding spears and constantly approaching Su Linglong and Xianer. At this time, Su Linglong was still having a virgin heart. She protected Xianer behind her, as if that was the only way the other party would not hurt this weak girl.
Li Si, what do you want to do?
Yes. Uncle Lee no longer concealed his desire.
He simply threw away the spear in his hand, rubbed his hands and approached the two people, as expected of Miss Su. How do you know what I'm thinking?
Ha ha ha. This sudden dirty joke made the men around burst into laughter.
But Su Linglong couldn't laugh.
Her eyes swept across the crowd, full of confusion and disappointment. She could never have imagined that the people she saved would become like this.
Why? Why on earth? Miss Su, why are you still standing there?
Li Si asked in confusion, and even opened his arms, as if ready to hug her. Come here quickly, don't you know what I'm thinking?
Dream on.
Su Linglong tightly protected Xianer behind her. Li Si, you still have time to turn back now.
Turn back? Turn your ass. Li Si cursed. He also knew what kind of person Su Linglong was.
I immediately turned his head and pointed at the group of women behind him. I won't talk nonsense with you, you only have two ways now. Or, be obedient, you will be mine from now on. I tell you to go east, you can't go west. I tell you to eat, you can't drink soup.
You're dreaming. Su Linglong cursed immediately.
Very good, you have backbone, the second way.
Just right, aren't we short of food?
Then I'm going to get rid of these people one by one, as he said. Li Si raised his hand and hooked. One of the men, holding a spear, brought out a middle-aged woman and stood beside Li Si.
He looked at Su Linglong and asked, Are you sure you want to choose the second way? Su Linglong did not answer. Li Si took out a dagger and stabbed it into the other's abdomen with a backhand.
Ah! Murder! Help! The screams echoed throughout the cave again.
Shut up!
Li Si roared, and dozens of spears fell at the same time, and the group of women did not dare to shout. And he, looking at the blood on his hands, became more and more emotional. He glanced at Su Linglong, but he did not speak, but gave a look to the man next to him.
Another woman was brought out. Second time. Li Si looked at Su Linglong and asked, Are you sure you want to choose the second way?
Without waiting for Su Linglong to answer, the woman fell to her knees. She lay on the ground, her body trembling constantly, looking at Su Linglong and begging, Miss Su.
Save me.
Please save me.
As long as you nod, I won't have to die.
It seemed that they had found the only way to survive. Most of the women in the group knelt on the ground, using different words to make the same prayer.
Only one person was still standing there, unwilling to kneel.
Su Linglong stood there, her nails deeply embedded in her palms.
Why? She still couldn't understand why this happened. Didn't she pull these people out of the abyss? Why do they have to step into the abyss themselves now? Why? Su Linglong fell into deep thought and did not answer Li Si's words. Puff! Another knife. Li Si killed the second person.
He hooked his hand again, and the third woman was pushed out of the crowd. She was also the only woman who did not kneel on the ground to beg her.
The third time. Li Si put the dagger on the woman's neck. Are you sure you want to choose the second path? Miss Su.
The woman did not kneel. Even when she looked at the two corpses beside her, she was not afraid at all, but stood still.
We can't go on with you, you must persevere.
As she said that, the woman took the initiative to move forward and slashed her neck with the dagger.
Crimson flowed.
She collapsed to the ground, her body twitching constantly.
Xiao Wei. Su Linglong screamed.
Obviously, she had a good relationship with this woman.
Come on, next one. Li Si was already bloodshot.
What he wanted was not only Su Linglong, but her submission. Another person was pushed up.
The same question was asked again. Are you sure you want to choose the second path? This time, Su Linglong gave an answer. Her eyes slowly moved up, and when they fell on Li Si, she looked almost crazy. Yes. I choose the second one. Kill everyone if you can. Or, just kill me. Want me to surrender? Impossible. Outside the cave.
Huyu watched the words Holy Mother being erased from Su Linglong's panel.
He nodded and gave the order. It's time to act. At the same time. Okay. Then I'll kill you.
Li Si also roared, but just as he was about to take the quad kill, a flash of fire exploded.
Bang! The gunshot, the dagger was directly bounced away.
Almost at the same time, Ancienner, who was stopped by Su Linglong, also took out a pistol and shot at Li Si and others as if she was playing a shooting game.
Bang! Bang bang!
The sound of gunfire continued. It lasted for 52 times. All the people holding spears fell in a pool of blood, leaving only one.
Li Si.
Before everyone could come to their senses, a figure came out. He brushed past Su Linglong, came to the woman named Xiao Wei in the pool of blood, and poured a bottle of fine lichuan into her. The other party's wound began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. Since she took the initiative to move forward to wipe the neck, the wound was not deep and the artery was not cut, so it could still be saved.
As for the others, they were almost cold.
After feeding lichuan, Huyu stood up and looked at Li Si not far away.
Do you know why I kept you?
You.
Who are you? Li Si answered irrelevantly.
He was now full of only one emotion in his mind, so how could he listen to such a question?
Huyu made a gesture.
Su Zilong behind him immediately stepped forward and tied the guy up.
Xiao Wei!
Su Linglong exclaimed and ran all the way over. Stepping over the pool of blood, she came to Xiao Wei. How are you?
Are you okay? I'm fine, Miss Su.
Xiao Wei replied, and also looked at Huyu who saved her. Thank you.
You're welcome. Huyu stood up and looked at Su Linglong. Miss Su, do you have time? I have something I need to discuss with you.
You. Su Linglong looked up and looked at Huyu with shock in her eyes. Who is it?
Follow me and you'll know.
Huyu didn't explain too much, but walked out of the cave with Shinshan and others. By the way, your friend can also come, but I don't welcome others.
Get out of the cave.
Huyu glanced at the top of the mountain and thought for a moment. He didn't want to go back to the cave where the boys lived, let alone go to a place full of blood. He had no choice but to move out the entire 28th floor.
On the top of the huge mountain, a floor suddenly appeared out of thin air. Cement load-bearing, glass windows, metal security doors.
Everything that was on the 28th floor now appears before your eyes.
Except for the cement floor and cement roof. Of course, none of this matters. The cement floor is replaced by the floor heating floor of the Wuhan system, and the cement cap is replaced by a specially made bulletproof alloy metal.
This is also the reason why when Huyu moved the building, he did not remove the cement ceiling layer together.
These two things had long been replaced by Su Zilong during installation.
It can be said that no matter where this floor is placed, it can cope with any emergency.
Ghost. Li Si roared.
If he hadn't been controlled by Su Zilong, he would have gone crazy and jumped off the mountain.
Keep him quiet. Okay.
Huyu gave the order, and Su Zilong directly struck down with his sword.
Li Si fell silent for a moment.
The whole person was held on Su Zilong's shoulders like a dead pig. Huyu held an umbrella and walked to the alloy security door. Instead of rushing in, he chose to wait at the door. After all this was so shocking that he was afraid that Su Linglong would think she had seen a ghost and would not dare to come in. Brother Shen, go ahead and clean up, prepare some food, turn on the air conditioner, etc.
It's too cold.
Huyu looked at Shinshan and said.
Okay. Chen Shan replied and went in to prepare. Su Zilong silently hid aside, seeming to be resisting something.
Pity just because Ancienner doesn't like to talk, it doesn't mean that she has a poor memory.
Bang!
He raised his hand and punched Su Zilong directly on the bridge of his nose, knocking him down.
I'm really.
Su Zilong slowly got up from the ground and put Li Si on his shoulders. He knew that it was useless to find this woman, so he had to look at Huyu, boss Hu.
You will count me as a work-related injury.
Okay, a work-related injury is a work-related injury.
Tell me, what compensation do you want?
That fishing rod. Su Zilong rubbed his hands. You can play with me for 2 days.
3 days, as long as you can catch fish. Make a deal.
While the two were talking about this matter, Su Linglong helped Xiaowei walk out of the cave. The moment they came out, it was as if their outlook on life had been reshaped.
Building. How could something like this appear on the top of this hill?
But the size and texture obviously don't look fake.
What the hell is going on?
Before the two of them could express doubts, Huyu, who was guarding the door, spoke.
Don't be stunned. If you have any doubts, come in and talk about it. With that said, he walked towards the alloy door.
At this moment, the power supply system on the 28th floor began to operate normally. The lights illuminated the entire mountain.
Su Linglong and Xiaowei approached the alloy door with doubts in their hearts. As soon as they entered, a long-lost aroma filled their noses and throats.
That's the noodles.
It's the aroma of instant noodles. Isn't this a dream?
Don't worry, you're not dreaming. Huyu knew what they were thinking, so he smiled and made an inviting gesture. Please, we can talk about things while eating. The two women looked at each other and saw the same emotion in each other's eyes.
Rush. No matter what, I can't resist anyway. Even if I die, I can't be a starving ghost.
The two rushed straight to 2802, opened the door, and found 2 bowls of instant noodles inside. Each bowl not only contains ham, but also a fried egg.
These things, even if placed late at night in peaceful times, are enough to make people covet. What's more, now?
The 2 girls rushed over, ignoring the scalding hot noodle soup, stirred up the noodles with chopsticks and stuffed them into their mouths.
Huyu just walked in at this moment.
He looked at the 2 girls who were eating deliciously and couldn't help but smile. The preparations were rushed and a bit crude.
I hope you won't be offended. Now that the 28th floor is no longer used for living, this is all that is left for food. It's not wrong to say it's simple. No. Not crude.
Su Linglong raised her head, with a noodle hanging from the corner of her mouth. It would be good to have this.
You know, who are you? What do you think?
Huyu said and threw the question to her, immortal.
Xiaowei immediately said, you must be a god. Only gods can make our dreams come true.
As she said that, she buried her head again and started sucking the noodles.
Do you think so too? Huyu asked. It's not impossible. Su Linglong replied. After eating most of the bowl of noodles, she did not continue, but looked at Huyu and asked, what do you want to do when you come to us? It's simple, I want you to join my team. Why?
Huyu got straight to the point. I value your ability and will need you to build some buildings for me in the future.
That's what I'm here for. Architecture? Su Linglong was confused. What about? Fortifications, or cities? In one sentence, Su Linglong understood what the man in front of her wanted.
There was a flash of light in her eyes, and without any hesitation, she immediately stood up and stretched out her right hand towards him.
Su Linglong, I am willing to join you. Sure enough, the efficiency of talking with smart people is different.
Huyu also stood up, stretched out his hand and held it with Su Linglong. Are you going to stop asking about treatment? For a man who can conjure up such a high-level man out of thin air, I think anything should not be a problem for you.
I like talking to smart people.
Huyu replied, and was about to let go of his hand, but was held tightly by Su Linglong again.
But I have a merciless request.
You say. Su Linglong raised her hand and pointed at Xiaowei, who was still working on her meal. She wants to come with me.
No problem.
Huyu agreed happily. Not only because of Xiaowei's previous actions, but also because of this woman's appearance. Name, Han Weiwei. Gender, female. Age, 23. Skills, perfect teaching, proficient in mathematics, proficient in Chinese, proficient in history, proficient in physics, proficient in chemistry, proficient in biology, proficient in geography, proficient in music, proficient in physical education, proficient in moral education. Personality, foodie, obedient, and would rather die than surrender. Favorability, 30 purity, 100 what's this? This is simply a perfect and all-round primary and secondary school teacher. If there are teaching materials, it won't be a problem even to let her teach high school. It would be a pity not to bring such talent on board. Han Weiwei looked up, not realizing what had happened. Where are you going? Great place. Hu Yu let go of his hand and sat back down. There are not many people here today, so you can have a simple meal first. When we get to the boat, I will hold a welcome banquet for you. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and a variety of delicacies suddenly appeared on the table. Family bucket, street food, steak pasta. The table was filled with all kinds of things. Both Su Linglong and Han Weiwei were looking at Hu Yu with doubts in their eyes. Are you telling me to eat less? Bang! Before the two of them could move, there was a crashing sound from the window. It's that group of women. Seeing Su Linglong and Han Weiwei leaving with Hu Yu and others, curiosity arose in their hearts. I followed him all the way out. You don't know this by looking at it, but you'll be shocked when you see it. They were no less shocked than Su Linglong and Su Linglong at the floor that appeared out of thin air. Unfortunately, the alloy security door was closed, preventing them from entering at all. We could only brave the heavy rain and go around to a lighted window. When I looked at it, I happened to see the food on that table. They could no longer restrain themselves and started banging on the window of 2802. Food. They want food. The ferocious expression is like a zombie. Some people have even run back, probably looking for tools. This scene was also seen by Su Linglong, who was having a meal. How to say? Hu Yu did not express an opinion, but asked, what are you going to do with this group of people? They have nothing to do with me anymore. Su Linglong lowered her head and continued eating her instant noodles. What about Li Si? I have never killed anyone. If you can, please help me deal with it. Understood. Hu Yu replied with satisfaction. He stood up and looked out the window. Before he could say anything, several women had already taken out spears from the cave and started poking at the glass. Fortunately, this is special bulletproof glass. Not to mention spears, even RPGs may not be able to be destroyed. Unless Hu Yu glanced out of the corner of his eye and suddenly saw the trebuchet in the corner. He suddenly felt unsure and looked at Su Zilong. Zilong, is this bulletproof glass you made anti-trebuchet? Boss, that's just glass, not titanium alloy. Got it. I don't know if it was guided by Hu Yu's eyes. Those women, seeing that their spears could not break through the glass, turned their heads and focused on the trebuchet. When they were about to turn the trebuchet and prepare to load the stones. Hu Yu, come out. He didn't want the house he had built so hard to be broken down by rocks. Come out. That guy is out. When everyone saw this, they immediately gathered around. In addition to the women, the remaining men in the cave also ran out. They stand on the same front and seem to be brave men who have defeated the evil dragon. Just waiting for Hu Yu to negotiate with them. But Hu Yu didn't come out with the intention of negotiating. In addition to Shinshan and others, he was also followed by Su Linglong, whose eyes were red, and Han Weiwei, who was not yet full. Immortal. A living god. With a cry of surprise, most people fell to their knees. In their eyes, beings who can transport houses out of thin air are undoubtedly no different from gods. This kind of existence, as long as you sincerely kneel down and worship, you will definitely be able to obtain salvation. Please. Help us. We need food too. We need shelter, but some people don't think so. They believe that Hu Yu came out just because he was afraid. Fucking God. That small group of people are still arrogant. No matter where you conjure the food, conjure it up for us. Yes. We want food. If you don't give it, watch your house. Be bold. Before who you could even say anything, other people who were kneeling to worship had already started arguing with them.
How to talk to gods. Kneel down and beg for mercy now. Maybe the gods will spare you. Shvenjia. Please don't be offended. These people are unruly people and we will deal with them. That's what he said.
But both parties only talked and did not reach the stage of taking action. After all, those who were brave enough to be selected into the patrol team were now lying in the cave without breathing. The remaining people are phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals are either /phoneme weak or disabled. No one dared to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead /phoneme the resistance. When Huyu saw this, he also smiled. If it weren't for the difficulty of going down the mountain at night, he might have gone back to the yacht to sleep now. Why would he stay here to watch the show? But it's always good to watch a show.
Quiet. Huyu said 2 words calmly. He took out a box of instant noodles and placed it at his feet.
Without him having to say anything, the group of people who regarded him as a god had already started cheering. The others also fell silent at the same time, looking at the box of instant noodles in front of them as if they were looking at rare treasures.
I have plenty of food, but I need you to exchange it for something. What the hell? Yes. You said it. As long as we have it, we can exchange it with you.
Now both teams are in an almost crazy state.
No matter what it is, getting instant noodles is the way to go. Simple.
Huyu stood up and left, placing the instant noodles at his feet. Endure. As long as all of you can hold back until tomorrow morning and not touch anything here, you will receive a box of instant noodles per person. It would be a shame if any of you broke the rules.
Not only will you not get food, you will also face punishment.
Huyu said and led everyone into the alloy security door and returned to 2802.
As for Li Si,
he casually threw it next to the box of instant noodles. It would be too easy for him to kill this thing directly.
The curtains are drawn.
The surveillance outside the house started running. The light shines through the curtains and onto the mountaintop. Everyone looked at each other, and instead of rushing forward immediately, they hesitated. They can still tell which is more important, a box of instant noodles or a box of instant noodles per person.
But not everyone's reason can defeat desire. Do you really believe him?
A voice came from the crowd, 1 box for each person.
How is this possible? Who said it's impossible? He can conjure up a 1-story building, so what if he can conjure up hundreds of boxes of instant noodles? That's instant noodles. Okay, everyone, shut up. A big man came out. He looked at the box of instant noodles in front of him. Do you really think it means what he says? We ate this box of instant noodles, smashed his house with a trebuchet, and tied him up.
We don't believe that he didn't come out with something to redeem himself.
Who said you have to follow his rules? When everyone heard it. It seems to make sense. Of course, this is only a small part.
There are still a large number of people who firmly believe that Huyu is a god and cannot do anything that offends the gods.
No matter what. Don't touch instant noodles now.
I just touched it. What happened? The strong man asked back, walking straight towards the box of instant noodles.
Someone stopped me. Others stood and watched. Bang!
The strong man punched down the person in front of him who was blocking him, then turned to look behind him. Who else wants to eat noodles?
Come with me.
A sound fell. Before there was a response, the strong man had already jumped on the noodle box.
The box is full of instant noodles. 24 bags in total. It looks like a lot, but there are still about 100 people on the mountain.
On average, each person only has 1 mouthful. Watching the strong man tear into one of the packets, he stuffed the dough directly into his mouth.
The rest of the people immediately went crazy. They swarmed up. He didn't even have time to cook the noodles and started eating them raw.
The group of people who originally insisted on not touching instant noodles are now rushing forward. Anyway, we have already violated the rules, so why not rush up and grab some food now?
Less than 5 minutes. Everyone is already red-eyed. The conflict continues to escalate.
From grabbing food, to pushing and shoving, to riots. More than 100 people were mixed together, with only food in their eyes. His fists and kicks kept falling on everyone around him, no matter who that person was. Li Si, who was still unconscious, was beaten to death. Until one comes to his senses. Dragging his injured body, he struggled to climb out of the crowd and sat on the trebuchet. Aim toss. A huge boulder fell from the sky. It hit the crowd accurately, causing blood and flesh to fly everywhere. Less than half an hour. Most of the people on the mountain died. The remaining half of the people were also covered in injuries. They couldn't even lift the stones onto the trebuchet. Pity. Huyu looked at the surveillance camera in front of him and shook his head slightly. He turned around and looked at the rest of the people. The crisis is over, the remaining people don't have to worry about it, just have a good rest. Everyone didn't know what to say for a while. Except for Enciener's eyes, which remained unchanged, everyone else looked at him as if they were looking at a monster. It was just a box of instant noodles. He said a few words, and hundreds of people outside got into a mess and broke through without attacking. Even if this man is not the god they call him, he is still a monster. A complete monster. Watch what I do. Huyu smiled kindly. Pack up and go to bed quickly. We have to go back early tomorrow morning. When everyone heard this, Chen Shan immediately took Su Linglong and Han Weiwei to find the room. He stayed where he was, looking down at the monitor. Sneered and turned off the screen. They asked for it. If they just attack with spears, Huyu will just laugh it off and not launch such a plan. But now. Trebuchet? Want me to die? Then don't phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme a good life. July 24th. 11 days have passed since the end of the world. Since yesterday, the water level has stopped rising and remains at 50 meters. 10 o'clock in the morning. Huyu just got up from his bed. This is 3 hours later than usual, probably because I went to bed too late yesterday. If it weren't for the subtle screams coming from around him, maybe he could have slept longer. Writing this, I hope readers will remember our domain name Taiwan Novel Network. The screen was not too loud. You must know that the glass and walls in his room are specially made, and the sound insulation effect is not very good. But even so, he could still hear these sounds. It must have come from the window. Huyu got out of bed and opened the curtains. The pool of blood on the ground last night has been washed away by the rain, and the corpses have also been disposed of. The remaining people knelt in front of the house, letting the heavy rain fall on themselves, as if they were repenting. The screams came from their mouths. Huyu didn't bother, but closed the curtains again. As soon as he turned his head, he saw Enciener standing behind him. Do you think I'm too cold-blooded? Enciener didn't answer. She just stood there silently, looking up at Huyu as before. Not as many as I have killed. Huyu was stunned on the spot. I was so stunned that I couldn't say a word, so I had to open the door and walk out of the bedroom. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Shinshan and others waiting for him in the living room. Boss. Huyu looked around and his eyes fell on Su Linglong and Han Weiwei standing aside. Are you all ready? I'll take you down the mountain later. Well, everything is ready. Su Linglong is fine. She nodded, with a hint of expectation in her tone. On the contrary, something was wrong with Han Weiwei. Han Weiwei. Han Weiwei woke up suddenly and looked up at Huyu before she came to her senses. Boss Hu. What's wrong with you? No. Nothing. Han Weiwei's expression was a little strange. Huyu didn't ask further questions, but looked at Shinshan and asked him the reason with his eyes. She must have seen something last night. Shinshan helplessly replied, Boss, you also know that when a group of people haven't eaten meat for a long time, they will be hungry and anxious when they see meat again. Understood. Huyu frowned slightly, knowing exactly what Shinshan meant. No wonder all the corpses outside are missing. The co-authorship has been saved. Originally, under Su Linglong's management, even if they only had one meal a day, they could still eat something normal. But now it's out of control.
Bestiality takes over human nature. Who cares about corpses or not? It's just meat. Those who didn't grab instant noodles last night had their appetites aroused. Looking at the meat, they would naturally take action. Han Weiwei must have seen those things.
This is not a big deal, just slow down a little, let her realize the evil of human nature, and teach those children better.
Let's go out first. Hu Yu said and walked towards the door. It's really disturbing that these people are crying. He led everyone to the alloy door.
Just as he opened the door, a tug came from the door.
Someone is guarding the door. Hu Yu didn't resist and allowed the man to open the alloy door. Almost in the next moment, a spear pierced in. Bang! Bang bang bang! Several gunshots exploded simultaneously. Chen Shan, Su Zilong, and Ensiener took action at the same time.
The spear had penetrated less than 20 centimeters into the door, and corpses were already lying on the ground outside the alloy door. 5 or 6 adult men fell in a pool of blood, no longer breathing.
Tisk, why bother?
Hu Yu shook his head and clicked his tongue.
To be honest, I was shocked just now.
I forgot to check the surveillance camera when I opened the door, but I must pay attention to it in the future. Shin Shan and the others saved their lives this time, but I won't be able to tell clearly in the future.
He let a few people out of the alloy door and put the 28th floor back into his backpack.
At this moment, the group of people kneeling outside the window and praying also looked over. To be precise, their eyes fell on the corpses of that group of people. If I guessed correctly, these two groups of people should be together. One team was responsible for praying at the window to attract the attention of Hu Yu and others, while the other team ambushed at the door.
As long as you kill them, you can occupy the magpie's nest. Even if there is no food, a one-story building with electricity will allow them to survive for a long time in the end of the world. What a pity.
They misjudged the combat effectiveness of Hu Yu and others.
Hit the street directly. Hu Yu glanced at them without any pity in his eyes.
Without saying a word, he turned around and walked down the mountain. Su Zilong walked silently in front, responsible for exploring the path and eliminating traps, while Ensiener and Shinshan followed behind and were responsible for protection. Su Linglong and Han Weiwei followed Hu Yu for fear of falling behind.
After walking far away, Su Linglong asked curiously, "Boss Hu, those people, are you not going to deal with them?"
Hu Yu was stunned. He never expected to hear such words from a former virgin.
Is this still the Su Linglong from before? Deal with? Hu Yu stopped, looked at Su Linglong and asked, "How do you want to deal with it?" Let them be quiet forever.
Su Linglong uttered a sentence, then realized something was wrong, and quickly changed her words. I just made a suggestion, Boss Hu, you can refer to it, or you can ignore it. Your opinion is very important, but there is no need to waste bullets against people like them.
No need to waste bullets? Su Linglong was puzzled. Then how can we make them quiet down?
Hu Yu raised his hand and patted Su Linglong on the shoulder. Go down the mountain first, you will understand later. Su Linglong and Han Weiwei looked at each other, and saw confusion in each other's eyes.
It's almost time to go down the mountain. How can we make them quiet down without bullets? You can't just move a flying bullet and blow up the mountain, right? With doubts. Everyone came all the way to the bottom of the mountain. To ensure that everything is safe,
Hu Yu first took out a telescope to look at the water surface.
After confirming that the water snake was not underwater, he took out 2 motorboats.
Shinshan and Su Zilong were still in charge of driving. He and Ensiener sat behind Shinshan, while Su Linglong and Han Weiwei sat behind Su Zilong.
Everything was ready. Hu Yu raised his hand and touched the mountain. Collect!
The whole hill was put into the space backpack.
Corpses and living people
all appeared in front of him out of thin air at this moment. Everyone met each other, and the group of people fell into the water, splashing countless water.
Ah! Help! Where is the mountain? We have such a big mountain. It's him! I said he is a god. God! Save us!
The noise spread on the water. The 2 women behind Su Zilong turned around at the same time, looking at the hill that disappeared in front of them, their eyes full of shock and confusion.
This man. Could it be a god?
Listening to the noise echoing in his ears, who you didn't intend to pay attention.
But
it seems that they were too noisy. Under the water, a black shadow slowly emerged.
Ah! A scream rang out. A living person was dragged into the water. It was the snake. Go! The motorboat speeds away on the water.
I didn't know if there was something wrong with that snake, but it didn't eat the pile of bait in front of it, and it just chased after the two motorboats. Of course, it's also possible that this guy recognized the motorboat.
Who told them to blast it with an RPG last time? Siener.
Huyu exclaimed and immediately took out the RPG from his space backpack and threw it to Siener, who was sitting behind him.
The opponent catches it as quickly as possible, and the backhand is a shot. Boom!
Water spray nearly 2 meters high burst out. The cannonball hit the water snake, but it could only slightly interfere with its speed and couldn't stop it. If it were yesterday, they would have been able to escape easily using this method.
But now, there's one more on every motorboat. The speed has also slowed down a lot. We are now about 2 kilometers away from the yacht. The water snake was less than 200 meters away from them. This is not the way to go. In 1 minute at most, the water snake will catch up with them. Unless fishing.
Huyu took out Poseidon's favor from his space backpack, aimed behind the water snake, and threw the pole with all his strength. This scene made everyone stunned on the spot.
What time has it been?
Still fishing here.
Even if you catch Godzilla, it will work.
This time, not only Su Linglong and Han Weiwei, but also Shinshan and Su Zilong had confusion in their eyes. They looked at each other and were ready to jump into the water and fight the water snake to the death. Especially from a distance. When the people who were still outside the situation saw this, they couldn't help but burst into laughter.
Ha 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 ha. Look! Is this the god you worship? Are you still fishing at this time? I really thought you were Taigong Jiang. It's so funny that even Taigong Jiang can't catch a snake. What a pity.
I didn't expect to die with such a fool. Noise, jeers, piled together. There were still suspicious eyes behind him. But Huyu was extremely determined.
The water snake is also a kind of aquatic creature. It is currently the only creature left in the entire water.
As long as you throw the fishing rod, this thing will definitely take the bait.
Just the next moment,
the water snake that was about to catch up with them turned around and swam in the direction where the fishhook was dropped.
What's going on? Everyone was stunned.
Everyone on the motorboat and those soaking in the water were stunned at this moment.
What on earth is on the fishhook that can attract water snakes to such an extent?
In an instant, even Shinshan and Su Zilong were stunned.
What are you doing standing still?
Twist the accelerator. Huyu shouted before the two of them reacted, gave up their plan to jump off the boat and fight the water snake, and continued to ride the motorboat towards the yacht.
What's going on?
The crowd also noticed this scene. There was a constant stream of surprises.
The snake really turned around? Could it really be Mr. Jiang? Damn it, Taigong Jiang. If he was Taigong Jiang, he could have crushed the snake to death with just one little finger, okay? That's true, then how do you explain the scene in front of you? Why do you care so much? Find a place to survive first. Finally, someone wakes up.
One by one they swam towards the nearest tall building. Although the two are far apart, as long as someone helps them attract the water snake, it is not impossible to swim across. Huyu had no intention of paying attention to that side. He kept staring closely at the black shadow under the water, seeing that it was about to bite the hook, and immediately received the favor of the Poseidon into the space.
Snake fishing?
Given the size of this snake, once it bites the hook, it will probably drag him down. Attraction is attraction, he doesn't dare to let this thing bite. The source of attraction disappears. The water snake froze on the spot for a while, then turned around and rushed towards the motorboat.
You're really persistent.
Huyu took out Poseidon's favor again, and the fishing rod had returned to its best condition. He only needed to determine the direction and position to make the next cast. He looked at the group of people who had just laughed at him and threw them away without hesitation. Plop! The fish hook entered the water and landed right in the middle of the crowd. The water snake that had just caught up changed direction again. Everyone who originally planned to pick up the fishhook to see what was going on suddenly became a mess. The snake is coming. Run! Help! The water snake swam over, as if it was hungry or wanted to vent its anger, and swallowed a person alive on the way. Just when it was about to touch the fishhook, Poseidon's favor disappeared again. The water snake has penetrated deep into the crowd. Having learned its lessons from the previous few times, it simply no longer turned around and rushed towards the motorboat, but started feasting on the spot. Crisis resolved. Huyu was relieved. At least for a short time, the water snake won't chase him again. Full throttle. Less than 15 minutes. Everyone returned to the yacht. Seeing such a large luxury yacht, Su Linglong and Han Weiwei were not shocked at all. After all, compared with his magical methods just now, such a yacht is indeed a bit unusable. Finally back. Huyu breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat from his head. Brother Shin, take them to find a room to stay. I will rest and prepare lunch as a welcome banquet. Okay. Shen Shan replied and walked towards the residential area with Su Linglong and Han Weiwei. Huyu went all the way to the first floor of the deck. I happened to see a figure sitting on the dining table showing off his food crazily. He was stunned for a moment, but he really didn't see who this person was. It wasn't until he sat across from this person that he realized. Fong Suyuan, Mr. Fong. Mr. Fong. Huyu was startled and a little surprised when he saw him showing off his rice crazily. What are you? Is something wrong? Fong Suyuan raised his head and asked directly. No, it's okay. Huyu was stunned by the question. Are there any seeds? Which one do you want? Huyu immediately went to take out his computer. I'll find it for you. Plant seeds. Fong Suyuan rolled his eyes and said, Are there any new plant seeds? No. Useless stuff. Fong Suyuan said as he stuffed another piece of meat into his mouth, turned around and walked towards the greenhouse. Huyu was left alone sitting at the dining table in a daze. A little boy walked over silently, cleaned up the place where Fong Suyuan had finished eating, bowed to Huyu, and then ran back to the kitchen to wash the dishes and clean up. Come back? Xiao Zisu's voice sounded from behind. She stretched herself, walked to Huyu and sat down. I heard that you brought back 2 more women? Well, an architect and a teacher. Huyu replied, then looked at the greenhouse on the deck. Mr. Fong, this is. It's almost crazy. Xiao Zisu smiled helplessly. From the time he got on the ship to now, he has only come out to eat, and the rest of the time he has stayed in the greenhouse. Can you bear it? Take it out and rest. Huyu said hurriedly. He didn't want the talent he finally found to die of overwork. It's fine. Xiao Zisu knocked on the table. Let's get a burger, the kind with double beef. Huyu casually put the burger on the table. What do you mean? Is this okay? There is a spring in the greenhouse. He said that after drinking the water, he felt endless strength all over his body and was unwilling to sleep. Okay, the case is solved. Li Chuan. He placed the source of Li Chuan inside the greenhouse. According to its output, both the livestock and plants inside can be fully irrigated. It's better now, and those who take care of plants and livestock are fully irrigated. He didn't want to be skinned by Zhou, but now it was Mr. Fong who was rushing to be skinned. So Xiao Zisu came forward and asked curiously, What on earth is that water? Good bang. Huyu just uttered one word. Before he could finish his words, the whole ship started shaking. Bite. Warn. Warn. The ship is under attack. Enable protection system? Here we go again. It's probably still that snake. Huyu frowned, and when he was about to activate the protection system, the deck suddenly turned dark. I saw a snake head sticking out of the water and hanging above the deck.
This guy is going to climb up. Start.
Huyu did not dare to hesitate and immediately activated the protective measures. A torpedo was fired directly from the bottom of the ship and hit the water snake's belly directly.
Instant.
I hope readers will remember our domain name Taiwan Novel Network. The snake's head tilted back and fell towards the water.
Li Ji. Huyu stood up and shouted, "Quick! Notify Lao Wang to send the boat." Received.
Li Ji replied, and had begun to take over the ship's control system, and at the same time shouted to the ship in front.
Emergency notice. Set sail immediately. Repeat, emergency notice. Set sail immediately.
The ship in front of the yacht sounded the whistle. While the water snake was injured, the ship had already started to move towards Pengchang.
The yacht followed closely behind. But
Huyu did not intend to let this water snake go. The torpedo seriously injured it, and now it is hovering under the water, following the yacht closely.
It seems to be waiting for an opportunity to move. Ship guns ready. As Huyu's mind moved, two huge cannons appeared on both sides of the deck. The muzzles were all aimed at the giant snake. Fire. Boom.
There was a muffled explosion, and two shells hit the giant snake at the same time. The snake body, which was originally hovering under the water, began to fall slowly.
It looks like it should be dead. But no one dared to go into the water to check its vital signs. As long as it doesn't follow it anymore, it will be fine.
Huyu was relieved. The snake head that suddenly appeared just now scared him a lot. If this thing really climbed onto the boat, even if he was driven off, he would probably dream about this at night.
Ha!
Xiao Zissou was also relieved. She continued to chew the burger she had not finished eating. The world is too scary now.
Even a snake is this big.
If it was a shark in the past,
wouldn't it grow to the length of a whale? I don't know. Huyu answered honestly.
He ended his life drifting on the water in his previous life.
He really didn't know what the fish would evolve into in the water world in the future. In short, it's better to be prepared.
Fortifications must be put in progress.
Noon. Under the leadership of Huyu, everyone held a welcome party.
Different from the last welcome party, this one was a little simpler, but he still called Captain Wang and his brothers. He briefly introduced himself and then started to feast. When Su Linglong and Han Weiwei saw the various delicacies on the table, their eyes almost went straight. They never dreamed that they would be able to eat these things one day. These are all shining pearls in the history of human cuisine. Just a bowl of Yangzhou fried rice made them cry.
After lunch,
Captain Wang took Su Linglong to the ship for inspection. According to Huyu's plan, the heart of the ocean will not move, and those fortifications will be built on the ship, so that the ship can serve as a frigate.
If other ships can be recruited in the future, they will also be converted into frigates.
In this way, a fleet can be formed. Not to mention the water snakes before, even if they really encounter mutant sharks. They can find a ship to attract hatred, and then take the opportunity to run away.
What? Why not fight? You have to beat it.
A water snake is almost 10 meters long, and the shark must be 20 or 30 meters long. This thing can bite off 1/5 of a ship in one bite, and at most 10 bites can swallow a yacht.
How to fight it? It's better to plan for the worst case first. Afternoon. The inspection is over.
Looking at the transformation report submitted by Su Linglong, Huyu regretted it. He stockpiled a lot of supplies, but forgot to stockpile one thing.
Building materials.
Those weapons are sufficient, but steel and cement, these two things can't be fabricated out of thin air. The construction of fortifications has come to a standstill.
Fortunately, it's not all bad news. 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The two ships finally arrived in Pengchang.
Because Pengchang is on the coast, the water level is higher than Jinling, reaching nearly 60 meters.
Fortunately, the water level has not risen. There are still people alive in the buildings above the 20th floor.
Yu quickly found the building according to the coordinates given by the radio. A certain Sun building. The whole building is nearly 200 meters high, and now a large part of it is still above the water. When the ship approached, the people inside were instantly boiling. Countless people slapped the windows and roared, trying to attract the attention of those on the ship. Yu ignored it. He came here just to do business. Soon, the radio station received a new message.
Is it you?
Yu also replied a message. Yes, how to trade.
Let's talk in detail.
I'll be downstairs soon.
See you on the 19th floor.
Okay. The building's floor height is higher than the average, especially the first floor, so the water level is phoneme alphabet equals IPA pH equals clause close slash phoneme to 60 meters now, and it only floods the 18th floor.
It's normal that the man is on the 19th floor.
The yacht began to approach. Just like the last time I went to Uton Hotel, the yacht was directly attached to the facade of the building. But this time, no one jumped down from the building. They seemed very rational and restrained. Yu had no intention of going upstairs, and did not even release the gangway, but waited for the other party to come downstairs.
Less than 5 minutes. A voice came from inside the building.
Who is the owner of the ship? The rightful owner has arrived. Yu shouted with a loudspeaker, you know what I want.
Now, quote your price.
If it is suitable, I will come up to discuss further details.
If it is not suitable. Sorry, I'm leaving now.
This is a means of lowering prices. It's like what parents always like to say when they are bargaining. This is the price, and I will leave if you don't sell. I want to get on the ship. At least 50 people. Apart from server information, I can give you anything you want. Get on board? What a beautiful thought. Yu glanced at Li Ji, who immediately understood and began to turn around. This is the sign that the talks have broken down.
It's okay not to get on the boat.
The other party quickly said, I want supplies. The ship stopped. Yu also took out a loudspeaker and shouted to the other side, how much?
Instant noodles, instant rice, 1 box each.
So easy to negotiate?
Yu was stunned for a moment.
Just as he was about to go out to discuss how to deliver the goods, the other party's voice sounded again.
40-foot container.
Yu. What the hell? A 40-foot container is nearly 3 meters high and wide, and nearly 13 meters long. It's equivalent to the loading capacity of a semi-trailer. Not to mention that Yu doesn't have so much instant noodles and instant rice in his storage space. Even if he does, it's impossible to take them out and exchange them. Sail.
Seeing the boat moving again, the other party became anxious.
The quantity is halved. Or if you have something else, you can use it as a replacement. It doesn't have to be this.
Stop.
Yu spoke again. He looked at the certain information building in front of him, and an idea suddenly came to his mind.
A certain news building is divided into 2 buildings, east and south.
The building on the south side is taller, more than 200 meters, and the building on the east side is slightly shorter. He was worried about not being able to hoard building materials. If he took away one of the buildings, he might be able to dismantle suitable things from it in the future.
Put the ramp over.
Yu said something, then turned around and shouted through the loudspeaker again, whoever can make the decision, come on board and chat.
Good.
There was a sound of response. The gangway stretched out, and a man in a suit and leather shoes climbed over the window and walked up the gangway, holding a black umbrella in his hand. It has been 11 days, and it is indeed rare that he can maintain this attitude. The man walked all the way up the deck, not squinting, but his eyes were darting left and right, as if he wanted to get some information. When he saw that there was a large shed on the deck, his expression was obviously dull for a moment, but he quickly returned to normal and walked all the way to the cabin. With just one glance, he could tell that Yu was the talker here. Step forward in the most respectful manner, bend down, and stretch out your right hand.
Hello, what is your name?
Yu. Yu stretched out his right hand and shook it. At the same time, he looked at the other party, and a panel popped up in front of him. Name, Tanghua. Gender, male. Age, 34. Skills, perfect programming, perfect management, perfect drawing, perfect persuasion, proficient assistance, proficient in foreign languages. Personality, cunning, smooth, calculating, shrewd, and loyal. Favorability, 10. Mr. Hu. The man immediately smiled and said, "My surname is Tang, you can just call me Xiao Tang." Xiao Tang? Hello, hello. Stop standing. Sit down. Hu Yu let go of his hand and walked towards the reception room. Tang Hua was very familiar with this kind of scene, sitting in the guest seat. "Come, have some tea," Hu Yu said as he pushed a bottle of oriental leaves over. Even the most personable person almost lost control of his expression when he saw this bottle of tea. Conditions are rudimentary. Hu Yu looked at Tang Hua and smiled helplessly. "Mr. Tang, you won't mind, right?" "No, no. It will be great if you can drink it," Tang Hua said, unscrewing the cap of the bottle and taking a sip. "Let me talk about the situation here first. The database is in the computer room on the top floor. There are a total of 24 memories. They can be moved down for you now. I wonder how Mr. Hu plans to trade. In addition to the database, I also plan to ask for something else." "What?" Tang Hua's eyes suddenly lit up. "Mr. Hu, you just say it's okay." "Building." "Building?" Tang Hua was stunned for a moment. "Mr. Hu means?" Hu Yu raised his hand and pointed to the building to the east. "Well, I want to move away." "Ha ha ha. Mr. Hu is really good at joking." I looked like I was joking. There was silence in the cabin for a moment. The smile on Tang Hua's face gradually disappeared from stiffness, and was replaced by an extremely solemn expression. He didn't know why this man would say such fantastic things. Judging from his many years of negotiation experience, he didn't seem to be joking. After a long time, Tang Hua took a breath and asked slowly, "I wonder how Mr. Hu plans to move out?" "You don't have to worry about this. I don't intend to accept the conditions you gave me." Hu Yu didn't intend to answer him, and then put forward his own conditions. "I will only give you two choices. First, I don't care what you do. Bring me the database and I'll let you get on the ship. Second, give me the things and I will show you a clear path." "Me Lu?" Tang Hua was stunned for a moment and didn't quite understand. "What clear path?" "A clear way to survive. Whether you want a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live/phoneme on your own or take others with you, it's up to you to decide." Hu Yu explained casually, "It all depends on you how to choose." Tang Hua frowned and froze on the spot. After a few minutes, he looked up at Hu Yu and said with some embarrassment, "Mr. Hu, can you let me think about it?" "Can?" Hu Yu replied, "You will give me an answer before 10 o'clock tonight." Then Tang Hua uttered two words without any intention of getting up. He obviously wanted to stay here and inspect the ship's environment. If it's really good, there's nothing wrong with staying here. But before he could finish speaking, Hu Yu stood up first and raised his hand to see off the guests. "Then we won't keep you. After you make your decision, tell me and I will pick you up." "Okay." Tang Hua forced a smile and had no choice but to stand up from his position. Holding an umbrella and carrying his demeanor, he walked up the ramp again and returned to the building. Inside the cabin, Boss Hu. Xiao Zisu sat next to Hu Yu, looking puzzled. "You said you put so much effort into creating a database? Can this thing be useful?" "Spiritual food." Hu Yu looked at Tang Hua's leaving figure and explained, "Now we are a group and can fight together for survival. As long as we have enough food, it doesn't matter whether we have spiritual food or not." "What about later?" "There is enough food, there are enough resources, and there are more people who rely on us to survive. If they are well fed and clothed, they will think about eating better and wearing warmer clothing. In order to protect our own rights and interests, we must provide them with spiritual food. Only when their spirits are full can we enjoy our lives." Some people get it. For example, Xiao Zisu and Su Linglong, but some people are confused, such as Han Weiwei and Mu Lingxiu.
In their opinion, as long as they are full, what spiritual food do they need?
Who you knew they didn't understand, and his eyes fell on a figure in the corner.
Guan Li, you come and explain it.
Oh. Guan Li, dressed as a waiter, was wiping the stains on the table and replied casually. To put it in a complicated way, it's fake gold given to the lower class by the people in power. To put it simply, put a pacifier in the mouth of a crying baby, and he will stop crying. This pacifier is a treasure for babies, but for adults, it is just a means for them to achieve their goals.
After that, Guan Li also wiped the table, looked at Han Weiwei and asked, Teacher Han, is the schedule ready? What will we learn in the first class tomorrow?
Ah.
Not yet. Wait for me.
Han Weiwei screamed and ran back to her room immediately. Her professional skills are good, but unfortunately she is still a trainee teacher, the kind who has not officially taken up the job. If Guan Li hadn't reminded her, I'm afraid she would have forgotten about this matter. Everyone watched Han Weiwei run all the way back to the room to prepare, and just chuckled and said nothing. Xiao Zissa followed and helped. She had prepared a ready-made schedule last time, but it was based on what she knew, and it was not perfect. Now that professionals have joined, it will be more appropriate to reorganize it.
Boss. Shin Shan walked to Hu Yu's side. What do you think he will choose?
If I were him, I would not choose phoneme alphabet equals IPA-PH equals or either slash phoneme of the two paths, but the third path.
Ah.
Shen Shan was puzzled and let out a confused sound.
It's not his fault.
He is a good bodyguard, but not a qualified conspirator. Hu Yu looked up at the certain news building. There are at least 1,000 people here. At this time, they can still maintain their original class in phoneme alphabet equals IPA-PH equals live slash phoneme in an orderly manner. That in itself is an extremely horrific thing. Phoneme alphabet equals IPA-PH equals either slash phoneme. There is sufficient food and survival supplies here to enable them to maintain their original civilization and continue to phoneme alphabet equals IPA-PH equals live slash phoneme. Phoneme alphabet equals IPA-PH equals or either slash phoneme. The rules inside have been completely changed. Even after the end of the world, the people inside fully agree to and implement these rules.
If it's the former, that's easy to say, but if it's the latter.
There was a hint of fear in Hu Yu's eyes. That Xiao Teng is probably more terrifying than I thought.
Boss, are you saying that they are likely to counterattack us? Su Zilong asked doubtfully.
As the saying goes, if you take a chance and turn your bicycle into a motorcycle, everyone will be happy. Even if the fight fails, we can use our help to reduce their consumption.
Why not? Chen Shan frowned and said nothing. He turned around and glanced at Su Zilong.
The two instantly understood what the other meant.
Be prepared for backup, just in case. Hu Yu continued to lie on the sofa, enjoying his exquisite afternoon tea.
I have to say that Si Rui's name is a bit popular, but his skills in making small desserts are indeed outstanding. In just 2 days, I was able to make different flavors of refreshments for everyone on board. He picked up the teacup, took a sip of black tea, and continued to enjoy life.
At the same time, inside a news building,
Tang Hua walked back to the building, and a group of people had gathered around him. They said nothing and asked for news with their eyes. Further away, a group of social animals were watching from a distance, but they did not dare to take a step beyond the boundaries. They could only stand there and explore their heads.
Just as Hu Yu guessed, this place is under a new rule.
Facing the confused looks from everyone, Tang Hua shook his head helplessly, and everyone frowned at the same time.
Why don't you give him a try?
In the crowd, a strong man said, I'm gathering the security team now, and I'll take advantage of the darkness to find out. I'm sure I can make a surprise attack and board the ship. They must have plenty of supplies on board.
It's too late. Tang Hua frowned and said, the deadline given by the other party is 10 o'clock in the evening.
Where's the other stuff?
A female white-collar worker in a small suit asked, women?
Or gold?
No way.
Tang Hua helplessly uttered 3 words, frowned and thought for a few breaths, and finally uttered one sentence.
I guess we can only use that plan. Everyone fell into silence. After a long time, a bald man wearing glasses said, are you sure?
That solution can only be used once, and after using it, we can only abandon 20 to 22 floors.
Sure.
Tanghua finally said, that ship is worth our risk.
Even if there are no supplies on it, it will be our last trump card. After all, the rain hasn't stopped yet, and no one knows what will happen next. Now let's take a vote.
Tanghua glanced at the 6 people in front of him. If more than half of the people agree, we will implement the plan.
7 people.
Including Tanghua, 6 arms were raised in an instant.
There is 1 arm that is not raised because someone has already gone to prepare. Plan passed. Tanghua walked towards the inside of the building. Everyone has started to prepare.
We have tentatively decided to implement the plan at 9:30 p.m.
Yes. Evening.
After everyone had a simple dinner, the children also began to study by themselves in the evening. Huyu originally wanted to recruit a few people to play games with him, but the other people had their own things to do. Chen Shan was busy arranging defense and counterattack plans, and maintaining weapons at the same time. Su Zilong was playing with Poseidon's favor on the side of the boat, while Zhao Zhong was watching from the side, fearing that a big fish would be caught and he would not have the chance to participate. Li Ji and Zhang Sirui have already started preparing for tomorrow's breakfast. Nowadays, there are so many children that breakfast alone has to be prepared for nearly 30 people, and they also have to take into account various nutritional supplements, which is not an easy task. Xiao Zissou and Han Weiwei discussed the distribution of class schedules together and discussed how to arrange the daily class schedule.
You can't just let Han Weiwei attend class alone, right? Even capitalists don't exploit people like this.
Mu Lingxiu accompanied Bubu, and with the help of Zhao's father and Zhao's mother, she had already started doing basic rehabilitation exercises.
As for Su Linglong,
ever since she heard that Huyu planned to build a city, she immediately started drawing in seclusion, planning to plan the city first. I just asked Huyu Lai for 2 bottles of Overlord, just in case.
Not to mention Mr. Fong, Greenhouse Guardian.
He doesn't know when he will be able to grow the fairy beans. Looking around, although there were many people on the boat, he and Siener were the only ones with nothing to do. No, to be precise, he was the only one with nothing to do. And Siener couldn't leave because she was protecting him, otherwise she would have followed Shinshan to maintain the weapons.
Well, Huyu finally stopped playing the game.
He found a lazy sofa and lay down beside the first deck, looking up at the brightly lit Xinhua building above his head. It was already 9:25 in the evening. There were still 35 minutes left. If I guessed correctly, the other party should be coming down soon.
Boom! Suddenly, a crash sounded.
Huyu immediately jumped up from the lazy sofa, looking for the direction of the sound. I saw a glass on the 21st floor exploded. Countless glass fragments reflecting the light fell from the sky with heavy rain. Almost at the same time, a black shadow rushed out of the window and smashed towards the yacht.
Bang! A violent tremor sounded. The entire heart of the ocean trembled. That was. What? It was too dark.
Coupled with the mist effect caused by the heavy rain, Huyu couldn't see what was in front of him.
Ding! Warning! Warning! The ship is under attack. Do you want to activate the protection system? The system prompt sounded.
Huyu did not hesitate at all and confirmed it immediately. But soon another reminder sounded. Target detected on the deck, missiles, torpedoes, and anti-ship guns cannot be used. Activate the protection system to reduce damage. Host, please clear the threat in time, otherwise it will cause unnecessary losses. The durability of the heart of the ocean is decreasing.
99%. 98%. What the hell? Is this your protection system? It's too useless. Boom.
There were several more sounds of glass breaking. From the 20th floor to the 22nd floor, the glass on this side shattered almost at the same time.
A large number of black shadows fell from the sky and hit the deck. There were dozens of them. What is that?
Not only Huyu, but everyone on the boat also had the same idea. Almost at the same time, Huyu used the panel to control the ship and pointed the searchlight at the deck.
In an instant, the entire deck was as bright as day. The things above are also exposed to everyone. That's a person. No, to be precise, it should be a humanoid monster. Just like Li Chang back then. It's just that these monsters are much more terrifying than Li Chang. Each one is 2 meters tall, with most of the bones on their bodies bulging. Not to mention their huge bodies, their eyes are glowing with green light. The moment the searchlights came down, all the monsters rushed towards the first deck. "Boss, be careful!" Shin Shan exclaimed. Fortunately, Sienna reacted in time and immediately lifted Huyu back by the lapel of his clothes and lifted him behind her. At this moment, the first monster has rushed over. Sienna raised her leg and kicked it. The high heel penetrated its abdomen and kicked it several meters away, hitting several monsters behind it along the way. Bang! With a muffled sound, several monsters fell into a ball. What the hell? Huyu really didn't expect Tung Hua to have this trick. He took out the RPG from his space backpack and fired directly at the monster group. Boom! The fire is on. The group of monsters instantly burst into flames. Hu Youfu reached his heart and picked up a barrel of fuel from the space. Originally, he wanted to just throw it over, but after a little testing, he found it seemed like he couldn't carry it easily. He had no choice but to hand it to Sienna, throw it over. Sienna didn't answer, just threw it away. The oil barrel exploded among the monsters. The sky filled with firelight filled the yacht. The group of monsters were struggling and wailing in the firelight. They had no time to destroy the ship, let alone sprint. But the heavy rain is still washing away. I don't know whether the fire went out first or the monsters were burned to death first. In short, we cannot sit still and wait for death. Su Zilong. Coming. Su Zilong is already waiting aside. The moment the monster fell, he had already rushed to stand next to Huyu, ready to be dispatched at any time. "Boss, what are your orders? Are you ready with all the things I asked you to prepare?" "It's been prepared a long time ago." "Start up." "Okay." Su Zilong responded, immediately sat in front of the computer nearby and started operating. Huyu had already calculated that the other party would choose the third path, so he would naturally be on guard. "I really thought you were the only ones with a backup plan." 3 seconds later. A group of drones took off from the back of the yacht with AKs, and flew straight to the top floor of a certain news building. They scanned 360 degrees without blind spots. If they found someone, they would shoot directly. "Boss." Chen Shan also rushed over at this moment. He looked at the fire burning on the deck, frowned and asked, "How about I go over and take care of them?" "No rush." What Huyu is most worried about is not the heart of the ocean. As long as the monsters don't take the initiative to attack, these flames are not enough to burn through its defense. What he was worried about was what if these monsters could mutate through some kind of infection. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals route/phoneme and infect other people on the ship. So it's better not to get phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close/phoneme if you can. Wait a little longer, wait until the fire goes out and then we'll see what happens. Good. What's wrong? At this moment, Xiao Zissou also came up from the second deck. Behind her were Han Weiwei and Guan Li's group of children. "Don't come over." Huyu turned his head and looked behind him, frowning slightly. "Just stand further away, be careful." He didn't mind the kids being exposed to the stuff first, but was concerned about their safety. Although Shinshan and the others are here, they may not be able to protect every child. To be on the safe side, just wait and see from a distance. Xiao Zissou also understands this truth. Even though she was scared when she looked at the monster figures in the fire and her body was trembling slightly, she still protected those children. The same is true for Han Weiwei. Under the heavy rain, the fire quickly extinguished. There were originally dozens of monsters, but now only 3 were still standing. That's because they were following behind, and the RPG and fuel didn't hurt them. The monsters in front have become barbecued meat, and they are still unable to move forward outside the firelight. Not to mention, it smells faintly. The people on the boat thought so, and the group of monsters were no exception.
They rushed in front of their own kind, squatted down, and immediately started feasting. Biting, swallowing, every movement reveals the primitive wildness.
Boss. Shin Shan's voice sounded.
He already has the RPG on his shoulders.
I know. Huyu frowned and responded, wait a little longer, wait. What are you waiting for? Wait until these guys finish eating all the meat on the deck?
Shen Shan and Su Zilong looked at each other, seeing confusion in each other's eyes.
Huyu was still staring at the three monsters on the deck.
He was literally waiting for them to finish the meat. First, it can ensure that there will be no corpses left on the deck to avoid being infected by viruses or other things during cleaning.
Secondly, he wanted to observe this thing again. Each monster has the same size and body shape. It is impossible that this virus only infects humans over 2 meters tall?
Huyu had a terrifying guess in his mind, but he was not sure. He could only observe at first.
Less than a minute.
The drone group had patrolled from the 50th floor to the 48th floor.
And the three monsters also ate all the meat on the deck.
They stood there, bathing in the rain, and seemed to be savoring the food just now.
Roar! A roar echoed.
The pupils of the three monsters locked onto everyone in the cabin at the same time, and the meaning of this look was extremely obvious.
I am still hungry.
The three monsters charged at the same time. Without waiting for Huyu's order, Shinshan, including him, and Enciener fired their RPGs one after another, accurately hitting the three monsters.
Boom!
The shells exploded. But this time, they were not blown away, but stood there and resisted a shell.
What the hell? Evolved after eating something? How can I play this? Oh, the panel.
When he encountered monsters several times before, he didn't look at the panel because of the screen or the rush.
Maybe the way to restrain it is there.
Huyu looked at the monster in front, and the panel information of the other party appeared in front of him in just a moment.
You don't know until you see it, and when you see it, he was stunned. Name, Rampage Mutation 2 Species, Human Description, a second stage deformed creature mutated from humans. Scientifically speaking, it can no longer be called a human, but a subhuman. Second stage. In other words, there may be a third stage. Damn.
This guy has eaten so much meat of his own kind, won't he?
Roar.
Another roar sounded. The one that ate the most among the three monsters suddenly crawled down, and the various muscles and bones in its body began to combine in a strange way, making bursts of noise at the same time.
Quick! Kill it!
At the moment when Huyu shouted, the monster called the runaway turned around and pounced on the other two runaways behind him.
Start biting! Shinshan and Enciener also raised the RPG at the same time, aimed at it and pulled the trigger. Explosions came one after another. The runaway was originally suppressing the other two, but because of the explosion of the RPG, it was gradually suppressed by the other two runaways. After all, it has not completed the third round of mutation, and it is only a little stronger than the other two runaways. Taiwan Novel Network.
The two runaways counterattacked it, pressed it under their bodies and kept biting it. Huyu and others also took this opportunity to fire multiple RPGs in a row, killing the three runaways together. A few minutes later, the deck was finally quiet.
But it became lively upstairs.
More and more people discovered the existence of drones. They ran from upstairs to downstairs.
Panic and screams swept across the entire building.
Huyu looked up at the building, a smile on his face.
Now, they are the ones who should be panicking.
I just don't know if Tang Hua is still here.
Maybe someone else will come to negotiate with him later. A few minutes later, the screams and roars finally reached the 24th floor. Boss Hu! Boss Hu! Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding.
Tisk, Huyu smacked his lips. He was not very happy. After all, the person who just spoke was still Tang Hua.
This guy is not dead. Misunderstanding? Bullshit misunderstanding.
Huyu ignored this guy, and the drone swarm continued to sweep.
Boss Hu! We were wrong.
The deal can continue.
No matter what you want, just ask. Deal? Ha ha. Is it still a deal now? Huyu still smiled. He smiled at the light on the 24th floor of a certain information building. He knew that even if there was no ready-made telescope, it could be easily made with the resources of the certain information building. The other party could obviously see him. So, he did one thing. He lay back on the lazy sofa, crossed his legs, looked up with an expression like looking at a pet, and mouthed a sentence. Kneel down and beg me. The words fell. There was indeed a figure on the 24th floor kneeling down and kowtowing frantically to the people below. Please stop it quickly. Please. The sound of kowtowing was drowned in the sound of rain and strafing. Huyu turned his head and glanced at Su Zilong, who immediately understood and stopped the drone's sweeping work. The wailing finally stopped gradually. Tang Hua's voice sounded again, "Thank you, Boss Hu. Boss Hu is so righteous." Zilong. Huyu did not reply, nor did he open the hatch and go out. Instead, he turned to look at Su Zilong. "You control a drone to go to the greenhouse and tell Mr. Fong not to come out for the time being." There was so much noise outside, he was afraid that if Mr. Fong came out, he would be infected inexplicably. Okay. Su Zilong replied and immediately controlled the communication drone to report the news. Huyu turned on the ship's communication system and spoke directly to the entire building of a certain information. The transaction can continue. After the words fell, the voice was transmitted to the entire building of a certain information through the loudspeaker. Everyone was excited. Especially Tang Hua. He only now understood what he had missed. If he could board this ship, he would no longer have to worry about his livelihood, let alone spend so much time to control power. In front of life, power is not worth mentioning at all. This sentence instantly aroused his desire to survive. As long as he can get on this ship, he will sell everything in the building, including everything he owns or doesn't own. But a dragging sound. Obviously, there is another prerequisite for the transaction to continue. You have to clean up the stall. Everyone knows who this you refers to. In the building, everyone's eyes fell on Tang Hua. He quickly knelt on the ground and kowtowed a few more times. Thank you, Mr. Hu. Thank you, Mr. Hu. Don't worry, I'll take care of it right away. After saying that, Tang Hua stood up and turned his head to look behind him. His eyes fell on several strong young men, and his expression had become completely different from just now. You, and you, both of you groups, get on the boat now and throw all those things into the water. 20 merits each. The two groups looked at each other and did not answer. If it were before, they would have been scrambling for these 20 merits. 10 points of merit can be exchanged for a full meal, and 20 points of merit are enough for their food for 2 days. But now, they dare not move, nor do they want to move. They dare not because the target is a mutant, and they are unwilling, because of Tang Hua's previous wrong decision. Such a mistake is fatal. There is no fool here, so they naturally understand what may happen later. Ha! Is what I said useless? Obviously. A female voice sounded. This is the female white-collar worker who participated in the vote. She was also the only woman among those who participated in the decision-making. As a leader, you are obviously unqualified. Lin Su, what do you mean? Tang Hua frowned and pointed at the others. We voted together. You also participated in the decision-making. It was not my decision alone. But this is your proposal. Lin Su's voice sounded again, and he raised his right hand. Now, I propose to change a host, put Tang Hua into the decision-making group, and select another person from the leadership to join. Above the leadership, raise your hands if you agree. Instantly, 32 people around raised their hands at the same time. The only one who didn't raise his hand was Tang Hua. Unanimous vote passed. Lin Su announced the result and raised his hand to push the glasses on his nose. Tang Hua, according to the rules, you have been kicked out of the decision-making group and the leadership. Now it's up to you to appease that person's anger. Good. Very good. Tang Hua's expression gradually became ferocious.
But he had thought of such a situation before.
Isn't it just forcing the palace?
It depends on whether you have the courage to bear the consequences of forcing the emperor to abdicate. He took out a tube of green reagent from his pocket. Before he could speak, everyone took a step back when the reagent was exposed to everyone.
Tang Hua. What are you doing?
What? Tang Hua asked back, if I am not in the decision-making group, then the decision-making group and the leadership will have no meaning to exist.
Come on, I'll see who dares to kick me out of the decision-making group. Speak. Bang.
Before Tang Hua could finish his words,
a bullet shot out from the window and pierced his forehead.
You say. After Tang Hua fell, a drone mounted on an AK appeared in front of everyone. There was also a small screen on it, and the man inside was sitting on a lazy sofa, looking up at everyone. A voice sounded in the rain.
Now, who can make the decision?
Lin Su took a step forward very naturally. Writing this, I hope readers will remember our domain name Taiwan Novel Network. Her own status in the decision-making group is only one level lower than Tang Hua. Now that she is in the position, no one is dissatisfied. Yu looked through the screen and saw that no one objected. He nodded slightly, which was regarded as approval. He said calmly, database. Don't worry, I'll find someone to send it to your ship right away.
Deck, we will find someone to deal with it immediately.
Yu smiled and nodded.
He likes smart people, and he also likes smart people who are obedient. May I have your name?
Lin Su.
Lin Su immediately bowed and responded, thank you for saving us.
If possible, can I get on the boat to thank you personally?
Let's get things done first and then talk about it.
Yu replied and hung up the communication. Soon, a certain news building immediately came alive under the surveillance of drones.
12 young women were sent to the 20th floor, holding writing boards and applying to be cleaned on the ship.
Among these 12 people, the worst one was 3 points better looking than Yi Wanqiu.
If they encounter some ships where they can exchange their bodies for tickets, there is at least an 80% chance of boarding.
Unfortunately, Heart of the Ocean is not that kind of ship. Yu put down the gangway, used a drone to supervise them to clean the deck, and immediately issued an eviction order. Not to mention the skills of these women and whether they were qualified to board the ship. After they came into contact with the bodies of those runaways, it was impossible for Yu to let them stay on the ship. After they cleaned up and threw all the corpses into the water, Yu directly ordered them to leave. When the corpses sank into the water, a black shadow swam below and swallowed all the corpses. Unfortunately, it was too dark. No one could see this underwater scene. Bite. With a crisp sound. Several reminders suddenly flashed before Yu's eyes. I don't know why, but suddenly, the favorability of all the adult women on the ship increased by 5 to 10 points. The one with the least increase is naturally Xiao Zissou, who has the highest favorability.
The one with the highest rise was actually Su Linglong.
It seems that her Mary syndrome has been completely cured, and she has now continued to evolve in the direction of the Black Lotus.
At the same time,
a total of 24 storage devices were carried by hundreds of people from the 50th floor to the 20th floor. During this period, there were hundreds of people responsible for the relay, carrying the goods downstairs as quickly as possible. But even so, it took nearly an hour to move these memories to the 20th floor. There's no way, these things can't get into the water, and there's no way to carry them directly to the deck.
Yu knew this, but he didn't rush over to collect the things.
Instead, he opened the hatch and signaled that Lin Su could come over. In less than a minute, Lin Su immediately walked over from the ramp wearing a pair of patent leather high heels and an OL suit. Yu subconsciously raised his eyes and looked at her panel.
Both his skills and personality are quite satisfactory.
It seems that he should have been employed by a certain news before. The only thing worth mentioning is her character. Thick black. With a thick face and a dark heart, people like this are willing to put down all their dignity and status and maximize their superficial skills. Once she seizes the opportunity, she will be extremely evil and will not stop until death.
This kind of person is far easier to offend than a villain.
Coupled with the thunderous method she just used. It seems that this matter is not easy to handle. Mr. Hu. When Lin Su walked into the cabin, the first thing he did was bow and apologize. I'm sorry for causing you trouble. It was our fault before. To express our apology, apart from the database, if you need anything else, we can provide it to you free of charge. We can accept any conditions. Interesting. Huyu was still lying on his lazy sofa and asked, do you know the terms I negotiated with Teng Hua at that time? Please give me some advice. In addition to the database, I also want another certain information building. For this reason, I gave him 2 paths, but he chose the third. Lin Su lowered her head and said nothing. Even if she heard something shocking, she did not ask. In this regard, he is much better behaved than Teng Hua. Want to know what those 2 roads are? All ears. The first way is, I can take him away with me. That's his sorrow. The second way is, I can tell him how to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme the group of people behind you to survive in the apocalypse. He deserves to die. Lin Su spoke angrily. No matter which of these 2 paths, things will get to the point where they are now. If she had been around at the time, she would never have taken the risk of trying to seize the ship. It's a pity. It was Teng Hua who was in power at that time, not her. I won't give you phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme path. Huyu's voice sounded again. A trace of regret flashed in Lin Su's eyes, but she lowered her head immediately. Of course, whether it is the database or the certain information building you want, it is our apology to you. You do not need to trade with us. But there is another deal. I wonder if Miss Lin is interested. Say. Lin Su immediately raised his head, a flash of expectation flashing in his eyes. A promise. Huyu looked at Lin Su. If we can meet in the future, I hope we can be friends. Lin Su was stunned for a moment, then quickly replied, of course. Regardless of whether there is such a deal, we are still friends. There is no way around it. The database is still in the building. The only way to ensure that it doesn't get wet is by Huyu himself. To ensure nothing went wrong, he couldn't kill Lin Su. Therefore, only by trading with it and releasing some goodwill can we get the database over. Even if you pay something insignificant, it doesn't matter. But there is no way he would bring such a hidden danger on board. Therefore, making a deal with her is naturally the most cost-effective option. That's good. Huyu said and got up from the lazy sofa. You clear out the people on the 20th floor, and I will take someone with you. You'll know what the deal is in a moment. The 20th floor has been cleared. Lin Su said and walked towards the cabin door, holding an umbrella in his hand and waiting quietly at the door. Mr. Hu, if you don't mind, I can help you hold the umbrella. This is testing him. There are many kinds of friends, some are verbal friends, and some are real friends. If he wants to be the latter, Huyu must also show some other value. Okay. Huyu responded, turned to look at Shinshan behind him, and then walked towards Lin Su. She held an umbrella, and most of the umbrella covered Huyu's head. She only covered a small part, letting the rain soak her shoulders. Shinshan and Xianer hurriedly followed behind. The 4 of them walked all the way to the inside of a certain news building. In front of me, there are 24 memories, and nothing else. Indeed, there is no one. Lin Su put away his umbrella and stood aside, still not intending to ask. If it had been Teng Hua, he would have approached him by now and asked if he wanted help, thus finding out how he was going to move his things. Huyu didn't speak phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme. He also wanted to see how long Lin Su could endure it. So he stepped forward, raised his hand and landed on one of the memories. Collect. The memory fell into the space backpack. Instantly, Lin Su's pupils widened. It's not that she hasn't seen magic before. But she also knows that no matter how sophisticated the magic is, it is a trick done under the mechanism and visual error. But now. That's a memory that is nearly 2 meters high. Mechanism? Impossible. Visual error? Impossible. Is it my own hallucination? Was I hypnotized or drugged? Lin Su was puzzled and could only watch the 24 memory sticks disappear one by one in front of her. No matter how she looked, she couldn't see the reason for the disappearance. But at this time, she would never ask why the memory stick disappeared. When the last memory stick disappeared, Lin Su stood there without any movement. Huyu turned his head to look at her with a smile on his face. Don't you want to know how they disappeared? Will you tell me? No. So I won't ask. Lin Su replied with a smile. You are smarter than Tang Hua. Thank you, Mr. Hu, for the compliment. Huyu walked all the way to the gangway without mentioning the deal. Until he stepped onto the gangway, he turned to look at Lin Su, who was still there. It is the 11th day now. On the 18th day, the water level will continue to rise at a speed you will never believe. It will continue until the 49th day, when the rainstorm stops, and Blue Star will become a true blue star. This is the way he pointed out. Lin Su is a smart person. When she heard it, her pupils, which had just returned to normal, widened again. Originally, she had prepared for the rainstorm to submerge the entire building, but she didn't expect the rainstorm would actually reach this level. That was the worst result she could think of, but now it seems that there is only worse and no worst. Thank you. Lin Su immediately bowed her head and said, Mr. Hu, thank you for your advice. This is very important to me. This is a deal. You don't have to thank me. After all, we are friends. Huyu smiled and replied. Yes. Friend. Lin Su took the initiative to extend her hands. Goodbye, Mr. Hu. Huyu extended his hand and shook her hand. Goodbye. Then he walked up the gangway and returned to the deck. The heart of the ocean started. Under the gaze of Lin Su and other people in the building, it drove all the way to another building. Raised his hands, the entire building disappeared in an instant. Instead, there were thousands of people struggling to survive on the water. Look! What is that? The building is gone. A miracle. It's a miracle. Everyone inside the building exclaimed. Even some atheists began to think about their previous thoughts. Lin Su was no exception. She stood at the window on the 20th floor and could clearly see everything happening in front of her. A feeling of surviving a disaster surged in her heart. Fortunately, she did not choose the same path as Tang Hua, but admitted defeat with a very humble attitude. Otherwise, the fact that he could take away one building does not mean that he could not take away the second one. Maybe she is among the people struggling in the water now. Ha! Lin Su exhaled a breath of turbid air, and before she could think about it, she immediately recalled what Huyu had said before. Some things should be prepared. She immediately took out the intercom, convened the decision-making group to a meeting. Yes. Those people below. Save those who can swim over, and forget about those who can't swim over. Understood. Lin Su turned her head and looked behind her for the last time. Just as she was about to go upstairs, she saw a narrow black shadow swimming towards the crowd. What is that? Before she could come to her senses, dozens of people were dragged into the water. Under the dim light, only one snake head could be seen. Emergency warning! Emergency warning! Lin Su immediately picked up the intercom. Everyone! Move to the 25th. No, 35th floor or above. Hurry! The people in the building immediately started to act. But the giant snake didn't seem to be interested in them. It swallowed most of the humans swimming on the surface of the water, and then swam in the direction where the yacht left. The target seems to be that yacht. Lin Su has come to the 35th floor. She frowned as she looked at the black shadow behind the yacht. After thinking for a while, she took out the radio equipment and sent a message. At the same time, on the yacht, Su Zilong, who was busy sorting out phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data / phoneme, was stunned. When he heard the sound coming from the radio station, he immediately picked up the headset. He quickly sorted out a message. He put down his work without hesitation, went straight to the cabin on the first floor, and found Huyu. Not good. Boss Hu, take a look at this.
Ha?
Hu Yu frowned slightly, and the hand that had just been showing off the midnight snack stopped. The message was very simple, only 8 words.
There is a snake following you. Snake. It won't be the same one again.
Brother Ji, searchlight.
Quick.
Hu Yu put down the midnight snack and ran straight to the stern. Shinshan and Su Zilong followed behind him, while Li Ji ran straight to the cabin and aimed the searchlight at the stern. The strong light hit the water.
But all I could see was a dark shadow vaguely swimming beneath the water.
When the light hit it, it immediately sank, as if deliberately avoiding something, and instantly disappeared under the water.
It's really following behind.
Hu Yu didn't expect that this guy would follow from such a far distance.
You like to follow, right? Good. It depends on whether you can keep up. He picked up the intercom. Brother Ji, ask Lao Wang and his crew what the maximum speed can be?
I asked. The maximum is 12 knots, but because they are old passenger ships, they can't last long.
Li Ji responded immediately. 12 knots? The current speed is only 10 knots. If it is increased by 20%, the snake will most likely catch up. Why not? Just pull it to full. Let them get on the yacht. Hu Yu immediately walked towards the deck. Yes. Hu Yu walked all the way to the bottom of the yacht.
As soon as he reached the deck, he saw Lao Wang and his 7 people coming towards him. He nodded as a greeting, and then immediately put the passenger ship into the space backpack.
Everything is done. Hu Yu returned to the cabin and said to Li Ji, speed up. Go. 10 knots?
Not even half of the performance of the heart of the ocean was brought into play. Now there is no need to consider the problem of the ship, just go to the full speed of 20 knots, see if you can keep up.
Yes. But, boss, where are we going? Yujing.
Hu Yu uttered 2 words without hesitation. There is not only the headquarters of a certain sound and a certain hand, but also a legendary place. If you can store it there, it will be a real enjoyment.
Yes.
Li Ji responded and immediately started navigating, heading towards Yujing at full speed.
The heart of the ocean instantly drew a ripple on the water. But the people sitting on the boat seemed to feel nothing, as if everything was normal.
Hu Yu took the opportunity to stuff the favor of the sea god into Su Zilong's arms. Not only did he want to get rid of the snake, but he also wanted to walk the snake.
See if it still follows. Zilong, come, fish. Su Zilong?
July 25th, 12 days have passed since the end of the world came. The water level still stayed at 50 meters. Writing this, I hope readers will remember our domain name Taiwan Novel Network.
Everyone gathered together last night to discuss it.
According to their speculation, water from higher altitude areas flows to lower altitude areas. The entire low altitude area becomes a drainage outlet for the high altitude area, which is why this phenomenon is caused. Once the water levels at lower and higher elevations are equal, the water will continue to rise at a faster rate. Hu Yu listened for a while, then turned around and went back to sleep. In his view, everything is a given. Rather than discussing these, let's think about what happens after a heavy rainstorm. If he remembered correctly, before he died in his last life, he vaguely saw the sun. It's just that he was tortured so badly at that time that he wasn't sure if it was his hallucination. But Hu Yu didn't tell them about this, in order to avoid giving them a non-existent hope.
If hope is ultimately dashed, it's better than nothing. 8 o'clock in the morning.
Hu Yu opened his eyes from the bed, turned his head to look at the scene passing quickly outside the porthole, and stretched silently. I stocked up on 3 more eggs.
Just in time, let's do it again.
Hu Yu turned around and looked around. After confirming that Enciender was not nearby, he immediately walked to the balcony.
Get ready to open the eggs.
Last time I was also in this feng shui treasure land, and I got 3 good things at once. This time, instead of asking for any legends, at least give me a few skill books.
3 black eggs were lined up on the porthole. Hu Yu raised his hand and knocked it, landing on the black egg on the far left.
With a flash of white light, He obviously sensed that something was wrong, and also guessed that it might not be something good. But when he lowered his head and looked at the porthole, Hu Yu's whole body suddenly froze.
Null.
There was nothing on the porthole except the disappearing eggshell.
What is this?
This black egg is still empty.
Bite. As if to answer his question, a prompt sounded in his ears.
Congratulations to the host for getting Fresh Air 1.
Name, Fresh Air Normal Type, Item Effect, provides oxygen for survival needs.
Hu Yu. Fresh air. This thing is too embarrassing to stuff into the black egg.
Why don't you put a drop of fresh water in it?
Hu Yu had a black line on his face and calmed down. It's okay, there are 2 more, just use them as backup.
Knock again.
The second black egg shattered, and the white light still flashed out.
Hu Yu's heart sank. As long as it's not some fresh air.
He looked down and saw a piece of grass on the table. It's green, as if it had just been picked from the Hulunber prairie.
Bite.
Congratulations to the host for getting Fresh Grass 1.
Name, Fresh Grass Ordinary Type, Plant Effect, can provide nutrients to herbivorous organisms.
Okay. I got embarrassed twice in a row.
Hu Yu left the third black egg without opening it, took it, and went to the bathroom. The porthole is not in the right mood today. Try somewhere else.
He first washed himself briefly, then placed the black egg in front of the mirror, clasped his hands together and bowed, and then cracked it open. This time, purple light bursts out. Hu Yu lowered his head and saw a skill book floating in front of him.
It's finally shipped.
Bite. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Universal Perfect Skill Book 1. Name, Universal Perfect Skill Book Type, Skill Book Effect. After use, you can randomly upgrade one of your own skills to the perfect level.
This thing. It's too pretentious.
It seems that in a different place, Europe is Europe, but it has not completely changed. Just as described in the remarks, if you randomly get an embarrassing skill, it would be the same as nothing.
You might even have to worry about being discovered. But as the saying goes, you've been here since you've been here, so you can't help but learn, right? Take a gamble. Hu Yu silently thought about using it.
The skill book turned into a purple light and integrated into the body, and a prompt sounded immediately.
Bite.
Congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill, Perfect Fishing.
Not bad. At least it's not random and perfect shit.
Hu Yu washed his face with cold water and just walked out of the bedroom when he heard the sound of children reading early in the morning not far away.
That location was a classroom that had just been designated.
It seems that the curriculum has gradually got on the right track.
This feeling of vitality is so good.
He came all the way to the cabin and happened to see Zhao Zhong squatting at the fishing position.
Ha! Where's Zilong? Boss Hu.
Zhao Zhong raised his head and said hello, and smiled helplessly. Zilong was too tired yesterday, I'm here to take over.
He really spent the whole night fishing. Hu Yu was stunned for a moment.
He asked Su Zilong to fish just as a joke, and it would be fine if he just walked around for a while.
It wasn't all night.
He stopped fishing around 4 o'clock. But I guess he doesn't want to touch this fishing rod in his life.
Ha! Hu Yu was stunned. What do you mean? You'll know when you go to the warehouse.
Zhao Zhong said, looking at the fishing rod, so should we still fish now?
Don't fish for now.
Hu Yu put away the sea god's favor and walked straight to the warehouse.
Su Zilong was so upset, there must be a lot of surprises in the warehouse.
He subconsciously glanced at the panel of the heart of the ocean and was stunned.
Experience slot. 10 points left.
That is to say, there are still 10 fish left before the heart of the ocean can be upgraded to legendary quality.
Su Zilong, what did you do last night?
Hu Yu came all the way to the warehouse and found that it was Lao Wang and Xiao Luer who were guarding the door.
Good morning, Boss Hu.
Old Wang immediately greeted him. You got up so early?
Early to bed and early to rise is good for your health. Hu Yu politely replied, what are you doing? Guarding the warehouse.
Old Wang quickly responded, Mr. Shin said that the things in the warehouse are very important. It would be bad if a child ran in.
My brothers and I just had nothing to do, so we came to guard the night. Thank you for your hard work. Huyu raised his hand and patted old Wang on the shoulder. Let's have breakfast together later. Hey! Old Wang smiled honestly. They were tired of eating fish on the ship. They didn't expect to actually board the ship. It would be great to improve the food occasionally. Little Lu also bowed quickly. Thank you, Boss Hu. It's a small matter. If you do well, you will have a chance to board the ship. Huyu drew a pie and walked towards the warehouse. Pushing open the door, the scene in front of him made him stunned on the spot. Now he finally understood why he was so unlucky when opening eggs today. It turned out that all his luck was spent on the fishing rod. Books. Skill books. More than a dozen skill books were piled on the table. Although the quality could not be seen, Huyu was sure that they were skill books. Unexpectedly, even if he did not catch the fish himself, he could catch these things. He immediately stepped forward and took Zhao Zhong into the warehouse, closed the door, and locked Lao Wang and Xiao Luo outside the warehouse. Just to be safe. Now Lao Wang and Xiao Luo's favorability is only about 20, so they must not know about the skill books. After making sure that the warehouse door was closed, Huyu immediately turned to look at Zhao Zhong. These are all caught by Zilong? Yeah. Zhao Zhong nodded in response, with a slightly strange expression. Boss, do you know these books? This is not difficult to judge from Huyu's reaction. Only if he knows these books, he will be so surprised. Of course. Wait, you don't know what this is? Huyu was stunned. The name of the skill book is written on the cover. Just take a look, you will probably know what this is. Look at what you said, we don't recognize the symbols on it, we just know it's a book. Don't recognize it? Could it be that the system produced it, and it also has a camouflage function? Then can they not use the skill books produced by the system? Huyu picked up a skill book and glanced at it. Ordinary singing. He looked at Zhao Zhong and asked, Brother Zhong, can you sing? This. Zhao Zhong smiled bitterly and shook his head. I have been tone deaf since I was a child. I can only roar a few times when singing war songs. If I sing other songs, they will say I am crying ghosts and howling wolves. Okay, it's you. Huyu casually slapped the skill book on Zhao Zhong. A burst of white light flashed. It was exactly the same as the movement when he used the skill book. It should be done. To be on the safe side, Huyu took a look at Zhao Zhong's panel, and there was indeed an ordinary singing behind the skill column. Huyu looked at him with a little excitement. Brother Zhong, try singing. Boss Hu, this is not good, right? My singing is really bad. Try it. Huyu tempted. Don't you want to know what this book is about? Sing a few times and I'll tell you. Okay. Zhao Zhong responded helplessly, and then said, he said that in the phoneme alphabet equals IPA pitch equals win wine / phoneme and rain, this little pain is nothing. Just one sentence. Huyu and Zhao Zhong widened their eyes at the same time. It's not good, but it's definitely not a ghost's cry. It seems that the skill book can be used on them. Who? Boss Hu, what's going on? Zhao Zhong knew that Huyu had great magical powers, but he couldn't imagine that he could actually change the structure of the human body. Let him, a tone-deaf person, sing beautifully. Huyu's eyes lit up and he took out another skill book. Proficient in debate. Another skill that Zhao Zhong didn't have. He handed the skill book to the other party. Try this one again. Okay. Zhao Zhong didn't doubt it and immediately slapped the skill book on himself. The position and strength are exactly the same as what Huyu used just now. It's just the skill book is still in his hand. Huyu nodded slightly. It seems that this skill book can only take effect if you use it on others. That's good, it can avoid some unnecessary troubles. He immediately turned around and began to search in the skill book pile, trying to find out if there are any surprises. There are a total of 16 skill books. 14 of them are ordinary skills, which are some common basic skills in life, such as organizing and storing, cleaning and cleaning skills. The remaining two, one is proficient in debate, and the other is proficient in painting. Now, they are not very useful.
These skills are wasted if they are not used. If they are used, they are useless for most people. They can only be used on those little children to maximize the effect of the skills. Only one skill book made who use eyes light up instantly.
Ordinary running. Skill books can change physical fitness and physical quality. If this skill book is given to Bubu,
who you immediately put all the skill books into the space, leaving only one ordinary running in his hand, and immediately walk towards the door. Quick!
Go find Bubu.
Zhao Zhong was stunned at first, then seemed to remember something, and immediately rushed to the warehouse to open the door. Bubu was in the classroom. I will go find Brother Shan and the others.
Okay.
Hu Yu replied, and did not forget to instruct, gather in the reception room on the first floor, don't tell him what will happen. He also knew that if Shin Shan was not present at this time, he might regret it for the rest of his life. But Hu Yu didn't know whether he could make Bubu stand up.
So it's better not to tell him.
Understood.
Zhao Zhong replied, and immediately rushed to the second floor cabin.
Hu Yu paused and glanced at Lao Wang. Lao Wang, you continue to guard here, don't let others get phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme.
Understood. Lao Wang did not show any abnormality.
It seems that he should not have eavesdropped on the corner just now, and he didn't know about the skill book.
There is no way, it is better to be cautious about this kind of thing.
Hu Yu followed the sound of morning reading and walked towards the classroom. When he opened the door, he saw Bubu sitting in the first row, following Han Weiwei and reciting the poem on the blackboard. It seemed that this was still a Chinese class.
Boss who? Han Weiwei was stunned. What can I do for you?
Look for Bubu. Hu Yu walked into the classroom as he spoke, pushing Bubu's wheelchair toward the outside. You go on, don't worry about us.
By the way, where is Zissou?
Teacher Xiao, you should take a break in class at the tea bar.
Okay, excuse me.
Hu Yu replied and pushed Bubu out of the classroom.
Brother Hu Yu.
Bubu looked up at Hu Yu with a smile as sweet as an egg tart. What do you want from me?
Bubu will know later.
Hu Yu gave it up with a smile, pushed Bubu, and walked towards the tea room. If something like this fails, it is best to have professionals present. He didn't want to trouble such powerful people as Zhao's father and Zhao's mother, and he was also worried that the sudden change would shock the two elders' nerves, so he had to go to Xiao Zissou. As soon as he arrived at the tea room, Hu Yu saw Xiao Zissou, who was preparing lessons. Looking at her current appearance, she still seems a little nervous.
Hey, where is Teacher Xiao preparing lessons?
Xiao Zissou turned to look at Hu Yu. What are you?
Bubu? I am in class, what are you doing?
Something's wrong.
Hu Yu said casually, you will come with me later.
Where are you going?
What are you doing?
You'll know when you get here. Hu Yu said and walked towards the cabin on the first floor. Xiao Zissou was confused, but she had no choice but to follow. The three of them came to the reception room hall. Chen Shan, Li Ji, and Enciena were already waiting there.
Even Su Zilong was forcibly pulled up and collapsed on the sofa with a black eye.
He saw Hu Yu pushing Bubu over and immediately complained. I said, Boss Hu, what are you doing this early in the morning?
I don't want to fish anymore.
If you don't want to fish, I'll do a magic trick for you. Hu Yu said, and immediately pressed the normal running skill book on Bubu's shoulder. White light flashed. The skill book disappeared on Bubu's shoulder. Everyone was confused, no one knew what happened. There was hope in Zhao Zhong's eyes, but he couldn't say anything and could only look in front of him eagerly.
Bubu, who was in the wheelchair, tilted his head and said a little puzzled, Brother Hu Yu, what kind of magic are you doing? Why can't I understand it?
That is. Su Zilong made a rare echo and stood up immediately. Boss Hu, if it's okay, I can go back and catch up on my sleep. You don't know how difficult it is to catch those fish.
I was so crazy that.
Shoo. Hu Yu raised his hand to his lips to silence everyone. The magic is not over yet. Everyone looked at each other. Su Zilong, who was about to get up, had no choice but to lie down on the sofa again.
Let's see what tricks he is going to play.
Bubu. Yu squatted beside the wheelchair and reached out to support Bubu. Bubu, try to see if you can get up. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's eyes suddenly turned into lanterns. They naturally hoped that Bubu could return to normal, but they didn't expect it to happen so quickly. To know the results given by Father Xiao, it will take 2 or 3 years at the earliest.
Yu? Xiao Zissou immediately frowned. What are you doing?
Bubu is still in the recovery stage, how could it be possible? The words are not finished yet.
Bubu already stood up from the wheelchair with his hands on the armrests.
Even she herself couldn't believe it, let alone the people watching next to her.
Bubu! Chen Shan exclaimed and immediately stepped forward to hug Bubu.
When others saw this, they immediately gathered around. Xiao Zissou immediately came back to her senses, took a step forward, raised her hand to stop everyone. Don't move.
Don't move at all.
With the doctor's status, everyone was stunned and motionless, they could only stand and watch.
Xiao Zissou immediately squatted down and looked at Bubu. Bubu, do you feel any discomfort now?
Uncomfortable?
Bubu puffed up his cheeks and thought for a while, then his face turned red immediately.
He leaned into Xiao Zissou's ear and said in a voice that only 2 people could hear.
Sister, I want to go to the toilet. Come on, sit back first and I'll take you there.
Xiao Zissou said and was about to push the wheelchair.
Don't.
Yu immediately spoke to stop him. Since Bubu can stand up, it means that the skill has been learned successfully. Her body had definitely changed. What we have to do now is to see to what extent it has changed.
He protected Bubu and continued, Bubu, try it and see if you can walk by yourself?
Xiao Zissou was about to say something, but she held it back. She thought about Yu's magic.
Maybe he could turn decay into magic and directly cure Bubu's injury?
Bubu responded. It was not that she had never walked before, but she was half paralyzed due to a gunshot wound.
Recalling the long-lost feeling, Bubu tentatively took a step forward.
As if some kind of memory had been awakened, her body ran straight towards the toilet.
Not even a moment of pause. Everyone was stunned at the same time. What about the walk you promised?
It's okay if you just switch to running.
Bubu. Slow down.
Xiao Zissou was the first to recover and quickly followed closely by everyone. But it's only 10 meters away from the restroom.
When everyone caught up with him, Bubu had already run into the toilet. The sound of closing doors echoed. Bubu. Are you okay? Shen Shan asked with concern. Everyone also looked worried. Especially Yu. He was afraid that Bubu wouldn't be able to hold it back and would cause some bad consequences.
Fine. Bubu's voice sounded in the toilet. Dad, brother Yu, sister Zissou, and all the uncles and aunts, Bubu is fine.
Just, can you go a little further?
Yes, I'm still shy.
Let's go to the reception room first.
As Yu spoke, he did not forget to shout towards the toilet, Bubu, don't run away later, come over slowly.
Shit. Don't leave phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme.
Xiao Zissou said and ran back to push the wheelchair over. Bubu, I left the wheelchair at the door.
You should come over here sitting in a seat later.
Don't hurt your muscles. I know. After hearing Bubu's voice, everyone walked back to the reception room again. None of them spoke, but everyone's eyes were fixed on Yu.
Silence is better than sound at this time.
Although no one asked, it seemed that questions were surrounding his ears.
Come one by one.
Yu sat helplessly on the sofa, ask whatever you want to know.
Shen Shan was the first to speak and asked quickly, Boss, what's going on? Why did Bubu run away so quickly? Will it cause any damage to her body? For the first question, you have to thank Su Zilong. Su Zilong was stunned for a moment, then raised his finger and pointed at the tip of his nose. Me?
Well, that's you. Yu took out the pile of skill books from the space. These are what he gained last night. Although you can't understand the words in these books, it can bring physical changes to us and master some skills that we didn't know before.
Skill book? Xiao Zissou immediately exclaimed, Is there such a thing? She rushed forward and looked at Huyu curiously. Is there anything suitable for me? Give it a try. Have.
Huyu smiled helplessly and found 2 skill books. Do you want ordinary cleaning or ordinary storage?
Both of these are suitable for you. Farewell. Xiaozisa took a step back. Are these the only things? This is a matter of probability, we'll talk about it later. Huyu looked at everyone and continued to answer. As for the second question, why did he run away? I just taught Bubu normal running.
She learned this skill, and her physical fitness and fitness have also improved to the point where she can use this skill.
That's why she can start running, but what? Shinshan asked quickly.
I can't answer the third question. Phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals or either / phoneme.
Huyu looked at Xiao Zissou, who was staring at the skill book with big eyes and small eyes. Zissou, I still have to trouble you to check Bubu. Okay. Xiao Zissou responded.
Just in time, the sound of flushing came from the toilet. Everyone turned to look at Bubu and saw the toilet door slowly opening, and then
a figure rushed out from inside. The speed was not fast, but it shocked everyone. Bubu. Why is she still running? Not only that, but from the look on her face, it seemed not voluntary. Bubu.
Fortunately, Shinshan had quick eyes and quick hands. He rushed over immediately, picked up Bubu from the waist, quickly walked to the wheelchair and put her on it.
You. Didn't your sister Zissa tell you to stop running and sit in the wheelchair first? Why are you disobedient?
Dad Bubu lowered his head and looked at his legs dully.
I seem to be unable to control my legs. What? In the medical room.
Xiao Zissou, Zhao's father, and Zhao's mother sat in a group, checking Bubu's physical condition in their own way, and occasionally asked her to take a few steps on the ground. Huyu and Shinshan's group of people sat around and waited outside.
No one spoke. No blame, no accusation.
They all knew in their hearts that Huyu was trying this for Bubu's good. If it was before, there were only a few of them on the boat, then Bubu would not have any psychological gap, but now
there are many more of Bubu's peers on the boat.
They can run and jump, and they can make some contribution to the ship. Even if it is something trivial, it is considered a contribution.
But what about Bubu?
She could only sit in a wheelchair, attend classes with them, watch them play, and could do nothing else. Just the day before, Xiao Zissa saw Bubu coming to the podium in a wheelchair and wanted to help her prepare lessons. Although this little girl usually behaves indifferently, she actually longs to be like a normal person in her heart. After all, she was once a normal person.
Checked. Xiao Zissou's voice sounded.
She pushed Bubu to the door with a strange expression.
Everyone quickly gathered around.
Even though Huyu was sitting at the front just now, when people gathered around him, he was still outside.
Dr. Xiao, what's going on now? Yes, doctor, is there nothing wrong with Bubu? Zissou, Bubu, she. Everyone be quiet and listen to me.
Xiao Zissou rolled her eyes. As expected, caring leads to chaos. Everyone is so familiar with it, and when they get anxious, they are just like ordinary patients' family members.
Bubu's current situation is very complicated.
The first thing is her legs. From a medical point of view, her leg has fully recovered, all functions are completely normal, she can move freely, and she can feel various messages. Everyone's heart suddenly became happy, but the joy that just emerged instantly subsided. Everyone looked at Xiao Zissa quietly, waiting for her next analysis.
She couldn't walk. Chen Shan wondered, hasn't everything returned to normal? Why can't I walk?
From a medical point of view, it should be that a certain nerve has not recovered, but from another point of view.
Xiao Zissa's eyes fell on Huyu outside the crowd. You have to ask Boss Hu.
In an instant, everyone's eyes were focused on Huyu. He also remembered something.
Maybe it's because of the skill book.
Huyu said helplessly, the skill is normal running, not normal fast walking, let alone normal walking.
If Bubu can only run but not walk, it's obvious why. Is there a skill book for walking? Shinshan asked quickly.
Huyu shook his head, the answer was already obvious.
I'm going now.
Su Zilong said and rushed outside. Boss Hu, fishing rod.
I'll go too.
Zhao Zhong walked out at the same time. Hu Yu casually took out Poseidon's favor and handed it to the two of them. At the same time, he turned to look at Xiao Zissou. Zissou, in this situation, is Bubu still unable to stand up?
Of course it's okay to stand up, but...
Xiao Zissou looked around. She can only run now, the cabin is not too big, and there are so many children, I'm afraid something might happen.
It's okay, Sister Zissou.
Bubu raised his head, smiled and said, I'm used to sitting on this, even if I can't stand up, it'll be fine.
This girl is always so sensible that it makes people feel bad. Isn't it just that the boat is too small? Simple.
With 10 fish left, the experience gauge in the heart of the ocean will be full.
When the time comes for an upgrade, the size will be enough.
Bubu, be good. Hu Yu knelt down and rubbed Bubu's head. Don't worry, since brother can let you stand up, he will give you enough space to move around.
Bubu nodded obediently, looked up at Hu Yu and smiled. I believe in brother Hu Yu. That's not a bad thing.
Xiao Zissou also rubbed Bubu's head as he spoke. Now that my body has recovered, I don't need to drink those medicines anymore. I will slowly adapt to the rehabilitation exercises, and I will be back to normal soon. I will tell Xiaomu later and ask her to pay more attention, as long as she doesn't let Bubu run into the water.
Right. Hu Yu said and quickly found a skill book. Here is a common breaststroke, learn it first, just in case. After dealing with Bubu's matter, the most lively place was the fishing window.
Xinshan and Li Ji, who were originally not interested in fishing, both got in front of the fishing rod and took turns fishing.
I wish I could grow it on that fishing rod.
In other words, only Poseidon's favor can catch the skill book, otherwise the cabin would be full of fishing rods by now. Hu Yu has also been standing behind the window, like an old NPC man, waiting there to evaluate whether the skill book is useful.
But an hour passed and not a single skill book was caught. But the 10th fish finally takes the bait. Bite.
It has been detected that the heart of the ocean has reached the level of evolution.
Do you want to start evolving now? 72 hours. 3 days.
Hu Yu frowned slightly. Who would have thought that it would take time to evolve this thing?
Fine.
In addition to the heart of the ocean, there is also a ship available. Although the various facilities above are not as good as in the heart of the ocean, there is no other way. Not to mention that Bubu requires more space for activities, but just looking at the current situation under the water, no one knows to what extent those fish will evolve.
Water snakes cannot upset the heart of the ocean, but what about sea snakes? What about sea pythons? God knows how long the global submergence will last. The sooner we evolve within these 72 hours, the better. After thinking for a moment, Hu Yu immediately made the decision. Call the people, have a meeting. Lunchtime.
Hu Yu finalized the plan to change ships for 3 days.
For 3 days, everyone will be living on the ship.
Although everyone had doubts, no one raised them.
After all, this one hasn't missed it so far. Except Mr. Fong.
He was worried about the treasures in the shed. After receiving Hu Yu's assurance that new seeds would be found for him soon, he left the greenhouse.
Afternoon.
The heart of the ocean stopped on the water's surface. Hu Yu released the ship again and was the first to board the ship. Everyone simply packed up their belongings and followed him. After Xinshan confirmed that there was no one on board and was the last one to get on the ship, Hu Yu immediately clicked to confirm. The heart of the ocean was instantly taken back into the space backpack and began to evolve. A countdown also appeared in front of him. Boss.
Su Zilong held the fishing rod, approached Hu Yu and asked, should we continue fishing?
This little broken ship is no better than the heart of the ocean. Not to mention catching a water snake or something like that. Even if you catch a slightly larger mutant fish, the entire ship may be blown away.
Forget it, don't make it self-defeating then.
It's only 3 days, you should rest and recharge your batteries.
Okay. Su Zilong replied and handed the fishing rod back to Hu Yu.
The ship continued sailing.
At night.
After dinner, Hu Yu was just getting ready to go to bed when he suddenly thought of something and his whole body was instantly stunned.
What the hell?
This ship is a passenger ship,
there are no rooms. In other words, everyone has to squeeze into the cabin. If it were in calm water, then everything would be fine. But because the heart of the ocean ran all the way last night, everyone has already entered the sea at this moment. The sea breeze is far more harsh than the river breeze. On the sea. It was 10 o'clock in the evening.
Fortunately, Huyu had prepared in advance. Among the stockpiled goods, there was a truckload of mattresses. This was originally used to keep warm, but now it came in handy in advance. He first put all the seats and insignificant things in the cabin into the space, and then moved out some wooden boards to partition the cabin. He barely made a room big enough for everyone to rest, and then distributed mattresses to each room. The ship became a simple dormitory. It was naturally incomparable to the luxurious rooms on the heart of the ocean, but it was much more comfortable than just now. As long as they hold on for another 63 hours, they can return to the heart of the ocean. But just when everyone was about to go to bed, something strange happened. The whole ship began to sway endlessly, like a baby in a cradle, being rocked by the mother of the sea, urging it to sleep. Ugh! Huyu climbed on the side of the ship, emptied the dinner he had just eaten, and vomited in a trance. Boss, are you okay? Shinshan protected Bubu and looked at Huyu with a worried look. No. No. Vomit. Huyu stuck his head out again. There was no way, this ship was only sailing on the inland river, and it couldn't withstand the strong winds and waves in the sea. Whether it was Lao Wang and the others who had been sailing for years, or those children, let alone falling asleep, being able to hold back from vomiting was already a natural seafaring saint. Where's Huyu? Xiao Zisu's voice sounded in the distance. Have you seen Huyu? Hearing her voice, Shinshan immediately raised his hand. Dr. Xiao, here. Coming. Xiao Zisu stood on tiptoe in the crowd and took a look, and immediately ran over from a distance. She looked fine, even on such a shaking ship, she could still walk briskly. Huyu leaned against the window and looked up at Xiao Zisu. Zisu, you're looking for me? What's the matter? I'm here to save your life. Xiao Zisu casually stabbed a needle into Huyu's body. He was about to scream when he realized that it didn't hurt at all. Instead, his head was much clearer and he didn't feel like vomiting anymore. How is it? Still want to vomit? Huyu shook his head and stood up with the help of Shinshan. It's okay, Dr. Xiao is a miracle doctor. Don't praise me so much. Xiao Zisu frowned and asked, do we still have to stay on the ship in this situation? Or should we go back to the heart of the ocean first? Yes. Shinshan frowned and said, we can hold on, but the children? I can't help it. Huyu explained helplessly, the heart of the ocean has evolved, and it will take another 63 hours before it can resume sailing. They didn't ask the reason for the change of ship before, so they didn't know the specific situation. What? Evolution? Shinshan was stunned, his expression was very confused. Can it still evolve? Amazing, why didn't you say that earlier? Xiao Zisu could understand, she turned around and walked towards the crowd. Hey, what are you doing? Get an injection, if you keep vomiting like this, you'll all be dehydrated. Xiao Zisu said, and she didn't forget to shout at the top of her voice, Dad! Mom! Stop vomiting first. We can't change the boat yet. At this moment, Huyu felt the correctness of his decision. As expected, there must be a doctor on the ship. In less than 10 minutes. A total of 48 children all returned to normal, although they were still shaky and unable to stand steadily, at least they stopped vomiting. But this is not a solution. No one knows when the storm will stop. Unless. Huyu's mind flashed, and he immediately looked at Shinshan, Brother Shan, who has the sea chart. Li Ji, he is watching in the cabin, what's wrong? It's okay, you watch Bubu, I'll go to the cabin. Huyu said and walked to the other end of the cabin. Okay. Shinshan was not worried about his safety. After all, since boarding the ship, Anciener has returned to being inseparable. Huyu just walked over and ran into Xiao Zisu coming towards him. Hey, where are you going? To confirm something. Xiao Zisu paused after hearing this, but still followed him to see what he wanted to confirm. The three of them came to the cabin. Li Ji was steering the helm, Lao Wang next to him was observing the sea chart, and Xiao Luer was holding a telescope to observe the weather. "Brother Ji, where is the sea chart?" Hu Yu asked. "Here." Lao Wang responded from the side, smiling bitterly. "Boss Hu, look at the current situation, how about changing a ship first?" "No need to change the ship." Hu Yu didn't intend to reveal his trump card to Lao Wang. He walked to the sea chart and asked in the dim light, "Where are we now?" "Not far from the coast of Pengcheng." Old Wang pointed casually and landed on a corner of the sea chart. "What's wrong with this position? How deep is the water?" "This." Boom. A gust of phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine/phoneme blue, and the ship began to tilt at a large angle. Hu Yu fell to the left and fell directly into Xiao Zisu's arms. Xiao Zisu couldn't bear the weight and fell to the left again. Fortunately, and Sienner followed behind. She came to the wall first and stood still, catching Hu Yu and Xiao Zisu with her hands. Bang! A collision sounded. Old Wang hit the side of the cabin, wailed, "Ouch!" Not only him, but the whole cabin was also wailing. "If this continues, I'm afraid the whole ship will capsize." "Stop, ouch, how deep is the water?" "According to the markings on the chart, it's about 25 meters. 25 meters. Including the depth of precipitation, it is 75 meters. Barely enough." "Brother Ji, stop the boat. Hurry." Hu Yu roared and glanced at Sienner behind him. "Sienner, send me to the deck." "You're crazy!" Xiao Zisu exclaimed. "Now go to the deck and wait to jump into the sea to feed the fish?" And Sienner didn't move. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either/phoneme. In her opinion, this behavior would put him in danger. After a moment's hesitation, the cabin tilted again. This time, to the right. The tilt range exceeds 30 degrees. Everyone was like marbles on a tablet, rolling over in unison. Even Sienner is no exception. Bang! There was another muffled sound. I don't know how many people fell to the ground. "Hurry! It's too late." Hu Yu shouted again, "Brother Ji." "Roger." It stopped. Li Ji also roared. This time Sienner finally moved. She picked up Hu Yu with one hand and ran straight out of the cab. The cabin was in a mess. Most people fell to the ground, especially the children. Many of them fell together and were probably seriously injured. And Sienner rushed all the way to the deck in the rain. "Outside. Go further outside, to the side of the ship." Hu Yu pointed to the side of the deck. And Sienner didn't respond, but still took 3 steps and 2 steps at a time, and carried him to the right side of the ship. The phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine/phoneme is here again. This time it's offset to the left. The ship's side has not arrived yet. Her foot slipped, her pupils widened instantly, and she fell towards the side of the ship. We are not in the cab now. If you slip, you will probably fall into the water. Google search TWKAN. Fortunately, Hu Yu was quick-witted. He grabbed the railing with his left hand, and at the same time, he put his right hand around Sienner's waist and barely caught her. At this moment, he understood the importance of perfect fishing. His strong arm strength allowed him to hold Sienner and himself at the same time, otherwise with this tilt angle, both of them would have to go to the sea to take a bath. The tilt angle this time was greater than the last time. But fortunately, the ship has not yet reached the capsizing angle, and they still have a chance. Hu Yu held the railing tightly, waiting for the ship to shift to the right. Soon the ship returned to the right. When he released the railing, he released a mountain. Zijing Mountain. Originally, it was planned to be kept as a foundation, but now it is useful in advance. The entire Zijing Mountain instantly sank into the water. The mountain, which is more than 360 meters high, fell into the water, and more than half of the mountain body floated on the water. This is his solution. The ship can't sail in a rainstorm, but the mountain can always stand up. Although there is no phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine/phoneme and rain protection equipment on the mountain, as long as the 28th floor is placed on the mountain, at least it won't be like on the ship, swaying in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme and rain. Bang! Due to the appearance of Zijing Mountain, the ship was stranded halfway up the mountain. Finally out of the water. Take me out. Huyu looked at Sienna and said. She turned over, hugged Huyu and jumped off the ship, landing in a building complex. There happened to be a building there. Huyu didn't have time to take a closer look, and directly put the entire ship into the space backpack. Everyone on the ship came to him in an instant. Quick! Find a place to hide from the rain. Everyone was stunned at first. Even after experiencing so many fantastic things, it is still difficult to react to what happened in the first time. Weren't we still on the sea just now? How did we get to the land? No matter. Hiding from the rain first is the kingly way. Those who could still stand up, helped the injured people, and walked all the way to the nearest building complex. Before they entered, just approaching and seeing what kind of building it was, Huyu's heart trembled. A hotel. A large hotel. An idea suddenly emerged in Huyu's mind, and before he could confirm it, Wanli, who had come up to him at some point, suddenly spoke. Jinling Conference Hotel? You know this place? Huyu turned his head and looked at Guanli. No need to know. Guanli raised his hand and pointed at a banner on the ground. Although the words on it were blurred, the 6 words Jinling Conference Hotel could still be seen clearly. Isn't it written here? Yes. It's really here. Huyu took a breath of cold air, but his feet kept rushing towards the inside of the hotel. At that time, he and Shinshan and others stopped near the Zijing Mountain cableway. Originally thought that taking away the mountain would only take away part of the mountain, but I didn't expect. Now I can actually see the Jinling Conference Hotel. This hotel is halfway up the mountain, but that's halfway up the mountain a few kilometers away. This means that I didn't just take away a mountain, but took away the entire Zijing Mountain. That's more than 2,000 square kilometers of land. There are not only hotels, but also hospitals, and even several mausoleums. It's more than enough to build a city on it, although it's small. Everyone walked into the hotel, and now not only Guanli, but everyone else also found something wrong here. But Huyu didn't plan to answer, but took out the power generation equipment on the 28th floor and distributed flashlights and carts to Shinshan and others. Brother Shen, you guys take care of the power generation. Zisu, please take uncle and aunt to see if the children are injured. Ling Long, you are responsible for arranging accommodation, Wei Wei will assist you. Old Wang, you brothers go check if there is any danger inside the hotel, and search for supplies by the way, and move all the useful ones to the lobby. Zhang Sirue, you will check the supplies and classify them when the time comes. Mr. Fong, you stay where you are and don't walk around. The injured people stay where they are and don't act rashly. Yes. Okay. No problem. Everyone responded in unison, but not quite in unison. Anyway, everyone started to act. Only Huyu and Sienna stayed where they were and looked after the group of little guys. Half an hour later, the lights in the hotel lobby were on. An hour later, the injured children and adults were treated. 12 o'clock. Everyone moved into the hotel room. Huyu lived in the luxury suite on the top floor. He opened a bottle of wine stored in the hotel and waited for someone. Ding ding, there was a knock on the door. Come in. A woman with dark circles under her eyes walked in. At this moment, her eyes were full of excitement, as if she had guessed something. Boss Hu, I'm here. Su Linglong. She walked straight to Huyu, and without waiting for him to speak, she took the initiative to ask, could this be? Well, Jinling Conference Hotel, you are from Jinling, you should know it. Of course I know. Su Linglong became more and more excited. So this mountain. Zijing Mountain. All Zijing Mountains. At present, it should be. Hiss. Su Linglong took a breath. So, Boss Hu, what you said before about building a city is based on this. It seems that you should have guessed why I asked you to come. Huyu smiled bitterly and poured her a glass of wine. I'm sorry, your drawings have to be redrawn.
It's okay. It's my honor.
Su Linglong was originally worried about how to start from scratch and how big the city should be built.
Now with the template, it's solved in one go. But, Boss Hu, do you have a detailed drawing of this Zijing mountain? This is the second question I came to you today.
Hu Yu asked helplessly, how long will it take you to survey the entire Zijing mountain?
Su Linglong was stunned on the spot.
After a long time, she came back to her senses.
I'm alone? You can find someone to help. Who? Everyone on the boat can do it. Can they draw? Hu Yu didn't say anything. I understand.
Su Linglong looked at Hu Yu expressionlessly, the excitement in her eyes was gone. You want me to die?
Hey, you can't say that. Hu Yu raised his eyebrows. Teach slowly. Don't we still have 48 good seedlings?
Don't draw pictures for the time being, join the teaching plan, train at a fixed point, and find a few good seedlings to inherit your legacy. Once the rain stops, we will find a suitable place and then start our city construction plan.
It seems, it's not impossible. Right, isn't it just 3 mountains?
In ancient times, Yugong moved mountains, and now Linglong measures mountains.
You will definitely be famous in the future. Hu Yu stood up and raised his glass. Cheers to our future city. Wait a minute.
Su Linglong slammed the table and looked at him with wide eyes. How many mountains did you just say? As soon as they heard about the 3 mountains, Su Linglong almost died. Especially when she knew that among the 3 mountains, in addition to Zijin Mountain and her previous mountain, there was also Qixia Mountain. She almost stopped going on strike.
Fine.
The pie painted by Hu Yu was stabilized. He promised that once the city was built, she would name it.
No one can refuse this kind of pie.
At least no architect who likes architecture can refuse. After settling this matter, Hu Yu could sleep peacefully. In the dream, he seemed to see his own city in the future.
July 26th.
The 13th day of the end of the world. Hu Yu slept until he woke up naturally.
When I woke up, it was already 10 o'clock in the morning.
The storm finally stopped. To be precise, the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine/phoneme has stopped, but the rain has not stopped. Hu Yu frowned slightly, got up from the bed, and walked all the way to the hotel restaurant.
Everyone has gathered there to have breakfast.
Today's breakfast is buffet style, using all the original ingredients in the hotel, which is quite rich. Hu Yu carried a dinner plate, randomly selected some food, and walked straight to sit down next to Shinshan and others.
Boss. Boss Hu. Everyone said hello quickly.
Especially Zhao Zhong and Li Ji, it seems they are more respectful than before.
What's going on? Sit down. Su Zilong was still sitting, casually putting a spoonful of egg custard into his mouth and saying with a smile, "They are scared." Afraid? I'm afraid you might pull out a Godzilla from your pocket at some point. Screw you. Li Ji snarled at Su Zilong, then looked at Hu Yu and asked, "Boss Hu, I heard this is the entire Bohemia Mountain?" "Yeah." Hu Yu replied casually. "Is there really a Godzilla?" Zhao Zhong asked immediately. Puff. The Coke Hu Yu just drank in his mouth spit out directly. He casually picked up a tissue and wiped it. What Godzilla? Don't listen to this guy's nonsense. Even if there is one, it's still Transformers, there's no weird stuff like that.
Zhao Zhong and Li Ji looked at each other, said nothing, and nodded to each other. As if we are really sure that there are Transformers in Hu Yu's space.
Hu Yu didn't bother to explain. He bit off a piece of sandwich and looked at Li Ji. By the way, Brother Ji, how long does it take to get to Yujing now? We have just left Pengchang. If we follow the sailing speed of the heart of the ocean, it will take at least 4 days. If we set sail now, sail by ship for 2 days, and then switch to sailing in the heart of the ocean, it will also take 5 days. 5 days. Hu Yu frowned slightly. Based on this calculation, if they rest on the mountain for 2 days and then travel through the heart of the ocean, it will take 7 days if the speed remains unchanged. At that time, it was the 20th day of the end of the world. In 5 days, the 18th day of the end of the world, the water level will continue to rise.
On the 20th day, the water level will even rise to nearly 70 meters.
Even higher is possible.
By then, Yujing City will probably be almost flooded. Even if the headquarters of a certain sound and a certain hand were found, the database would probably have been destroyed. After all, after experiencing stagnant rain, not everyone can bear to witness the skyrocketing water level again.
Unless leave early.
Set off now, first take the ship, and then transfer to the heart of the ocean, which will only take 5 days of sailing.
After arriving, it will be the 18th day.
At that time, the water level had not continued to rise, and they still had a chance to find those databases.
Let's go now.
Huyu looked at everyone and said without any intention of discussing, after breakfast, everyone will gather on the ship and we will continue sailing along the coastline. Everyone looked at each other and raised no objection. They all heard what Huyu said about what happened next and understood why he did what he did, so there was no doubt. As for everyone else, they themselves are not among those who express opinions.
10:30. Huyu walked outside the hotel and released the ship.
After inspecting the panel, it was determined that there was no problem with the ship itself and it would not delay the voyage.
He was relieved.
Everyone got on the boat one by one. Huyu was the last one to get on the boat, and then put away the entire Bohemia mountain. It was originally a very simple matter.
After taking away Bohemia mountain, you can continue sailing. But the next moment,
a ship suddenly appeared not far away.
Someone.
No, to be precise, a ship was approaching Bohemia mountain. When Huyu took away Zijing mountain, they and their boats appeared 100 meters ahead. It was probably during the storm last night that they discovered the existence of Bohemia mountain and chose to stop, but did not choose to go up the mountain. Otherwise, the person should appear in front of him now, instead of still staying on the ship. The other party is a small yacht. It is said to be a small yacht, but that is also the result of comparison with the heart of the ocean. In terms of size, this ship is much larger than the ships that everyone rides on. The length is at least 50 meters, and the width is nearly 30 meters. When Huyu saw the ship, he couldn't help but be stunned. This ship looks familiar.
Etc. Could it be? It must be that ship.
Brother Ji, ask the other party's origin and don't expose our information.
No. Li Ji replied and immediately rushed to the bridge. Brother Shin, I'll leave it to you to make arrangements here. I'll go up and take a look first. Huyu gave Chen Shan instructions and quickly ran up with Li Ji.
When they arrived at the bridge, before they could send the message, a sound came from the communication radio.
This is the Saint Rubia. Please answer when you receive it. Please answer when you receive it. Repeat, Santa Rubia? If I remember correctly, that was the name of the ship before it was renamed, right?
It's really her. Huyu's thoughts couldn't help but drift back to his past life. In his last life, he almost became a two-legged sheep. If it weren't for her, he would have been eaten and wouldn't even survive the day when the rainstorm stopped.
It's a coincidence.
In his last life, he was on the holy light of salvation and was robbed by Lao Wang and others on the ship. He had no choice but to get on the lifeboat and escape. But in this life, he was sitting on this ship, looking at the holy light of salvation.
Fate is so strange sometimes. Boss, how are we going to get back? Li Ji turned around and asked. Just go back normally.
Huyu retracted his thoughts and replied calmly, good. Li Ji responded calmly, immediately picked up the intercom and said, I received the Yangtze River sightseeing ship.
What do you want? Did you see that mountain just now? This is what I was asking about.
Also, everyone would find it strange that such a big mountain suddenly disappeared.
It is normal for the other party to have doubts.
Li Ji continued to respond, I saw it, did you also notice it?
How could that mountain suddenly disappear? Have you gone up the mountain? No, what's wrong? It's okay, maybe it's a mirage. Do you have any extra food on board? We can spend money on it.
Gold, jewelry.
It will be all right.
Huyu let out a soft snort.
This tone was not like the one he knew. Extra food? At this time, who would think that their food is superfluous? The person he knew was extremely shrewd. How could he ask such a mindless question? Li Ji turned to look at Huyu. Boss, what are you doing?
Tell him yes and deal face to face.
Li Ji responded quickly.
The other party also responded immediately.
Okay, we will move closer to you now.
Huyu immediately walked to the cabin and put the mattress and some other unreasonable things into the space backpack.
Seeing this, Shinshan came up and asked, Boss, what's wrong? Someone will come to trade later, you pretend to be parents and follow their instructions. By the way, Old Wang.
Huyu said and looked at Old Wang standing aside, come here.
Come on. Old Wang smiled and rubbed his hands, Boss Hu, what instructions? Someone will come on board later, you use the identity of the captain to talk to him about the trade. Trade?
Food. Huyu said quickly. The two ships were not far apart, and the yacht would come over quickly at its speed. He didn't have time to elaborate. Anyway, you hold the other party back and communicate with him more.
It would be best if you can find a way to get on their ship. No problem. Old Wang replied, whispering, Boss, are you going to seize the ship?
I'll let the brothers prepare.
Seize the shit.
Huyu rolled his eyes, just do it, don't do those unnecessary things.
Okay.
Buzz. The next moment, the ship's whistle sounded outside. Old Wang immediately rushed out with Xiao Luo and took on the captain's identity at the first time. Huyu looked at the group of ignorant children, and just when he was about to give them a few words of advice, Wan Li appeared. Don't worry, they won't talk nonsense.
I have trained them before.
Well, I almost forgot that there was this monster. Huyu gave him a thumbs up, and then glanced at Shinshan. The two walked towards the deck at the same time, hiding behind the wall between the cabin and the deck, exploring the situation outside. I saw a wooden board between the ship and the yacht, and a young man in a pure white suit walked over from the yacht, followed by a woman. The woman lowered her head, trembling as she walked on the board, and she did not forget to hold an umbrella for the man in front of her. It was her. Huyu was delighted, but soon frowned.
Something was wrong, wasn't she the owner of the ship? Why was she holding an umbrella? Is there something else that I don't know? A big detection spell was thrown over.
The two people's panels appeared in front of Huyu at the same time. Name, Misusu. Gender, female. Age, 27. Skills, perfect coordination, perfect planning, perfect acting skills, perfect organization and operation, proficient in disguise, proficient in communication. Personality, black-bellied, kind and forbearing, hypocritical, cruel. Favorability, 0. Purity, 78. Name, Fanguchen. Gender, male. Age, 24. Skills, proficient in equestrianism, proficient in music theory, proficient in piano, proficient in art, proficient in gambling, proficient in tasting. Personality, playful, misophobic, lustful, arrogant, and presumptuous. Favorability, 0. As soon as the panel came out, Huyu understood instantly. If I guess correctly, it would not be long before Misusu would take over and replace the shipowner who only knew how to eat, drink and have fun. He became the shipowner he met later.
In the previous life.
After Misusu brought him and Yi Wanqiu on board, she did not miss a day's ration for them, and never restricted their personal freedom. However, she always brainwashed them in the name of saving the world.
Not only them.
The dozens of people on the ship were all people she saved through various channels. Most of them have become her loyal believers, and even if the rest have not been brainwashed, they are still talking nonsense every day. That is, Huyu boarded the ship late, and the ship was robbed by Lao Wang and others not long after. Otherwise, according to this trend, even if he was reborn, the first thing he did was to find Misusu. This time, it was a coincidence that they met here. Hello, hello. On the deck, Lao Wang immediately came up to greet him, hunched over and said, What's your name?
Are you the ship owner?
Fanguchen ignored Lao Wang who came to greet him, but looked up and asked, You have food here, right?
How much do you sell it?
Fish.
We have fish here. Lao Wang pointed to the bucket behind him and said, Boss, look, how much do you need?
Fish? Fan Guchen frowned, his expression full of disgust, obviously not wanting to eat this kind of thing. He subconsciously wanted to turn around and leave, but Misusu's voice slowly sounded, "Master Fan, we don't have much stock." "Okay. Fish is fish." Fan Guchen turned around and looked at Lao Wang. "How much do you sell it for?" "1 bucket of fish, 10 gold bars, or equivalent jewelry." Lao Wang rubbed his hands and laughed, like a profiteer. "Boss, how many buckets do you want? I'll have someone send them to your ship right away." 10? Ha, are you crazy or am I crazy? Fan Guchen sneered and said, "Even your broken ship is not worth 10 gold bars." "Are you kidding? Then boss, what do you think is a suitable price?" Lao Wang suppressed his anger and asked in a good voice. If Hu Yu hadn't asked him to communicate as much as possible, he would have slapped his size 43 shoes on the other person's size 35 face. 1. Fan Guchen raised a finger, and then thought about all the barrels on the deck. "Give me all the fish." "Impossible." Lao Wang immediately refused. Snap. There was a crisp sound. Not only Lao Wang on the deck, but also Hu Yu and others in the cabin were stunned. A slap hit Lao Wang directly on the face. "Who gave you the face to refute me?" Fan Guchen tilted his head and looked at Lao Wang. "Now, there is no gold bar left. Bring me all the fish." "Hey, what the hell?" As Xiao Luer said this, he rolled up his sleeves and planned to rush forward to teach the other party how to behave. But in the next moment, bang! Gunfire rang out. Xiao Luer was shot in the leg and fell to his knees. In heavy rain. The hot muzzle of the gun emitted white smoke and was pressed against Lao Wang's head. "Now, except for food, move all the resources on your ship to my ship." Fan Guchen's voice sounded faintly. "I don't want to say it a second time. Tough luck. This old Wang is so unlucky. I've done 2 robberies since I came out of the mountain. Not to mention the first time I met Hu Yu, and the second time I met a evil star with a gun. This is no longer ordinary bad luck. It's just that this life is not suitable for eating your robber's rice bowl." Hu Yu also knew that the person in charge of communications just now would ask such a stupid question. Regardless of whether there is food on the boat or whether there is trading, their purpose is to get on the boat and then robbery by force. Food, resources, everything, are their goals. After all, there is a gun. No wonder when he was rescued on that ship, there were so many resources on board, and probably all the ships along the coast were robbed. Hu Yu turned to look at Shin Shan and gave him a look. The other party understood immediately, silently took out his pistol and started taking aim. On deck. Lao Wang had no choice but to raise his hands and smile helplessly. "Okay. Boss, I listen to you. You put down the gun first, and I will move the fish for you." That's pretty much it. As Fan Guchen said this, he pointed his gun at Xiao Luer. "Hurry up, or else you, this little brother, will." Bang! There was another gunshot. The bullet hit the gun in the opponent's hand and knocked it away, but did not hurt the opponent at all. Fan Guchen's pupils trembled, and he subconsciously wanted to pick up the pistol that had fallen aside. Ken Misusu next to him took a step forward, kicked her foot up, and the pistol fell into the water. Misusu exclaimed, pretending to be surprised. "Young Master Fan, I didn't mean it. You bitch." Fan Guchen slapped Misusu directly in the face with his backhand. Her face began to become red and swollen at a speed visible to the naked eye. Shin Shan frowned and was already ready to step forward to solve the problem. But Hu Yu immediately stopped him and shook his head slowly. If it were someone else, it wouldn't matter if they were saved. But that's Misusu. If you slap a woman like this, she will only find a way to return it tenfold or even 100-fold at a certain time. Help her get revenge? That's really not necessary at all. It's better to continue to let Lao Wang improvise. Tisk, TSK, you really think Hu doesn't have a gun? After the gunshot, Lao Wang turned his head and looked behind him. The expected person didn't show up, so he had no choice but to bite the bullet and continue acting. Master Fan, right? You can't even hold the gun steady,
and you still want to talk business with me? How about you ask us brothers to accompany you and have a chat?
As soon as he finished speaking, his remaining 5 brothers immediately got out from all over the cabin, each holding a handy tool in their hands.
Or a wrench, or a kitchen knife. There are even people with fire axes.
Young Master Fan had never seen such a scene, and he immediately wanted to go back to his yacht and run away.
But the gunshot wound on Xiao Luer's body couldn't be in vain, right?
Lao Wang and others swarmed forward and controlled Fanguchen and Misusu beside him.
Don't! I surrender. I admit it. Seeing the fire axe getting closer and closer to his neck, Master Fan began to become anxious. Don't you want money?
Gold, jewelry.
I can give it to you. As long as you let me go, everything is negotiable.
Lao Wang paused and turned to look at the cabin behind him. If he follows his train of thought, he must also need money, a boat, and a woman. But he is not the one who calls the shots now. Huyu revealed his head and pointed at the boat behind him. According to the original plan, he needed to get on the ship to confirm one thing.
Make sure the person he is looking for is on board.
The reason why he and Yu Wanqiu were able to find kayaks and survive in the last life was all because of one person.
He didn't know the other person's name.
All I know is that she is a fanatical believer who is responsible for helping Misusu deliver information. She is responsible for giving classes to their new group of people every day, delivering ideas and distributing food at the same time. Unlike Misusu, who wanted to be brainwashed, at that time, she really had those beautified thoughts engraved in her mind. So when the yacht was about to be captured, she gave up her hope of survival and left the kayak to Huyu and Yu Wanqiu.
Stupid? It's stupid.
But it is undeniable that she did save Huyu's life. At the same time, he was also the only person who you met in the apocalypse who was truly kind to him.
If she's on the boat, it's not impossible to bring her down. Fish.
Lao Wang also understood what Huyu meant. We are honest people doing business.
If you give us money, we will give you the fish.
But you hurt my brother's leg, so your leg has to stay.
Bang! Lao Wang raised his hand and hit the opponent's left knee directly with a hammer. Ah! Screams echoed on the sea.
The bright red seeped out of the trouser legs, gradually dyeing the entire trousers red. Unless they also have masters of traditional Chinese medicine like Father Xiao and Mother Xiao on board.
Otherwise, this leg will definitely not be saved.
Come on, brothers, let the boss put the fish on the boat.
Lao Wang shouted.
Huyu then walked out of the cabin. Chen Shan and Xiener and Su Zilong all followed him, while Zhao Zhong and Li Ji stayed on the ship. He walked to the fish bucket, opened it and frowned slightly. He turned to look at Shen Shan next to him and found that he had the same expression.
Okay. What about being an honest person in business?
If you were honest, there would be no profiteers in the world.
The entire row of fish buckets is filled with water.
There is no fish at all. Huyu paused and pressed the lid in his hand. Captain, is this the bucket?
I'm afraid I can't move it alone.
You're stupid. Let's move the 4 of us together.
Lao Wang was still lost in the drama and responded immediately. That's what I want.
The 4 of them looked at each other, lifted the fish bucket at the same time, stepped across the plank, and arrived at the yacht.
Captain, we're here. Huyu looked at Lao Wang on the ship. How are we going to collect this money?
Young Master Fan is very wealthy, so naturally he would exchange a bucket of gold for a bucket of fish.
Lao Wang played with the hammer in his hand and asked with a smile, Young Master Fan, do you think so?
Yes.
Yes. Fanguchen nodded repeatedly. As long as it is on the ship, we will give it to you as much as you want. That's pretty much it.
Lao Wang nodded with satisfaction and looked at Huyu again. Just look around the boat and take whatever you want.
Okay. That's what I want.
Huyu glanced at the 3 people behind him. Find someone and find everyone else on the boat.
Okay. Chen Shan responded and immediately made arrangements. I'll follow the boss. Xiener, you start from the east side. Zilong, you start from the west side. 3 minutes, gather in the cabin.
Yes. And Xiener and Su Zilong responded at the same time and immediately entered the mission state. starting to search the left and right sides of the yacht. Huyu took Shinshan all the way to the yacht cabin and waited quietly.
3 minutes later,
Su Zilong and Sienna arrived at the cabin almost at the same time.
No. Nobody. The two spoke at the same time and looked at each other.
And Sienna stretched out her hand towards him and made a one sign.
What does this mean? Perform the mission, remember it first.
Shinshan replied helplessly, with only a wry smile on his lips, Boss, there seems to be no one on this boat.
Yeah, I can see it.
Huyu frowned slightly. Although this yacht is not as good as the heart of the ocean, it is still a medium-sized yacht and can accommodate 20 to 30 people without any problem. But there was no one on this ship.
Could it be that the people he met earlier were all recruited and taken in by Misusu?
This can explain why they are so loyal to Misusu.
So if Misusu and the two are eliminated now, won't his savior not be able to board the ship again, and his fate will change as a result?
It's really troublesome. Forget it, just be more troublesome.
You don't have to pay anything yourself anyway.
Huyu put the bucket of water into the space, stepped on the wooden board, and returned to the ship. His eyes fell directly on Misusu.
Your name is Misusu, right? Who are you? Misusu was stunned.
His brain searched for memories about Huyu, but he couldn't find any clues.
Fanguchen next to him was furious and didn't know where to direct his anger.
As soon as he heard Huyu chatting with him, he immediately roared at Misusu, You bitch, it turns out that you are the one eating everything. As he said that, he wanted to slap him again, but before he could do it this time, his whole body went limp and he fell to the ground. His legs were no longer strong enough to support him in such movements.
Huyu glanced at him, not wanting to say anything to such a clown.
Huyu.
Huyu said his name and at the same time looked at young Master Fan at his feet. Here, what are you going to do?
Don't pretend. Huyu revealed her thoughts with one word, You just kicked his gun off on purpose, right? You should have already thought about how to turn around and take charge of the family.
You are just waiting for an opportunity. Now that the opportunity has come, what do you want to do?
Kill him and throw him into the water.
Misusu spoke calmly.
The moment she answered, the original tone of the little white flower turned into a cold tone.
Like a black lotus blooming, you. Before Huyu could say anything, Fanguchen raised his hand and shouted angrily, Okay. Misusu. Don't forget who it was back then. It's noisy.
Huyu frowned slightly and interrupted the other party's words.
He looked at Lao Wang, You should have heard what Miss Me wants to do? Understand.
Lao Wang replied, turning to look at Xiao Luer, come and see Master Fan off.
Huyu is a very protective person. Now that Lao Wang and Xiao Luer have boarded the boat and eaten his food, they are already his.
Even if he can't gain his trust yet, he is definitely not something others can bully at will. Therefore, no matter what Misusu's answer is today, Fanguchen will only have one ending.
Die. Don't. Fanguchen immediately panicked.
He stretched out his hand to pull Huyu's sleeve, as if he wanted to say something else. But he has no chance.
Come on. Little Luer climbed over from the side of the ship and stabbed Fanguchen's chest with a dagger.
Looking at the fountain of blood gushing out, he was not afraid at all, but there was excitement in his eyes. Holding hands with Lao Wang, they worked together to send Fanguchen underwater. Huyu looked at Xiao Luer's back, his eyes slightly lowered.
This guy is so cruel.
Ordinary people, let alone murder, would have to wait for several days to recover after seeing a dead body. He actually crawled over and killed the person directly, his eyes were so strange. But judging from the panel, he is just an ordinary crew member. Could it be that the end of the world has really come and people's hearts have changed?
Let's deal with the matter at hand first. Nailed it. Huyu looked at Misusu. Miss Me, what are the arrangements next? Everything is at your command.
Misusu lowered her head as she spoke, her tone sweet and gentle, like a harmless kitten.
If Huyu couldn't see her faceplate, he might really be confused by her appearance.
Both the ship and me. Misusu raised her head, her eyes full of cuteness. It's all yours.
Miss Me, I think you may have misunderstood.
Hu Yu smiled and shook his head. The boat is still yours, and you don't belong to me.
I'm just helping you advance what you can do for a while. Mi Susu snorted, obviously not understanding what Hu Yu meant. Don't want a boat or people? A trouble that I had to solve for myself out of nowhere? Are there such strange people? In exchange, I want you to grant me a request.
Really? There is no such thing as a free lunch.
Mi Susu boasted that she was mentally prepared and immediately asked, please tell me.
Jinling. Hu Yu said calmly, I will go to Jinling later.
I hope to see you there. At the latest, it cannot be later than August 4th, can it be done? Mi Susu pondered for a few breaths, and then gave the answer, can I ask the reason?
Can't. Hu Yu smiled and refused. Then he looked at Shin Shan, brother Shin, gun. Shin Shan was stunned for a moment, then removed the magazine as quickly as possible and handed over the pistol and magazine respectively.
Hu Yu handed it to Mi Susu.
This is for you. Mi Susu was completely stunned. She held the pistol and magazine in her hands, and her mind was filled with questions.
What are you?
This is the deposit. Hu Yu raised his hand and landed on Mi Susu's shoulder, patting her twice. When you see me in Jiling, I will ask you for something.
Yes. Mi Susu was completely confused.
But she understood one thing. With this man's methods, no matter what he wanted, she couldn't stop him.
There are only 3 things she can do now. Obedient. Obedient. Still obedient.
Okay, let's go. Hu Yu waved his hand and walked towards the cabin of the ship. At the same time, he shouted to the cab, Brother Ji, get ready to go.
Okay.
Li Ji's voice sounded in the cab. Mi Susu stayed for a while, and returned to her yacht as quickly as possible. She didn't rush to start the boat, but watched the ship go away. She looked down at the pistol and quickly put it away.
Jinling?
She answered quickly, but how could she know where Jinling was?
Never mind, let's find someone to ask first. At the same time,
the ship sailed towards Yujing. After Xianer confirmed with Shinshan that the mission was over, she threw Su Zilong over her shoulder, which was considered to be their account just now.
Father Xiao treated Xiao Luer's wound. The bullet did not injure any important parts.
After removing the bullet and simply bandaging it, as long as he slowly recovered, it would not affect his daily life. The children started class according to the normal schedule.
The sound of reading aloud echoed in the cabin.
Hu Yu and others sat in the cockpit, fishing and playing games.
No one asked him about his behavior just now. This is a manifestation of absolute trust. However,
Hu Yu felt a little bored. He put down the switch and looked at Xiao Zisu, who was preparing for class.
He said nothing but coughed twice. Ahem.
Xiao Zisu ignored him. Hu Yu leaned forward again and ticked her lesson plan with his finger.
Snap. Xiao Zisu held him down and looked up at him. What? Nothing.
Hu Yu thought of the golden needle warning and immediately let go. Don't you want to know why I let her go and gave her the gun?
No.
Xiao Zisu replied and continued to prepare for class. Don't bother me, be careful, I'll stab you.
Well, this one can't be provoked.
Hu Yu turned his head and looked at Shin Shan again. Before he could speak, Shin Shan replied first, Boss, I won't question your decision.
+1. Su Zilong answered on the side.
Hu Yu had to look at Li Ji. Hey, boss, don't look at me. Li Ji smiled bitterly. I don't know what's going on outside, I'm still driving here.
There are only a few people in the cab.
Zhao Zhong is fishing outside, and Xianer is a taciturn person.
After asking everyone, no one is curious.
Well, at worst, just keep it to yourself. I don't believe they won't ask when I see Mi Susu next time in Jiling. Hu Yu picked up the handheld game console again.
10 o'clock in the evening.
After dinner, everyone discussed the list of night shifts and prepared to rest. In the distance, a strong light suddenly came.
Call the boss. Call the boss.
Hu Yu was about to go to bed, and Li Ji's voice suddenly came from the intercom on his waist.
He pressed the button and responded, "I'm here, what's the matter?" "Ship, fleet." "There's a whole fleet outside, fleet." Huyu's pupils trembled, full of surprise. Being called a fleet by Li Ji means that the opponent has at least 3 ships, or even more. Writing this, I hope readers will remember our domain name Taiwan Novel Network, now it's at the beach. In this case, there are still ships appearing in groups, so there is only one possibility. Cargo ship. Container ship. This is the coast, and there must be many ships preparing to leave or enter the port outside the port. There are hundreds of millions of dollars worth of cargo on every ship. If you can get it. What fleet? Huyu asked immediately. I don't know. We haven't entered the radar detection area yet. According to my guess, it is likely to be a container ship, at least 10 in number. Really? Huyu felt happy. It seems like today is a sleepless night. He walked out of the room, pressed the intercom at the same time, and shouted on the channel, "Brother Sean, Brother Zilong, Brother Zhong, there is a meeting in the conference room." "Okay, boss." Everyone responded in unison and walked towards the cab. Xiao Zissou was planning to go to bed, but when she heard Huyu said there was a meeting, she stood up with excitement. Her room was right next to Huyu's. She opened the door and looked into his eyes. She blinked her big Cazalan eyes but didn't say a word. No need to ask, Huyu also knew what she meant. Don't you just want to attend the meeting? He also wanted to call Xiao Zissou at that time, but he was afraid that she would fall asleep, so he didn't think of calling her. I didn't expect this guy to be able to squat at the door. Let's go, don't be stunned. Okay. Xiao Zissou responded and immediately followed Huyu towards the cab. As for everyone else, regardless of whether it was Su Linglong or Lao Wang, he didn't intend to call. Their favorability score is not even above 50. Not quite one of our own. Naturally, they do not need to participate in this kind of thing. Everyone gathered in the cab, and through the ship's windows, they could clearly see the lights lighting up in the distance. Huyu took out the telescope and took a look, frowning slightly. That's right, it's a container ship. You can still see the goods stacked up above. But it seems a little strange. From the perspective of the telescope, only about 3 container ships can be seen linked end to end. Some lights can also be seen behind the 3 container ships. There's obviously a boat behind it. It's a container ship, but I can't determine the specific number of the other party, nor do I know how many people are on it. Generally, the number of seafarers on a container ship is about 20. Su Zilong said from the side, they are all equipped with some anti-piracy measures. Except for a small number of cargo ships that employ armed personnel, most cargo ships do not have guns. So are we going to rob the ship? Xiao Zissou rubbed her hands excitedly. Take me one. Here you go. Who said we were going to rob the ship? Huyu rolled his eyes and wanted to knock this guy on the head to see what was inside. Aren't you going to rob? Li Ji also hesitated. Boss Hu, those are all resources. Chen Shan and Zhao Zhong did not speak, but looked at Huyu with doubtful eyes. Let's go and take a look first. Huyu looked at the light outside the window. I'm afraid it's not simple there, so be careful. This is the coast. The most indispensable thing along the coast is boats. Now is the end of the world. At night, some ships are eager to stop sailing for fear that they will be targeted by some people with evil intentions. But other ships are different. Just like the Fanguchen we met this morning, he would take the initiative to approach those ships, trying to use his own force advantage to seek benefits. But this was the first time he had seen something like this outside, with its big lights on at night, attracting other ships to the container fleet. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme that or the people on those boats are fools. Don't know the dangers of doing this. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme. The dangers up there are far beyond everyone's imagination. At this time, it is better to make a democratic decision. Just vote. Huyu looked at the crowd and said, let's not talk about robbing ships and resources for now. Which fleet dares to light up its lights at night probably has a lot of tricks. Let's decide first whether we want to contact them.
Those who agree to contact raise their hands.
The words just fell.
Su Zilong, Li Ji, and Xiao Zisa raised their hands at the same time. Xin Shan hesitated for a moment, but still raised his right hand.
4 votes.
There were only 7 in total, so Hu Yu didn't need to ask for the second choice.
Okay, let's get in touch.
Hu Yu glanced at the countdown. There are still 38 hours until the heart of the ocean is unblocked.
You all need to take note of this.
I will summon Lao Wang and the others to come in for a meeting later.
If we need to communicate or anything, Lao Wang will come forward. No one knew what was on the container ship.
If by chance, there really are some armed men above with a sniper in their hands, and if they come forward to negotiate, wouldn't they put their heads under the gun of the other party?
It's better to be careful. Shen Shan and others all agreed.
Hu Yu then called Lao Wang and others in, briefly communicated the identity information that they would need to play later, and then Li Ji continued to take the helm and headed towards the group of container ships.
Wang Shan is a dead horse. This sentence is even more vividly reflected at sea.
The light seemed not far away, but it took 4 hours to sail to the position where the radar could detect it. Fortunately, Hu Yu was well prepared and did not waste time in the cockpit. He went back to the cabin to sleep first, and asked Li Ji to call him after he entered the radar detection range.
July 27th. 2 o'clock in the morning.
Hu Yu was sleeping soundly, and felt someone poking his face. At first, he thought it was a mosquito, and subconsciously raised his hand and waved, but he still had that feeling.
He was really annoyed and couldn't stand it. He opened his eyes and found it was Xianer.
At this moment, she squatted in front of Hu Yu, raised her hand and poked his cheek again and again, as if poking a doll.
Xianer, what are you?
News. And Xianer spit out 2 words calmly and pointed to the walkie-talkie on his waist.
Oh, right. I almost forgot about this.
Hu Yu immediately picked up the intercom, and before he could speak, a voice came from it again.
Boss, this is the cab, please reply if you receive it. Please reply if you receive it. Received. Hu Yu pressed the enter key and replied, what's the situation now?
The other party sent a message, you'd better come to the bridge to see it.
Okay. What news can't be said on the intercom?
Hu Yu frowned slightly, put on his coat and walked towards the cab immediately. After more than 10 days of heavy rain, the average temperature has dropped to more than 10 degrees.
If you don't wear a coat, you really can't stand it at night. He took Xianer all the way to the cab.
At this moment, looking out of the window of the cab, you can vaguely see the appearance of the container ship under the lights.
But the distance is still very far. Brother Ji, what's the news? Can't you say it on the intercom? Hu Yu stepped forward and joked. Everyone's expression was very solemn. Boss, you will know after you take a look.
Xin Shan said, handing over a note with only 2 short lines of words on it.
Welcome to the kingdom of the sea. If they are friends, we have delicious food. If they are enemies, we have shotguns. Sea country? Okay.
Our city has not yet been built, but someone has already built a kingdom.
Hu Yu became interested immediately. Taiwan Novel Network.
Not only because of the other party's tone, but also because I want to see who he is. Under this situation, he can survive in 14 days. No, to be precise, it should be 13 days.
What can a country established in 13 days be like? Boss, what do you say now? Xin Shan asked from the side. It's probably as you predicted. I'm afraid those people are not simple. We should wait no longer. Although he didn't say what exactly he was waiting for. But Hu Yu also knew what he meant.
After the heart of the ocean finishes evolving, it will naturally be better to get closer to them.
But there's not enough time. Going to explore now is already a detour. If we stop for another day, we will not have enough time. It's not a big problem.
Hu Yu said calmly, proceed as planned. Brother Shin, answer the other party and say that there are many children on our ship and want to ask for help. Let's see how the other party responds.
This is to lower the opponent's defense while showing weakness. In order to better inquire about the information. Okay, boss. Shinshan immediately turned on the radio and started operating. After a while, the message was sent. The other party also sent a telegram immediately. The message was brief, only 2 words. Welcome. My dear brother, sail at full speed. Okay. Old Wang. Lao Wang immediately responded and came forward with a smile. Boss, what are your orders? As for acting, I won't tell you more. Remember to act according to the situation and put the lives of everyone on board first. Don't worry, boss. Lao Wang smiled and replied, I'll do the work, don't worry. Well, I leave it to you. Huyu said that he did not go back to catch up on his sleep. He simply sat in the cab and watched the ship get closer to the container ships. Another 3 hours passed. It was already dawn. Huyu took out the telescope and took a look. He was shocked. The sun shines through the torrential rain. Let him see clearly the behemoths in front of him. Each ship is nearly 200 meters long, even 50 meters longer than the heart of the ocean. What is this concept? The 3 container ships are connected end to end, which is equivalent to nearly 200 stories lying across the water. It is also filled with various containers. Each box is a standard 40-foot container, 13 meters long. Judging from the surface, there are at least 1,000 boxes like this on a ship. 3 ships means 3,000 containers. This is just the surface number. God knows how many more ships are behind these 3 ships. Boss, look under the ship in the middle. Huyu lowered the telescope and saw the situation in front of him clearly. The door to the bottom container opened. There were 3 people standing inside the door. One of them was wearing a suit and leather shoes. He didn't look like a crew member working at sea, but rather like the owner of these ships. They just stood in front of the container, seemingly ready to greet them. It's quite formal. Huyu replied with a smile, put down the telescope and looked at Li Ji. Brother Ji, how long until we arrive? 1 hour at most. Okay, everything goes as planned. Huyu said and walked towards the cabin. I'm going to pack some things and tell the children some precautions. When they heard that there would be no classes today, the children were instantly overjoyed. Sure enough, no matter what time it is, no matter what the situation is, as long as there is no class, it is enough for the children to make them happy. The ship quickly approached the 3 container ships. Before the ship stopped, a man's voice sounded not far away. I thought it was someone, but I didn't expect it to be some guy who drove a broken ship. The man's tone was full of disdain. It looked like he wasn't happy to be sent here. He looked down at the people on the ship and ordered like a superior, Hey, tell us how many people, how much food, and how many resources are on your ship. If you meet the specifications, you can join the Sea Kingdom. Everyone looked at each other, and a question came to their minds at the same time. Is this guy okay with his mind? Who said you want to join this maritime country? They ask for people, food, and resource information when they come up. Isn't this a joke? Lao Wang didn't feel comfortable making the decision, so he turned to look at Huyu. The meaning in his eyes was obvious. Why don't you show off your magical powers and simply collect these ships? Not only him, but everyone else looked at Huyu with almost the same look. What are you looking at me doing? Huyu said helplessly, How many times have I said it? What is the most important thing now? It's talent. First go up and see what's going on in this so-called maritime kingdom. If you miss any talents, please pay me. This is true. After all, if it weren't for Lao Wang, they would have missed Fong Lao. As long as he is given certain resources, he will be the god of food for millions of people in the apocalypse. Then what's wrong with me? Lao Wang asked doubtfully. Normally, in terms of food, we have caught a lot of fish. Huyu said as he walked towards the warehouse, I'll put some fish in there to avoid being discovered. Okay. Old Wang said as he picked up the megaphone and shouted to the top, There are a total of 69 people on our ship, with plenty of food, and the only resources are fish. I don't know if I can join you. TSK, another group of poor people. The man did not hide his disdain.
If it were placed in other places, a ship that dared to say that it had plenty of food would never be associated with the word poor. No matter before or after the end of the world. That's a ship. It was worth at least tens of millions before the end of the world, and its value after the end of the world is even more immeasurable. But in front of such a whole fleet of container ships, it is indeed poor. If you take 2 containers at random, they may be more abundant than the supplies on the ship. Okay, as long as you have enough food, come in. As he said, the container ship in the front started. It gradually sailed away from the fleet, exposing the scene behind the 3 ships. Behind that container ship, there are all kinds of small boats. The small ones are like this ship, about 20 to 30 meters long. There are at least 3 large, 10,000-ton container ships parked inside. These are just the small boats parked behind that container ship. God knows what the scene is inside the 3 ships. Maybe. Even the resources that someone has worked so hard to hoard are not as abundant as what is in front of them. Hu Yukai came back from the storage room and came to the cab. He was stunned by the scene in front of him at a glance. This is fucking. Could it really be a country? Jaw-dropping? I'm afraid even the word stunned is not enough to describe everyone's current expressions. I originally thought that there would be no more than 3 large ships behind these 3 ships. But now I look at it. 3 ships? There are at least nearly 300 ships of various sizes inside, and there may even be more. Fortunately, Hu did not directly choose to collect the ships at that time, otherwise they would have had enough time to collect the ships one by one and find ways to kill him by various means. Front. The voice of the man in charge sounded again, go in and dock, be careful not to bump into other ships. I will be here right away. With that said, the door closed. The man was nowhere to be seen. Not even waiting for their answer whether to go in or not. It seemed that if they didn't go in, the only losers would be Hu Yu and the others, showing their arrogance to the fullest. Lao Wang subconsciously turned his head to look at Hu Yu, knowing what he was thinking without opening his mouth. To go in, or not to go in? Sometimes, when you ask something, it means you already know your choice. It's like flipping a coin. You don't need to look at the results. The moment the coin leaves your palm, you have already chosen a side. Go! Hu Yu gave an answer that had the same idea as everyone else. Even if it's not for resources or talents. Just out of curiosity, he also wanted to know how so many ships were gathered together and how they could maintain their current condition. Okay. Lao Wang replied, while not forgetting to take out his walkie-talkie and report the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals route/phoneme and heading to the group of people outside. The ship sailed all the way to the interface between the 2 container ships and turned in from here. The scene inside was finally clear. A total of 10 large container ships. In addition to the 3 large container ships outside, there are 5 container ships parked behind. Arranged in positions of 3, 2, and 3. Each ship is closely together, the 6 container ships in front and behind are full of containers, and the 4 ships in the middle only have a dozen or so containers. Floating in the middle, it looks like a small island. Although there are only 4 ships in the middle, the area exceeds more than 20,000 square meters. Those containers didn't look like they were loaded with goods, but instead they looked like they were packed with people. Of course, compared with the Bohemia Mountain in Hu Yu's space, the gap is not that big, but for normal people living in the apocalypse, this is a country. A country that will never sink. No wonder the man's tone just now was like that. It turned out to be because he had such confidence behind him. The ship turned into the sea and successfully merged with the small boats. Just like the man said. He quickly rushed over on a smally donkey Vivi, holding a tablet in his hand, and gave instructions with an unhappy look on his face, bring all the food and supplies up, and I will convert them into points for you. These points can be exchanged for any supplies here. As long as you have enough points, changing a ship is not a big problem. Hey! Thank you so much. As the captain, Lao Wang immediately rushed out of the bridge and started chatting shoulder to shoulder with the man. Soon, a wooden plank was set up among the ships and container ships. Under the leadership of Guanli, the children walked up one by one. Seeing that they were all children, the man's expression suddenly changed.
Why are they all children?
He frowned and looked at Lao Wang beside him. Don't tell me that the more than 60 people on your boat are all these children.
Not really.
Lao Wang said with a smile, there are still a few adults, but children make up the majority.
Most? How big?
48.
What?
The man exclaimed.
He frowned, thinking about whether to drive people away.
Now is the time when the sea country is busy. Who has time to take care of these children? It sounds nice, these are investments in the future, but who knows whether there is a future for this world?
They need people now, but they only need adults.
But the man turned to look at the group of children and asked Lao Wang, how many girls are there in this group of children? Lao Wang was stunned and seemed to have guessed something, but he still had to answer bravely, 25. There are 2 more girls than boys. When the man heard this, he reluctantly nodded, okay, everyone, come up. The crowd walked along the wooden plank and onto the container ship little by little. This boat is larger than a yacht, and naturally more stable. When you stand on it, it really feels like you are walking on flat ground. The children did not run after getting on the boat, but stayed where they were, standing in front of Lao Wang, waiting for instructions. Before Lao Wang could speak, the man stepped forward, looked at the group of children and gave instructions. Everyone, men stand on the left, women stand on the right, stand up quickly. When the children heard this, they naturally did not take any action.
But soon, Guanli stood to the right.
The man made a confused sound. Child, why are you standing to the right as a man or a woman?
Can't you tell the difference between left and right?
Uncle Guanli raised his head, blinked his big eyes, and said in a very charming voice, I am a girl.
I just cut my hair short. The man was stunned and took a closer look.
Hey, it's true, Guanli is well behaved, and from this point of view, he really looks like a girl.
Okay, everyone else hurry up, hurry up.
When the children saw Guanli move, those who should stand on the left stood on the left, and those who should stand on the right stood on the right. There was 1 more girl in the team that was supposed to have 25 girls. But the man didn't count, he just glanced over and thought that there were more people than boys, and he didn't care about the others. The children all came up.
The rest of the people were moving things on the boat.
One by one, the fish barrels were transported to the deck. When the man found the women in the crowd, his eyes were wide open.
It's not the man's fault.
You know, whether it's Xiao Zisu, Mulingxiu, Su Linglong, Han Weiwei, or even the most serious Zhang Sirui, they can be called beauties anywhere. Especially in the end of the world, they did not experience too many hardships, most of the time they had enough food and drink, and they could take care of themselves and take a bath when they had nothing to do. When they appeared like this, they were just like fairies descending from heaven. It was normal to attract these eyes.
The next moment,
his attitude immediately made a 180-degree turn, looking at the men following behind him, and hurriedly shouted, Why are you all standing there? Hurry up and help our family move things. After that, he even walked onto the wooden plank himself and walked towards the ship. Everyone's eyes lingered on the women, wanting to see which one he liked more in the end.
But, unexpectedly,
this man actually walked all the way to Shinshan and grinned.
Brother, you smell so good. Are you tired of moving things? How about I help you?
At this moment, everyone was stunned. Especially Zhao Zhong and the other brothers who had been through life and death with Shinshan. At this moment, their expressions when they looked at Shinshan changed completely. No one expected that this thing was actually gay.
No. No need?
Shinshan always had an expression of I have seen all kinds of scenes, but now when he encountered such a thing, the expression on his face instantly changed. I really have never seen this scene.
Hey! We are a family now that we are in the Sea Kingdom.
Why do you care about these? I will take care of you if you have any problems. The man said and lingered around Shinshan. The seductive look was probably not even comparable to Yi Wanqiu.
Sure enough, when men get angry, women have nothing to do. Brother Shin, it is a good thing to make more friends.
Hu Yu held back his laughter and walked towards the deck of the container. If you want to understand the situation in this so-called Sea Kingdom, the easiest and fastest way is to penetrate the enemy. Such a friend who came to me, it's simply a waste.
Who?
Shin Shan just uttered a word, but he seemed to think of something and held back his words.
What is this? He is here to be a bodyguard, not a gigolo.
Yes, Brother Shan. Suzilong passed by and patted Shin Shan on the shoulder, his face flushed from holding back his smile. You guys chat slowly, let us move the things here.
You.
Before Shin Shan finished speaking, Zhao Zhong passed by from the other side.
Brother Shan, come on.
Li Shi didn't say anything when he saw this, but he held a bucket and slid away from the ship towards the container.
Obviously he didn't intend to help Shin Shan. You.
Shin Shan was completely speechless. He even cast his eyes on Ancienner behind Huyu, expecting her to say a few words for him. But even Ancienner pretended not to see anything and silently helped Huyu move the goods.
Brother Shan? Brother Shan? The man came forward again. Is your name Shin Shan? What a magnificent name.
My name is Wang Hai, it goes well with your name, I couldn't help it. The remaining few people on the ship also boarded the container ship as quickly as possible.
If they stayed here any longer, I'm afraid they would laugh so hard.
This joy should be left to Brother Shin alone. Soon, Shin Shan boarded the container ship with the help of Wang Hai. After simply calculating the value of the ship and the value of the goods, everyone walked towards the 4 container ships in the middle.
Come to the container ship area numbered 4.
Wang Hai arranged 2 containers for everyone to hide from the rain and for temporary residence. He handed a stack of exquisite casino chips to Lao Wang and left. These chips are points.
A total of 345 points.
According to Wang Hai, as long as you enter the Maritime Kingdom, whether it is the resources on the ship or the ship itself, it will be converted into points. Whether you want to leave or stay, it is your freedom. If you want to stay, these points can be exchanged for everything on the ship. If you want to leave, you only need to return enough points, and you can take your ship and the things on your ship away. Of course. If you want to buy a new ship, you can also buy it with points.
This is similar to the mountain that Su Linglong built at the beginning.
These points can be exchanged for any items, even the ship itself. As long as the points are enough, you can even exchange for a whole container ship as your own territory.
But unlike that mountain,
there are very few channels to obtain these points. In addition to the channel of exchanging materials, the official of this so-called Maritime Kingdom has almost no other channels to obtain points. In addition to being an employee of the Maritime Kingdom like Wang Hai and receiving a salary, the only channel is from others. Barter, or selling your own labor ability, or something else, as long as the other party agrees and the number of points is agreed, you can obtain points under the witness of the official. For every 100 points obtained, you have to hand over a point to the official. Even this is called protecting everyone's right to freedom. Free trade, free purchase, free life. Sounds great, right? But everything on the ship, plus the ship itself, only exchanged for 345 points in total. The average for each person is only 5 points. According to Wang Hai's introduction, the points system here is similar. 1 point can only be exchanged for enough food for one person for 1 day. These 345 points are only enough for everyone to eat for 5 days in peace. If you want to eat on the 6th day, you have to find a way yourself. Outrageous price system, harsh income environment. But to put it bluntly, everyone is working for the owner of these 10 container ships. The value of the ship, the value of the goods, and even the value of the exchanged things are all anchored to him. The so-called points are just a string of numbers in his account book. If he wants, he can even make anyone who tries to buy a container ship have their points cleared. Country? What a civilized word. This is clearly a dynasty. A feudal dynasty that belongs to him alone. And what about the so-called freedom? Here, you need points for food, drink, accommodation, and transportation. Just renting these 2 containers costs 5 points a day, not to mention food and drink. In other words, once you board this ship for a day, no matter who you are, you can never go back to your own ship. He's a talent. After listening to the news that Shin Shan and Lao Wang had inquired about, who you immediately said, according to this trend, as long as the owner of this maritime kingdom has enough food resources, he will be able to control enough manpower. When the rainstorm ends, it seems possible to become a real country. But there is still a fatal problem here. Everyone pricked up their ears, intending to listen to Huyu's analysis. But in the next moment, there was a knock on the door outside the container. Everyone immediately became quiet. Wang Hai pushed open the door of the container, poked his head out, and whispered to Lao Wang, "Captain Wang, come out for a moment." "Hey!" Lao Wang responded, and immediately acted like a captain. "You guys, hurry up and clean up, separate the rooms, don't make it too messy." "Xiao Hu, Xiao Long, come out with me." "Okay." Huyu and Su Zilong responded at the same time, and the two followed Lao Wang and walked out of the container at the same time. As soon as they arrived outside the container, Huyu couldn't help but frown. People. Hundreds of people, just surrounded outside the container. Judging from their appearance and dress, they didn't look like the masters of the maritime kingdom, but more like the owners of those small boats. "Come, Captain Wang, let me introduce you." Wang Hai stepped forward and introduced the people behind him. "These are the owners of those ships. They came here today just to say hello to you. Later, they will come to exchange feelings with you. After you arrange the accommodation, remember to tell us all." "Exchange feelings?" Old Wang was stunned, obviously not knowing what Wang Hai meant. "Brother Wang, what do you mean by this? Why don't you explain it more clearly and give me some advice? Don't you understand?" Wang Hai frowned and pointed to the two containers on the left and right. "Later. Let the women phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme in this container, and the men phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme in this container. The rest, you don't have to worry about it, do you understand?" "Understand?" Not only did old Wang understand, but Huyu and Su Zilong who followed him also understood. "What about men and women living separately? Don't they know this?" Now that he has brought all the shipowners here, he has specially instructed them once. His sinister intentions are naturally obvious. No wonder. No wonder when this guy saw so many children, his expression was embarrassed for a while, and then returned to normal. So the root cause is here. Wait. Huyu was stunned suddenly, thinking of Guan Li's reaction before. This kid pretended to be a girl. Could it be that he saw it from that time? This. Old Wang hesitated for a while, stepped forward and frowned. "Brother Wang, this is not good, right? The girls in our place are still young, and the oldest is only..." "Ha!" A snort came from the crowd. "Wang Hai, this shipowner, is not as sensible as you say." "Yeah, can someone like Wang Hai be put in the country? Wang Hai, what's wrong with you?" "Pa!" Amidst the accusations, a clear voice fell on Lao Wang's face. "Everyone, I'm not doing my job well. Please wait a moment." He first turned his head to look at the group of bosses behind him, and then frowned and stared at Lao Wang, his tone extremely serious. "Asshole. Who do you think allows you to have a stable life? You want a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme in this maritime kingdom? Don't you really think that more than 300 points are enough? Dream on. I'm for you and for them. Only sensible people can phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme here. You don't want to go back to the rain, back to the sea, and phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme a wandering life again, right?" Wang Hai looked down at him. "I tell you the truth, you can stay here because of those kids. If it were someone else. Hee, do you think you can really stay in the maritime kingdom?" His face was exposed. Huyu didn't need to think about it to know that they chose to expose themselves at this time, and they were obviously prepared. It is very likely that the ship has been controlled by them. Now they are like landlubbers trapped on an isolated island, and can only let the things in the water do what they want. It's a pity. Sometimes landlubbers may be disguised as dragons. It's just that it's not time to go out to sea yet. Yes. Seeing that Huyu didn't speak, old Wang had to lower his head and respond, "We should be grateful. I will arrange them in that container tonight."
Bosses, gentlemen, please be kind and sympathetic. After all, the children are still young. Do you need to say that? The voice in the crowd sounded again. You will be given 3 hours, so hurry up and arrange it. It's ridiculous. It turns out that there are people who don't drink toasts and drink forfeit wine. Okay, let's go back and drink some first, and come back later. Let's make a deal first. I have to choose first this time. The 10 people said and walked towards the container in the distance. It seems that these 10 people should be the captains of these 10 ships. In other words, the entire maritime kingdom is ruled by these 10 guys. This time, I really made a mistake. I didn't expect that 10 guys with big heads controlled by small heads could build such a place. It really proved the saying. As long as they stand on the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme, pigs can fly. These 10 pigs with container ships have obviously been blown up and flew to the sky. Old Wang Hai stayed at the end and did not leave with them. He came to Lao Wang and patted his shoulder earnestly. It's not that I don't want to help you, nor did I mean to slap you. But if I didn't slap you at that time, I couldn't get through this. Just be considerate of me. I'll take you to eat delicious food after this time. Hey! Lao Wang replied with a nausea-filled smile. We just came here, and I hope you can help us more. Okay. Wang Hai said and leaned forward again. By the way, where is Brother Shen? What are his plans tonight? Or, ask him to come to my place? I'll tell him right away. Lao Wang said and walked into the container, looking like he was going to inform Shinshan, but in fact he just wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. Wang Hai didn't stop him, just watched. Obviously, he thought he had done enough. It's just a group of people with a broken ship. If it weren't for the maritime kingdom, how long would they float on the ship? How long could they last? It was the Sea Kingdom that saved them. It was Wang Hai who saved them. Let them have the right to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live / phoneme in the end times. They should be grateful. Give up their insignificant dignity in exchange for their joy. The 3 walked into the container. Before Huyu could speak, Lao Wang turned his head and looked at him. Boss Hu. I really can't help it. These guys are beasts. Pure beasts. No. Su Zilong silently added, please don't insult beasts, at least beasts know what public order and morality are. Yes. Lao Wang immediately shouted, let's quickly deal with them and throw them into the sea to feed the sharks. What about the others? Huyu asked back. He actually had an idea in his mind. You should have seen how many ships were on the water just now. There are at least hundreds of ships parked outside. Their experience is probably no different from ours. If we start now, what will they do? Huyu is not a soft-hearted saint, but he also has his own bottom line. Don't kill innocent people. They are also victims. If it doesn't affect him, he will definitely not take the initiative to commit such a murder. When this question was asked, everyone fell into silence. I have an idea. The youngest Guanli in the crowd raised his hand. Everyone turned to look at him at the same time. The boy said calmly, Brother Huyu, can I say it? This boy. Since meeting Bubu, he changed the way he addressed Huyu to Brother Huyu. Although he looked much younger than Huyu, everyone knew what this boy was thinking. Thanks to him, at least in that group of kids, no one would have a different opinion or idea about Bubu. Tell me about it. Huyu also wanted to know what this little guy thought. If you want to find someone, the easiest way is to become them. Guanli smiled innocently. Brother Huyu, I just heard that someone asked Uncle Shinshan to attend a banquet. Shinshan's face suddenly changed, and he turned to look at Guanli with a look of shock. You just lay on the container just to listen to this. After Guanli finished speaking, everyone's eyes fell on Shinshan. Is there anyone more suitable than him? Only half of the girls have the ability to protect themselves. And Xiener counts as one, Xiao Zissou can only count as half. Other men are not qualified to be bait. Now there is only one person who can become a bait and has the ability to protect himself. Shan. He is obviously the best candidate. But who you always felt that this guy had uneasy intentions? Isn't it because Shinshan saw that his thoughts were on Bubu some time ago and warned him? As a daughter slave, this is simply not normal. If only Hu Yu had such a lovely daughter like Bubu. Not to mention Guanli, any male creature within a radius of 500 miles must be inspected as long as it approaches. Otherwise, But with this warning, Guanli silently made a note in his little black notebook. No, if you catch him, it will be a backstab. A good little boy? It's obviously black. It's black from beginning to end. But black is black, the method is really good. Hu Yu suppressed a smile and looked at Shinshan. Brother Shin, look. I'll go. Shinshan also understood something. There is no more suitable candidate except him. If you are angry, you can't just leave the business alone. He glared at Guanli, his meaning obvious. You kid, wait until I come back to settle the score with you. Guanli didn't retreat or evade, and met his eyes. Next to him, Li Ji, Zhao Zhong, and even Su Zilong gave him a thumbs up. After so many years, this was the second time they saw someone who could stand up to Brother Shan. Last time, it was their captain. Good. Hu Yu suppressed a smile and raised his hand to pat Shinshan's shoulder. Brother Shin, I won't say more. I only have one request. Shinshan suddenly became serious. Boss, tell me. Don't lose the backyard flowers. As soon as the words fell, everyone who understood suddenly burst into laughter. Shinshan's mouth twitched and he didn't know what to say, so he had no choice but to turn around and run towards the outside of the container. After a while, the container became quiet. In order not to attract attention, Lao Wang still started to arrange people, separated the men and women, and sent them towards the two containers. But just to be on the safe side, the boys went to the container where the girls originally lived, while the girls stayed where they were. To ensure nothing goes wrong, Hu Yu also distributed weapons to some trustworthy people. Since Enciena was unwilling to leave from behind him, the girls' weapons had to be handed over to Xiao Zisu and Su Linglong. In addition, Hu Yu also arranged for Su Zilong and Li Ji to come there. It's much easier for boys to deal with it. With Zhao Zhong and Enciena here, plus Lao Wang and the others, there will basically be no problem. But in terms of weapons, except for Zhao Zhong and Enciena, Hu Yu only gave Lao Wang a pistol. No way. Now his favorability level is still at 49, not breaking through the 50 mark. He couldn't completely trust Lao Wang, let alone Lao Wang's brothers. It's 10 o'clock in the morning. There are still 27 hours until the heart of the ocean is unblocked. And those guys were only given 3 hours. It seemed that even if they dealt with those guys, they would not be able to get to the heart of the ocean. I guess I have to stay on this container ship for a while. An hour later, Chen Shan is back. He didn't come back alone, but brought Wang Hai with him. No, to be precise, it should have been dragged back. Wang Hai's hands and feet were tied up, like a dead dog, dragged all the way from the ground into the container. Shinshan threw him away casually and was about to say something when he glanced at the children in front of him and finally choked out one sentence. Unlucky. Brother Shin is back? Hu Yu was sitting on the sofa, holding a handful of melon seeds in his hand, playing cards and chatting with Zhao Zhong and others, when he happened to hear Shinshan's voice. He turned around and saw Wang Hai, who was tied up like a crab. Hey, why did you bring back a crab? I'm getting angry when I say that. Chen Shan replied, sitting on the sofa with one foot on Wang Hai. How dare this guy drug me? Everyone's eyes suddenly lit up and they immediately came over. I no longer cracked the melon seeds or played cards, just like the squid in the melon field, it came over after smelling the smell. 2 words were revealed in his eyes. Elaborate. Chen Shan picked up a glass of Mingqian Longjing on the table and took a sip. Just as he was about to speak, he saw the little head sticking out of the crowd. What are you listening to, kid? Go back, go back. Oh, Guanli knew he was talking about him, so he silently lowered his head. It looked like he was leaving, but in fact he was squatting behind everyone, listening silently with his ears raised. Here's the thing.
Shinshan spoke helplessly and told what happened just now. I just went out and ran into this thing. He was very attentive. He planned to take me to where he lived when he greeted me. I thought it was just right and he wouldn't be discovered by others, so I went with him. I knew this guy had bad intentions, but I didn't expect that this guy had such bad intentions. He brought me a cup of black tea before I sat down and spoke. You don't need to drink to know that this thing is definitely a big problem. I lowered my head and smelled it, and it was true. The kind of medicine used after winter. Ah. Little Lou was puzzled, as if he didn't know what the medicine used after winter meant, and deliberately asked, Brother Shin, the medicine used after winter is. What day after winter? Huyu replied casually, and continued to look at Shinshan and asked, Then what? What else? Shinshan said helplessly, I found out everything, so I naturally gave this guy a good beating. I searched his house briefly and found that there was nothing else except more than 1,000 points and some unsightly things. There was no clue, so I had to bring this guy here. Is it that simple? Huyu asked in confusion. No one found him along the way? After that, Shinshan was stunned. He was so angry that he didn't expect this at all. It's hundreds of meters from here to where Wang Hai lives. He dragged people all the way here, and it was not strange that he was not discovered by others. It's weird. Aside from the 10 container ships, there are hundreds of ships out there. Even if there is only one person on each ship, there are still hundreds of people. He dragged people with such a big noise, but he was not discovered? Or those people actually found out, but didn't come out? Bang bang bang. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Huyu vaguely guessed something, put down the melon seeds in his hand, and slowly got up from the sofa. Maybe we don't have to wait another 2 hours. Now, we can start to solve the problem here. There was no need for Huyu to speak. The moment the door rang, everyone behind him was ready. The long guns and short cannons that should be prepared are all pointed at the door at this moment. No. It shouldn't be called long guns and short cannons. To be precise, it should be 4 RPGs, regardless of whether the door is open or not. These 4 RPGs are enough to make all living beings equal. Open the door first. Huyu spoke calmly, turned around and glanced at everyone, and finally his eyes fell on Wang Hai at the foot of Shin Mountain. Let this guy go. Okay. Shinshan turned around, immediately leaned over, and gently caressed Wang Hai's cheek with his generous palm. Snap. This crisp sound made Lao Wang, who was watching beside him, feel happy. In just this moment, his favorable impression of Huyu reached over 50. Wang Hai's face swelled at a speed visible to the naked eye. He slowly woke up, and the habit he had developed for a long time made him curse subconsciously, I see. Before he finished pronouncing the sound that started with C, Wang Hai saw the situation in front of him clearly. Even his cheeks, which were swollen enough to obscure his vision, could not block his gaze. Perhaps it was something of this shape that stood out to him. With just one glance, he saw the dark cannon in front of him, and he retracted the voice he was about to curse. How did they hide such a big thing? Wang Hai's eyes couldn't help but slide down. Snap. What greeted him was a slap from the other side. This was enough to wake him up. He was stagnant on the spot, with his head lowered, and he didn't dare to look up again. Huyu picked up the teacup and took a sip, then looked at Lao Wang. Stop being stunned. The latter immediately understood and said quickly, There is someone outside. They should be looking for you. Open the door. Wang Hai did not dare to neglect, endured the redness, swelling and pain on his face, stood up and confirmed where the door was, then rolled and crawled towards the door. He came to the door and pushed open the container door. Ah! A scream sounded. Obviously, the other party was frightened by someone's appearance. Ghost! Bang! With one kick, Wang Hai fell backwards. I don't know if I hit my head or if I didn't want to face the facts before me, I fainted. Huyu and others also saw the man standing at the door. That's a man. A man whose face is covered with black mud, whose clothes are shabby, and whose smell can be detected just by looking at him. It didn't look like he was here to cause trouble for them. When everyone looked at him, he also saw everyone, especially the things held by the people in front. He immediately raised his hands and said in a cute tone, Don't shoot, I'm a good person." Huyu pressed his hand and signaled everyone to put away their weapons first. He looked at the man in front of him and threw a big probing technique at him. The other party's panel immediately appeared in front of you. Name, Minono, gender, female, age, 24, skills, perfect coordination, perfect planning, perfect acting, perfect organization and operation, perfect disguise, and proficient communication. Personality, innocent, grateful, vigilant, cautious, strong-willed, favorability, 10 purity, 100 Minono. Female. It's a perfect disguise. She actually managed to disguise herself as a man without being discovered. Moreover, isn't this person a replica of Misusu? No, to be precise, it should be the mirror image of Misusu. They have almost the same skills, even higher, but have completely different personalities. Are there really two people like this in the world? That before Huyu could speak, Minono asked tentatively, "Are you the reinforcements sent by the monkey?" Obviously not. Lao Wang still maintained his disguise and answered Minono, "Who are you? How did you find this place? This is a long story. Give you 3 seconds." Lao Wang raised the muzzle of his gun. "I can't finish talking in 3 seconds, so there's no need to say it anymore. Please save us." Minono looked at Huyu and bowed deeply to him. "I know where their supplies are stored, and I know all the maps on all ships, as well as the distribution of their personnel. Take my life around and I'll tell you everything. Although everyone is on the same sofa. But there is still some distance between Huyu and Lao Wang." Everyone could see that the woman was bowing towards Huyu, not Lao Wang. This alone shows that she is smart enough to support the conditions she just gave. "Why do you bow to me?" Huyu looked at Minono with interest. "Because your temperament is different. I want to hear the truth. First, because everyone here is vaguely centered on you, no matter where you are sitting or what you are looking at." Huyu frowned slightly. "Is there a second one?" Minanyua nodded and looked at Anciener behind Huyu. "Second, it's because of this young lady. She should be your bodyguard, right? Anything else?" "The third reason is because of your actions just now." Minono responded obediently. "Because of your actions, they put down their weapons." "You are very smart." Huyu said calmly, "But you haven't answered the question just now." "Is this important?" Minono asked back, with a flattering smile on his face. "No matter who I am, no matter how I found out, my existence will only facilitate your plan." Huyu nodded and asked, "What do you need?" "A boat can provide 2 people with a boat to get off, and food for 2 people for 10 days. Can Huyu stood up with a smile, walked up to her, and extended a hand to her. "Happy cooperation? Happy to work with." Minono replied and immediately planned to take action. "Then I will take you to destroy their lair now." "No rush," Huyu said and turned around and walked towards the sofa. "It's almost noon, let's talk after lunch." "Lunch now?" Minono was stunned for a moment, and immediately felt a little bit annoyed. "Now is when they have lunch, we should take advantage of this time. The words were not finished. Tears of hatred for the inability to become steel flowed from the corners of his mouth. I didn't know when a long Western-style table appeared in the container. The table was instantly filled with various barbecues, steaks, and pasta. There's even fresh fruits and vegetables. All of this was clearly not there when she came in. How did this man do it? Bliss. Minono sucked back his saliva and looked at it eagerly, but did not dare to speak, for fear that it was his imagination. Right. Huyu smiled and turned around, looking at Minono. "Miss, how about you eat something too? Can you please help me?" Good Minono subconsciously uttered a word, and then looked at Huyu with eyes full of surprise. He actually saw it. How is this possible? Bite. Minono's favorability level increased to 20. As expected of a woman with a strong character, she can actually increase her favorability like this. In this case. Then give her another hard one. What's wrong? Miss Me doesn't like to eat lunch? Huyu chuckled and asked casually. This seemingly simple sentence may be just a joke to anyone. But for a sensitive person like Minono, she can hear the difference in just one sentence.
Miss me. He knows her name? This is impossible. She didn't know this person before. Even if he can see her gender, he can't know her name. This is beyond common sense.
Minono frowned, became more alert, and spoke to him carefully.
You know me?
Huyu smiled back, without explaining, just pointed to the food on the table.
The temperature of these foods is just right. If you don't eat them, they will get cold. Gulp. Minono swallowed a mouthful of saliva.
She had survived in the apocalypse for more than 10 days, and she didn't know what warm food tasted like.
Let alone steak.
Even a mouthful of bread that was so dry that she couldn't swallow it was a supreme delicacy for her. Without hesitation, she joined the crowd and started to devour the food in front of her.
What? Poison?
At this time, even if the sauce on the steak was not black pepper but arsenic, she would swallow it without hesitation. Even if she died, she could be a full ghost.
Half an hour later.
Everyone finished lunch. Minono, who had not eaten for a long time, was so full that she leaned against the table and kept burping. If it weren't for the pain in her ribs, she would have gotten up and showed off 2 more pounds of beef.
Have you eaten enough?
Huyu asked casually, and after confirming that everyone was full, he put away the table and the food on it.
Minono, who was leaning on the table, leaned back and fell backwards. Last time, she couldn't see how the table appeared.
This time, she still couldn't see how the table disappeared. Even if she leaned against the table at a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme distance, she didn't find any tricks. If it weren't for the heavy feeling in her stomach, she would have doubted whether this was her own hallucination.
Okay, let's get started.
Huyu stood up and began to assign tasks. Brother Zhong, take your people to that container to meet up, and you will command all the actions here.
Brother Shun, you and Xianer follow me.
Old Wang, you brothers, come with me, come and get your guns.
Now they are going to destroy the other party's lair.
Even if Xianer and Brother Shin are 99% sure of completing the task with 0 casualties, he hopes to increase this probability to 100%. With the help of Old Wang and the others, this 0.1% probability can be fully compensated. At the same time, this is a chance Huyu gave them. As long as they perform well enough this time, when their favorability is increased to more than 50, they can officially integrate into this group.
Hey!
Old Wang also knew this and brought his brothers up to get guns. Except for Xiao Luo, who was still injured, all the brothers received a pistol full of bullets. Although it is not an AK, it is enough to deal with people with bare hands. As for Xiao Luo, his injury had not yet healed, but Huyu still stepped forward and gave him a gun, asking him to protect the children in the container.
Everything was ready. Huyu glanced at Minono, who was lying on the ground and was too full to move. Miss me, can you still walk?
Burp. Minono got up as fast as she could, burped, and trembled. Yes.
Then let's go.
Huyu walked forward, but Minono still stood there, as if thinking about something.
That. Minono tentatively said, Boss, can I a burp?
Conditions, burp.
No, it's burp. Can I change it?
Here it comes.
Such a smart person must know the difference between a full meal and a full meal.
It was shown to that extent just now, it's impossible for her not to be tempted. Huyu turned around and looked at the other party with a smile. Tell me.
Can I learn the magic just now? Minono's eyes flashed with hope. Smart, but not completely smart.
Huyu's mouth twitched, and he smiled helplessly. I can give you another chance to see this. Magic up phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme.
Whether you can learn it depends on your ability.
Okay, burp.
Yeah.
Minono immediately jumped forward, came to the front of the crowd, bowed respectfully, and made a gesture of invitation to the front. Please. I'm asking for your permission. You phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme the way and go in front. This. Minono wanted to burp again, but this time he suppressed it. Boss, I can phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme the way even if I walk behind. Huyu rolled his eyes, probably guessing what this guy was thinking. This is because he was worried that he would be a target if he walked in front. He turned his head and glanced at Wang Hai, who was still in the container. "Hey, Haizi, stop pretending to sleep, wake up." Wang Hai remained unmoved. If Huyu hadn't been able to check the panel and knew that this guy had woken up, he would probably have been fooled. "I'll give you 3 seconds. If you don't wake up, I can't guarantee what will happen next." 3. Brother. After learning from the last lesson, Wang Hai opened his eyes helplessly, with a bitter face. "What do you want to do?" "Go to the front." "Hey." Knowing that he had no power to choose, Wang Hai quickly accepted his fate. He walked to the front of the team and shuttled through the container ship under the guidance of Min Ono. The crowd walked through the heavy rain all the way, and it took nearly 20 minutes to come to a castle made of containers. It is called a castle, but it is actually made of 4 layers of containers. Huyu and others had noticed this castle before, but they didn't expect that it would be used as a place to imprison everyone. There are 20 containers on the bottom layer, 10 on the middle layer, 5 on the second middle layer, and 3 on the top layer. According to the size of this container, it can accommodate at least nearly 100 people. This number looks a lot, but compared with the number of ships, there is still some gap. "Boss." Minono spoke with a bit of Cantonese, and said to Huyu, "This is it, but all the containers here are locked, and I don't have the key here, you see." Huyu turned his head and looked at Wang Hai. "Brother, don't look at me. I don't have one phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme." Wang Hai hurriedly explained, "The keys here are controlled by the people above. I just know this place, but I've never been in." "Well, no one has a key, right?" In order not to make too much noise and let those guys be on guard, Huyu had to walk forward by himself. He raised his hand and fell on a container at the edge, putting it into the space. Instantly, the people who were originally trapped in the container were all exposed to the heavy rain and the sight of everyone. Just a glance. Huyu and others were stunned on the spot, standing there, not knowing what to do. Have you ever seen the white belly of a fish? This color is usually only seen when the fish dies and its belly floats on the water. That white color has no other colors. It cannot give people a sense of purity, but instead gives people a morbid feeling of suffocation. Now, this color is the only one left in everyone's eyes. The entire area of more than 20 square meters is full of this white. Regardless of gender, age, or young. Everyone is piled up in front of him like a small mountain. Ugh! Huyuk has never seen such a scene. The stench of various excrement mixed together instantly penetrated into his nose and throat, and he subconsciously made a vomiting motion. But he forced himself to hold it back. It's not that he cares about face, but because these people are still alive. Only living things cannot be collected by him in the space. The rain washed their bodies, and all kinds of filth flowed on the deck. The heads on the hill seemed to still have some consciousness. They raised their heads and looked at Huyu and others at the foot of the mountain. There was no emotion in their empty eyes. But the instinct of survival still drove them to climb down the mountain. A slide. Those people piled together were rushing towards him. "Save me! Save me! Food! I want food!" Wails and lamentations floated out from the crowd. Huyu hurriedly retreated. Shinshan and Anciener blocked the front at the same time, pointing their guns at them. "Retreat! Don't get phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme." If they still had reason, this threat would have deterred them, but now reason? What? Can it be eaten? How much is a pound? What they want now is food. To survive. Driven by the instinct of desire, even death can't stop them. Bayou. The gunshot rang out, but because it was equipped with a silencer, the movement was not loud. The person who rushed to the front fell down. The people behind continued to rush forward without any fear. This is not a solution. Huyu took out a Harley and looked at Lao Wang and his group. Who can ride a bike? It must be a good one. Me. One of the muscular middle-aged men spoke up. He was the oldest one in Lao Wang's group, except Lao Wang, and also the most reliable one.
It's you.
Huyu threw the car keys to him and hung a ham on the back of the car.
He poured some lard on it and lit a fire.
The smell of meat wafted out instantly. Go around here, and when you're done, this car is yours.
Okay.
The man's eyes lit up and he immediately replied, and without saying a word, he got on the motorcycle and started racing. Before the end of the world, this motorcycle was worth at least 300,000. It was his dream car. Now the end of the world has come. This is no longer something that can be described as out of print. Let alone let him drive on the boat, even if he is asked to do motorcycle acrobatics, it is no problem. The motorcycle started to move, and the group of people began to chase. The speed of the car was neither fast nor slow, just in the state of hanging the group of people. However, there were only a few people chasing the vehicle, and some of them broke the string when they came into contact with rain and air.
Dozens of corpses were placed in front of them, mixed with those excrement.
The way they died was too miserable.
Huyu frowned.
He looked at the remaining 37 containers, and a bad premonition arose in his heart. If the remaining containers are all in this situation, then there is no need to look at them. For people living under such living conditions, even if they survive, there is no point.
Let's wait and see.
Huyu still had a glimmer of luck in his heart. He thought he was cruel and cold-blooded enough, but when he really saw these scenes, the bottom line of being a human being was constantly reminding him.
He is a human being, not an animal without emotions.
Huyu took another step forward and took away the second container. The situation is still the same. The number of dead people is no less than before. The group of people reacted for a while and turned to chase the motorcycle.
Do you want to continue?
Shinshan frowned on the side. Boss, why don't we forget it? Huyu didn't speak, and Minono, who brought them here, didn't speak phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme. She didn't expect that this group of people would become like this. Save people, save people. The people who are saved must be people. In this case, it's better to kill them.
Let's see.
Huyu sighed and opened 3 more containers. The situation is still the same. The crowd chasing the motorcycle has changed from a dozen to dozens. But he still didn't give up.
He looked at the 10 containers on the second floor.
Maybe the situation on the second floor will be better?
Brother Shan, let's go up and take a look.
Okay. Shinshan replied, and climbed up the container in a few steps. At the same time, he came to the edge and stretched out a hand to Huyu, trying to pull him up. Huyu walked forward helplessly, looked up at the 3-meter-high container, and twitched his mouth.
Brother Shan, you think too highly of me.
Sienna, give me a hand.
Okay.
And Sienna replied, and came behind Huyu in a flash, picked him up and threw him up. Shinshan didn't even need to catch him. He landed directly on the container, swayed a little, and stood firm.
This scene stunned everyone present, especially Lao Wang and his group.
They always thought that Sienna was a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals VZ vase slash phoneme like person, at most the personal secretary of Boss Hu.
Unexpectedly, this person actually has this skill.
Huyu didn't have time to care what they thought. He slowly walked to the container at the edge of the second floor, raised his hand and put it on it.
Collect. The container was immediately collected into the space.
Ding ding dang, the sound of iron chains falling to the ground came one after another. It echoed on the top of the container, like raindrops. Everyone's eyes were sluggish again.
This time, the scene in front of them was a little more normal.
But it was only relatively normal.
The good news is,
these people are not dead, but extremely energetic.
As for the bad news,
they all have chains tied around their necks, crawling on the ground, gnawing on bones that came from nowhere in front of them. If the ones below at least look like people, then the ones on the second floor look more like dogs. Especially when they see 2 living people standing in front of them, and the chains around their necks no longer restrain them. Dozens of people raised their heads at the same time, with primitive desires in their eyes.
Then pounced. Brother Sean. Huyu immediately hid behind Shinshan.
This time, Shinshan did not use a pistol, but raised the AK behind him and fired a round of shots. There were too many of them. Calling out names with a pistol is obviously not as fast as firing directly with an AK.
But there is also a problem. AK is not equipped with a silencer. The fierce gunshots echoed on the container ship.
The door of the third-floor container opened instantly. A naked man poked his head out, his face flushed, and he shouted in question like he was drunk.
"Who the hell disturbed my sleep?" "Oh, one of the true masters."
Huyu recognized the other person's identity just by looking at him. He is one of the 10 guys whose big head is controlled by the small head. At this time, he was still drunk, and he still got out of the third-floor container. So it seems that the people in the containers on the third floor should phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme a slightly more normal life than the people on the second floor. Huyu curled up his lips and turned to look at Shinshan. Needless to say, Brother Shan naturally knows what to do. Shinshan jumped up and jumped directly to the third floor of the container. He picked up the other party's clothes and jumped to the second floor of the container again. He threw the evil beast in front of Huyu and pressed the hot muzzle against his neck. When the hot iron comes into contact with the skin, a burst of burnt aroma is instantly emitted.
Ah! As a wailing echoed, the man finally recognized the reality before him.
He hurriedly lay on the ground, dodging the hot muzzle.
What a pity! How could Shinshan let him get his wish?
The muzzle of the gun was pressed against the skin of the back of his neck, and a piece of it was cooked. Then he changed the position and ironed half a circle of necklace for him. Huyu didn't say a word, just stood aside and watched, waiting for the other party to take the initiative to speak.
Until the temperature of the muzzle is no longer scalding hot. The captain finally had a chance to breathe and speak. Who are you?"
He raised his head and looked at Huyu standing in front of him. It seemed that he had seen too many similar people. He didn't remember Huyu's identity for a while, but just frowned and asked.
"Of course he is a good person."
Huyu smiled slightly. Faced with such a beast, he had no patience to interrogate him, nor did he need to interrogate him.
"By the way, do you like riding in a car?" The captain was stunned and didn't understand what Huyu meant. "It seems okay."
Huyu turned to look at Shinshan and arranged directly, "Brother Shan, take him for a walk.
Just hang him on the back seat of the motorcycle."
"Clear." Before the other party could recover, Shinshan jumped onto the deck with the other party's clothes, found an opening, tied the beast's hands, and tied him to the back seat of the motorcycle.
"They're all slipping away anyway, so what's different about being used as bait?"
"I don't know if it's because the bait was used well, but when those creatures that look like humans but not humans saw the new bait, they chased it harder.
Unfortunately, this bait still has shortcomings.
It was just that the sound was too loud, and the wailing sound hurt everyone's ears. It seems we have to hurry up." Huyu looked at Shinshan, who jumped up again and was no longer ready to open the container on the second floor. "Brother Shan, just send me up."
"Okay."
Shinshan replied, just like Enciener just now. He threw him up with his hands. What Enciener can do is naturally a piece of cake for him.
Huyu stood firm and didn't even need to collect the container.
He could see the situation inside the door by following the position where the beast came out just now. A strong smell of alcohol wafted out from inside, and some figures could be vaguely seen surging inside. Judging from the figures, there are only a dozen or so people in each container.
Judging from the quantity alone, the density of living on this floor is much better than that below.
And judging by the dim light coming in from the door, it seems that the people inside have not been raped.
That's strange. It has been at least 3 or 4 minutes since the door opened. Didn't they think of coming out to take a look?
Huyu's face was full of doubts, and he took out a flashlight and threw the light into it. When the white light illuminated the inside of the container, he was stunned and immediately turned off the flashlight.
People. All are women.
They are all without clothes. They gathered around a bed, lying on the ground, licking the liquid remaining in the container with their tongues.
Judging from the color, it should be some kind of wine. Like those on the second floor, they were also tied with chains around their necks. The only difference was, judging from their condition, they don't look like they are hungry. Is it possible that this is also the case in the remaining 5 containers? Huyu did not take away the container at will, but went around and opened the container door really. The conditions in the 5 containers are exactly the same. The only difference is individual characteristics. Some of the containers are full of long-legged women, others are of more plump women, and one container even contains men. Huyu could no longer describe what he saw as disgusting. The 5 containers in front of him were almost beyond the limits of his imagination. God knows what other surprises there are in the 3 containers on the last floor. He did not take away the containers on the 3rd floor. The people inside have obviously been catalyzed by alcohol into another species. During the more than 10 days of his post-apocalyptic life, he could only rely on wine to replenish his nutrition and energy. He probably couldn't tell the difference between reality and illusion. Saving him now will only make it more troublesome. Huyu raised his head and glanced at the last 3 containers on the top. Needless to say, Shinshan threw him up directly. Same as before. Huyu did not choose to take away the container directly this time. Instead, he went around and opened the door of the container. As soon as he opened the door, a knife was pressed against his neck. "Don't move!" A rough voice came from inside, "Raise your hands. There is someone inside. There's more than one." Judging from this container alone, a container is divided into 5 rooms, filled with all kinds of materials. Judging from the attire of the group of people in front of them, they should be the original crew members of these ships. Arranging the crew in a place like this is a credit to their imagination. Firstly, it can provide security, and secondly, it can comfort these crew members and allow them to express their primitive human desires. The idea is very good. But it's a pity. "Ha, if you offend me, you are talking about the iron Play-Doh." Huyu sneered and put the knife in the opponent's hand into the space backpack without even moving. The things in his hands disappeared instantly. The man was obviously stunned, and subconsciously punched Huyu. But Shinshan has already come up, so how can he let him succeed? He grabbed the opponent's fist with his backhand, threw it behind his back, and threw him directly under the container. Bang! There was a tremor. The man was thrown directly to the deck, his body trembled slightly and then stopped moving. The height of the 3-story container was equivalent to 3 floors. Coupled with the force of Shinshan's fall, this man would be disabled even if he was not dead. Boss Shinshan's tone was full of self-blame. "I didn't protect you well." Hey, what a big deal. Huyu only cared about the result. He raised his hand and patted his shoulder. "As long as everything is fine, I'll leave it to you to handle." "Yes." Shinshan replied, turning to look at the crew members in the container. "Are they going to die or are they alive?" "Anything is fine, whatever is convenient for you." When an avalanche occurs, no snowflake is innocent. Huyu would not believe how reserved these crew members would be when those captains were acting domineering. After they enjoy the benefits brought by their behavior, they should also bear the harm caused by their behavior. Understood. Shinshan replied, raised his AK and started calling names. Convenient? There is nothing more convenient than the convenience of heating weapons. Less than 3 minutes. The entire 4-story container was cleared of crew members. Huyu took away the 3 containers, leaving the materials inside in the space backpack, and threw the boxes on the deck. People are guilty, materials are not guilty. Those supplies are enough for one person to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live/phoneme for at least a year. You still have to save some money. After getting it done, Huyu lowered his head and looked at the 5 containers at his feet, frowning in thought. Forget about the people on the 1st and 2nd floors. They only have the instincts of beasts and should no longer be called human beings. But this 3rd floor. I just drank alcohol for a long time and lost my ability to think. Maybe there is hope? Forget it, just think of it as doing one good deed every day. Huyu sighed and finally made a decision. He casually took away a container on the 3rd floor. The next moment,
those who lost control of the chains rushed over directly.
Fortunately, Chen Shan was standing in front of Hu Yu.
The moment the group of people rushed over, Shin Shan blocked the front with a horizontal block, raised his gun and pointed it at them. When normal people encounter this situation, they will feel fear, and at least take 2 steps back to think about whether their next behavior will cause irreversible losses.
But these people in front of me are different. Without any hesitation, they pounced directly on Shin Shan.
They did not launch an attack, but kept rubbing.
This is simply unbearable to look at.
Hu Yu twitched the corner of his mouth and silently took a few steps back to avoid this group of women who were not so clear-headed from finding him.
Boss. Chen Shan was submerged in the sea of people. What should we do next?
As long as he wanted to, he could break away from the crowd at any time, and it wouldn't be a problem to even get rid of these annoying guys.
But Boss Hu hasn't spoken yet. It's not their style to deal with targets without permission. Control them first.
Hu Yu also knew Shin Shan's embarrassment and turned to look at Xianer, who was guarding below. Xianer, come up and help. As he spoke, he took out a few hemp ropes and used them as tools.
Yes.
And Xianer replied, immediately rushed up and began to help Shin Shan tie those people together.
Half an hour passed.
It took 2 people to control a total of 50 people whose brains were numbed by alcohol in 5 containers. Even though they were tied up with ropes, these people were still restless and made some inappropriate noises from time to time.
Hu Yu frowned, he really couldn't stand this, and turned to look at Lao Wang.
Lao Wang, take these people back first and ask Zissa to help see if they can be saved.
If not, just let them fend for themselves. Don't force them.
Okay. Lao Wang replied, and took 4 brothers to escort him, heading towards the location of the previous container. There was only one person left, the middle-aged man who was riding a motorcycle. Before leaving, Lao Wang did not forget to say, "Old Wei, listen carefully to Boss Hu and don't cause any trouble."
"No."
Lao Wei replied, not letting go of the accelerator in his hand at all, still dragging the man behind the car to speed wildly.
People, taken away. Hu Yu turned to look at Minono, who looked responsible. Is this the only place you mentioned?
Minono nodded, his tone a little heavy. At least, I only know this place.
Sorry, I didn't know what they look like now. If I knew. It's not you who should be sorry.
Hu Yu interrupted the other party's words and turned to look at one of the 10 ship owners who had changed beyond recognition. It's these beasts. Since they like to play prison games, let them have fun.
His eyes fell on someone.
In an instant, Wang Hai trembled slightly as if falling into an ice cave.
Hu Yu stepped forward slowly, with a kind smile on his lips. You know where they are, right? I know. I'll take you there right now.
Hu Yu glanced at the containers in front of him, thought about it, and shook his head.
No. Wang Hai didn't quite understand. I mean, you don't need to take us there.
Hu Yu put his hands in his pockets and silently walked towards the edge of the container ship. Let them come to us. As soon as he finished speaking, a container ship on the edge was taken away instantly.
A large amount of cargo goes into the space backpack. For a moment, everyone fell into a daze.
This is true even for Shin Shan and others who know clearly what abilities Hu Yu has. This kind of scene is like you know what patterns will appear when fireworks take off, but when the fireworks take off and the patterns evolve in the air, you will still be shocked. Let alone people who have never seen fireworks.
Wang Hai knelt down directly.
My brain was completely empty, and my jaw slid down unconsciously. I don't know when, a piece of laughter hung on the corner of his mouth.
Is this still something that humans can do?
Then came the 2nd ship, the 3rd ship, and the 4th ship.
More and more vacancies are appearing around this container ship.
In less than half a minute, wherever Hu Yu looked, it would turn into an open space in an instant. The maritime kingdom that originally consisted of 10 container ships now has only 1 container ship left.
There was nothing all around.
Without the shelter of the container ships on the front and rear sides, the sea breeze came from all directions. A chill came over my heart. Hu Yu raised his head and looked into the sky. The rain is still pouring down, as if it wants to wash away the filth in the world.
It was this rain that made him phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme in a whole new world. Perhaps he should also help with the rain. Brother Sean. Boss, I'm here.
Shin Shan immediately stepped forward to respond.
Shall we take a ride? Shin Shan didn't come back to his senses for a while.
Huyu had already taken out 4 motorcycles with his backhand, and the meaning was self-evident.
He turned to look at Minono, who was still in a daze beside him. Can you ride a bicycle?
Minono was still stunned, looking at the empty ocean in front of him, and had not yet recovered.
Hey! Huyu walked up to her, raised his hand and waved it. What are you doing standing there in a daze?
Minono exclaimed, then came back to his senses and looked at Huyu in front of him. What did you say, bite?
Minono's favorability level increased to 50. Okay. That's 50. As expected of Mu Chang, this is the best favorability Huyu has ever seen so far, bar none. Can you ride a bicycle?
Huyu held up a key and waved it in front of her.
Minono couldn't help but shake his head. Bite. Minono's favorability level increased to 60. This can also increase your favorability. Then you go with Siener. Huyu threw the key to Siener and took away a motorcycle.
He got on one of the motorcycles and turned to look at Old Wei, who was still riding monsters. Old Wei, let's race for a while.
Okay.
Old Wei shouted at the top of his lungs.
Wait until I give the order before setting off.
Huyu said, throwing a piece of ham to Shinshan and Siener each, and lighting it with fire. The smell of meat was blown by the sea breeze, making Wang Hai, who was still kneeling on the ground, swallow his saliva. He didn't even know how long he hadn't eaten meat.
Chen Shan took the ham and tied it behind the motorcycle. He turned to look at Huyu beside him. Boss, where are we going? Stern.
Huyu also tied the ham and retreated to the remaining containers. There are still some friends waiting for us there. As soon as he said this, everyone immediately guessed Huyu's intention. With such a big thing happening, it's natural that those ship owners couldn't be blind. In the apocalypse, so many large ships suddenly disappeared, except for this one.
So what should be the first thing to do next? Of course, run away. If a big ship is not reliable, what else can you look for? Of course it's the boat in the port. Are you all ready?
Huyu put on his helmet and leaned against the motorcycle. We can't keep our friends waiting in a hurry.
We should also pay attention to safety. Do you understand? Chen Shan and Siener leaned over at the same time and made an okay gesture behind them.
Only Minono closed her eyes and shouted loudly.
Ready. Then, let's go. The words just fell. The remaining containers disappeared at the same time. Everyone has been released.
Just for a moment, those people who have only instincts left have already set their sights on the target.
Meat. That's meat. In the apocalypse, who can resist this temptation? Well, except those who are fed alcohol. After they came out, the first thing they did was not look for meat, but for people. When Huyu saw it, he felt something bad and locked them back into the container. Everything will be discussed after the results from Zissou come out. Buzz.
There was a buzzing sound. The buzz of a motorcycle sounded. The 4 motorcycles drove towards the port at the stern of the ship. It's said to be a drag race, but the speed is pitifully slow.
After all, Huyu said, pay attention to safety. Of course you have to go slower. We can't let everyone behind us fail to keep up, right? At the same time, the 9 ship owners have turned into 9 ants on a hot pot. Among the 9 people, the oldest man was lying on the railing. He looked at the blue sea and kept roaring, "Where's the boat? Where are our ships?" Could it be a mirage? One of the ship owners asked doubtfully. Sure is a fart. The man said angrily, his brows almost killing flies. No matter how many there are, let's go see if the other boats are still there. I told you, Boss Chi, is this necessary? I guess it's just some weird scenes on the sea. Let's wait. Maybe the ship will come back? Vote. Boss Chi pondered for a few breaths, raise your hands if you decide to go with me. I listened to the boss. Let's go and have a look.
Judging from the phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals wind wine / phoneme speed, it doesn't look like an illusion.
Soon, 5 of the remaining 8 people raised their hands. 5 votes. Boss Chi spoke calmly and looked at the person who had just objected. If you don't go, I won't stop you, but if something happens then, even if you go to the underworld, you can't blame me for being ruthless and ruthless. No, Boss Chi.
The man immediately gave up and greeted him with a smile. I'll go with you.
Can't I just go with you? Snort. Boss Chi snorted coldly and immediately came to the deck. There is a row of small electric donkeys on the deck. This is their means of transportation.
This is the treasure they found after looking through the shipping manifest for several days.
It's good to know that it can be started. 8 small electric donkeys started up one after another and drove towards the port. Less than 10 minutes.
8 small electric donkeys came to the port and stopped. Boss Chi looked at the boats at the bottom of the port, but he was not in a hurry to leave. The difference between a big ship and a small ship is not only space, but also materials. Even if there is only one container ship left, the supplies on it are enough for 9 of them to phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals live phoneme until old age. But if it's just a yacht or some other boat, it won't last more than a few years no matter how frugally you save. If you can keep this place, that would be the best.
Buzz.
Hesitantly, a hum echoed from a distance. At the same time, there were 4 lines of thick smoke rising, as if the deck was on fire.
Boss Chi.
One of the boat owners exclaimed, "Look what that is."
The sound was so loud and the smoke was so big, how could Boss Chi not see it? Even if you didn't see it, you should have guessed it. Only he just doesn't want to believe it. Motorcycle.
They almost searched through these 10 cargo ships and the ships entering the port.
Not to mention motorcycles, they couldn't even find a handle.
Where did these 4 motorcycles appear from? Soon, their doubts were answered. As the 4 motorcycles continued to approach, the scene in front of them gradually became clearer.
Boss Chi. Look behind that car. It seems like something is following behind.
As an excellent captain, Boss Chi obviously has no problem with his eyesight. Everyone else can clearly see the situation in front of them, and he is no exception.
Even clearer. When he saw the people running behind the motorcycle, he suddenly felt familiar. That's a wait. It's that group of people. But why were they released? And why are you running behind a motorcycle? Could it be?
A terrifying thought appeared in Boss Chi's mind, and what he had done to those people suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. One by one, just thinking about it made his hair stand on end.
But he has no regrets. I never feel like I did something wrong. Quick! Boss Chi exclaimed and immediately looked around for traces of wooden planks. Get on the boat quickly. Get out of here. With an order, the other captains took action quickly. 2 men carried the plank and put it on the nearest ship. Coincidentally, it was the ship that Hu Yu and others drove in originally.
When they saw Hu Yu and others, Hu Yu naturally saw them too.
Want to run? Oh.
Hu Yu increased the accelerator, the motorcycle broke away from the formation and rushed out.
Seeing the motorcycle speeding up, Boss Chi also fell into panic. Quick! Get on the boat. Get on the boat, country? Supplies? Taken together, these things are not as important as life. The sound of motorcycles is getting closer and closer.
When the first motorcycle stopped, the last owner had already boarded the ship and removed the planks. Boss Chi was standing in the cab, looking through the porthole at Hu Yu standing on the deck. At the same time, Hu Yu also looked at him.
Oh! A sneer echoed in the cab.
Now that he is on the ship, the only road from the container ship to the ship has been demolished.
So what if they have motorcycles? Can you still fly over? As long as these guys dare to fly, they will have enough time to counterattack. In other words, they are invincible. Boss Chi turned on the loudspeaker, stared at Hu Yu below, and said calmly, "Young man, what do you want to do?" Hey, you don't want to catch us, do you?
I'm really sorry, your hands are still too short.
As soon as he finished the sentence, the remaining shipowners on the deck burst into laughter at the same time.
Ha 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 ha.
They were only about 5 meters away from Yu, and they could clearly see the expressions on each other's faces.
Laugh?
Yu asked with a sneer, his eyes scanning every captain on the ship.
Sure enough, every face here is so hateful. I hope you can still laugh later.
Can't you laugh? Boss Chi's voice sounded in the cab. Why can't you laugh? Is it because you are about to cry?
Ha 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 ha.
I didn't tell you that a broken ship like yours could enter the sea country only because of our charity. Who knew you were ungrateful and wanted to break the rules?
Forget it, it doesn't matter.
Boss Chi put his face to the porthole with a ferocious expression. Let you continue to stay on this ship and enjoy the torture of the end of the world.
Yu didn't answer, and looked at the guy with a little pity in his eyes.
It seems that he has not realized the seriousness of the matter. He took a few steps back and raised his right hand above his head. Receive. The entire ship was included in the space backpack. Everyone on the boat fell in front of him.
Just right.
Boss Chi still maintained the same posture as before, with his waist hunched and his head stretched forward.
Snap.
Huyu's raised hand fell down and slapped him in the face.
Right. What did you just say? Enjoy. Crisp and submerged in the hum of the motorcycle.
Boss Chi raised his head sluggishly, his eyes full of horror.
He didn't know what was going on, he only knew one thing. The boat is gone.
The ship he had just lost. Therefore, the disappearance of these container ships is also his fault.
What the hell?
Boss Chi stood up suddenly and rushed towards him.
Yu never dodges or avoids. The next moment, a motorcycle is coming from the sky.
The front of the car hit Boss Chi and knocked him out. The whole person slid on the deck for several meters.
Hey, can't you laugh anymore?
Yu turned his head and looked down at the group of people in front of him, with a kind smile on his lips. He raised his hand and patted his head.
Oh, blame me, I forgot something. I didn't take away your things, so of course I can't laugh. Come on, I'll return your things to you right now.
As soon as he finished speaking, containers fell from the sky one after another. The ship owners happened to be surrounded, leaving only an opening. These were originally the cages they used to imprison everyone, but now they have become their cages. But if there was just a cage, it would be too monotonous.
Yu turned to look behind him. In addition to Shinshan, and Xiener and Lao Wei were also riding motorcycles and running towards here with the group of people.
But how could they sit still and wait for death? Seeing the gap, Boss Chi was the first to come to his senses and immediately rushed outside.
It's a pity.
Without Yu having to do anything, Shinshan directly took out the AK he was carrying on his back. With the guns pointed at them, everyone immediately stopped outside the container, not daring to take another step further.
What on earth do you want to do?
Boss Chi is worthy of being an old sea wolf. His physical fitness is not very good. Even after being hit by a motorcycle, he could still stand up and talk.
Do what? Yu asked back, turning to look at the guy. Isn't it obvious? Before Boss Chi could answer, the third and fourth motorcycles had already arrived. And Xiener stopped.
Old Wei was still riding a motorcycle in circles, continuing to act as a bait while waiting for Huyu's next instructions.
How about it? Yu looked at the group of shipowners. Do you think they look familiar? What on earth do you want to do?
I don't know how many times Boss Chi has asked this question, but he still asks the same question.
When people fall into despair, they will always involuntarily perform repetitive mechanical behaviors.
Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme he keeps biting his fingers, or he keeps kowtows, or he keeps asking questions like him.
What I want to do depends on what you've done.
Yu replied, then looked at Old Wei. Old Wei, bring someone here.
Okay.
Old Wei replied and immediately rode his motorcycle to Huyu's side and stopped.
The only bait that was moving stopped, and those people were surrounding it now. Seeing the crowd getting closer, Boss Chi panicked. Crazy.
You are a crazy person. He stared at Hu Yu and roared wildly, what on earth are you going to do? He did not want to answer the questions he had already answered again. Hu Yu casually took off a piece of ham and threw it into the cage while the crowd behind him watched. At the same time, he also put the hams on the back of other motorcycles back into his space backpack. As for bait, one is enough. Throwing all this ham in is a waste. Being diligent and thrifty is a virtue. No matter how much material you have, you still have to be cautious. Bang! There was a muffled sound and everyone moved. Crowds of people immediately poured into the container. When the last person entered, Hu humorously filled the vacancies in the container. He stepped forward, raised his hand and knocked on the container twice. I wish you all a good time. If there is still time, let them play more. Hu Yu turned around and got on the motorcycle and said to everyone, go back first. Buzz. The buzz of the motorcycle sounded again. This time, the wailing behind him drowned out the buzzing. It looks like Boss G and the others are having a great time. Less than 10 minutes. The vehicle drove to the 2 containers. 6 motorcycles parked aside. Walking into the container, there lay people whose brains had been damaged by alcohol. They were wrapped in some rags, covering the key points, and they seemed to be all in a deep sleep. Xiao Zissou and Zhao's father and Zhao's mother were treating them. It seemed that the scene was quite calm, but judging from the thin sweat on the heads of these 3 people, the situation seemed to be quite anxious. Hu Yu stopped the car, put away the motorcycles, walked up to the 3 of them and asked, how is the situation now? Father Xiao, wearing glasses, ignored it and just shook his head. Zhao's mother also frowned and said nothing. Only Xiao Zissou could spare the time, stood up, walked to Hu Yu, and asked in a low voice, where did you find these people? Hu Yu noticed that Xiao Zissou's tone was a little strange. What's wrong? Is there any problem? This is a big problem. Xiao Zissou frowned and said, do you still remember Li Chang? That monster? Right. Xiao Zissou frowned and explained, their situation now is very similar to Li Chang's situation. After being imprisoned for a long time, their body functions have not declined, but are actually improving. As long as they are provided with enough energy, they can burst out with strength and speed that ordinary people cannot reach. What is this? Female Johnson again? Hu Yu could not think of such a way of development, and subconsciously was a little sluggish. But they did not show aggressiveness? Well, except for some special fetishes. So I said it is very similar, not the same. Xiao Zissou's pretty face was slightly red, and she began to explain. Li Chang launched the attack because he was eager for food, and they will only attack when they are not satisfied in a certain aspect. Is the certain aspect you mentioned the aspect I understand? Yes. Then what are you waiting for? Let it go. Hu Yu shouted immediately. This thing is completely a succubus. No, it's more terrifying than a succubus. Succubus will only drain people, and this, if you don't let her drain, she will drain your blood. Although the result is the same, the process difference is too big. Hey, don't be anxious. Xiao Zissou said quickly, we have tried it just now. We can use some means to curb their desires while ensuring their combat effectiveness, and even let them maintain some rationality. That's why they are all asleep now. You should know what this means. Hu Yu's pupils lit up. How could he not know? A group of people with thinking, who are not afraid of life and death, and whose combat effectiveness is equal to half of Zhaoyi. If there is only one, it can only be regarded as a bodyguard. But now there are more than 50 such people. Bodyguard? This is clearly an army. Think about the mutant sea snakes encountered earlier. Hu Yu almost didn't think much and made a bold decision immediately. There should be a place for them on the ship. Just more than 50 people. He wants them all. Hu Yu immediately took out 3 motorcycles and looked at Xiao Zissou. Let's go, take uncle and aunt, we will go to pick them up now. Don't worry. Father Xiao, who had been silent all the time, spoke calmly. He slowly stood up and looked at Hu Yu. There is one more thing you need to know before you decide. What is it? Food. Father Xiao frowned and said, after preliminary research, we found that people like them have extremely high requirements for food, and their food intake is almost 3 times that of ordinary people. If they fall into a state of hunger, their desires will increase exponentially and their rationality will decrease. Acupuncture cannot control this. Just food? Hu Yu asked back. Ha? What do you mean it's just food?
When Father Xiao joined the team, all the supplies had been replenished, and he had been staying in the cabin since then, unaware of Mr. Fong's research. Even if he knew something about Hu Yu's magic from his daughter, he still didn't believe he had the ability to support so many weirdos.
I heard there are more than 50 people here, right? One person needs to eat as much as 3 people in one day. In 2 days, he can eat what an average person can eat in a year. Do you really have that much food supply?
Hu Yu pursed his lips and smiled.
Just food. It's just not too much. Not to mention Fong Lao's research, let's just talk about the harvest of that perfect fairy bean.
Like the source of Lichuan, the output of perfect fairy beans is daily, and it can produce 3 to 5 fairy beans every day. In addition to ordinary fairy beans, there are occasionally high-quality fairy beans, one of which is enough to provide an average person with 2 months of nutritional consumption.
This is the output of one fairy bean sprout.
Even based on the most common fairy beans and the minimum yield, it can produce enough food for normal people for 3 months every day. As long as there is one more fairy bean sprout, this food gap can be completely eliminated, and even wealth can be achieved.
Only Hu Yu didn't intend to tell anyone about this kind of thing. Currently, only Hu Yu, Fong Lao and Xinshan know about the food production. The reason is simple. Born in sorrow, died in happiness. In the last days, it is better to be more vigilant. You don't have to worry about food.
Hu Yu spoke calmly and said to Father Xiao very formally, I can guarantee that as long as everyone on our ship can have enough to eat and drink, and as long as we all perform our duties, it is not impossible to rebuild a civilized society.
You forget it, you are the captain, you have the final say.
Father Xiao was still a little worried. There is no way, he is a person who has experienced hunger in the end of the world, and he knows what human nature will become during hunger. Hu Yu stayed where he was and directly arranged for Lao Wang and others to pick him up. Counting the first batch of people who have been treated, there are a total of 58 people in the 5 containers. 48 of them are female and 10 are male. After simple acupuncture and feeding, they all fell into a deep sleep. According to Xiao Zissou, after this first long sleep period, their brains will resume basic thinking functions.
As for the specific extent of recovery, it only varies from person to person. By the time all 58 people were settled, it was already 8 o'clock in the evening.
At this time, there are still 16 hours before the heart of the ocean is unblocked.
With so many 58 additional members, it was obviously impossible to board a small boat and leave. Just wait a little longer. After dinner,
Hu Yu took Xinshan and Xianer and rode a motorcycle towards the port.
In addition to recycling the remaining ships, I also want to see how Boss Chi is doing now.
As soon as they arrived outside the container cage, they heard a deafening collision from inside.
It seems that the carnival is not over yet.
Hu Yu ignored it and first put all the ships in front of him into his space backpack.
Most of them are small speedboats that provide short-distance cruise services on the beach. They can only accommodate 2 to 4 people, and there are a total of 62 boats.
Most of the remaining boats are small fishing boats with limited navigation capabilities and suitable for fishing operations.
There are 32 boats in total. The least numerous are yachts.
There are only 3 ships in total, and the total length does not exceed 20 meters. Not to mention, compared with the heart of the ocean, even compared with the original template of the heart of the ocean, the St. Pius, they are in the sky and on the ground. A total of 97 ships. Even in the peaceful times more than 10 days ago, this was an extremely considerable fortune.
As for now,
the smallest speedboat can be exchanged for at least 1 month of food for one person, or even more. This harvest alone is enough to compare with the database harvested in Peng City last time. Not to mention the 58 bodyguards and the cargo of 10 container ships. Speaking of cargo, Hu Yu hadn't had time to sort out the cargo list. He planned to wait until the next ship was taken away and then slowly take stock. After securing the ship, he walked slowly to the container cage, raised his hand and knocked on the outside.
Hello? Are you still alive? Just make a sound if you are alive.
The crashing stopped. In the silence, there was actually a sound coming from inside.
Squeakyo, it looks like he's still alive.
Huyu casually put away a container, and Shinshan behind him turned on the flashlight in time, revealing the situation inside instantly.
Scarlet, seeping from the deck.
Under the light, only a few figures standing in the sea of corpses can be seen.
It's those shipowners.
The shipowners, who were originally well dressed and wearing luxury watches and jewelry, were now in ragged clothes and covered in blood. They were still holding sticks made of unknown whose bones in their hands and looking forward with menacing faces.
The leader is none other than Boss Chi.
Unexpectedly, they survived. Huyu immediately became interested and looked at the people in front of him with interest. Not bad, I thought you wouldn't be able to hold on.
By the way, how did you do it? There were hundreds of people. Just dealing with some idiots who don't know how to think.
Boss Chi walked over slowly, without any emotion in his tone, just grabbing a ham. Most of them died, and the rest didn't need to do anything else.
He walked to the cage of the container, no longer stepped forward, but looked at Huyu facing the light. I answered a question for you, can you answer a question for me? Tell me.
Huyu said casually.
Why?
Boss Chi's body began to tremble, and his tone was full of excitement. Why did you do this to us?
You have the ability.
You can take these ships and supplies directly.
Then just leave. Why do you have to torment us? Why? Ha ha.
Huyu's eyes showed a trace of disgust. I admit that in the end times, all interests are important, this is true, but there is a bottom line. If you must ask why, I can only say, you make me feel sick.
Disgusting? Boss Chi asked back, what's disgusting? Did I do something to them?
They deserve it. In the peaceful and prosperous times, they hold power, but they are also enslaving us.
I am also a human being.
A person with flesh and blood. In peacetime, my dignity and personality are no different from the garbage in the trash can to those rich people.
Now, the end of the world has come. Isn't it natural for me to do the same thing to them?
Why can I be treated as a cow and horse by them, but they can't be treated as a cow and horse for me?
Huyu frowned slightly. He now knew why Boss Chi would behave so paranoidly. Is he wrong? Not really.
When people are oppressed for a long time, their humanity will be slowly eroded, and they will become a beast without emotions. When one day, the beast that has completely lost its humanity regains the qualification to be a human being, then, he will naturally treat other people as beasts. Huyu cannot judge whether he is right or wrong.
But he doesn't need to judge.
When he set his sights on Huyu and the others, one thing was destined. Survival was no longer relevant to him. Huyu turned around and gave Shinshan a look. The latter immediately understood, picked up the AK, and pulled the trigger.
July 28th. At 11 o'clock in the morning, there are still 3 hours before the heart of the ocean is unblocked. This is the 15th day of the apocalypse.
Half a month has passed since the rainstorm. Because he didn't sleep well yesterday, Huyu didn't even set the alarm clock and slept until he woke up naturally. He opened his eyes and woke up in his familiar room. After making sure that there was no danger on the container ship, he moved the entire 28th floor out. As the saying goes, a golden nest or a silver nest is not as good as your own doghouse, especially when the environment is not as good as a doghouse.
Naturally, you should enjoy it.
Huyu stretched his body and glanced at Ancienne who was guarding beside him. He was used to her appearance and raised his hand to greet her. Hi, Ancienne, good morning.
Yeah. Ancienne's sentence was still short and sharp. She replied casually and there was no more. Huyu didn't care. After getting dressed, he went into the bathroom alone. It's time to open the egg again. It has been 3 days since the last time I opened an egg. Now I can open 3 eggs in a row again. 3 black eggs were lined up in front of the bathroom mirror.
Huyu quickly washed his face and hands, raised his hand and fell on the first black egg.
A purple light exploded. Ding!
Congratulations to the host for obtaining a cooking component perfect one. Name, cooking component perfect type, equipment effect. After use, it can be attached to any utensil to provide perfect cooking performance, making the food's satiety level and delicious level +1.
If the user's cooking skill is lower than perfect, the cooking level can be increased by 1. This equipment cannot be disassembled or reset after binding. A good start. It seems that I have good luck today. Sure enough, I have to open 3 eggs in a row.
The fresh air and fresh grass that appeared last time were all accidents. You put away the cooking component with satisfaction, ready to install it directly after the heart of the ocean is upgraded.
His eyes fell on the second black egg.
Raise your hand and knock, a burst of white light explodes.
The moment you see the light, you sighed in your heart. Damn, it's dark this time. Ding!
Congratulations to the host for obtaining rice seeds ordinary 10.
Name, rice seeds ordinary type, food, seeds effect. After planting, it can mature twice a year, with an output of 1,000 kilograms per moo.
The phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data / phoneme changes with the level of the planting site. There is a certain probability of producing fine rice seeds.
Bullshit. This is the kind of seeds I want.
You held the 10 wheat yellow seeds in his hand, as if he was holding a rare treasure. Although he didn't understand what the concept of 1,000 kilograms per moo was, the fact that it changed with the level of the planting site proved that it had infinite possibilities. If it weren't for the fact that Mr. Fong had no land to plant these 2 days and had a strange temper, he would have rushed over to find him now.
Unfortunately, the heart of the ocean will not be unlocked for another 3 hours.
If I take the seeds to him now, I will only be scolded and put pressure on myself. You immediately put the seeds back into the space backpack, and then looked at the third black egg. The surprises given by the first 2 black eggs were already big enough. Even if the third black egg did not explode, it didn't matter.
Knock the egg, and another burst of white light appeared. Ding!
Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill book ordinary mind reading.
Mind reading.
Huyu's eyes lit up. I didn't expect that the surprise for him today was actually 2 ordinary items. He checked the skill book panel, and the moment he saw the effect, he was a little amused. Name, mind reading ordinary type, skill effect. After learning, when you look at intelligent creatures, there is a certain probability that you can phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals read read / phoneme the other person's inner thoughts.
A certain probability? What is the specific probability?
You shrugged.
No matter how much, it is better to have it than not.
He slapped the skill book on himself, flushed the toilet, and walked out directly. Turning his head, he saw Ancienne guarding the door of the toilet. His eyes fell on her and he stared at her silently.
The next moment,
6 black dots appeared above her head.
Good news, the mind reading was successfully activated. Bad news, it was the same as not reading it.
Huyu's mouth twitched, and he said nothing, so he had to walk out of the 28th floor.
It was already lunchtime. After a simple meal and afternoon tea, it was soon 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Time, it's up. Ding!
A crisp sound rang out, followed by a series of prompts on the screen. The heart of the ocean has been upgraded. Upgraded the carrying facilities, all facility levels +1, and not more than legend. Upgraded the additional capabilities, all capability levels +1, and not more than legend. The ship's volume is doubled in proportion, the internal facility layout remains unchanged, and the expanded area is repeated according to the original layout. Unlock new facilities, Dio Yutai Legend, Fishpond Legend Name, Dio Yutai Legend Category, Ship Facilities Effect. When fishing, it can increase the probability of catching rare fish and reduce the resistance of fish. Name, Fishpond Legend Category, Ship Facilities Effect. Any fish can be cultured, with the total number not exceeding 10,000.
After the fish enter, they will be reduced in proportion to 1,000 times.
Unlock new abilities, Air Navigation Perfect, Ship Intelligence Perfect. Name, Air Navigation Perfect Category, Ship Capabilities Effect. The ship can maintain its original speed and sail in the air for 1 hour.
It can be used once every 24 hours.
Name, Ship Intelligence Perfect Category, Ship Capabilities Effect. Artificial intelligence will reasonably control the ship according to your will and allocate all resources in the ship. This. Huyu was so shocked by the prompt in front of him that he could not speak. Even though he knew that the Heart of the Ocean upgrade would bring about earth-shaking changes, he never thought it would be this kind of change. Sailing in the air. A spaceship is also a ship, right? Huyo Huai was filled with excitement and glanced at Zhao Zhong, who was fishing nearby. Brother Zhong, call people to gather. Okay. Zhao Zhong also knew that the time was up, put away the fishing rod and immediately ran towards the container. Everyone! Assemble and board the ship. As soon as the voice came out, everyone stopped what they were doing and looked at Huyu's back. I saw him walking slowly to the side of the container ship and raising his hand slightly. The legendary version of Heart of the Ocean is here. What is the concept of double? When a person is only 1 meter tall, you will think that he is a child. When this phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data slash phoneme is multiplied by 2, it is 2 meters. Let alone a person, any creature that reaches this height standing in front of you will make people feel desperate and suffocated. What's more, it is twice as tall as the behemoth Heart of the Ocean. The original length of 155 meters has been directly expanded to 310 meters. The height has been increased from the original 19.5 meters to 39 meters. Judging from the length alone, the size of the Heart of the Ocean has exceeded that of a container ship. This phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data slash phoneme is even more terrifying than some aircraft carriers. Coupled with the upgraded legendary weapons of this ship, it is not an exaggeration to say that this is a large armed destroyer, not to mention. This ship can fly for an hour every day. Air-to-ground attacks are much more terrifying than ground-to-ground attacks. Huyu raised his head, full of joy. A panel about the Heart of the Ocean suddenly popped up in front of him. Item, Heart of the Ocean Legend Type, Super Luxury Large Ship Overall Rating, S+ Facilities, Anti-Ship Torpedoes Legend, Anti-Aircraft Missiles Legend, Anti-Ground Ship Guns Legend, Breeding Base Legend, Daioutai Legend, Fish Pond Legend. Additional abilities, Legendary Speed, Legendary Displacement, Legendary Protection, Legendary Water Combat Mode, Perfect Airborne Navigation, Perfect Ship Intelligence. Remarks, a ship is also a sea barrier. There should be no ship on this planet that can be destroyed or not destroyed by it. Even the remarks have become awesome. Huyu was overjoyed, and a voice sounded above his head at the same time. Dear Master, welcome to your presence. Who? Everyone looked up. As if to answer his question, the voice spoke again. I am the artificial intelligence of the Heart of the Ocean. You can call me Xiaohai, or give me another name. Let's call me Xiaohai. Huyu is not good at naming, so he said casually, Xiaohai, put down the gangway and let us board the ship. Yes, Master. The gangway was extended from above. In the past, you had to climb up the gangway by yourself, but now after the upgrade, even the gangway has become electric. Under the gaze of everyone behind him, Huyu was the first to walk up the electric gangway, and a favorability reminder sounded in his ears again. Ding! Minono's favorability has increased to 70. Another increase of 10. If it continues to increase like this, her favorability will soon exceed Xinshan's favorability for herself. Huyu's mouth twitched, and he ignored it. When he came to the deck of the Heart of the Ocean, he put the last container ship into the space backpack. The remaining people on the container ship came to the deck of the Heart of the Ocean. At the same time, it also included the 58 people who were still sleeping. Counting these 58 people, the number of people on the Heart of the Ocean has increased to 127. Fortunately, the Heart of the Ocean originally had 72 rooms, and now it has doubled to 144 rooms. Among them, 72 are standard rooms that can accommodate 2 people. There are enough rooms. The only thing that worries people is the food. When everyone came to the deck, the first person to move was not Minono, who was full of curiosity, but Mr. Fang next to him. These few days of vacation, which were finally taken, were torture for this person. He plunged directly into the breeding base that had doubled in size, and before Huyu followed him in, a scream came from inside.
Ah! Something happened. Huyu immediately rushed over and quickly ordered, Brother Ji, go to the bridge and drive the boat. Brother Zhong, help Uncle Xiao arrange those people. Brother Shan, follow me. Everyone immediately took action. At the same time, another voice sounded nearby. Master, it is detected that the last destination is Yujing, and the speed is full speed. Do you want to continue the setting? Continue. Yes. As soon as the voice fell, before Huyu rushed into the breeding greenhouse, the heart of the ocean drew a wave on the sea. The speed is much faster than before. Fortunately, there are protective shields around the ship. No matter how fast it is, there will be no sea breeze or waves affecting the stability of the ship itself. Huyu didn't care much and rushed to the breeding greenhouse with Shinshan. Mr. Fong is now sitting on the land that he personally takes care of, looking at the front, full of joy. If he changes into a green shirt, he will be no different from Fan Jin, who just passed the imperial examination. What's the matter? Why is he so happy? Huyu glanced at the greenhouse and soon found the problem. Doubled. Whether it is the pigs, cattle, sheep, and other livestock placed in the greenhouse, or the perfect fairy beans planted in the field, or the source of sweet springs at the innermost of the greenhouse. At this moment, everything has doubled. The upgrade of the heart of the ocean not only doubled its volume, but also doubled the products attached to the ship. This is simply a windfall. No wonder Mr. Fong is so excited. However, Huyu looked at Mr. Fong, who was full of excitement, and thought of the 10 seeds in his space backpack. If he gave the things to him now, would he faint directly? Xiao Hu. Mr. Fong stood up and put his hands directly on Huyu's shoulders, his face full of excitement. Did you see it, Xiao Hu? This is a miracle. It's a miracle. I've been researching for so long, but I haven't been able to grow a new bean sprout. After just a few days, it grew one on its own. Do you think this is a miracle? After saying that, Mr. Fong rushed to the new bean sprout, stretched out his hand to caress it gently, and muttered something without knowing what he was saying. Huyu was stunned for a moment, then turned to look at Shinshan. Mr. Fong doesn't know about the upgrade of Ocean Heart? This Shinshan was helpless for a while. How do you want me to explain to him? That you are reborn and still have a dimension that does not comply with any scientific principles? 2. It seems that Mr. Fong still doesn't know about the upgrade of Ocean Heart, so he regards this matter as a miracle. This can't go on like this. He came to Mr. Fong just so that he could further improve or optimize the seeds or other products provided by the system. If you let him believe in so-called miracles, what's the point? Mr. Fong. Huyu stepped forward, squatted in front of him and said, "This is not a miracle." Not a miracle? Then what do you mean this is? Science? Stop making trouble. Science can't do this. But Huyu opened his palm as he spoke, and there were 10 rice seeds inside. I can. Mr. Fong snorted softly, his eyes falling on his palm. With just one glance, he couldn't look away. This is rice seeds. Of course I know these are rice seeds. Mr. Fong's tone was a little excited, but the size of these seeds is almost twice the size of normal seeds. Do you know what this concept is? As long as they can grow normally and maintain their original size, the yield can reach at least 1,000 kilograms per mu, which is twice as much as the world's most productive rice. He stared at Huyu and continued to ask, "Where did you get these seeds from?" Science is all based on scientific research. Huyu replied bravely. A fart. Mr. Fong spat. Putting a hand directly on Huyu's shoulder, he whispered, "Tell me, Xiao Wu, which god sent you to save the world? If I plant these, can you give me an organization? As long as it allows me to study farming." Huyu. What the hell? Sure enough, the end of science is theology, and the end of the universe is organization. Ahem. Huyu coughed twice. At this time, it would be too much trouble and effort to explain to Mr. Fong about rebirth, space backpacks, or systems. And according to the temperament of this old scholar, maybe the next step is to study how to dissect him. So, the best way is fooling. Of course it's no problem.
Yu said with a smile, and at the same time patted Mr. Fong on the shoulder. Mr. Fong, your ability is obvious to all. Just study it carefully and leave the compilation to me. Okay. Mr. Fong changed his previous stinky face and looked at Yu with a smile. Don't worry, there are such good seeds. As long as there is enough land, I can guarantee that no matter how many people there are, they will not go hungry. What I want is your words. Yu and Fong Laoshang exchanged some bragging words, drew some big cakes by the way, and bragged with each other for several minutes. He waited until Mr. Fong's favorability reached above 40 before he walked out of the greenhouse. As soon as he came out, Shinshan, who was following him, immediately came up to him with an umbrella and asked, "Boss, what you just said?" Yu turned to look at Shinshan, and his expression seemed a little strange. Could it be that he believed those lies? Brother Shan, don't you believe it too? Shinshan didn't answer. But this is the best answer. Brother Shan, there is no such thing as a fairy. I am just painting a pie for Mr. Fong. Do you understand that I am painting a pie? Don't think too much. Chen Shan hesitated for a few breaths and finally gave an answer. Obviously, he didn't believe it. I don't believe the explanation the boss just gave. In fact, he had already suspected it. Rebirth? What an outrageous excuse, the boss was clearly sent by God to save them. Just like the legendary Noah's Ark in the West. Otherwise, how could he have so many magical things? Even Bubu's leg injury can be cured in an instant. But why didn't he tell himself the truth? Could it be that what I did was not good enough? Yes, that must be the case. Think about Mr. Fong, his ability far exceeds his own, so he was told the truth. The boss chose to tell Mr. Fong the truth in front of him, and now denies it. He must be trying to push himself. Do better to be the chosen one. Bite. The favorability degree from Chen Shan has been increased to 89. The favorability level has increased. Boss. Shinshan just opened his mouth and looked at him with gratitude. I understand your good intentions. Don't worry, I won't tell them about this. At the same time, I will help you supervise them and strive to make them meet your requirements as soon as possible. Require? What are the requirements? Yu was stunned for a moment, and looked at Shinshan with some confusion in his eyes. But now is not the time to talk about this. There are still 3 days before the water level rises again. The heart of the ocean has been upgraded and its speed has been increased to legendary level, but I don't know how far it can be improved. He needed to know an exact time before he could prepare for what happened next. Xiao Yu spoke directly and asked the artificial intelligence, at the current speed, how long will it take to get to Yujing? Returning to the master, the current speed is 40 knots, 74 kilometers per hour, and there are still 36 hours until we reach Yujing. Good guy, the previous speed was only 20 knots per hour, but now it's doubled. It's not bad. Now it only takes a day and a half to reach Yujing. There's still time. It's totally time. Yu felt happy as Xiao Hai's voice came to his ears again. Master, do you want to activate overload mode? This mode can be used once every 24 hours. Using it now can increase the speed by 100% for 3 hours, and can reach Yujing 6 hours earlier. Use. Yes, activate overload mode. Speed up again. It directly reached 80 knots, which converted into kilometers is 148 kilometers per hour. This speed is not even comparable to high-speed rail. But this is on the water. The fastest motor ship in the world can only travel at 40 knots, let alone such a behemoth. Apart from anything else, if you encounter that sea snake again, you don't need to activate the protection system. You can directly control the heart of the ocean and crash through it. Looking at the receding scenery around him, Yu smiled with satisfaction and walked slowly back to the cabin. Minono was looking around like Grandma Lu when she entered the Grand View Garden for the first time. When she saw Yu coming in, she immediately greeted her. Boss Hu, where are we going? Yujing. Although Minono has only joined for a day, she has already surpassed most people in terms of favorability. Naturally, Yu had no reason to hide it from her.
He came to the sofa and sat down, took out 2 cans of ice-cold Feijai Happy Water, and handed one to Minono. Would you like to drink it? Drink! Minono took the happy water and asked like a curious baby, why are we going to Yujing?
Yu opened the happy water and took a sip, then turned to look at Minono, thinking about taking the exam.
Do you know about the database?
Minono made a sound of doubt, and then his eyes sparkled, as if he had thought of something.
Database? I see. You are really awesome.
She was not at a loss for words, but she was so excited that she couldn't find the right words.
How do you say awesome?
Yu leaned on the sofa and continued to guide. I don't like people flattering me.
It's definitely not flattering.
Minono explained excitedly, among the existing internet databases, except for a certain information, only the databases of a certain hand and a certain sound headquartered in Yujing are the largest.
This is just a database on the internet.
In addition, Yujing also has a national database.
If I'm not mistaken, your target must be it.
Books, information, and many treasures of human civilization are recorded in it. If you can take it away, as long as there is a human being, civilization can continue.
Sure enough. The gap between people is so big.
It's been 15 days. Although many people on the ship know that Yu's target is the database, no one has mentioned the national database.
This thing is Yu's ultimate goal. But the confidentiality level of this thing is extremely high. God knows where it is.
In order not to damage the morale of the army, Yu never mentioned it.
Unexpectedly, it was revealed by Minono in one sentence. In this case. That's right.
Yu shook his head, but that's the national database, God knows where it is. Besides God knows, there is another person who knows.
Oh? Who? Minono raised his hand and pointed at himself. Me. I know where it is. Really? Where is it? Let's go now.
Yu never expected that a talent he picked up at random would actually know such a secret. It's really hard to find anything even if you try hard to find it, it takes no effort at all to get it.
Boss don't get excited yet.
Minono scratched his head and smiled, I just know some possible locations, but I don't know the specific locations.
We have to try and make mistakes one by one. Simple. Just know the approximate location.
Tell me, how many possibilities are there?
125 kinds. How many? 125. Yu fell into silence.
He didn't speak, just waved his hand, and sat down alone on the sofa inside the yacht.
125 places.
Although they are all located near Yujing, the area of Yujing is as big as the capital of 27 Bangzi countries. If you find it, it won't be too troublesome. Even if the heart of the ocean maintains a speed of 80 knots, it will take at least several days to search the entire Yujing.
Time is money now.
Yu only knows what happens during the rainstorm, so he must find a safe enough place during the rainstorm.
Do we need a national database or do we need time? This is a problem.
Unless Yu looked at the children in front of him, and a flash of madness suddenly appeared in his eyes.
Just 125 places.
Of course it takes a lot of time to look for them one by one.
But what if each person is only responsible for 3 places? Minono.
Yu immediately stood up, only to be decadent for a few breaths before regaining his fighting spirit. How long will it take for you to mark those 125 points?
Give me a map and it will be done in 3 hours. Good.
Yu looked at Li Ji who was doing nothing. Brother Ji, can you memorize the map of Yujing? If you just memorize it and just draw a sketch, it will take 3 hours. Start now, Minono, please follow me.
The sooner you finish the painting, the better.
Yes. The two of them responded at the same time, took a set of drawing tools, found a room and got in to draw. Yu looked at Lao Wang who was still marveling at the heart of the ocean. Old Wang.
Lao Wang rushed over in one stride and asked with a smile, Boss Hu, what are your orders? How long does it take to teach a person to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read slash phoneme maps and sail a ship? This Lao Wang's mouth twitched. Students majoring in navigation, even junior college, need to study for 3 years.
After deducting some cultural courses, it will take at least 2 years to master the sailing technology.
What if it's just a speedboat?
The simple one, a little smarter, just step on the accelerator and turn the steering wheel.
What if the students were those kids? This. Lao Wang fell into silence.
Although he was visiting the heart of the ocean just now, his attention never left Huyu at all. He also knows about the national database.
125 points. If each student is responsible for 3 points, there is even wealth. Boss Hu, is it too early to let the children perform this kind of task? Warning? Huyu frowned and asked, it was before, and now is now.
Do you think that I have provided them with enough shelter just so that they can study for another 9 years of compulsory education and then go to university and be like Konyiji who can't take off his long gown like before?
Lao Wang, this is not how dreams are done. We can still protect them now, but what about later? What if something happens to us? What will they do? The little deer that has been living in peace will only become food for other creatures once it is exiled to the wilderness. Now, everyone is an ignorant deer, at least we can still be a wolf, following behind them to protect them. Lao Wang was silent. He really hadn't thought about this before, but now that Huyu said this, he knew that his thoughts were somewhat limited. Huyu took a step forward and raised his hand to rest on Lao Wang's shoulder. I can understand your worries. But what we can do now is to teach them how to survive as much as possible instead of blindly protecting them. I see.
Lao Wang was silent for a few breaths, and finally raised his head and looked at Huyu. Boss Hu, don't worry, I will definitely teach those little cubs to become little sea wolves.
I'm going now.
There's no rush, there's something else that needs to be done.
Huh? What's the matter?
Huyu didn't say anything, but walked towards the classroom with Lao Wang. Originally, the 2 luxury suites on the ship were connected to form a classroom. Now the ship has doubled in size and the classroom has been divided into 2.
Xiao Zissou and Su Linglong discussed it and decided to teach separately. It can be regarded as equalizing the pressure.
As soon as Huyu left, he directly merged the 2 classes together. There was no intention of hiding it from them, but he directly distributed the tasks. Many of you may not have a concept of the national database. To put it simply, it is the written records of our entire country, whether they are handed down in ancient times or those that people have just begun to study now, whether they are domestic or foreign. As long as they are books, documents, and materials that are useful to people, they will be recorded in the database. Getting the database is equivalent to getting the spark of civilization. This database is equivalent to the treasure of mankind. It's just that this treasure is hidden in one of the 125 places. We don't have time to find it one by one. You need to be the captain and drive a speedboat alone to search in the rainstorm. Of course, this is voluntary. Whoever is willing to sign up, raise your hand now, and learn to drive a boat with Captain Wang from today. At the first time, only 2 little paws were raised. One belongs to Guanli, and the other one belongs to Bubu.
The next moment,
someone saw Guanli raised his hand and raised his paw, but he was still a little timid, obviously a little timid.
It's abnormal for children at this stage not to be timid. A total of 13. Huyu waited quietly.
A minute later, there were still only 13 people raising their hands. The number of people who raised their hands accounted for a quarter of the total number of people, and he was satisfied.
Huyu didn't wait any longer. He immediately said, except Bubu, everyone else will follow Captain Wang to learn how to sail. Those who didn't raise their hands will continue to learn. Brother Huyu.
Bubu's voice rang out in the classroom, I want to learn how to sail, too.
Bubu, be good. Huyu walked in front of Bubu.
Now she can stand normally, and she stood up when she raised her hand. But even so, Huyu had to squat to look at her level.
Brother knows you want to do something, but your legs are not fully healed yet, and sailing is not suitable for you. You will have opportunities to show your abilities in the future, okay? But Boss.
Shin Shan's voice rang out outside the classroom. Let her go.
Brother Sean? You.
Boss, Bubu is different from other children. She is the descendant of a soldier and shoulders the duty of a soldier. Shin Shan's eyes were very determined. If she has no ability, that's fine, but we all know that she is capable enough to do this. If she has to hide behind the people, it will be a shame for her and for us.
You. Who you wanted to say something else.
But Bubu spoke again. Yes, brother Hu Yu, just let me try.
If it doesn't work, I'll step down again.
What else can Hu Yu say? He could only sigh. Okay, give it a try.
29 hours later. There is still 1 hour left before arriving at Yujing.
At this moment, Hu Yu stood in front of the 13 children who were specially trained by Lao Wang, and his jaw was a little bit uncontrollable. Are they really just children who have only had 20 hours of lessons?
July 29, 8 p.m.
The 16th day since the end of the world. The heart of the ocean has reached the edge of the Yujing area. Even at the edge, the water surface is already covered with steel forests. Yujing, which should have been brightly lit, is now only dim, and only most of the concrete buildings can be seen on the water surface.
That is, in Yujing. If it were in other places, these densely packed buildings would not be visible at all.
The disadvantage of the heart of the ocean appeared for the first time.
This thing is really too big.
Not only is the length reaching 310 meters, but the width is more than 70 meters. It is easy to pass through these buildings safely. But these buildings are not safe. Hu Yu will not be merciful to the enemy, but for these innocent people, living in the end of the world is already difficult. If the place where they phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live/phoneme is hit by the ship again. Even after going to the underworld, they will draw a circle and curse him.
If you want to go in to buy or find the database, there is only one way.
Change the ship. Fortunately, we had obtained a lot of ships in the so-called Maritime Kingdom, enough for everyone to use.
Otherwise, it would be embarrassing now.
The key to the problem now is how many people can take on the burden of sailing.
Old Wang.
Hu Yu stood at the bow, looked at Old Wang and asked, "How are those who are learning to sail?" In addition to the 13 children including Bubu, he also asked the other adults on the ship to join the learning. Except for Mr. Fong, everyone followed Old Wang to listen to the class for almost 2 days.
It's almost done. Miss Xiao doesn't need to say anything. Everything is understood at once. As for the children, they learn things very quickly. As long as they remember the principles, there is no problem sailing in calm waters, but...
What is it?
Just say it. Miss Bubu.
Old Wang was a little amused. Her learning ability is unquestionable, and there is no problem sailing, but...
Boss Hu, are you really confident that she can sail out alone?
Hu Yu did not answer, but just glanced at Shin Shan. This daughter-slave, it would be strange if he was willing to let his daughter go out to take risks. Just 29 hours ago, when he and Shin Shan came out of the classroom, this guy told him his plan.
Protect in secret.
He asked Hu Yu to follow Bubu with him, to give her training and ensure her safety. Hu Yu said how could this daughter-slave do these things just because of the so-called blood inheritance? So he readily agreed.
Boss Hu. Minono's voice sounded from the cabin.
She stared at the dark circles under her eyes and held 30 maps in her hand. Done.
I've done it.
She rushed all the way to Hu Yu and brought the 30 maps over like a treasure. After deletion and further elimination, the 125 suspicious locations have been reduced to 30. Each map here marks a suspicious location, and also marks the nearest driving phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals rut/phoneme and the final convergence phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals rut/phoneme.
Ha!
Hu Yu was shocked.
95 suspicious locations were directly eliminated? How long has it been? How did you do it?
Of course it's thanks to Brotherly.
Minanyuo said, looking behind him.
Li Ji just came out of the cabin, and his dark circles were almost as bad as those of a national treasure. He didn't forget to raise his hand and greet Hu Yu, Boss Hu. I'm glad you did your job. Brother Ji, what's wrong with you? It's okay, it's just that my brain has been overloaded for more than 20 hours, it's not a problem.
Bang!
The words haven't been finished yet. Li Ji fell asleep directly.
Hu Yu's eyes couldn't help but fall on Manannuo.
The girl smiled awkwardly, scratched her head and looked away. Brother Li is in great health, he fell asleep immediately, and slept so soundly.
Okay, you should go and rest quickly, and leave the rest to us.
Hu Yu is not a Zhouba Pai, Manannuo and Li Ji have contributed enough, and the rest can be left to them. Including the 13 children and others including Xiao Zissou, they have a total of 30 exploration teams that can drive ships alone.
It looks like the right number.
But he, Xinshan, and Sienna and Bubu can only be counted as one exploration team, which means there are only 28 teams.
This problem is not big. At most, their team can find 2 more locations. Zilong.
Hu Yu looked at Su Zilong and handed him the map, spread it out and let Xiao Hai record it in the system.
Yes.
Su Zilong answered subconsciously, and while spreading the map, he asked with a little doubt, Boss Hu, I still have something to ask. Yujing is so big, and the 30 locations are evenly distributed in Yujing. The 2 farthest locations are even hundreds of kilometers apart.
If you find a location or encounter danger, how can you contact?
Not everyone can use the radio, and without a code book, it is too easy to be deciphered. If it is mastered by someone with ulterior motives, it is easy to fall into danger.
Fortunately, this problem has been solved. Xiao Hai. Hu Yu said calmly, explain it to Zilong.
Yes, master. Xiao Hai's voice sounded. The 62 speedboats have been incorporated into the intelligent management system of the Heart of the Ocean, and share artificial intelligence permissions with the Heart of the Ocean, including but not limited to maps, mutual communication, positioning, and emergency protection systems.
Ha!
Su Zilong didn't quite understand, and stopped laying out the map. I can understand maps and mutual communication, but this emergency protection system is.
Xiao Hai didn't answer.
Hu Yu smiled mysteriously. This, if your exploration team encounters danger, you will know.
Just keep it a secret. Su Zilong muttered. He still believed in Hu Yu in his heart.
After all, from the advent of the end of the world to now, every step he took was beyond everyone's expectations, and he could turn decay into magic.
Half an hour later,
the exploration team assembled on the deck of the Heart of the Ocean, 30 speedboats. Everyone's speedboat was equipped with a small sea splitter. After getting on board, there was no need to do too much operation. Just step on the accelerator and you can move towards the target location under the navigation of the small sea splitter.
Bubu is naturally the same.
She ran onto the speedboat, stepped on the accelerator, and sped towards the location recorded on the map. A 6-year-old girl, performing a mission in this environment for the first time.
If I say I'm not excited, it would be a lie. But if I say I'm afraid. No. Bubu has always known that her father is a hero. She also wants to be a hero. This is why she must be a member of the exploration team. Since she is a hero, she will not be afraid. Since she is a hero, she will not stand behind the people. 1 hour later. Bubu's speedboat is approaching the target location. At this time, a beam of light hit the speedboat. Bubu subconsciously closed his eyes, and according to the response measures taught by teacher Wang, he immediately took out sunglasses from the emergency box of the speedboat and put them on. In a dim environment, the most feared thing is the sudden appearance of strong light. You must first maintain your visible range and visibility before you have enough conditions to think about response measures. That is, a kayak. There are 2 adult men on the kayak. The 2 were less than 100 meters apart. When Bubu saw the other naturally saw Bubu as well. Their expressions were stunned at first, and then turned into surprise. Good news, I encountered a high-end speedboat in the end of the world. Even better news. There was a tender and delicious little girl on the speedboat. The 2 men looked at each other, and without saying much, they could see each other's thoughts from each other's eyes. Sharp laughter echoed on the kayak. The heavy rain fell on the speedboat, making a series of sounds on the metal deck. Crisp and noisy. Drown out all other sounds. So much so that even the distant laughter cannot be conveyed. Bubu could only watch the kayak with lights on in the distance turn around and speed towards her. For a moment, her heart was in her throat. The panic overwhelmed her instantly. At the same time, overwhelmed by panic, there was also Shinshan, who was following a few hundred meters away. He was staring at the screen on the speedboat at the moment, and the screen was showing the situation on the opposite side of Bubu's speedboat. With Shohei's assistance, you only need to install a camera on each speedboat to remotely monitor everything that each speedboat encounters on the sea. As for where the camera comes from, the batch of drones that Su Zilong stocked previously had 8 4K cameras on each drone, and it was easy to assemble more than 30 speedboats. Otherwise, you wouldn't worry about those children going out on their own to perform tasks. Of course, this kind of thing, he didn't tell those children, let alone other adults. Go on a mission. If we can't make them feel danger, how can we make them realize that the existing safety is hard-won? Would you like to get closer? You asked from the side. He could sense that Shinshan was worried. Even Xianer behind him couldn't help but clenched his fists. After all, this is Bubu's first mission. If the apocalypse hadn't come, Shinshan and the others would have let her phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme in a honeypot for the rest of her life and would never let her come into contact with these things. Need not. Although Chen Shan was enveloped in panic, his years of military life still allowed him to maintain the most basic sense of reason. Each speedboat is equipped with enough equipment to save their lives. As long as they are used rationally, it is enough to deal with all situations they may encounter. After all, the largest body of water in Yujing is only the Rakshasa Sea, which covers an area of only 336 square kilometers. It is difficult for some speedboats to reach the sky on the water. There is no way to meet those large ships. Taking a step back, even without these equipment, there is still a heart of the ocean. The boss deliberately left the heart of the ocean outside Yujing. As one of the people who had seen its water fighting ability, Shinshan naturally understood what his intention was. Let her handle it alone first. If she can't handle it, it won't be too late for us to take action. You responded. I could only continue to watch the monitoring screen on the speedboat silently. I saw the kayak getting closer. After Bubu experienced a brief panic, he also remembered what Lao Wang had trained before setting off again. The first step to meeting an enemy is weapon deterrence. When encountering an enemy, you must first show your toughness. They are on an exploratory mission. If the enemy retreats after being deterred by weapons, it will naturally be the best result. By the way, the weapons are placed. Bubu lowered his head and searched the speedboat. A pistol, 3 fragmentation grenades, and a simple grenade launcher were quickly found. This is standard equipment on those 13 kid-driven speedboats. The pistol can only be equipped because the child's body is too thin and cannot withstand the recoil of other weapons. Other speedboats are equipped with AKs or even RPGs if frag grenades make up for the pistol's lack of range and power. Considering that some children were not good at throwing, Shinshan and Su Zilong also worked overtime to modify some RPGs into grenade launchers. This thing has almost no recoil. Just pull the grenade ring, throw it in, stretch the bottom hard, aim at the target and let go. The grenade will fly towards the target. The effective range is about 20 meters, and the explosion range is 5 meters, which is enough to deal with some emergencies. Instead of using the grenade directly, Bubu raised his pistol first and fired the first shot at the sky. The gunshot sounded, and the recoil pushed the thin arm. Fortunately, Yu found someone who was proficient in swimming to teach Bubu. Her arms could barely support the impact of the gun body. Bang! Gunshots echoed. The 2 people in the kayak couldn't help but stop paddling. There is a gun. How can such a little girl have a gun? No wonder I dare to drive out in a speedboat. It turns out I have something to rely on. Brother Wang, what should we do now? Hey. The man called Brother Wang chuckled, so what if you have a gun? In the end, she is just a little girl, simple. Warning! Don't come near. Bubu's voice came from the trumpet,
otherwise I can't guarantee where the next shot will land.
This is also a cliché taught by Lao Wang.
When ordinary people see a gun and add this sentence, most of them will have concerns. In addition, they are driving a speedboat that cannot store much food, so there is usually no danger. Only one of the reasons why greed is called greed is because it is hard to satisfy.
Don't shoot!
Brother Wang shouted at the top of his voice, "Little girl. We came out from the shelter to look for supplies.
Now there is a wounded person on the boat. We really can't get back, can you help us?"
"Yes. Please, help me."
"Shelter, wounded?"
Shinshan frowned when he heard the same words.
This kind of lie can only fool children.
Let's not talk about whether Yujing has built a shelter.
Even if there is one, who would send a kayak out to find supplies? Let's take a step back.
Whose wounded have so much energy that they can shout so far?
Interesting.
Who you naturally saw through the lies of the two.
He looked at Shinshan curiously. "Brother Shan, what do you think Bubu will choose?"
If she really lets those two people on the speedboat, she will stay quietly on the heart of the ocean in the future.
Shinshan prepared for the worst. He has already started warming up.
Once Bubu lets those two people get phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme, he will jump into the water and swim towards the speedboat at the first time. In front of Bubu, expose them, kill them, and let her face the reality.
However,
Bubu's choice surprised both of them.
"Oh, the wounded?"
Bubu raised his hand and fired at the kayak.
Bang! The gunshot sounded, and the kayak that was still moving forward instantly deflated.
Under the scouring of the heavy rain, the kayak began to sink rapidly.
"Then I'll help you send him to paradise."
"You're welcome.
Come on, you must take good care of your brother on the way."
Two soft and sticky voices with a hint of darkness echoed on the water. Huyu's mouth twitched, and he looked at Shinshan, who was still warming up with some embarrassment. The other party also looked at him with embarrassment. The two realized at this moment. The little cotton jacket that was always soft and sticky in the wheelchair might contain black cotton inside.
But this is not a bad thing.
In this world, black cotton is obviously more suitable for survival than warm cotton. Watching Bubu's speedboat heading towards the destination, Huyu and Shinshan didn't say anything, but just followed silently.
5 minutes later, Xiao Hai's voice sounded from the speedboat.
"Master, it has been detected that a large part of the exploration team has been seriously attacked. According to calculations, the other party is suspected to be a member of the same organization.
We have calculated the approximate location of the other party's base. Do you want to lock it and launch a long-range attack?"
Huyu frowned and looked at the screen.
"Where is the other party's base?" A red dot appeared on the screen.
It just coincided with one of the 30 suspected locations.
And it's not far ahead. What a coincidence.
Huyu said helplessly. According to Xiao Hai's calculation, the opponent's base is not far ahead, and the kayak just now probably came out not long ago.
Even the gunshot fired by Bubu was likely to be noticed by the other party.
Even though the rainstorm is so heavy now, in the ears of nervous people, no matter how heavy the rainstorm is, the sound of danger is like a silver needle falling in a quiet room.
As long as you listen carefully, it is possible to hear. This is no longer the time to take risks. Xiao Hai, give it to Bubu. Etc.
Huyu had just wanted Xiao Hai to send a message to Bubu and ask her to come back and gather, but he was interrupted by Shinshan just halfway through his words.
"Brother Shan, you don't want to test Bubu now, do you? A kayak is a kayak and an organization is an organization.
Since the other party can organize a large-scale exploration operation, there must be a lot of internal personnel.
How could a 7-year-old girl with limited weapons be an opponent of that organization? Boss, all I know is that I just want to see how she plans to deal with it."
Shinshan smiled bitterly and said, "Just give me a message that there is a suspected stronghold of an organization ahead.
As for how to return it, we will watch.
After all, as an old father, I don't seem to know what is going on in her mind."
Huyu's mouth twitched.
He couldn't help but think of the scene when Bubu was joking with the two people just after he fired at the kayak. It's really scary for a little girl to be able to do this. Especially after hearing what Shinshan said, he really wanted to see what Bubu would do. Xiaohai, synchronize the information to Bubu and give her the authority to attack remotely. Let her decide what to do. Also, if she contacts me, tell me that I discovered the location of the national database and am trying to salvage it, but I can't get through. Yes, master. On the speedboat. Bubu drove the speedboat to the place where the kayak was submerged. She used a flashlight to scan the water, not to find traces of the other party, but to see if there were any supplies left behind. Brother Hu, you once said that you should be diligent and thrifty. The next moment. Bite. Xiaohai's voice sounded in the speedboat. Miss Bubu, urgent notice, there is a suspected local organization at the exploration site ahead of you. The other party has sent a large number of kayaks and a small number of speedboats, and has already launched an attack on our exploration team. The specific location has been marked on the map for you. The master has unlocked the remote strike permission for you. You can control the heart of the ocean to strike remotely at any time. Whether you leave or continue, the hosts support your choice. Oh? Bubu wondered, were those two people just organized by them too? There's a 98% chance it is. Are there any casualties on our side? Ms. Zhang Sirui's speedboat was hit and lost the ability to move. She is waiting for rescue. The opponent's speedboat was destroyed. Aunt Jen. Is she okay? The left arm was injured and the bleeding has been successfully stopped. The nearest exploration team is currently on its way to respond. Besides Xiao Zissou, her favorite is Zhang Sirui. As for the reason, she is the only one on the boat who can make egg tarts. And it tastes so delicious. If something happens to her, her future desserts will be lost. Bubu raised his head, looked at the flashing red dot on the map, and suddenly spoke after 2 seconds. By the way, Xiaohai, do you think those two people just now are still alive? The current water temperature is 11 degrees Celsius, and combined with heavy rain, the probability of survival of the two people within 12 hours is 76%, the probability of survival within 24 hours is 21%, and the probability of survival within 48 hours is 2%. That means they are still alive. Can you calculate their location? On the speedboat in the distance, the two of them listened to Bubu's voice and already guessed what she wanted to do. Last hit. She had gone kayaking before, firstly because the kayak target was large and easy to hit, and secondly because she had never thought about killing anyone. Teach those with bad mouths a lesson. Whether they survive depends on their own destiny. But things are different now. The other party hurt their people. Then the way of handling it must be changed. Please wait, the opponent's position has been calculated for you on the map. 2 more small dots flashing green light appeared on the map, and they were moving in the same direction, which was the direction of the red dot. Thank you, Xiaohai. You are the best. Bubu praised him, turned the accelerator without hesitation, and rushed towards one of the green light spots. Less than half a minute. The speedboat passed a man swimming. On the water, no matter how good the water is, it is impossible for a person to swim faster than a speedboat. The moment he heard the roar of the engine, the man stopped struggling and chose to wait where he was. It's not like he doesn't have a chance. As long as he finds a way to swim under the speedboat when the opponent stops the boat, he will have a chance to seize the boat. It's a pity Bubu didn't give him this chance. After determining the opponent's position, she directly raised the pistol with both hands, aimed in the direction, and fired. Scarlet swayed in the water. She then turned around and headed towards another green spot. This time, the other party did not stop, but dived into the water and swam away desperately. He also heard the gunshot just now. He knew the other party's methods. Once he stopped or surfaced, his heart would stop beating. Bubu kept approaching him, constantly stimulating his nerves with the engine sound. Until he really couldn't hold it anymore. The man surfaced and saw the speedboat beside him and Bubu leaning on the speedboat at a glance.
Under the angel-like face, it seems that there is a devil hidden. Hello, uncle. I'm going to visit your shelter. Can you show me the way? If you want a reward, I'll find a way to give it to you.
The man was stunned at first, but then he quickly came to his senses and thought, no reward. Little girl, let me get on the boat, I'll take you to our shelter. I guarantee you'll have delicious food and spicy drinks in the future.
But I don't like spicy drinks.
That's okay, you. The man began to approach the speedboat, but the next moment, the smile on his mouth froze. The muzzle of the gun was pointed at his eyebrows.
Uncle, I'm a germaphobe, you'd better not get on the boat. If you want to show me the way. Swim, I'll follow you from behind.
The man's smile froze. But he also knew that this was his only chance.
Isn't it just a little girl?
Shelter?
Ha ha.
Since you want to go, I'll let you go as much as you want.
See if you dare to be so arrogant then.
Isn't it just a gun?
Who doesn't have one?
Okay, I'll take you there right away.
At the same time, Shinshan couldn't help but frown. What does Bubu want to do?
Even if you want to go to that place, you shouldn't let someone phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme the way?
Isn't this raising a tiger to cause trouble?
Maybe.